Welcome to day 2 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, there's many reasons to visit the festival, but if there's one thing that this place knows how to do well, it's celebrate legends. And today, it's all about Carl Fogarty.
Foggy was a 4-time World Superbike champion, 3-time Isle of Man TT winner, and yes, King of the Jungle too. In 1995, he dominated the sport like few ever have. And today, he'll be back on that iconic Rosso Red Ducati to relive that unforgettable summer.
And those celebrations continue into Friday's schedule, kick-starting the hill climb at 8:30, where we see batch number 1, the winning formula related to this year's theme, Go Up the Hill. Batch 6 will take place at 10:55, where we see the supercar run, and then we have another Gordon Murray Automotive central feature moment at 12:10, where we'll see the fireworks, the banners and the music take flight over Goodwood House.
We're kicking the afternoon off with the Red Arrows at 1 o'clock, followed by Batch 4, and it's a special one, F1 75, the teams and champions. At 1:55, we'll have that very special Foggy moment on the balcony, followed by a supercar run up the hill, and then a timed practice at 4 o'clock. We'll be rounding the afternoon out with the fast first glance, new classics and road bikes at 4:50, and then the Batch 1 and Batch 2 demo to end the day at 5:35.
Yes, plenty of special moments coming up today in the schedule, including that Carl Fogarty balcony moment, which is going to be a good one. So yesterday we celebrated the life and career of 5-time Le Mans winner Derek Bell, and that was a beautiful and captivating moment here, celebrating that journey from Goodwood to Le Mans. It was really special, that wasn't it, David?
Absolutely. I love those balcony moments, and yesterday's first one of 25 was a really special one. When you think about it, this guy grew up in earshot of the Goodwood circuit. He won his first race here, and now he celebrates that amazing career on the balcony with the Duke, and with a very emotional speech. And I just thought it was a fantastic way to celebrate the great man and 5-time Le Mans winner Derek Bell.
Yeah, it was a really touching moment, and a great balcony moment to start the weekend as well. You can see him there waving to the crowd with his family, and his teammates were here. So many special people surrounded him. I think that will be a moment that he'll remember for a long time.
Absolutely, and we've got more of it today.
We certainly have. So we've got the Carl Fogarty balcony moment coming up, and I've seen that he's been posting on social media that he's excited to be here. So I'm sure that's going to be just as engaging, but maybe in a different way. He's definitely a showman, so I think he's going to put on a show for us.
Absolutely, he's a great guy, and I think, people really turn up for these balcony moments. It's a great time to go and celebrate your heroes and just get around and hear what these guys have got to say.
Yeah, so we'll see that Carl Fogarty balcony moment take to Goodwood House just behind us later on today. But of course, this year's theme, the winning formula, champions and challengers. Formula One is a big part of Goodwood 2025 for the Festival of Speed. So we'll see plenty of cars go up the hill and a few star-studded names as well, David.
Well, yeah, just walking around, we bump into people like David Coulthard for breakfast yesterday. We're going to have, 8 world champions, 9 teams, over 100 cars. It's quite literally the biggest celebration of F1. You can imagine Damon Hill there going up the hill. We've got all the greats in all the great cars. The sound is incredible. It's so exciting to not only see these cars of all this past and all these legendary wins, but to hear them going up the hill yesterday was fantastic, and more of that today.
Yeah, and you can see just from these visuals the scope of Formula One cars that we've got. The old vehicles right through to the modern day. There literally is something for everyone. And speaking to a few people in the crowd yesterday, they have memories from different eras, and it just gives that spine-tingling feeling when you watch the hill climb, doesn't it?
Absolutely, lots of nostalgia and lots of excitement, you know. It's just people saying, oh my God, I remember that car. I remember that car winning. I remember that driver, and seeing it all come together at the festival this weekend. It's just fantastic.
It is, and someone that gets to see all of those cars at some point in the flesh is our Ed Foster, who is at the top of the hill welcoming all of those drivers. And I'm sure he's got the eyes on some keys for some of those cars. How is it up there, Ed? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, thanks, Grace. I am that lucky man who gets to talk to all these drivers and riders when they get up the top of the hill. Some of them are wide-eyed, surprised at how powerful these cars are and the noise. And you guys have probably had a breakfast roll, something like that, a cup of coffee. I'm having drift cars for breakfast today because they're in the second batch and we love them up here. We've got some grandstands. They come in, they drift around the corner, do some donuts in the top paddock, all to the backdrop of clouds of dust coming over from the rally course. If you get a moment, get up to the top, because this is the place to be.
I love that. Drift cars for breakfast. I actually went over to the drift paddock yesterday, and there's some fantastic machinery in there. 1960s pickup trucks to 1,000 brake horsepower purpose-built drift cars. They are sensational as they go up the hill, and this turning circle outside Goodwood House is the perfect spot to view them, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think what we're starting to really appreciate now is not just the driving, but the work that goes into building these machines. Jared was talking about their party cars, because they're the fun cars that they play with, and I love that expression. And just seeing the guys out there doing it, and now, you know, they're actually part of the Goodwood furniture. We used to look at them as the sort of rebels, the upstart. How does the Duke let them in? Is he letting them back? And now they're just, you know, a very firm favourite of the crowd.
Anyone and everyone is welcome at the Festival of Speed, but it is time to see our first batch go up the hill. The winning formula is our theme this year, and to talk us through it is our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Grace. Yes, it's Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you for the start of this first part of the session going up the hill. It's lovely to have everybody here with us today, and as people still coming in to absorb all the atmosphere. Now then, Bruce, we're looking at some cars that we don't know very much about, because these are new Toyotas. Looks like they're setting off first, and often they go together, don't they?
They do, and the eagle-eyed among you will recognise there's a bit of a difference. One has a massive wing on the tail, and it looks like it's going to be a road and race version of this GT concept. And again, do listen out, because we know so little about these cars. You may be able to have a guess of what engine they've got under the bonnet, and of course with all that sort of camo makeup. Even the drivers wear the sort of camouflage race suits, don't they, Ben? But these are very special, and the Goodwood Festival of Speed has been all about, over the years, increasingly so with every year, cars being revealed for the first time, and this is rather special. But do keep an ear out for the engine note. It's quite raughty, that's all I'm going to say.
And of course we've got this collection of Toyota cars, which includes their rally cars as well. And Toyota having an absolutely superb start to the season in the Rally Championship. And Elfyn Evans, the great rally driver who's leading the championship. It's getting a little tighter now, but it's still the Toyota teams that are dominating most of the races, except most of the rallies, except one event so far this year.
Yeah, no, it's really nip and tuck, and it's great to be able to see the WRC1 and the second category as well, and to compare the differences. But this batch is about the winning formula. You might go, hold on, we've just seen a car that competes on deserts, we've seen the rally cars, we've seen those GT concept Toyotas, and then you've got an Indy car from the mid-1980s. But the winning formula is about what it says on the tin, winning. This is a car with the driver of the time, Danny Sullivan. He had a massive spin at Indianapolis in the 500, and yet went on to win the race. So it really was just keeping going to the end, but great to have the mixture. And then, of course, cars that shone at Le Mans, Ben.
Absolutely, and of course, as you say, the great thing about seeing Danny Sullivan, for example, in that car, and many of the other cars that will be going out up the hill, are some star drivers, and we'll try and mention to you as they go up as to which ones you're seeing. There are so many champions, so many winners who are being a part of this today.
Yeah, they are, and they always love coming here, because they always they get reunited with old friends, old machinery, and drivers, as you were one, Ben. You know, you pop
Not
back.
at that level, though.
No, well, never mind. We'll mask over that, but it's the fact they get back in the car and suddenly all the switch gear, they remember exactly the sort of seating position. And then we've got some extraordinary cars. This one's Project Midnight, Scott Speed. This is a car that was second fastest on the hill last year. Look at it, all in carbon, full intent from that mighty WRX Subaru.
Yeah, and it will be a big part of the shootout later on over the course of both today. We get a proper test run this afternoon when we see the shootout test and how fast they can be doing on a Friday, but then of course building up to both Saturday and Sunday to set the the absolute pace, see whether they can get down towards the records or not. And then there we are, we've got a lovely shot of the Jota Cadillac that was on the front row at Le Mans this year, and that is also on display. So absolutely gorgeous and really, really wonderful to see. And look at these images of this local area. Well, it's a beautiful day here, Bruce.
Well, yes, they were scorching. That's the Isle of Wight you can see in the distance. So beautiful visibility this morning, really clear. It's going to be an absolutely piping hot day, so people need to move around and find the shade where they can, and there's plenty of that around the Goodwood estate. As we squeeze our way back in, you can see the second corner of the hill climb course, the bridge just past the house. On the right-hand side, the giant Jerry Duda sculpture. If you're here, go down. It's for Gordon Murray. 60 years of creative genius from him.
And we will be celebrating Gordon Murray later on. He will be coming up onto the balcony. That's the back of that you were just talking about. There are two cars being flown into the air. It's a rather lovely idea, the way they've done this. You've got the Brabham BT52 at the lower end, one of the Formula One cars that he created. But above that, you've got the T50 Gordon Murray that has created these wonderful modern supercars as well.
Yeah, the creative juices still flow strongly, and they're some of the best sounding cars on the hills with their V12, and we'll get to see those shortly. But everything is here. It's something for all the family, and it's great to look at this. The young get in early. Good to see the air defenders on there, but multi-generational families coming here, and it's fantastic for the love of motorsport, the love of all things engineering to be passed down through the generations.
Absolutely. There's so much history to all of us involved in cars, but for some of the youngsters getting to see all this for the first time as well, and absorbing the history of cars, but seeing the most latest, the supercars that we'll be seeing coming up later on, the first glance of cars that the manufacturers are releasing. It is such a mix.
Well, it's a chance to see them being really, really dynamic, but the thing that really comes across, if you've only ever watched motorsport on television, when you come here, it's the sound, and every car has a different sound, and some are unbelievably visceral. And we're talking about the 75 years, we're celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, and the range of engine notes you get across that, the range of shapes you get is quite extraordinary. So, and the chance at the Festival of Speed, you get able to get up really close to the cars, take a look, and often it's the chalk and cheese comparison, isn't it, Ben? In the paddock, you've got something next to something entirely different, and then just around the corner, you've got the motorbikes as well.
Absolutely, yeah, some wonderful motorbikes here as well, and we'll have James Hayden up with us talking through some of those motorbikes a little bit later on, and we will be celebrating Cole Fogarty as well, of course, up on the balcony this afternoon. But yeah, lots to look forward to here.
Yeah, we're just looking down at one of the McLaren F1 GTRs, and it was one that raced in the Lark livery in the Japanese Championship with Ralf Schumacher driving there. But there's on the rear window, you can see a couple of little stickers just behind the driver saying 10 kg. So that was success ballast. The better your result, the more weight you had to put on board. 3 wins for Ralf over there. Then he came back, and Formula One was there for him to come and join his elder brother in. But still, those exquisite McLarens, the long tail version just tucked in behind. And we touched on Gordon Murray. Of course, the F1 McLaren was his road-going car that he designed for McLaren, but the customers said, we'd like to take it racing, and the rest is history. And one of the driver who gave, one of the 3 drivers who gave McLaren its first win at Le Mans on its first visit is here this weekend, JJ Leto, so hopefully catch up with him later.
Yeah, we'll see him later, no doubt. But yeah, it is wonderful to see these F1 GTRs. This is the long tail, Lionel Robert, I believe, with this one. And this was another version that they built with that long tail, the extended bodywork and enhanced aerodynamics. And this one is, I believe, the final long tail that actually got built. Right, now, so we're getting into batch 1, the winning formula, but we are starting with a car that hasn't won yet and has not been seen competing yet. And in fact, the one behind it is the one that is likely to be the competing vehicle. The first one that you're seeing here is the new Toyota GT concept. We don't even know what the engine in there is. They haven't been able to tell us yet because they're still developing this new plan, Toyota GT concept, and behind the GT racing concept, which is likely to be competing in GT racing. Let's have a listen. Let's see what we can pick up from this once again as it bursts off the line. Your first couple of cars heading up the hill today at the Festival of Speed in 2025. from the Toyota GT concept. You're seeing something absolutely new, and that's why they're liveried like this, because they're kind of hiding from us a bit as well.
Yeah, of course, if you were a bird in the trees along the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you might have seen these, because they go around. So many manufacturers take their cars out of that 25-kilometre circuit. The pace you can get the race cars getting right on the tail of the road car. And in the front car, it's Daisuke Toyoda. In the second car, Nayu Gamo. So Toyota bringing its tip-top drivers from its racing roster to put on this display, and it is almost running in tandem there, the race car tucked in behind. Where it'll go racing, we do not know, but it does seem to have the bodywork and shape of a GT3. We don't know if it's going to be racing as a Lexus, a GR or a Toyota. So much mystery surrounds them, but you're counting the cylinders going up and down. My money's still on 8.
Yeah, your sound observation was very good. I think it may well be an 8-cylinder. As you say, Naoki Gamu's in the race car, the GT car, professional driver, won his class at the Nürburgring 24-hour race in 2014, competes in Japan's premier and fastest GT racing series, the Super GTs, and he also did the 2025 24-hour race at Nürburgring. Right, now we're looking at a special Defender about to head up the hill, and this is a development of the Defender as well in terms of sort of competition work, I believe, and it's fun to see it heading up.
Yeah, I mean, the diversity of this batch, I mean, the tag is the winning formula, champions and challengers, so this obviously a massive cross-section of types of vehicles, but it's all about winning, and that's what this amazing Defender is set out to do. But again, we've been talking a lot about suspension travel and stuff, and a lot of the events for these type of vehicles have extreme jumps, and it's about how you land and continue on the way. Power aplenty, just waiting for the signal to get off the line.
Of course, the Defender is a hugely popular machine for so many people who've come up through the Land Rover world, but the modern Defender taking up to another level altogether. And we see many of them on the roads, but this one definitely one developing from more of a competition aspect. It's only recently been developed. I saw a nice thing that the Duke of Richmond actually got a ride in it as well recently.
Yes, it was great. There's a little advert, I think, that may be dropping on the screens at some point. But yeah, no, he looked as though he thoroughly enjoyed it, getting quite a lot of air, it must be said.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is part and parcel of what we're seeing as we're getting ready for some of the other vehicles to head up. Here we are. We'll get to see the Defender launching off the line, and it's sounding very rapid indeed. All four-wheel drive, of course, so you get traction off the line. Always nice and easy. The hill climb itself, of course, starting off fairly flat, but then as you start to come through the first couple of right-handers, the climb begins to build. And then, Bruce, we are heading up to what we always call one of the major challenges of this hill climb.
It is, flash under the bridge, and there's a very slight crest, and that's the point the drivers should be not just considering braking, they should be starting to brake, because what follows is the sharp left-hander Moulcom just being negotiated there, and it's not wide. Many a driver almost flirts with danger, kissing the grass on the outside, then into the shade, and into the really steep part of the course, past the flint wall.
Now, if you're watching this, be ready for it to go round in circles, because it is the rally car. This is the WRC1 Toyota Yaris, and they always do a wonderful display to show what they can demonstrate with these amazing machines, but the amazing car control that we can see as well. And Elfyn Evans is the man who's doing such a fantastic job this year in the championship. I'm not sure if he's actually driving it at the moment.
Well, he's down on the screen, so let's say that's him, but
He is, yeah.
perfecting his craft, so
Great.
learned well at the feet of his father Gwyndaf, and has taken it to amazing levels, and Toyota very lucky to have him.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to see Elfyn Evans out as well, because he has done such a great job so far this year. Still a long way to go in the World Rally Championship, of course. We're only about halfway, maybe slightly less. But he has started the season extremely effectively with a couple of wins, but being up there pretty regularly. So let's see how this goes. For Toyota, it could be a chance to continue in the way that they did last year. Now, we've got the other version now. This is the WRC2, the slightly less potent, but it looks as though it's going to be very entertaining.
Looked like a co-driving error there, left, right, but it was just about using all the computer brains in the cars with the suspension bend. That's what we've been talking about off air. These are just serious bits of kit.
Nayo Gamo is driving this, and it's absolutely fabulous. Sorry, no, it's not. It's Sami Pajari. That's right, Sami Pajari who's driving this one. So a really great display, and really enjoying the throw of it around. They're not quite the same level as the WRC1, but when you look at it being thrown around, it almost looks as though there's a bit more suspension movement in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
But most people, if they got into that sort of wobble, would lose it. But that's the skill of Sami Pahari. So up through Molecombe he goes, and then into the dark by the flip ball. But we have some other really, really extreme vehicle. I mean, this little batch seems to be the batch of what can you do with your suspension. When it comes to the vehicles that would compete on the Dakar Rally, you know, they are just super, super extreme. But you realise so much engineering genius goes into making them do what they do and make it look so easy. But just to harness all that power, all that ground clearance, that comes with its own problems, Ben, doesn't it? Sitting up so high.
It does, because you absolutely need to be high. You need that ground clearance to be able to go through some amazing scenes. Look at that lock-up on the rear, but then beautifully sorted out as well. And as you say, so much success over the years. 1 and 2 at the Dakar this year in January, and that was the 4th time that this Hilux-based off-road competition car has won the Dakar. Yazid Al-Raji was the winner this year with Timo Goscholk alongside, but 3 other wins have been achieved by Nasser Al-Attaya over the last few years. So it's a machine that has been developed well over quite a few years, in fact, but is still proving to be very, very successful. Across the line it comes, and across the checkered flag. So they're all part and parcel of a little Toyota display that is part of this batch 1 from cars that they're still just coming up with others that are doing incredibly successful in forms of competition, mainly off the road at this stage. But as we said, they're looking to get into GT racing, so they're going to be back on the road again.
Yeah, I think the competitors must be starting to quake in their boots because they do things very seriously. Now, let's just take you back the mere 40 years to when Danny Sullivan, his Formula One career, had sort of trickled out, went back stateside, the Kentucky kid, and he took his biggest win in his career, 1985, Indianapolis 500. And it did include a huge Larry spin, but he somehow managed to spin precisely through 360 degrees and carry on that famous 2.5-mile banked oval in Indianapolis to take victory. It was the big bomb, but that was the biggest scare in his entire career.
It was, wasn't it? For Danny Sullivan, this is a special moment because his driving racing career began here in the UK. He was born in America, but he actually came over to the UK to try and learn more about racing because it was something he really got into and developed his early career here, didn't he? Yeah,
he did. I mean, it really the UK was the melting pot of world motorsport through the probably from the very late 60s. Think of Emerson Fittipaldi coming over to try a bit of Formula Ford and then very quickly into Formula One. So through the 70s, 80s, possibly even into the 90s, if you were in junior single-seaters in the UK, you knew how good you were because you were competing against the very best, and that's what Danny Sullivan came to do. And of course, his runs in Formula One, largely with Tyrrell, but just such a popular man, and certainly stateside. It was almost like he'd come from another country to go to be a foreigner racing in the States, having had his racing career in Europe, but he made it stick. And for March, that was a huge result for the British manufacturer in 1985.
It was indeed, yes. The Formula One world didn't work quite so well for Danny, but it worked very well when he went into effectively IndyCar racing. And to take that win at the Indy 500, although he's had to turn the engine off. That's interesting. I don't know whether it's because there's been a little bit of a delay, so he doesn't want it overheating, because it is a warm day today, and you don't want to be sitting down there ready to go and then overheating the machine. Born in 1950, so he's a man who's been around for quite a while. He had 17 wins in the IndyCar kart series during his career, and that win that you were talking about at the Indy 500, one of his very most special. Let's take a little look back at Danny's career.
It's race day at Indianapolis.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
The green flag is out. Pancho Carter accelerates, brakes, jumps back, and now the field heads for the first turn.
Look at this battle now for the lead. Mario Andretti, number 3, and number 5, Danny Sullivan.
It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn?
Danny Sullivan gets it down. No, he's whirling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins.
Absolutely incredible.
Okay, I'm still right behind Mario. His eyes are a little swelled, but I'm okay.
We may have seen the most dramatic moment of racing. Incredible. Danny Sullivan pulls out alongside on the main stretch. Begins to roll past Andretti.
Danny Sullivan gets him this time. Goes by very smoothly.
Sullivan's just got too much.
Sullivan is pulling away from Andretti. The Indianapolis 500 has a new champion as Danny Sullivan has won the 69th Indianapolis 500.
I figured when I got to the Penske operation, I'd gotten to the top team. I knew that if I gave 110%, they would. We'd come up with a result. And the proof's in the pudding. Here we are.
Well, that was lovely to see that film once again. Of that, I do remember watching that back in the day, actually, and the fact that Danny Sullivan was able to spin, go past Mario Andretti, spin, keep it in one piece, and then they actually brought out the yellow flag, so they both came in for the pit stops. So in a way, he was a bit fortunate that that's what they did, because they both went on to fresh tyres, and once they were both back on fresh tyres, he had more pace, and he got back past Mario Andretti.
But I loved in that little video clip just him saying the tyres are all square, but I'm okay. Could you imagine? You know, you rotate a car at 150, it's one thing, but he'd been doing 200 miles an hour at that point.
Yeah, no, it was remarkable. And one of the fascinating things too, one of the great engineers in Formula One, of course, Adrian Newey, he was involved. He was actually his race engineer that day because he had rejoined March. So March was a team that he had been involved in from early days in his career, and he was actually effectively his race engineer. So he hadn't done a lot of he hadn't designed that car as such because he was so early in his career at that point, but he certainly helped.
Yeah, and I certainly think being able to work on cars that were expected to do nearly 250 miles an hour will have taught him some aerodynamic tricks that have been logged in his mind and clearly used to brilliant purpose through the rest of his career as the man who's designed the most championship-winning cars in Formula One history. And pretty much all of them are here. This incredible celebration this weekend, 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, more than 110 Formula One cars here. It's astonishing, but it's great to have the Indy cars here as well. And yeah, we're looking at now.
We will see Adrian. Actually, he'll be heading up in some of the vehicles that his history. Some of them, of course, he owns as well. He owns some beautiful cars from even before his own history because he loved motor racing, getting involved. But we are focusing on Danny Sullivan and this March right now. It was run by Team Penske at the time, of course, and Penske still so involved and effectively involved in running the whole IndyCar series in many ways.
Yeah, an absolute powerhouse, not just in sport, but in business across the States. Roger Penske, of course, successful here in Europe with his Formula One team, and one of our commentary team this weekend, John Watson, of course, winning the 1976 Austrian Grand Prix. So great to have that continuity.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Let's go up to Ed Foster up at the top of the hill climb.
Well, thanks, Ben. Up here, we've got two Toyota GT concepts, one the racer and one the road car. The rally cars you saw come up the hill, they did a couple of donuts, and then they've gone straight out onto the rally stage. They're busy men, them. However, so let's jump in. We've got to be quite careful what we say about these cars, but I'm going to do some doorstepping. Jason, I'm going to start with you. Jason Stanley, you know lots about these cars, but there's not too much we can say at the moment. What can you tell us?
Well, you can see that one here is a GT road concept, and we have a GT racing concept. So these are the new sports cars from Toyota that we are currently in the development program with. And we have two of our development drivers with us this weekend.
Right, well, let's jump to that. Thank you, Jason. How was the run up the hill?
This is my second time, so it's I didn't know how many people come to this event. So I feel more honored to be here to drive this car. And yesterday I drove the race car, and today I drove road car, and both cars running very great. So I'm really enjoying this event. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So first time here. Tell us what's it like leaving the start line and just seeing the sea of faces?
Driving with many people are watching this car, so I feel honored that. I can drive, and I was feeling I should not do anything wrong driving on the grass, so I had an extra margin to manage to be on the track. So.
Yes, a nerve-wracking experience. Now, tell me, how much development has gone into these cars? How long have you been developing them?
So we've been this more than 4 years now. But once the car is ready, we start to do the developing on the track for the past 1.5 years, and we are developing now, and still not there yet, but almost there. So I hope we can deliver to the world soon.
Well, it's very exciting times for Toyota. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for doorstepping you. It is just showing you what it's like inside the road car version. As you can see, we're waiting for the rest of the cars, so let's go back down the hill.
Yeah, we're getting all set, hopefully, for the cars to head back up in just a moment. There has been a little delay, but nonetheless, they are getting ready to come back up the hill in just a few moments, and we are just waiting for that march for the winning car of that Indy 500 in 1985 for Danny Sullivan to bring it up. But we've also got some other wonderful machinery to look forward to coming up the hill. And of course, once it all starts going, they all rapidly go up. It's hard to keep up with them all.
No, absolutely so. But I was just that comment there. We've been developing the car for 4 years. I think the competition should be quaking in their boots when the Toyota GT concept gets onto the track for proper competition. But the array of cars here, year in, year out, it just seems to get better and better. Whatever your personal favourite, whether it's a McLaren F1, we've got not one, not two, but three of those to last off this morning. If you were a fan of Group C in the 1980s, you had we got 962 Porsches. Obviously, they were begat by the 956s, but also that very special connection with Derek Bell. 50 years since the first of his 5 Le Mans wins. Still unbelievably modest about it, but the fact he's here with an array of cars. We had a balcony moment for him yesterday, but born within earshot of the circuit. So it really is doubly, trebly special for him to be at Goodwood.
Oh, it is. It was a lovely balcony for him yesterday, and the way he was so emotional about his time with Ferrari in Formula One and in the beginning of his career, and then moving on to take so many victories at Le Mans, as you say, that really was wonderful to see. Let's just have a little look at when one of our guys, David, went up the hill in one of these machines. You have to have a look at this because it was a very, very exciting moment to go out in a machine like this. Let's take a look at how it worked.
Well, this is a treat and a privilege. This is the Aston Martin Valhalla. And it's the first time it's going to be seen dynamically in the UK. It's got 3 electric motors. It can even drive in EV mode, but we won't be doing that today because this is the Festival of Speed. And we're going to use all of that 1,000 horsepower to take it up the hill for the first time. The only other person to drive this car dynamically was Fernando Alonso at the Monaco Grand Prix. And they've actually let me drive it up the Goodwood Hill to show everybody here one of the most anticipated cars, I would say, of the 2025 Festival of Speed. Over 1,000 horsepower, 217 miles an hour top speed, and we're taking it up under the bridge here. Only 999 versions of the car will be made. It's a limited series, but it's the first ever mid-engined supercar from Aston Martin, production supercar. Very important chapter in the company's history. Now under Lawrence Stroll and of course the CEO, Adrian Hallmark's come over from Bentley. Big steps Aston Martin are making, and this car is a huge new chapter for the company. It's going to represent a different lineup of cars, and it's just a fantastic looking car. Marek Reichman and his team have done a fantastic job of putting that engine in the middle of, call it Son of Valkyrie, but it really is its own car. 850,000 pounds, and it's actually not bad value when you think of what else is out there in a similar space. Carbon fiber tub, and everybody at Goodwood wants to see this car. As I say, such a privilege to take it up here. I've been told, just don't bend it. That's the main rule. We're coming up here to the finish line and it gets a little bit narrow. But wow, this car picks up. It's such a good car. I can't wait to drive it in anger properly, but what a treat to show the fans and spectators what Aston Martin has for the future. And Valhalla, what a car. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, that was lovely to see, wasn't it? David Green, our man, presenter, heading up the hill in something very, very special. And in fact, funnily enough, we mentioned Adrian Newey being involved in design of various different machinery, and now we are back to this one where he was an engineer working on it back in 1985. I think we're getting all ready now, Bruce, for this to take off.
It certainly looks that way. Lucky boy, David Green. I think that's a very new direction for Aston Martin. So let's cast our mind back. This is not Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's not 1985, but we're celebrating the famous moment where Danny Sullivan, the driver on board this car, right here, right now, 40 years ago, had a monumental spin and yet controlled it. Was fortunate to get the tyres changed after he'd flat spotted them all and went on to take the biggest win of his career. He got to drink the great big quart of milk. That's what the victor gets Indy 500. So a chance to see in this event in which we're largely celebrating the feature event is 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. Of course, he won a non-championship race at Brands Hatch, the Race of Champions, when we used to have non-championship Formula races. So great to have him back.
Really good to see him here, and yeah, hopefully we'll see him up and down a few more times as we go through the course of the event. Justin Bell, it's lovely to see him out in this McLaren F1 GTR, because Justin, the son of Derek Bell, did compete with his dad in that 1995 season when McLaren F1 first ran there, and there were several of them competing, and they were leading at one stage, and Derek was brought in quite late to do that. Justin asked him to come in. They ran together, and unfortunately they had a mechanical issue with the car, and they did end up finishing in third place, but that was the event that was won by McLaren, their first outing at Le Mans. JJ Leto, one of the drivers, of course, and we are seeing JJ Leto here this weekend, who did take the win.
Indeed, and as Derek has said many a time, it was had they gone on to win, I mean, the thrill was racing with his son Justin, but had they took victory, it would have been the ultimate Father's Day present, because that was indeed on Father's Day. But fantastic cars, that central seating position, and went on for several seasons in racing, went to the long bodywork, but for Bell fans, of course, the Porsche 962C is sort of the car. It's sort of, it's the second generation of Porsche Group C car. It was a fuel formula. You had to have a maximum amount of fuel, and often you had to be quite careful so you didn't exceed it, or you basically have to pull over at the side of the circuit. But Derek was one of the people who just got it spot on, learnt how to do it, how to make it work, along with his teammate Jackie Ickx, and then we moved on, and it was a rich period in the World Sports Car Championship.
Absolutely, yeah, a lovely period for that in the Porsche 962. This is Henry Pierman, who's got this, and he's collected them together for many years now, and he's always very involved in this. One of the differences, Bruce, was the front end, wasn't it? Because the wheelbase was extended, because they had to change the rules about your driver's feet not being too near the front when you hit the front.
Some of the cars from before that rule, you look at them now and you wince. You thought even if you went into a tyre wall at 30 miles an hour, you'd be in trouble. But yes, but also having the longer car also made it just a little bit more stable. Something always very important at Le Mans when you're running down the Mulsanne straight in the days before chicanes, don't forget. Down that long Ligne droite des Unadières, the speeds they were hitting, 240 miles an hour, was not a stranger.
Absolutely. And Derek Bell was one of the great racers, not only winning Le Mans, but in a 962, he had 21 wins between that period, that 1980s period, 1985 to 1987. So a fantastic time that was for Derek Bell.
Now, of course, Audi have a huge record of success at Le Mans, and the driver who scored the most of them is on board this early R8. It's Tom Christensen, not once, not twice, but 9 times a winner in the world's greatest enduro. And for Audi, it was not just the cars they produced, it was the way they went racing. It was the intelligent way in the future generation of prototypes, and then where if you had a problem, they already had the right tools in the right bag, and they had modular units, so if something needed replacing, it could be done super fast, and that led to saving the time that helped them take win after win.
Now, supervans is something, of course, that Ford originally created in the early 1970s. You may well see the first one. We've got a little batch of the supervans here, and we're looking at Supervan 3. Andy Benyon is driving this one. They became more and more sort of sophisticated as they've been developed, and Supervan 3 from 1994, basically to just help promote the Mark III Transit, but with Cosworth HB motor in it as well. And actually was then refurbished with a Ford Cosworth Pro Sports 300 V6 engine when they sort of developed it a bit further. And we're looking at some of the others here heading up the hill as well. The Supervan 4, that arrived at Goodwood in 2022, and it's collaboration between the Ford and the STARD racing team, the Stard racing team, and an all-electric supervan, so the first one of those.
Yeah, there's a leap. The first supervan just had a V8 racing engine from a Ford GT40. The second one was built on a sports car chassis, the C100 racer. The third one had a Formula One engine, and so the range went up. But it was the aerodynamics when this appeared in 2022 or 2021, wherever it was, it just, you thought, hold on, it's no longer really a van, but it's something super special. And of course, with Romain Dumas at the wheel, it set record after record. But this is tip-top engineering. This isn't the white van with a copy of the sun on the dashboard. This is the real thing.
Absolutely, yeah. This is going to be fascinating to see how this one does get on over the course of the weekend. And that electric power is absolutely astonishing, isn't it? As it just launches up the hill. And as you say, Dimas did a really good job last year to set the pace at a 43.98 seconds in the Ford Supervan 4.2. And that was the way that he was able to win the shootout.
But such was the progress that gets 2,000 horsepower. That's 500 horsepower from each of its 4 electric motors, which is more than the GT40 engine had in that first Ford Supervan. Just think about that.
Absolutely. But then we're going from modern to older as well, and it's lovely to see some of the history of these machines that are heading up the hill. We've got such a combination here from older to newer, and the Ferrari mixture of success that the Porsche we've got here. Yes, this is the 904 Carrera, of course. It's the Porsche 904 Carrera.
Yeah, and this is really important because Porsche has the greatest number of wins at Le Mans with 19, but in the early days, like this, in the early 60s, they had the smaller cars. They didn't move to the top class till later, but the 904 Carrera GTS, such a brilliant car. This one has got a livery done by designer Daniel Arsham and Tetsuya Kozawa. You remember him? He raced over in Europe, a Japanese racer up to Formula 3 level. His daughter was involved in the design, so putting a bit of a modern twist. But there it is, the Daniel Arsham covered car. But I tell you what, that looks... Doesn't matter what colour you paint a Porsche 904 Carrera GTS, they just look right to my eye.
Absolutely. Mid-engine 2-litre flat 4, as you say, and a really amazing machine. Back in the 1960s, successful, won the Targa Florio in 1964. Right, now we're up to something much more modern, of course. Formula E is the electrical racing single-seater, and we have a very famous driver in there, I'm glad to say. It's Johnny Herbert, everybody. Johnny Herbert, who is driving the Formula E car up the hill. This is the return of the Lola name, which has been rebought as a race team once again, and they've been competing in Formula E for the first time this year. But it's lovely to see Johnny Herbert. He's not racing Formula E, but I think he's thoroughly enjoying having a play in it.
Well, he is. Yesterday was his very first run in the car. He is an ambassador for Lola, so he doesn't want to drop it. But bear in mind, this is a driver. Let's celebrate 30 years since his victory in the British Grand Prix. We've got lots of celebrations here, but Johnny will get out of the car. He'll pop and bang. But he's just learning how to drive with electric motors, but he's such a finesse driver that should suit him down to the ground. But ever the showman, he'll stop. That's just on the exit of Moulcombe. And then he'll wind it up to show the grunt, the acceleration from those electric motors. And Johnny, just great to have him here this weekend.
Absolutely. As you say, a Formula 1 winner, a Le Mans winner, Le Mans Series champion with Audi's, worked with so many different manufacturers and teams over the years, and he's thoroughly enjoying doing these standing starts, isn't he? Using that the full torque of that Formula E car, and it just blasts off so quickly.
You can be sure that none of the circuits they use in Formula E have straw bales either side, but a lot of them are on very narrow tracks, so it's not entirely dissimilar.
Although I gather that they are moving away a bit from the narrow tracks because they're getting so quick now, so fast, that they are actually, they've said we have to actually move away from some of the really narrow road courses that were created and that were an important part. So, yeah, it's interesting. Formula E is moving on a little bit, and it's going on to sort of more modern circuits a little bit for safety as much as anything else.
Yes, and I gather they're racing at the Tempelhof Airfield circuit in Berlin, so that's this weekend, which is one of the ones with more space. Now, Porsche GT3 cars, the 911 GT3R, but this is a very special one. It's the one entered by the Iron Dames, and it's been such a supreme initiative over about a good half dozen years, and Sarah Bovey's been really important within that, and was the one who got them loads of pole positions in the GT3 class last year in the World Endurance Championship. She's not competing this year because her rank has become too high, but she is competing in the European Le Mans Series, and the Iron Dames really popular wherever they go. So they're all-female driving initiative. And I remember her in the paddock here a couple of years ago. A little girl went up to her and said, "Can girls race too?" And she went, "Of course they can." And the smile, you know, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They're superb ambassadors.
That is lovely to know about, and the fact that Iron Dames has done such a fantastic job of putting some really quick drivers together, and they've mixed between different manufacturers, but they're very much with Porsche at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they've had Lamborghinis, they've moved around, but Porsche at the moment, and Sarah, second generation racer. Her father even built his own Formula 3 car, Kieran Bovey, but just brilliant people to go and speak to, so positive and so unbelievably quick. I mean, as I say, she was taking pole after pole in the class in the World Endurance Championship last year. You can't ask for more than that.
Absolutely not, no. It's been a fantastic effort that they've done, and of course it's a very beautifully laid out car as well. The livery of that Iron Dames is very impressive. So, great to see her up the hill there, and we've got a couple of different Porsches heading out today as well. James Wallace in another 911 GT3 Cup has just gone up the hill. But here we are with Romain Dumas now, with the machine that he will be using when we get into the shootout. And they may well do a timed run on this one anyway, because they're getting used to that ready later. It's the Ford Super Truck, this one. So this is a slightly new, different to the Super Van that he was out in last year and that we've just been seeing going up the hill. And it's nice to see we've got an onboard camera with Romain Dumas, one of the great stars of the hill climb here, but also other hill climbs like Pikes Peak.
Yeah, slightly longer, slightly more altitude than those, going up to 14,000 feet. Of course, this is the Super Truck rather than the Super Van. It's based on the F-150, the world's largest selling, I think it's still the case, pickup truck in the world. You drive around the States, you'll not go anywhere without seeing an F-150, but this is, how should we say, the rather extreme version. Look at the aerodynamic addenda on the rear of the car, the massive diffuser, and that's all about channeling air under the car and making it suck the car down to the circuit. But if I may, Ben, touching back on Pikes Peak, it goes up to incredible altitude, and the drops off the side, no barriers, and the drops off the side of the mountain are gargantuan. So focus, focus, focus.
Absolutely. No, the Pikes Peak, I think, is an amazing effort, and to go and do so well as they did there. Even though they had a very slight issue with the vehicle, they still got a hugely fast time. He set the pace for the day. Let's have a listen and a watch. He's using all of the roads. Romain Dumas, of course, another star from the world of Le Mans, but he's become a real star here of climbing up this hill very, very rapidly, getting a little feel for it. And you can see there's a little bit of jiggle on the steering, isn't there?
Every single run, Romain, despite his success, will be learning something different. He's in a different vehicle this year, and he's just looking, he's working out how close he can get to the wall, to the straw bales at the side. But it's the difficulty there is the light into the dark, the deep shade we have at this time in the morning, and then you're running down a funnel to the finish line. Didn't see what time that was. There wasn't a clock on that, but it will have been quick. Those electric motors doing their job, the giant rear wing forcing it down onto the hill.
I've got a time over here actually on our other computer, 46.77 seconds. So that's a little bit away from what he was doing last year when he got down into the 43s, didn't he? But we always see slightly quicker times developing as we go through the course of the weekend.
Yeah, there's no way Romain's going to be unprofessional and choose to just try a little too hard and drop it off into the straw bales at this point in the meeting. But come Sunday afternoon, it will be all guns blazing, work towards that very, very special vehicle, that Ford F-150, the Lightning Super Truck. Super Truck by name, Super Truck by nature. And the sheer level of doubt, just looking at all the straw coming out from under that diffuser, just shows how well the undercar dynamics work and just how much downforce they have to build that low pressure area.
Absolutely. No, fascinating to see, and it's definitely going to be one of the main contenders for the shootout this weekend, no doubt about it. Lovely shots, a bit sparkling away there. That's astonishing. Great images, great pictures. Certainly, it actually made the bales catch on fire. Okay, so the marshals have had to rush in there and put the fire out. So I hadn't actually realised.
Well, we saw the sparks.
Yes.
Wow.
But everything's so dry, isn't it? It's not surprising that then if you get the sparks like that, then you're going to get a little fire. We've seen that in Formula One this year with grass sidelines. Happened in Japan quite a lot. And so, yeah, it's something that hopefully they can sort out pretty quickly. But it's all part and parcel of having this amazing summertime that we're enjoying at the moment, these high temperatures.
Yeah, certainly the grass underfoot beginning to crackle a little bit, but that was quick work by the marshals to go about their work. Limbered them up for their day, but we will have cars going back up the hill very soon indeed. But better safe than sorry, and that was managed to be extinguished very quickly indeed. But they've got to check it's not just smouldering behind what they can see, but they'll have the hill open very soon indeed. I tell you what, we've seen Danny Sullivan go up the hill, and in this lull, let's go up to Ed, who like a panther has leapt and caught him.
Danny, the perfect race suit, the perfect helmet, the perfect car. It must be amazing the reaction from the crowd you're getting about that 85 win.
Well, I think a lot of people are just shocked that this is actually the 85 winner, that it's not a replica or anything like that. And I think it just looks good. The paint scheme's fantastic, and it just looks kind of fresh. And I think they really enjoy that. That's the comments anyway.
And on the big screens, there was a bit of footage from that race that we just watched. I mean, surely you never forget anything about that race, do you?
No, nothing. No, it's amazing. You ask most race drivers, they'll remember, oh, when somebody went off here, what they did in this corner. It's a little like golfers recalling a golf hole and what they did on that thing. And it's just, it's embedded. It's there for a long time, hopefully.
And just quickly, how has your weekend been? How is the Festival of Speed?
Listen, glorious Goodwood, right? I mean, the weather's been fantastic, and people and, you know, the events and everything. It's just, it's bigger and better than ever.
Danny, thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Lovely to hear from Danny Sullivan. He is a lovely guy. He's been involved in F1 stewarding as well. So not just a great driver himself, but keeping an eye on the whole of the sport in many different ways. And it's lovely to have him here driving that car that gave him such a historical moment with that victory at the Indy 500.
It's the essence of Goodwood events, the right faces in the right places. It's reuniting drivers and riders with the machinery. It's very special. And for a lot of them, you suddenly get them back and they realise they're compatriots, the people they were competing against 30, 40 years ago. They're all still the same people. And put them back in the right machinery and they're in the zone. I think we've got 9 World Championship Formula One World Champions coming this weekend to celebrate the 75 years since the World Drivers' Championship. It's phenomenal.
It is wonderful, and it really is so much to look forward to. But there is so much here at the Festival of Speed, and sometimes it's looking back into history, but sometimes it's looking forwards as well. And the Future Lab here at the Festival of Speed is a very important part of it, and Grace thoroughly enjoyed going in there yesterday.
Amongst the iconic cars and legendary drivers, right at the heart of the Festival of Speed is the Future Lab, a portal where you can immerse yourself in finding out what's next for the human race. So I've just climbed up the stairs here and I'm met by this incredible stand behind me from Randox, the healthcare professionals who are showcasing that from a single blood sample they can find out so much healthcare knowledge and the benefits that will help you live a longer and brighter life. But as we move around here, we can see all sorts of different exhibits and sights for the eyes to see. So if we just spin round here, we've got a human-like artificial intelligence robot here that can do things like wink, laugh, shrug and even dance. So people are interacting with the robot here and the team are talking about how this technology is impacting the human race and what it can do for our future. It looks absolutely incredible, and there's even more robotics around the corner here. If we follow around here, there's even more to see in the artificial intelligence department. So we've got a auto discovery robot here who are a company that don't just want to create something, but they want the robotics to learn and discover things autonomously. So people here can interact and do different things with the robot to see how friendly and unintimidating things are. So I'll give a handshake here to show. But it's so clever, this technology, that people from the team were saying that even with a slight push, it can react and stabilize itself. So it's really showcasing the technology that's coming through and that we might see in our very near future. But as we move around, we've also got the Boston Dynamics team, who are a regular at the Festival of Speed, showcasing their dog called Spot, who can be automated to undertake routine inspections, capture data. So this is a robot that can be used in hazardous environments like construction sites or disaster zones, and they're really using the technology to benefit and the greater good of mankind. And as we move back here, you'll see those dogs wandering around, so watch that they don't follow after you. But even the Future Lab comes through to worlds like oceanic exploration. So next to me here is the Seabed 2030 project. So considering the ocean covers about 70% of the planet, we don't yet have a complete map. So this team are showcasing what technologies they're using and the project that they're undertaking to help fulfill that to 100% map of the ocean floor by 2030. So it's really incredible to see what technologies they're using and the way that they're interacting with the visitors to the Future Lab to showcase what they're doing here. So as we move around from oceanic exploration, there's just one more thing that I want to show you before I leave the Future Lab. This exhibit here is really popular, as you can see, because people get to interact and take part in a VR flight simulator. So the Somniacs team are showcasing a groundbreaking lunar flight experience for Future Lab 2025. So this is where people can really immerse themselves, literally, as you can see, lying down, putting on the VR headset, even a 4D experience like the fans, and it's really immersing people into the technologies that we will soon see in our future. The Future Lab is an incredible space and one that is not to be missed.
So fascinating to see that from Grace, and so much to enjoy here at the Festival of Speed. We are just seeing the bales being replaced after that little catch of fire that we saw a little while ago, so it's just a few minutes more before we see any more vehicles heading up the hill. But in the meantime, we have seen several, and of course some of the famous ones are those Porsche 956, 962s. The 962 we did see go up, being driven by an owner of a whole bunch of Porsche 956 and 962s, Henry Pearman, and he's talking to Ed.
Henry, you famously own so many of these wonderful cars with so much history. It must be like sort of picking one of your children to take one of them up the hill.
Well, it wasn't difficult for this one because with the Derek Bell celebration, this is his last Rothmans Porsche. So it's the car that he and Stuckey took to pole position in the first 3 sprint races in '87 and finished on the podium, and in fact nearly won at Monza. So really special car.
And just to describe to people who weren't around in period how successful the 956 and 962 were, because everyone raced them.
Yeah, there was no competition. So basically Porsche nailed it. They never built a monocoque before, they never built ground effect before, and they just annihilated everything else to the extent in '82 that everybody said if we can't have a custom one, there's no point going racing. So you'll remember the famous '83 poster of Nobody's Perfect because a Sauber came 9th out of the top 10 of Porsches.
What are these like to keep on the road? Are they hard, or is it sort of reasonably easy?
They're unbelievably easy. So you look at them and think they're intimidating, but when Wyn Percy shared one with me years ago, having driven the Jaguars, which are a bit of a pain, you know, they're a different sort of thing. They're a Formula 1 2-seater. These cars are like a fast 911 turbo, synchro gearbox, easy to drive. And when you sit in them, you can see why they did 24 hours with amateur drivers finishing on podiums sometimes.
Fantastic. Henry, thank you so much for bringing it.
Well, lovely to hear from him. And actually, now, Bruce, we've got a chance to enjoy the onboard view of going up with Henry in that Porsche 962 that he was talking about. He has this remarkable collection. But let's just listen in, watch in, and just see what it is. It's a lovely view, isn't it?
Oh, it's just exquisite. And in fact, some of the earliest onboard footage I watched was Derek Bell driving various Porsches. And this engine is just a sign of the times, a sound of the times, and Henry knows these cars forwards and backwards, but just look how calm he is. He's just slowing it down for Molecombe now, just going past our commentary position, turning left and up the hill, and the only real problem is it seems incredibly narrow once we look forward again, but look, we're in sunshine, and then suddenly we're going to be plunged into darkness with that small inconvenience of the flint wall just right ahead.
Right-hand gear change, as you can see, that little small steering wheel. Not too many buttons to press on the steering wheel like they are nowadays. Just focusing on going forwards. And the fuel, of course, as you mentioned, there's a big fuel sign button there as well.
One of those things, of course, drivers always need to know where all their switchgear is. If they have a power loss, they're sitting in the dark somewhere out on the Mulsanne Straight, you know which switches you need to get to finger to hand to work for you. But great, Henry Pearman coming up to the finish line, crossing it in that fabulous last 962 that Derek Bell raced and won in.
So very enjoyable to see that. As you can see, the straw bales are still being replaced at this point because of the fire So that is being done. This is something that they are well organised to redo. It's happened in the past, of course, and sometimes if a vehicle actually damages into them, they need to do this, but just that little fire did make a difference. I'm sure they may well have a little word with that machine that Romain Dumas was driving up the hill, the Ford Super Truck, and just say, perhaps we don't need it to be sparking quite so much.
Yeah, pay attention to weather. But it's, again, the logistics, planning an event like this. As I walked out last night, I just noticed they had, at various points, the stacks of spare straw bales. The planning is extraordinary for an event like this. If it was just simply cars going up the hill, that'd be one thing. But the whole show, the logistics of getting people in and out, the build-up, the breakdown, and it's just so appreciated by the huge crowds that come here, and also people who watch this from all around the world. The streaming figures are off the clock. It's quite staggering. And the number of people, Ben, I meet as I travel wherever following racing, they're saying, oh, I've come over to Goodwood, or I'm planning to come. It's such a global brand, and you can see why. On a day like this, it's simply one of the most extraordinary places in the world to be.
That was the most exceptional collection of roving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year winner.
Romain, I'm reliably informed that the small delay we have now is sparks from your truck on straw bales.
Hi, I didn't know, I have to say. I can feel it was a little bit bottoming or touching, but I don't know what happened. But at the end of the day, hopefully it's not such a big problem and the race can continue, but I didn't know.
You did a 46-second run, but it's obviously hitting the floor all the time, so you're going to stiffen it up?
Yeah, I think we have to change the setup a little bit. I don't know what we will change, or stiffing the car or lifting up, but I think more stiffer. For sure, it's already not bad for the second run compared last year. I think we should go around on 44, like, yeah, more or less, you know, on a race day. But, yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good to be here again. I mean, this year, such a great weather, and, you know, the track is... It's always so intense, you know, with such a fast car, you know, it's quite narrow. You have to push to find the limit already. It's very exciting.
I saw Paul Swift get out of the supervan that you drove last year, and he was visibly shaking. He said he'd never driven a car so fast. So is this truck faster?
Yeah, a little bit faster. As you can see, it's a little bit lower. I mean, in general, the power and everything are exactly the same, just is lower, so a little bit faster. In Pikes Peak, it was faster, so we should be a tiny faster. So let's see, you know, but yeah, I can imagine that when you never drove the van, you know, super van is very impressive, you know, with the power you have and, you know, this big cabin, you know, at the end of the day. It's just a crazy, crazy extreme car, you know, and so I'm sure when you are not used, your first run, you can be shocked here.
And just finally on Pikes Peak, is that one of the kind of last great events, you know, for a hill climb? I mean, it just looks so challenging.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pikes Peak is always something special, you know. As you saw this year, or possibly you saw, unfortunately, we run just 1/3 of the race, but this is Pikes Peak. Due to the weather, they have to short the race, but you have only one chance in Pikes Peak. It's the shootout, the only shootout. So you work a lot for one single chance, and this is why it's so difficult and so tricky for everybody.
Well, look, Romain, I'm looking forward to seeing what times you do at the end of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Romain Dumas, and yes, we will all be looking forward to see just how rapid he can be up that hill.
You know, it's not splitting it down to tenths of a second, is that you could sense the dissatisfaction, and as Ed picked up on there, Ed Foster at the top of the hill, the fact its suspension is that they need to sort it out, because there we are. Good to see those straw bales have been repaired, so we should have cars back on the hill. But, you know, it's all about a little change here, a little change there, and you need a driver who's really perceptive, and clearly Romain Dumas is very much that, looking his illustrious career. It will go faster, it will go faster. They won't tell you what they're changing, but they will be changing things, because competition is competition. That is what it's all about. And for the Ford Super Truck, it's great to see that. We've been accustomed to the Super Van, the 4 and the 4.2, but this is something very different, that F-150 based pickup with a little bit of extra, I think we could say.
Absolutely, yes. No, it's thoroughly to look forward to seeing a few more of these machines coming up in just a moment. Now they've cleared it all out, I think we will be seeing some other wonderful machines heading up the hill. So much to look forward to throughout the course of this second day of the Festival of Speed as well. And we've got the Formula One collections that we will also be enjoying, celebrating the 75 years since the Formula One World Championship began in 1950. So many wonderful Formula One cars, many of them ones that took the title for their drivers or for the constructors. And then we've got other innovator Formula One cars as well, some of the ones that maybe didn't keep on winning but definitely introduced aspects to the sport that were then developed further and went on to great things. So yeah, we've got a lot to look forward to. We've got the supercars to enjoy, the modern supercars as well. The drifters, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the drifters back out. They are some of the most dramatic up the hill here, seeing the very experienced drift competitors in some remarkable machinery. We were watching some of it yesterday afternoon, and it's not a competition this weekend as we have had in the past sometimes, but it is a wonderful display.
It is. The drivers are absolutely extraordinary. Their vehicles are, well, I think we can put them in the completely berserk category. Look out for the Volvo estate car, that's one. But if you want to listen out, why not listen out for the Aston Martin Valkyrie World Endurance Championship Racer V12. Let's not bother with anything apart from a V12 normally aspirated engine. The sound is exquisite. Let's just have a little listen.
Yeah, it does sound amazing. Let's listen as it accelerates up the hill a little more. Really good. Ross Gunn is driving this, and Ross is actually going to do a little bit of a turnaround, or just a quick start. Yeah, another one to listen to here. Look at that, Valkyrie hypercar. This, as we mentioned, Adrian Newey designed a real combination between Aston Martin and Red Bull at the time, with Adrian getting involved in that. Of course, Adrian since then has now left to join Aston Martin.
Indeed he has, and before he left Red Bull, of course, he did a supercar for them as well. That was unveiled here last year. But to me, in the cover of darkness at Le Mans this year, you just listened. You could hear where the Aston Martins were on the track. Ross Gunn, part of that driving team. And of course, it took a few years to get it right when they won Le Mans for the first time. David Brown, company owner at the time, tickled pink in 1959 when Carroll Shelby took it across the line. And famous thing, if Aston Martin could achieve victory at Le Mans, may I say at the moment, it's probably at the zenith of where sports car racing has ever been. So many manufacturers lining up to join the party, so many in already, but Aston Martin going better with every outing.
Absolutely, it's wonderful to see, and we will see more of it as we go throughout the course of the weekend as well. And we've got vehicles of all sizes and shapes, and with backing as well, of course. This is another Red Bull backed machine, but this is the Ford Puma. This one, Josh McCurlin is actually out in at the moment, and this is the Ford Puma Rally 1. And so this is has been competing for the last couple of seasons in the World Rally Championship.
Yeah, certainly Ford covering all the bases across all the types of motorsport as they were in the 1970s. Jim Farley at the helm of Ford Motor Company, and always rallying has been a super strong element of the Ford sort of array of competition. Think back to the Ford Escorts in the 1970s. In fact, a lot of those cars still competing now. A lot of people, that's their weapon of choice on national rallies. But the rally drivers, the rally cars are just extraordinary. Ott Tanak making his Hyundai perform as if he's totally in control, the i20 WRC, and he is one of those many Scandinavians who just seem to have inherent skill and then some.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course, great to see the Hyundai Rally 1 out there, because Thierry Neuville scored 2 wins in the car last year on the way to scoring his first World Rally Championship. After so many years, Thierry Neuville, lovely to see him do that. And as you say, one of the other members of that team, Ott Tanak, who's actually driving this. Actually, I think we've got Thierry Neuville out there as well.
We do, they're running almost line astern.
Yeah, they are. So Thierry Neuville, there he is. He's out there now. So there you are, the champion from last year, who has been involved for so many years in the World Rally Championship, was second on so many occasions in the series, but it was wonderful for him to take that top title last year.
It was, you know, on any World Championship rally, something could go wrong at some point. You've got to just try and finesse your way through, but his driving skill was always there, and it's great when someone gets their reward at last. And he's not leaving any space. He's definitely taking the shortest line up the hill. I saw he shortcut the first few corners on the grass on the inside before he got to Goodwood House, and almost make it a straight line through the Flint wall.
Yeah, Thierry's been part of Hyundai for such a long time, and it has worked incredibly well.
And the one we're looking at now is, again, from the Hyundai range, but that giant rear wing tells you it's made for another purpose. It's the downforce required for the event. We've just heard Roman Dumas talking about the Pikes Peak hill climb in Colorado. Monster rear wing, would be beloved of boy racers, boy and girl racers, but this is made for a purpose, and that purpose is to go to 14,000 feet, and you need the downforce up there in the thinner air.
And it's massively powerful too. It's got around 690 horsepower, instant torque as well, with it delivered to all 4 wheels. So it's capable of some pretty amazing stuff. Set fastest time for production electric SUV at last year's Pikes Peak. So yeah, very impressive what they can do with this as well. So competition for Hyundai is all over the way. Now, the Lister Storm. This was a great historical piece of GT racing, supercar racing in its period.
Yeah, just at the start of the 21st century, 2001 this car, and it was GT1 racing. I mean, Storm, there couldn't have been a more suitable name for a car that just was made with such intent, and it makes just the most fabulous sound. And Harry Barton making it fly in that fabulous old livery from the early part of the 21st century. 2001, it was a high point in racing, and in terms of cars that look mean when standing still, the 188 Lister Storm, the 188 is its competition number here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. Yeah, great to see that out and about again. Very fondly remembered by a lot of sports car fans.
Definitely right, yeah, no, achieved so many great things with that machine over the years, and over the line it comes. It's a great look too. I still really enjoy seeing it heading up the hill. Might not be many around, but good to see. Now then, Scott Speed, who, as we mentioned, will be doing the shootout later on, setting some times. We may well get a chance to see what kind of speed he can do up the hill this time as well. It's going to be fascinating to to see how this all reacts. The Subaru Project Midnight. Away it goes, and we've got some on board as well. So here's a real chance to enjoy it from on board and just see the action, see how rapid it can be. And you can see immediately he's right on the limit and using every aspect that he can, all the way to the edge.
Absolutely. Max revs. Quick change. Now he's just coming over the slight brow. Hill goes very slightly to the right before turning left through Molka, but up. Oh, wonderful camera. Looking, we might see the bales that have been replaced.
Absolutely, yes, and he's just, how close to the wall is he? No, he gives it quite a good space actually there, the flip wall there. Sometimes we've seen damage there over the years, but that is a very impressive run up the hill, and we will just get a little bit of an idea how quick he's going to be. I think he's going to be one of the major contenders, although that is a 48.6, so actually it's not quite as quick as Romain Dumas was a little earlier, but that is of course our first proper run.
It's a useful sighter. They're not going to throw it all away just on a dummy run here, but look, from the very outset, we saw from on board already cutting the corners when you get to the first corner and the second, and then balancing it out. But it was those quick changes. But you know, with Scott Speed, he'll just be going, okay, I know where more time can come.
So the Toyota Cadillac heading up the hill. Now, of course, you've seen so much of this already, Bruce, with the performance they put in qualifying at Le Mans.
Yeah, Alex Lynn nailed pole position. It's worth just reiterating, Le Mans is at a level of competition it has almost never been at in its career, with all these manufacturers tilting for glory, and the team from just in Kent, just across the border. Ricky Taylor, American racer, on board. Of course, most of the regulars are down in Interlagos this weekend for the latest round of the World Endurance Championship. But thank you to Jota for bringing their works Cadillacs. Worth pointing out, this young British team has grown from racing a Honda Prelude in production racing to running a works team for Cadillac. It's been an amazing journey for them.
It really has, and such an impressive team of what they've done in sports car racing over the years. So now we're going back to vehicles that were still very successful in their day, but obviously this is a slightly different world that we're getting into now. So the Bentley Beninato Hassan Special, William Metcalf, built in the 1930s, and it was set for trying to set the record at the Brooklands racetrack for Wolf Bernato, and actually set some very impressive times. Did an unofficial time, I gather, that was one of the fastest seen. It didn't get the official record that was always held to the Napier Railton, but it was created for that. It competed 25 races at Brooklands in its times, and then it was stored. It was raced frequently by historic racers after the war as well, and it's lovely to see it. And then Mercedes, of course, very early days, also an important part of motor racing. And
riding mechanics were very much a feature of racing then. That's why all cars had to have two seats. But there we have Archie Collins driving it, and he's got a very, very handy riding mechanic. His father, Ben, his family totally imbued with these very, very early racers. And again, huge engine up front and not a lot of bodywork. And you sit atop the car, Archie leaning out to change gear, still changing as he reaches the wall. So fabulous sight.
Now here's another very famous machine. If you've been here to Goodwood before, you will have probably seen it. The Fiat S76, the Beast of Turin, the land speed record holder in 1911 at 116 miles per hour, but it actually went to 130 miles an hour in 1913, but they didn't get the second repeat return leg. In the days that you used to do the land speed record, you used to have to do 2 runs, and you had to sort of beat the target on both runs. They did beat it on the first run, but not the second one.
Yeah, you had to do both runs within an hour. They didn't quite manage it, but a lovely fact about this is, at the time it was setting those records, it was capable of twice the speed of the fastest aeroplanes of the day. You sort of think there's a stalling speed. And to tell you a little bit about the driver in the yellow and black stripy helmet, Duncan Pitway, a true wonderful eccentric, brilliant. He drives his car on the open road, but obviously has to stop at a lot of fuel stations. But yesterday, he wasn't getting enough kicks from driving this. He was one of the 2 motorbike sidecar riders who went up, and he was told, just hang on, don't lean out, otherwise you'll fall off and I'll fall off the other side, said Maria Costello. But what an enthusiast.
That's fantastic. I didn't realise he'd gone out on a sidecar as well, but he's such an enthusiast. I've spoken to him before, and he just has, and he's done so much work to get this machine redone. Now there is the Napier Railton, so this is the machine that did indeed have the record at the Brooklands, and it was beautifully achieved, and the Reed Railton, who was the designer of this, who created it, and yeah, it went on to take the record. And of course, with Brooklands then being shut down after the war, it was a record that was never repeated.
And it's worth pointing out that I know one of your middle names, Ben, and it's Railton, so a family connection, and well done for keeping that under your hat. Good to see. For years we've been accustomed to certain drivers driving, but Georgina driving the car, Georgina Cosgrove, of course, has had to learn to drive this car, was around Goodwood a few weeks ago, getting the feel for it. This is not its natural environment.
No, it's not. No, when Brooklands, it was flat out, going very quickly all the way around. Brooklands was a fascinating track, wasn't it? It was a sort of oval track. I mean, it's funny how oval tracks in America have always been such a thing. But Brooklands in the 1930s, yes, they did change it a little bit, and they had that internal section as well. But it was very much about an oval track.
Yeah, it was. You had various elements. You even had a very, very steep hill for them to climb as well. But let's take a look back at the highlights. And we still don't really know what's under the grey and white wrappers of the Toyota GT concept, but this is a world debut, or it was yesterday, and they will be going racing, but we'll have that range of rose cars too.
And we've seen a wonderful mix of machinery. The Defender, the machine that will be doing some more competition on four-wheel drive off-track as much as anything, and lots of rally vehicles as well. Doing all the sliding around. It was very impressive. The Toyota Yaris, Toyota's little batch of machinery actually, and the winner of Dakar earlier this year. Maybe you were watching that, keeping an eye on what was going on in the Dakar. Well, it's lovely to see these machines that have had success in different parts of the world coming here to gather together at the Festival of Speed. And then in terms of single-seater motor racing, seeing Danny Sullivan at 75 years old driving the car that he won Indy 500, and then seeing the Porsche 962, which was such a key to Derek Bell, and then of course seeing some more modern rapid machinery.
It's just an extraordinary assembly of competition machinery, from those very, very early Grand Prix cars with their aero engines to the latest cars with power coming from electric motors. Great to see Johnny Herbert, Lola ambassador in the Formula E car.
Yeah, he was thoroughly enjoying himself in the Formula E car. Johnny Herbert, who's driven just about everything you could possibly imagine. The super truck that had a little bit of a sparkle, and that did cause us some delays because it did cause the bales to catch fire. But that has been well sorted. Le Mans cars, rally cars, Formula One cars, just about everything that you can enjoy. And we'll have motorbikes coming up later on as well. So it's always very, very enjoyable to see these rapid machines, particularly some of those practicing for the shootout as well. So much to enjoy, and I hope you're having fun here at the Festival of Speed.
Tom, Dindo, so many things being celebrated this weekend, but you can't walk past these two cars in the paddock. We'll start with you, Tom. This car must bring back so many happy memories for you.
Yeah, it does, and for everyone at Audi, this is the first winning car at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and that's, in a way, we are celebrating that this year. It's 25 years ago. I mean, time flies, and but the car still works like the feelings are exactly like they were back then.
Is it weird that your cars are now historic cars? It must be an extraordinary thing.
Yeah, that we were discussing that. That takes a little bit of beating, but nevertheless, we are privileged. Long careers and what we love doing. I mean, that's amazing. And of course, when you go to Goodwood, celebrating that. If it's once a year, that's fine. If it's more often, it would be even better.
Now, look, Dindo, let's come to you. I mean, so much success at Le Mans, but the car you came up in, Audi, it wasn't all about Le Mans, was it?
Yes. Actually, this was the car when I joined Audi in 1994. That was the car I was dreaming to drive once, because for me it was really a dream car. And then, thanks to Goodwood, or event like Goodwood, we have the chance to jump in this, I call it the Beast, 5-cylinder Beast, because it's a fantastic car to drive. It's from 1989, but if you jump in the car and you drive, it's like to drive a motor car. You have just, you have H gearbox, which is of course different from the motor car, but all the rest, the behavior, the braking, the turning in, is just fantastic. And the traction, Quattro, is our DNA.
The whistling sound.
The whistling sound is, is unique.
Well, guys, thank you so much for bringing them. Lovely to see you. Have a good weekend.
See you later.
See you. Ciao.
Jerry, there's no one better placed really than a rally driver to talk about the Festival of Speed course, because it is quite tricky, isn't it? How do you approach it?
Definitely it is, and they told us before the start that there was some liquid on the track, so you need to keep your eyes wide open and try to do your best. Obviously it's a very narrow track. I think our car is very much adapted for those conditions, better than many other cars, but clean run. It was time and practice now, so I tried to give it a bit more of a go, but no risk, just having fun.
And I mean, there's so many cars, so many celebrations, so many drivers. Is there something that's particularly kind of made you smile over the last 48 hours?
I mean, obviously, the whole history of motorsport racing is present here this weekend, and I mean, even for us drivers, we see a lot of people throughout the year, but meeting those drivers from 40, 50 years ago, it's something very special. I mean, I have been following motorsports and all kind of motorsports when I was young. So seeing the people, those names I know from the past, is something very special and emotional.
Jerry, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it. Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Well, Harry, this really is probably the finest celebration of F1 cars ever. And here we can just see what Red Bull have brought along to the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It's incredible. I mean, we've got the majority of the current Formula One teams all bringing their Formula One cars here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, celebrating 75 years, of course, of Formula One. And how brilliant is this, though? Because not everybody gets to go to a Formula One race. Not everybody can get up close and personal with Red Bull, with Mercedes, with McLaren, Ferrari. We've got underdogs here as well. Teams like Haas and Sauber are all bringing their teams, and we're celebrating right back even to pre-war Formula One cars as well. It's an incredible situation to be in.
And I think even if you're a casual watcher of F1, you'll have seen these cars on TV, these #1 Red Bulls in particular, and it brings back so many memories, doesn't it?
I mean, powering Max Verstappen to so many championships as well. Red Bull, we're celebrating innovators here, pioneers, underdogs. Adrian Newey will be here, the chief designer of Red Bull for so many years, will be on display. We're actually approaching his RB7 hypercar at the moment. So it really underlines just how important this is for Formula One and how much it's achieved since, well, the early 1900s almost. From 1950, the official first World Championship at Silverstone, a 1-2-3 for Alfa Romeo, Giuseppe Farina taking the win. We've got that car here on display as well. So everything from those early Alfas right up to the 2025 cars.
I talked to Alice Powell yesterday. We were just really enjoying that evolution of F1 cars. I mean, just over there, you've got the 2014 Mercedes that Lewis took to the championship.
Yep.
So much smaller than this car right across the way from him.
That's the thing that gets you, right? And also, if you look, no halo either on that car. So that's how you know it's from that kind of middle noughties period. So Lewis Hamilton joined Mercedes in 2013, a gamble at the time, an underdog team. Then we had the big engine regulation change, hybrid engines coming in 2014. And Mercedes were pioneering that, and they were ahead of the game. And that's celebrating Lewis Hamilton's first Mercedes World Championship.
And so here in the ballroom paddock, you've got everything in F1. You can just have a wander around. So much to see. And, you know, not just F1 cars. You see this, sort of the parting gift from Adrian Newey to Red Bull, if you like. The, you know, car almost looks like something out of a computer game, doesn't it?
It's a spaceship, isn't it? The RB17. It is, really. And obviously, you know, got that closed cockpit design. This is something extraordinary. We know Adrian Newey can almost see aero. He can see what the wind tunnel creates an effect, and you can the lines, the smoothness of it. If we talk about pioneers and innovators, Adrian Newey will go down in history as one of them. We've also got the likes of Gordon Murray as well that we're celebrating this weekend. That Brabham fan car pioneering the ground effect era, just coming towards the end of a modern day ground effect era in Formula One too. So it's quite funny that Formula One's so cyclical in terms of its designs and its engineering. It always comes back around, and some of those early cars so technically advanced. Well, I wonder sometimes if the modern day F1 cars can also learn a thing or two from them.
Absolutely. Of course, you don't get them static as well. Head over to the hill and you'll see these cars in action going up the famous Goodwood run to the top of the hill.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You're late.
Yeah, apex seal pop out the side of my engine. But we made it. We're here.
Grab cards.
Engine capacity, 23,000. Seem pretty happy about that. So I dropped the keys. Well, boys, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Have a good evening.
Welcome back to the second day of the 2025 Festival of Speed. We've got off to a flying start in brilliant summer conditions. The array of cars simply magnificent, from the IMSA Audi to Le Mans racers to rally cars to the greatest of superbikes. But it's about celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. We have more than 100 Formula One cars here. No wonder the crowds are flocking in. From cars from the 60s before the wings arrived, and then they kept on changing. Evolution, that's the very essence of motor racing. And not just with cars with single-seaters, but cars with roofs as well. The very greatest of those that raced at Le Mans, gracing the hill this morning, including Derek Bell's last Le Mans winner, the last of his 5 quintet of wins. Henry Pearman was the driver this morning. So much more ahead of us. We've got the drift cars, the bikes, the touring cars, and the Formula One still to come. Well, let's take a look at the timetable. We had a little bit of delay early on, but the gas warm-up show is coming very soon indeed. The supercar run, that will draw a lot of eyes at 10:55. And then F1 75, I alluded to it. We are celebrating the early ones. Not just the greats, the underdogs as well. They were very much part of the picture too. And then the Gordon Murray Automotive Central feature at 12:10. The first glance global car debuts here at Festival, and road bikes too. And then the red arrows in the skies. Working our way through the day, 1:25, working our way to the champions of Formula One history. Then more gas show for outrageous antics on the infield. The foggy moment, Carl Fogarty, 1999, that glorious summer. He is going to be the man on the Goodwood House balcony. More supercars, and then working our way through the rest of the Formula One agenda. More than 100 Formula One cars this weekend. Quite extraordinary. Working our way through time practice. We're building up towards the shootout on Sunday afternoon. So much to see until that last batch, setting off at 5:35 this afternoon. Fantastic Friday so far. The sun is shining, people are smiling, moving around the sights and sounds here at Goodwood. So much to see. I'm joined in the commentary box by James Hayden and Jared DeAnder. And James, first to you, because I see bikes forming up.
You do indeed, and there is the man we're celebrating, Carl Fogarty. You can just see him to the right of your picture there, having a little nod about. He's so Carl, 4-time world superbike champion, and what a display of bikes we've got. We've got Falapa's 888 Ducati there, lovely machine. We've got one of the Paris-Dakar winning bikes from 1985. Just having a little glimpse there. A superb collection of Fogarty bikes. We're looking at some 916s there from the mid-90s, 94, 95 bikes. And there is the man himself, Carl Fogarty. He's having that brilliant celebration later on, the man from Blackburn.
The man with those laser eyes. It doesn't matter what he's riding. As soon as the visor comes up, you know that focus is there.
Yeah, very much. I mean, he was such a aggressive, all-action rider. He always gave his heart, and it's lovely to see him, and lovely to see him sort of being celebrated. It's just a wonderful thing for for him this weekend. We're having a little look at that's a 94, as I say, 916 there. And then we're coming back. Now we've got the, that's actually a 94 Norton. That won the British Championship in the hands of Ian Simpson. So lovely to see that. That great big rotary engine. It spits flames out the back. It really is a monster of a machine. And then behind that, you've got Colin Edwards RC45. Really, it was the bike that followed on the from the RC30. I actually gave that bike its first win in the world. But back in the day, but yeah, it's a lovely to see the depth of machinery. So and then there's Michel Fabrizio's Ducati as well there. So yeah, nice to see number 84. So Michel Fabrizio, obviously he was a World Superbike rider. He had 7 podiums on that motorcycle. That's a 2008 1098 RS. And then we've got the Foggy Petronas there. So these bikes, you know, this was when Carl Fogarty ran his team for Petronas. You know, I rode for that team for the first 2 years of that development of that bike and was involved in a lot of the a lot of the work that went into those. So great to see some of those here as well.
Yeah, and also just lovely to see some of the liveries. Petronas totally true to that livery they had with the sort of aquamarine colours, and I love it when a livery lasts.
Yeah, very much. I mean, we got one of the road bikes there as well. So yeah, it's lovely to see those sort of bikes. You know, they had to be homologated. 150 had to be built, but I don't really see sort of too many. So it's you know, it's great to see them out there, out and about. So now we're looking at one of the Fireblades, Paget's Holiday, Paget's bike. So yeah, number 50 there, and then we're coming back again to one of the rotary Nortons. We've got such selection, and behind that you'll see 66. That's a Tom Sykes 2010 Kawasaki ZX-10R. So Tom very instrumentally won the 2013 World Championship on the later model.
If it wasn't for events like the Festival of Speed, would these bikes just not get used anymore?
I think they kind of, I mean, some of them certainly wouldn't, or not so much, but it's, I think the sort of people that keep these and, you know, can have them in the first place, they keep them well maintained, and they keep them, because they're like anything, they have to be used a bit, because if you don't, you know, they just start to perish. So, you know, luckily they're owned by real fans. That's the 2006 MotoGP bike, 260 brake horsepower, Seti Gibernal one that's just gone past. And then we're looking at CRF 450, obviously one of the bikes that they've done so well, Honda, in these last few years, winning the Dakar, and so it's great to see those sort of bikes here as well. That number 1 bike is the 2022 CBR 1000 RR Fireblade of John McGuinness. He actually owns that bike. Honda gave him that bike, and it was special colours to celebrate his 100th start at the Isle of Man TT. So, you know, it's such a great selection of stuff. Now we're looking at Sam Sunderland on that 1200 Triumph. So Sam is going for a world record this year. So he's going to be the fastest man to circumnavigate the world on a motorcycle. So he's got to do more than the length of Britain every day, over 1,000 miles a day for 19 days to beat that world record.
When's he setting off, and which direction is he starting? Not heading west too much, you get wet quite quickly.
So he's starting off in September. You can follow his stuff, I mean, it's what a journey and an adventure. Starting off in September, goes through Europe, Turkey, that way round, and, you know, it's so it's a real, you know, it's an amazing thing he's doing, and we really look forward to following him and wishing him the best of luck. Obviously, he's a 2-time Dakar champion himself, so he knows how to ride.
Well, it's going to be an incredible journey to follow, and no doubt the social media element will be very strong indeed. Looks like we've been starting with the sidecar outfits at the front. Only fair, I say.
Yeah,
showman out front.
Yeah, so this is Ben Birchall. He's on a Formula 2. Ben Birchall, a 4-time world champion in this class. He's also had 14 TT wins, and you know, they can really see him spinning up. He's absolutely going for it as always. One of the things a lot of people don't know with sidecars as well is their brakes are linked. So it's you use your left foot and for your front and your rear brake, and also that everyone always thinks the rear wheel's kind of at the back, but it's not. It's right in the middle of the car, so the sidecar. So his passenger is Kevin Rousseau. He used to do it with his brother. His brother retired a few years ago, but you know, Ben really knowing how to get the best out of it. And you can see a very well-timed, very well-disciplined team. Hence the 4 World Championships. Yeah,
just the thought, you know, the intuitive nature of competing with a sibling. Not always guaranteed, but certainly it could be some sort of telekinesis that's helpful.
Yeah, so yeah, and these are like the Honda engines, 600 engines. This is Maria Costello, so great to see her running up MBE, of course, and the only lady to have competed in 2 and 3 wheels in the Isle of Man TT. So she's having a good run up there. She's got a 20-year-old passenger, Alice Smith, with her as well, who looks like she's enjoying it.
Yeah, and yesterday she had Duncan Pittaway, the driver of that mighty beast of Turin Fiat, talking about going from high to low. He was told, hang on and do not move.
Yeah, well, you can't believe how physical it is, actually. You know, I went out with Steve Rebs and Tony Hewitt when they were 7 times world champion. I was fit as anything, and I couldn't believe how much it pumped my arms up, and in the end I just hung on for dear life. It was pretty scary stuff. But now we're getting back to this wonderful celebration of superbikes. That's a 1994 Ducati 916. Obviously one of the years that Carl won his first world championship, 1994, and it is just this iconic motorcycle. It broke all the design rules of superbike, you know, with the pipes coming out the back of the exhaust, you know, which was kind of a throw from like 500 Grand Prix almost. It had this wonderful compact styling, and it still looks as fresh and as wonderful today, you know, all these years later.
But it was all the spin-offs to Ducati. Suddenly you saw them everywhere. Everyone wanted to Ducati, not just in the UK, where Carl obviously comes from, but global. And you suddenly realize these peaks and troughs in any competition, but that was a rich, rich time. And I'm sure the people in front of the balcony are going to number in their thousands today.
Yeah, very much. And yeah, Ducati really built their name and their legacy from this, you know, wonderful first world superbikes. We just saw the Ducati 888 93 bike there of Falapa sort of coming out. And this is what Carl actually started on. I remember going to see him as a wild card in '93 with my dad, and he won both races at Donington as a privateer on his way to getting that coveted sort of factory ride. So yeah, these early ones, you know, they still did 180 mile an hour, but it seems like nothing now. They had 134 brake horsepower, but they only weighed 140 kilos, and you know, it's a lovely pure design. And it was really when Ducati started catching my eye as a sort of youngster, seeing this, and it's just unique V-twin sound, and they were just so good. When you saw them on track, you always thought, oh yeah, you know, I wouldn't mind riding one of them.
Well, that's part of the aim of the game, isn't it? You know, that we always sort of say, you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, but that really was a very, very clear result of all that Carl achieved, not just his race wins, but what he achieved for Ducati.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He did an amazing amount. Now we're looking at one of Leon Haslam's. You see the 91. So it's a Haslam bike, and that is from 2007. So it's the 999 F07, and came out. It went to 916, 996, 998, and then this 999. It's still the V twin, and it was a slightly different styling exercise. Very, very effective on track. Neil Hodgson won the World Championship on it in 2003, the last sort of version of it. And yeah, it's great to see this. Great to see the motorcycles coming out. This is an Airwaves one, which was the team in BSB. Very, very successful. It was Haslam, Shane Byrne as well. Gregorio Lavia won the championship. So it's lovely to see these coming out. You can see he's on wet tyres, just taking it. Yeah, this is the ideal tyre really on a day like today.
No, certainly not, but anyhow, it's good to see the bikes aren't striking sparks as we had earlier when one of the straw bales went up, when the Ford Super Truck went past. We were just commenting what a lovely RT shot it was, not realising the sparks were leading to problems. But the bike's nice and clean. Not as many this year as we've had in other years, but I'm sure when we don't have as many Formula One cars to celebrate in the years ahead, we'll get them back. And we'll get some of the older ones as well. And that's very much, you know, we love looking at the history of the sport in its entirety.
Yeah, and this is a GP6, and this is the 2006 MotoGP bike. This is the only MotoGP bike we got here this weekend. It's more of the celebration of super bikes, but just listen to it as well. You know, this has got about 260 brake horsepower, and just sounds absolutely immense. You know, when it gets going, it'll rev out to 18,500. Full electronics on these, obviously, anti-wheelie, anti-spin, all of that. Now we're going back to one of the Foggy Petronuses. That's either an 03 or 04 bike. This is the road-going version, because I can see the indicators on it. This is ridden by, this one is ridden by the Russells, I think. Yeah, good to see. You don't see these out sort of too much, so really nice to see. So Mike Jones, Christopher Jones are riding one, and the Gordon Russell the other. I think this is actually Christopher Jones on this one. These Petronuses were a triple, but a reverse cylinder triple, which is very unusual. So the exhaust came out the back, which is why they sort of come out under the seat rather than going forward. So it was a slightly difficult thing to try and keep the temperature down on them, but they were very, very unique motorcycles, and as I say, it's a very, very rare sight.
I was going to say, when you get different technology, was it copied by others? That's always a giveaway that it might have been successful.
Yeah, and if it wasn't like this, well, no one's made a triple reverse cylinder work in World Superbikes, unfortunately. The engine was originally designed by Sauber, the Formula 1 outfit, so it was really quite a clever thing, but we couldn't quite get it going. So this is Helling just setting off from that big rotary Norton. So lovely to see the Nortons here this weekend. We've got a real selection of them from the late, they dominated the scene in Great Britain in the sort of the late 80s and then up to the mid 90s, taking loads and loads of wins. And again, there's nothing quite like the sound of a big rotary, and they really were magnificent things. And obviously most people remember them as the black JPS Nortons with Steve Spray, Trevor Nation, but this this Duckham's team was also super effective. Ian Simpson winning the championship, they dominated, they finished first and third in the championship, and Brian Crichton, Colin Seeley, who were the masterminds behind it, it kept evolving it. And once the JPS factory Norton team left, these guys took it over, and they kept improving, and until it was really, it actually just at the end they had to stop due to kind of couldn't get homologated anymore, but being a bit more trick and not really making the numbers. But it's lovely. I love seeing these Nortons. I just have deep memories of growing up.
Well, it was such a sort of backbone of the British motorcycle industry. Obviously, the success in racing was largely, in the 1950s with the Norton Manx bikes. But it was the backbone. You had Norton, you had Triumph, you had others, but they were the very element.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. This is John McGuinness there, the absolute legend, TT man, obviously really well known for his TTs, and John's won 23 TTs. He's got the third most TT wins of anyone ever.
But it was just the figure you said earlier, more than 100 starts in TT event on the Isle of Man, just extraordinary.
And that's why Honda, nice little wheelie from John. That's why that bike celebrated that 2022 100 start. Honda did it in a special way for him with the gold, and and he's got his matching leathers, and that is in his personal collection. And let me tell you something, John has got the most incredible collection of bikes. I'm talking over £1 million worth, incredible stuff. And look at him, he knows how to ride. Grew up racing with John, he's still exactly the same. He's salt of the earth, and he's an absolute, he's just dynamic on a motorcycle. He still loves it, obviously he's in his early 50s and he's still out doing the TT. He just lives for it. And obviously, as you will see, he loves a wheelie, giving a really good show for everyone there on the CBR 1000RR Fireblade, a bike that, as I say, he's won 12 TTs on different models of this motorcycle.
Well, just an extraordinary talent, but when he gets his helmet off, he is an absolute barrel full of stories. He is a brilliant man, and he always loves this event because he loves talking to everybody, and all he regrets is he didn't find it earlier. But we love having John Guinness, just the wheelies, effortless, stylish, and when he gets the top paddock, the helmet will come off, that big smile will be there.
Yeah, and I think everyone also respects him for what he's done, and anyone only needs to glance at the TT and you really know quite what it is. So it's great to see. So we're having a little look there at what have we got here. Okay, yeah. So this is your the Meraki Monster. So this bike took Wayne Gardner in his early career to the 1981 Suzuka 8-hour win. And then it really launched his career. The bike was meant to be sold. He went to Daytona with it as well. It was meant to be sold, wasn't sold, so they ended up coming to England to race it. He ended up winning the first round of the British Championship, and instead of returning it to Australia, he got a contract and never went back. So this bike is a real sort of milestone in the career of someone who went on to win the 500 Grand Prix World Championship in '87.
Yeah, but again, I love the bikes that aren't as well known as the sort of halo bikes, but nobody gets straight to the top, do they? In any form of our sport, whether it's rallying, whether it's drifting. We'll come on to drifting very soon indeed, when the noise level goes up, even above the sound of the motorbike. So Jared's on hold at the moment. We'll unleash him shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaston Rea on this wonderful 1985 BMW R80 GS. He won the Paris-Dakar on this bike in 1985. Look at that back wheel skipping around as he stuck that into a low gear, and he gave us a real show yesterday, kicking it sideways on the dirt. Not the easiest thing to wheelie with those big tanks. And obviously, it's got that great big sort of air-cooled BMW Boxer engine, which is just synonymous with them. And he's just going to lock it up here and just one-handed. So that was next to the big BMW stand, of course. And lovely seeing that sort of Marlboro livery as well. So 80s, isn't it? So of the time with the matching jacket. Again, he takes it off-road there and giving us a really nice display. He also won the 1984 Paris-Dakar actually on a slightly different bike. Now we've got Ricky Brayback, so he won the 2020 and the 2024 Paris-Dakar, talking of Dakar experts. He's on the Honda CRF 450, this big single cylinder, double overhead cam, fuel injection, 6 speeds, got about 60 brake horsepower, and boy can this man ride. So it'll be interesting seeing him go up. This is what we just saw was the 1985 version. This is the 2025 version of the same rider, same bike. Lovely little wheelie to start us off. And Honda, after not winning the event for about 30 years, he gave them that win in 2020, and they've won it. He's won it obviously one more time since his teammates also won it. So they kind of had this big dry spell, but then since then they've really been on the case. And this CRF 450, it's a bike that's been used in motocross, used in enduro. Obviously, it's altered quite a lot for the Dakar with the aerodynamics. And look at that, super cool stand-up wheelie all the way up. That's what we like to see.
Bit easier on the taller bikes, presumably, for a stand-up wheelie than the low wet downs, or are they all the same?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like obviously the big sports bikes are very easy because they've got a lot of power. So as long as you know how to wheelie, they're pretty easy to pull up. But as is this, when you're a man of this skill, and when you see what they're doing on them, whether it be climbing rocks or coming out of riverbeds, these guys aren't just good enduro riders; they're good trials riders, they're good sand riders. They're guys that really have got every bit of discipline sort of going. So it's good to see. So and then we've got some really unusual things here, and this is the first of those. This is the UK monowheel team. They set the world's fastest monowheel speed. They're aiming for 100 miles an hour, but they've already got to 89 miles an hour, which when you look at this is really quite outrageous. And it's just got that tiny little sort of skinny tyre. It's battery one, it's got about 40 brake horsepower. So it's got this carbon sort of frame with this stainless steel twin damping sort of tube going around, and it really looks sort of feet out. I can't quite imagine doing 100 mile an hour sat on that.
So let's get this straight. The wheel is a very, very old concept, but it's taken until now to decide to put someone in the middle.
yeah. So but it's and it's. I mean, I just think that it's so sort of wonderfully eccentric and different. And I mean, look at it. I mean, we're watching a man in the middle of a wheel. It's wonderful.
Well, that man is Ray Newell. I'm sure he's got stories to tell. But again, it's coming here and seeing something different. That very much is in the bucket mark different, isn't it? Yeah,
and it's just the engineering of it, watching it sort of go, and how it all works and how he leans, and it's just that it's almost like a tire off a racer. Do you know what I mean? Like a bicycle. It's so it's a kind of tiny little traction point.
The contact area is minute, but what we have gathered as it pulls off, it's not going to go the whole way up the hill, is the monowheel. The faster you go, the harder it is to get it to change direction. So just think they're aiming for 100 miles an hour. They're a whisker under 90 miles an hour. Rather him than me.
Yeah, but great to see. Good luck with getting to your 100 miles an hour. Yeah, as people kind of squeak through the paddock, they're like, what?
Well, let's shift. We've had the bikes, and great job there, James. And now it's BMW moment in the touring car category. This is the mid-1970s. The 3-litre CSL had effectively dropped after such success in its battles against the Ford Cologne Capris, and they decided in this race, both sides of the Atlantic, to go to the 320i, likes of Eddie Cheever driving it, and it went very well in the States and in Germany in the nascent German Touring Car Championship, the DTM, as it would become. But with those crisp BMW competition stripes on the white flanks, it looks absolutely exquisite. Couldn't come from a decade other than the 70s, but the success was great, and it was the start of the BMW junior team, this concept of bringing on young drivers and seeing what they would do, teaching them not just to be good in the car, but good out. And we know as the sport became more and more commercial, it was something that would pay off. But Wings and Things, I think, covers the category there. And these were very, very dynamic cars up against the Porsche 935s of the time. It's a very nice, tidy run there. Coming through the dark, the run out towards the top of the hill. Of course, a lot of the drivers this weekend and the riders will be going for the shootout. If you want something a little more contemporary, 2001, this is the M3 GTR, and this was a car that would have been competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Not the easiest 24-hour race in the world, because the lap of the Nordschleife, 172, maybe 174 corners, who knows, but 25 and a bit kilometres day and night, and quite often the weather has been a big factor, but great to see. And a lot of these actually still compete more than 20 years later in the long-distance races at the Nürburgring. So history continues, but great to have that here. And Andy Priaulx, multiple touring car champion, European, world, BMW man for so many years. Great to have him displaying this car. Kicking up the dust. A lot of the dust at the top of the course comes from the off-road arena and the rally stage, which is up there. So little something just as they can't see as they go into the dark. The track can become slippery, but they know it. Now, NASCAR's been a really big element of for a large number of years here at Goodwood. And Jared Deander, it's great to have something from across the pond.
Yeah, obviously loud and proud, you know, from my shirt to the loud V8, right? Everything in between. And I know we just had a NASCAR race in the streets of Chicago. Mad Mike was out in Austria. He got to rip this thing around on the Red Bull Ring. So it was really cool. He said he broke the transmission, so don't tell anybody. But I just told everybody. Speaking of Mad Mike, he's right there. So he's having a go supposedly tomorrow and Sunday in that NASCAR. So Zilch is driving that car. He's a young up-and-coming driver, currently Xfinity, jumping to the Cup car. What? You have a reservation?
No, not at all. I was just meaning I absolutely love cross-pollination. Drivers, riders trying things that are different. But when you've got the skill set of this man, of Mad Mike, but he can't keep it on the track. Honestly, what's he thinking?
Yeah, I mean, Mad Mike Woodette, he has a bunch of bulls in the stable. This is humble. This vehicle took him to a Formula Drift Japan Championship 2019. He dusted this thing off. We've seen everything from the Drift Lamborghini to Mad Max, the rotary McLaren. This vehicle, you know, the FDRX7 is near and dear to his heart. He has like 5 iterations of what's called Bad Bull. He has Rad Bull, Mad Bull. I think he's even got a couple Sad Bulls in the stable. But this is humble with that Japanese kind of culture, you know, kind of very soft-spoken. So TCP Magic developed this car, built this car, 4-rotor. His son now has, I believe it's a 5 or 6-rotor Mazda MX-5 in Japan that he's developing. Lincoln Woodette is here, his wife, his daughter, they're all out here. You can check them out over there in that Red Bull stable.
What I absolutely love, it sounds like we've got a Civil War reenactment going on as he goes up the hill, the popping and banging, but explain why it's making that noise.
Yeah, I mean, this is rotary. I mean, this is near and dear to, obviously, Kiwi and Aussies. They love their rotaries. You go down there, Mad Mike has an event called, Mad Mike's Summer Bash in December, and we had our first ever Southern Bash at Highlands Park in Queenstown. And it's an amazing event. If you guys want to come over, it's a party. It's absolutely insane. It's drifting, it's gripping, it's ripping, it's partying on track and off track.
Sounds good.
I mean, look at this. Smoking tires. I mean, it's beautiful weather, but we make clouds of our own. Mad Mike has competed at Formula Drift Japan, Formula Drift in the States, and he's just having a lot of fun. I mean, you see him. He even won Top Trumps against Travis Pastrana, Scott Speed, Chris Forsberg, all those guys, and he wins.
Sort of guy that doesn't need practice.
Absolutely not. And look, here's some more American flavor for your diet. Coca-Cola, Chevrolet, I mean, come on, man. Red Gold. Woo, all we're missing is green.
Well, some of the top teams are racing red and gold. Alan Mann Racing in the UK, and in fact some reenactment cars they're making. But I love that Chevrolet Chevelle, because the NASCARs of the early 70s, they'd had the big wings, they took them off, and they became really simple because they had to look like stock cars. It's in the name.
It was just the King's birthday the other day, and I remember coming here in 2019. The King was here, Mr. Petty himself, and it was cool to see him. I even have a photo of my son. He's got braces on. Took a photo with him. I love the variety here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Let it be known, again, being amongst you guys, so much history, so much respect across the board. And, you know, in the States, you know, we watch DTM, we watch touring car, we watch road racing. A lot of these cars we've never seen before, only in video games or videos. So seeing a Vauxhall, which we never had in the States, this is a really cool car.
But you look at it, and it's remarkably stock. We talked about the Chevy Chevelle being sort of trimmed to look like that, but this is sort of, you can imagine people had one in the paddock when they parked outside, but the racing it's never been more competitive. The British Touring Car Championship back then, we got up to 11 works teams, absolutely tip-top drivers. Very few cars came back with their original paintwork. Phenomenal, made for TV, and it stopped the circuits with fans. Still going on today, but that was a rich time.
And now going into this, I mean, Colin McRae, absolute legend, and then you see that 555, you see that signature blue with the floral yellow green livery. They dropped the fives, you know, the rally pig on the mirrors. A lot of the Americans, and including myself, I had a Subaru WRX, and you wanted to emulate this WRC style. You saw it from video games, then it went on the streets. We didn't have these cars till, you know, into the 2000s easily. So seeing these cars, video games are on TV, it's amazing.
It really is, and I tell you, when you get up to, well, let's call this an iconic livery, because it certainly stood the test, you go and you actually look at the detailing of the design, you go, it's even more clever than I realised. But the number of copies in little villages in Wales and Scotland where the rallying was the real heartbeat of their motorsport interest. So many people, what did they save up for? A Subaru.
Yeah, no, it's lovely seeing Alistair McRae there take this up, and you know, it's a wonderful celebration of his brother Colin, and what a driver he was, and it's great to see so many of his cars and his legacy going on.
Yeah, but in the days when they didn't have the suspension intelligence they have now, he was the one who was prepared to take those jumps, get airy. If you think of those great events, the Thousand Lakes Rally, across super fast through the forest, past the lakes in Finland. Phenomenal.
I mean, how did, you know, and then Ford comes in and sells so many Focus, even with the mountain bike in the States, they had a Kona version, right? And I mean, the Ford Focus, that perpetuated, obviously, what Colin did and his legacy. It wasn't just about the what do they say, the arrow is the Indian, right? And Colin really did it on so many different levels, and he just leaves a legacy behind us. Talking to Connor Shanahan, who's a drifter, him and his lady Amanda, they're out here. Connor's dad said that Colin, he had the best butt dyno out there. He could say, do this, do that, and he would be even faster.
Yeah, and also he then crossed, had a little go at Le Mans in a Ferrari 550, bang, straight on the pace. You'd expect it. Whenever you put a rally driver in a racing car, they'll be on the pace within moments. A racer going rallying, they've got more to learn.
And we even saw Colin at X Games. You know, we saw the introduction of rally. You know, we saw Ken Block, Colin McRae, Travis Pastrana. He's in the building. He's up there rallying. He was really upset that Liam Lawson's faster than him. I'll just tell you that. I'll leave that alone. Sorry, TP. I had to out you there, but he's having a good time. But speaking of Colin McRae and his legacy, Ken Block loved him. That's why he got into rallying. I remember early on when Ken Block became Ken Block, as a lot of the culture knew him, he was at DC Shoes. He would watch Colin McRae videos, and I remember him showing me, like, look at this, and then he eventually picked up Pastrana, rallied for Subaru. Him and Travis were on Subaru at the same conjuncture, and it was beautiful. So again, the legacy continues, and that's why we celebrate somebody like Colin McRae.
But I love the fact that so many people watched him, but then played the games and had to have his car. But then we had the flip when we got to COVID, and we couldn't get full metal competition happening. We went digital. A lot of people then looked at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and thought it was a circuit made for a video game. No, they made it in the 20s. Bless them. Lancia Delta HF50 Rally. Very exciting news. I gather it's going to start happening all over again. One of my favourite ever road cars. It didn't rather eat the tyres, but just such an exquisite four-wheel drive system on that car. Brilliant, brilliant car. And we haven't had Lancia properly in England for quite some while now, but a lot of fans are deep, deep rooted in Lancia. And, you know, to me, it just brings back all the memories.
Oh, it does indeed. It was an absolute stunner. I actually have one myself as well, Levo. Dark grey. I love that.
Oh, stop it.
You get excited here. And what's funny is they're such a quirky car. It's kind of a bit of a platypus, right? Kind of an interesting car. So they're becoming fashion because they're so quirky, right? So even in the States, you see a lot of like musicians and stuff buying them and having a lot of fun with them because they're very unique. Like Tyler, the Creator, he has a collection of them.
And the interior was very much of period, wasn't it? Sort of it wasn't the high point of the car, but who cared, frankly?
Yeah, but it's just that boxy, muscular. You know, there's just nothing else quite like it, is there?
That's what people call me, boxy and muscular.
It will catch on one day.
Exactly, just boxy.
So many cars with Colin McRae. Started with the Legacy when he moved across and stepped up to the Impreza afterwards, but he just kept on winning, kept on performing, moving around the world, racing, rallying at all sorts of levels, and it is a real treat to see. You get these cars side by side, and you can see the passage of time, but when they're going up the hill, again, going back to that 555 livery, they sort of almost meld together. It's a Subaru, it's blue, it's got the yellow accents. It's Colin.
Yeah, and it was just sort of such a unique time, wasn't it? That battle with Subaru, Mitsubishi, and they were all bringing out their different versions, and you saw it on the road, and you saw it in the car parks, and you know, everyone was, you know, you're either a Mitsubishi man or a Subaru man.
But each year, you know, say you bought your Evo 5 and you find, oh no, I'm behind the times, we've got Evo 6 now, what's different? But again, you were looking, and all the time they were getting faster.
Yeah, and supposedly WRC coming back to the States, we're really excited about that, 2026 maybe.
Where would it go?
We'll see. There's a lot of murmurs going on, but maybe Middle America, some little raw, little more exposure, but there's some murmurs. So take a look.
That's huge.
Back to stage 26. That legacy was amazing. Now this is something that I know James is excited about because you know he's got 3 kids, but he can take them to school in fashion. Now you might look at this Volvo. Underneath that Sunoco wrap is all carbon Kevlar, front to back, the roof, all of it. Also under the hood, what's getting those work JDM wheels going around is a 3-rotor. So again, this is somebody, Axel Turbo, as he goes by on his YouTube account. He has a rotary Corvette, which disrupts a lot of people, especially Americans. What a cool juxtaposition. So he said he wanted to build something super unique, and he did just that. You can check out, I mean, he's dancing on his rooftop. I don't know if you saw that in the Instagram video or TikTok, because Bruce, I know you're on there. Go check him out at Big Bruce FOS on Instagram and TikTok. Check out his account. I don't know. What's your account again? He doesn't have one.
I've forgotten the excitement of the day.
Exactly. Well, again, talk about another juxtaposition. This is Bagsy, Steve Bagsy Baggioni. This gentleman is English, but it's a JDM car with an LS, about 1,200 horsepower, big 7. I mean, it's a huge motor. I don't even know how many liters, but it's got one big single turbo. It shoots flames out of that front bumper. And actually, right there where he's doing those donuts, last night for the GRRC, we got all the drifters out there, all 6 of them. They did donuts, they did tandems in front of the house. We had a beautiful firework display. Everybody's in tuxedos, and unfortunately, everybody in tuxedos was on the house side and got dusted like donuts. So they came out in their tuxedos and looked like they got antiqued, but they absolutely had smiles for miles, and it was awesome. But Bagsy always puts on a show. He's been here multiple times, and he likes to bring out what he calls the party car. So this isn't his competition car. He competes in a select round of a championship called Drift Masters.
Now, frequently, you know, how much is too much? Oh, that's too much. He's not far from here. Can you always get something fixed up and brought in for the following day, as he has in the past? So that's also his commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. James the Machine Dean, he competes in Drift Masters. He's a 4-time Formula Drift champion, the first ever 4-time champion. Pre-COVID, he went back to back to back. He comes over to the States. My buddy Vaughn Gittin Jr., he campaigns RTR. What is RTR? It's for Ready to Rock. My man Vaughn Gittin Jr., a 2-time champion himself. He goes off-road, he goes on-road, and he's essentially like the new Carroll Shelby of our generation. Talking about Vaughn Gittin Jr. Now talking about James, he's about 6'7", tall drink of water, beautiful human being, absolutely exquisite, but a weapon behind the wheel. So again, he's always got a wheel in his hand, he's always in a cockpit, but he's been piloting a Ford Mustang for a few years. He's a busy man, but you can see how he just performs surgery. You can call him a doctor. He's had so much seat time that James the Machine Dean, this is a vehicle he built in 6 weeks. He got the chassis, he threw it together, he worked with the RTR team and got this thing. Now, Ultimaniac, I asked you yesterday, this is not a rental car. This thing, look at the arches on this thing, fully CAD prepared and built. Left-hand drive, XComp tires. He's got Mobil 1 synthetics run through the veins, Optima battery under the hood. Now, this is a VR engine. The VR is basically the GTR engine. It can go as much as 2,000 horsepower, but he detuned it to 1,200 horsepower, and it's a 4-door. So you can see the arches. I encourage you, Bruce, I know you have a little bit of time, so head on down to the arena, come check out the vehicles. The doors open, 4 bucket seats, so you can throw them in there, and I've ridden the back seat. It's a different experience being a pendulum on the back, and I'm a big pendulum. I'm a big weight, 200 plus pounds, and then some, almost 300. So you throw that weight out back, the rotoforms go round, but this is a purpose-built, again, another party car. So no favors here, but the favor is that you get to see this thing here at Goodwood. And Goodwood said, we want that car. That's the Ultimaniac. What do you think?
What a name, what a story, what a driver. But now moving to something, well, the last was sublime.
This is
Maybe
near
this
your
is
heart.
ridiculous, but we're going back to the 1960s. Well, not quite really.
Yeah, 66.
Yeah, but in terms of what it's become, the iteration from the 66 Stout.
I mean, it is a truck, so why not take it off-roading? This Stout vehicle was prepared, literally, it is a Toyota Stout, wide body arches, has that nice kind of cream vanilla, has a 3S GT engine. Now, Ryan Turk has developed a few different cars. He competes in the Formula Drift Championship. He competes in basically like the BMW Supra motor combined, the inline 6 in a Corolla hatchback that is 1,000 horsepower. This is about 600 horsepower. This is a fun car that he's just developed over time. Brand new Beltec suspension on it. You can see the hood flapping there. Somebody's get Bobby, what'd you do? Bobby, I think that's Bobby's fault. We're just gonna blame him. The race service guys are cheering him on. The 411 works. He's developing parts, but this Stout in particular, very cool vehicle. You like this thing, Bruce? James?
I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, it's so cool.
I think it's amazing. And then again, we talk about the past, present, and the future. This Hyundai Drift Spec vehicle, we've seen EVs obviously develop. You take you know, the EV technology, apply it. This is something unique. My hat's off to Hyundai, what they're doing with the N brand and the N model of vehicles, from the hatchbacks to the EV, all of it. Again, Hyundai is doing a great job. So excited to see what EV does. We have had a drift car, EV, compete in Formula Drift. It's an on-off switch, so it's absolutely developmental. You can see this thing a little twitchy, try to throw it out there. Actually, they weren't tuning the car down in the arena, they were tuning the audio. Because I know my man Vaughn Gitt Jr. in the in the Mustang Mach-E, he actually had the audio tuned by T-Pain. I don't know if you know the musician, but he created an audio track to create something unique that was a little bit of, you know, a little bit of analog audio in with the, it's a whole thing, right? Bruce, I see your kind of eyebrows perked.
Not at all, no. To me, they just do that on their own account. But it's just, sound is so massive, and if you get it right, it just makes it so much more exciting. Sometimes with this, maybe it's sound overload, but hey, you can put some earplugs in. It's absolutely glorious, but this still slightly confuses me. An electric drift car, this is a different skill set.
I get it. I totally get it. And again, no replacement for displacement is the old American saying here. And, you know, obviously, wash, rinse, repeat, you can control, delete. So we got to reboot and send it up the hill. So, again, absolute honor to be next to you guys and wrap out and show the world a little bit of taste, a little bit of appetizer, a bloomin' onion compared to a steak that is, you know, the Festival of Speed, man. Again, thank you to Your Grace, thank you to obviously Lord March and the whole Goodwood, you know, GRRC. It's really cool to give you guys a little taste of what drifting is.
Well, we've loved it from day one. We didn't know what to expect when they arrived X years ago, but a little microcosm to me was the first year they were here. I was walking up the hill, at the end of the day, down came a pickup with an enormous sound machine and all your boys in their black tie ready for the party. I thought this really is something different.
Well, thank you so much. Again, just over the years, Mad Mike really kind of paved the way, and he's just a constant showman, as well as he builds spectacles of vehicles. So it's really cool to put smoke, fire, and smiles on faces. That's what it's all about. Thank you, guys.
Well, that's a bullseye on every single account. And we know that next time they come here, there'll be completely different array of vehicles. Absolutely. It seems no one sits still in drifting, do they?
No, absolutely not. We are always constantly busy. Formula Drift St. Louis is next weekend. Check out Formula Drift if you want to see some more drifting competition, and it's gnarly. It's gnarly. Every car 1,000 horsepower average, run what you brung. It's all about weight. That dictates the tire size. That's competition. I invite you guys, if you want to come over, I got tickets.
It's still super extraordinary. Jared Deander, thank you so much. It puts a smile on every face. Now, the DTM, popular for decades, extreme vehicles, wings and things, but far more intelligent than I can describe it. Mike Rockenfeller, his car being driven by Dindo Capello. We saw Dindo, he's a busy boy. He was just up the hill in the IMSA Audi in the previous batch of cars. And the twin Bush livery, the twin brothers, Dennis and Mark Bush, race those with real aplomb. Now they're mainly in historic racing, but that enormous rear wing, and it really was manufacturer against manufacturer in the DTM. Fierce battles. Thank you very much to Jared. Just leaving the booth to go and continue his show around the grounds of Goodwood House. But the dust in the background of the shop there was the off-road arena. And then the drivers move into this sort of world of darkness, James, when they suddenly get up under the trees at the top. But they know once they've got it pointing straight, the finish line will reach them.
Yeah, it always just takes that split second as your eyes adjust. But yeah, these guys are used to all different sorts of conditions. But yeah, it is a bit different.
Now moving back to the worlds of Nissan, when they started applying the power, the Skyline range, just so popular, and particularly in Australia, it took on the rivals over there and suddenly became the car to have. And again, you dip into the box. Stephen Richards, obviously strong family connection down there with his father Jim doing such great things, and staying with the Australian theme. This is the sort of car that it would have been troubling, but this is a while later. We moved from 1990 to 21st century, 2011, and Rick Wood brings a lot of cars here. Jake Hill often gets to drive, and valet Tim Miles, great representative, a racer, a team investor, died in a bicycle accident last week while out training, so very nice touch there in the Holden Monaro with the Kiwi on board, Greg Murphy at the wheel. Up past the wall he goes, that great big V8 rumble, which was so beloved of the Australian fans in the great days of Ford versus Holden up on the mountain at Bathurst. It was what colour are you when we cut you in half? Have you got the Holden roundel or have you got the blue oval? Yeah. Big battles.
It's a great picture of him on board there as well, wasn't it? Really watching him wrestle with it as he comes up.
Yes, again, what is the natural habitat? Who knows? This hill is quite an extraordinary thing. And what it isn't is wide at any point. So Greg Murphy went up the hill, and likewise the second of the Monaros powering up. This is the Commodore, the early one. This is the one with Jake Hill from in Rick Wood's car, Plenty of Power. This is the reigning British touring car champion. He's a driver because his father Simon is so imbued in the sport. He understands the history. A lot of you find with riders and racers, they only really know their own period, but Jake knows the whole lot, and he's a supreme historic racer alongside his touring car and GT antics. And the hill packed with spectators from bottom to top. Last few vehicles be going away, so that has been batch 2 has been a real assembly of the great and good from a huge array, and James thoroughly enjoyed the Superbike tribute, the Superbikes and all that went with it, the Paris-Dakar bikes. But of course today, for a lot of the fans, they'll be heading in front of the house for just before 2 o'clock for the celebration for Carl Fogarty.
Yeah.
Really well-earned podium for him.
Yeah, absolutely, very much. I mean, we've 4-time world Superbike champion, what he did in that wonderful sort of era in that sort of 90s, it transcended our sport. It brought thousands of new fans in. We were packing out, whether it be Brands Hatch or whatever, and it was great to see an Englishman who was able to dominate and able to win. It's so brilliant, and yes, he's got his moment, as you say, round 2, so really good to see.
Well, the fans still lining the hill. Let's take a look back at the highlights. And the batch kicked off with 2 sidecar outfits, and if you want to get a low-down view, you sit in the sidecar. But James, hard work, and then we went to the most glorious array of bikes.
And there it is, Carl Fogarty on one of his bikes coming up the hill we just saw there, and we had such a wonderful mix of Ducatis coming right from the very earliest one. There you go, it's 1988. 888. That is Carl coming off the line, and he's got a real lovely selection of his own winning bikes. This is him on his 95 motorcycle that he said was his favourite 916 of all time. This is John McGuinness on his that bike was done to celebrate his 100th TT start. Look at the rear wheel skip on that R80, the 1985 winning bike. And then we went to the drifters.
Poise, precision, noise and smoke, quite extraordinary. Every year something different. Mad Mike Woodette has been entertaining us for years. This car, this Ford Mustang, 6 weeks ago, it was only an idea, but with James Dean on board, James Dean the machine, as Jared Leander calls him, just extraordinary. And then the one that made the most smiles, of course, was the Volvo estate car with something special under the hood. Rotary motors, Shadow Can-Am cars, we had the lot. It's been a fantastic second batch at Goodwood. Interview for you. Hello, right, up to the top of the hill we go. It's been a busy day. Let's go and join Ed Foster with Carl Fogarty.
Carl, we're surrounded by a lot of history of yours. It's a very special weekend for you. How's it all going?
Yeah, good. The weather came out anyway. It's a bit warm, but yeah, like I say, special weekend. Getting my balcony moment. Big thanks to His Grace Charles and all the staff at Goodwood for all the hard work and organising they've done to get all the bikes here and get me here as well. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
You said this is your 94 bike, and you said you haven't been on it since. It must be quite a weird thing.
Yeah, my old injuries prevent me from getting comfortable. Yeah, I get a bit old these days. But yeah, it felt good. It felt off the line. It felt a bit woolly, but once it cleared, and yeah, it felt good. It's nice and steady, and kind of wobbled up the hill, and as you do, all good.
And look, you've obviously got a very special moment later today on the house balcony. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's incredible, really. It's going to feel good and feel very special. I'm very honoured to have this moment, and yeah, look forward to it.
Foggy, thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
John, great to see you again. I was having a chat to the Haas F1 team principal last night, Ira Komatsu, who drove a Formula 1 car up here, and he asked you for advice, and he said you just scared him.
I said, yeah, it's a bit dusty, probably a bit of oil on the track, it's very, very narrow, and I see the colour drain out of his face at Formula 1. I said, it'd be all right, you've got seat belts on, you'll be fine, but he was super excited about it. It's just great to see him in it. I mean, they spend so much time around them, they never get a chance to have a spin in him, and he deserves a spin in them. He's doing a good job, isn't he? So, yeah.
Now, look, you seem to be happier than ever with your racing at the moment.
I am, yeah, just talking to people the last couple of days, and I'm in a really, really good place. I'm 53. But I've got like an ambassador deal with Honda. I have a race contract with Honda. I can pick and choose what races I want to do, and they send me off around dealers, and we chat about how good I used to be. So, and then we talk about the new blades, and I'm in a really, really good place. The whole balance of my racing journey now is in a good place, and you know, we're just back from the TT. We're in the top 10 still. So yeah, everything's all right, and I don't put that ultimate pressure on myself anymore. You know, when I was at the top, I was so wanted to win, but now I'm happy just to go around and do a good job.
How do you replace it when you stop?
Great question. People have been asking me that, and it's going to be a big hole to fill, but hopefully we'll still get the invites to these events, and I can still itch the scratch, you know, so we can still get the leg over the bikes and have a spin. I've been doing a bit of instructing recently, and a lot of track days. We're off to Donington on Monday. I was at Brands Hatch on Wednesday. I'm at Alton Park on Tuesday instructing. So yeah, we're still putting the leathers on a lot, but that's feeling when you stood on the start line at the TT. That at some point is going to have to go away. And but at the moment, I'm still taking every minute of it. You know, I was #1 this year on the big superbike, and looking at my shoulder, and all the guys were breathing down my neck. That's a hell of a feeling, and that's going to be a big hole to fill. But I've got the memories, and you know, but at the minute I'm still focused on still doing a bit more racing.
Well, long may it last. John, thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Well, I've made my way over to the Lanzanti stand to speak to the owner, the man behind the name, Dean. Tell us about what's going on here. We know you from all that amazing motorsport work you've done in the past, the conversion of road cars, and now you've got a car with your own name on the front.
Absolutely. It's 30 years since we won Le Mans, and to celebrate that, we felt that we'd go a little step further and bring a car that we have here, a central seat, 3-seater car of our own.
You say that so casually. It's not something you can do overnight, just make a car.
No, it wasn't done overnight. That certainly wasn't. It's been mulling away for a little while, but the timing's been correct. And not just the timing of the year to bring it out, but also the place to bring it out. Festival of Speed is the place. It's a place we have a close relationship with, so it all made sense to do it now.
Well, before we talk about that, take us back 30 years ago to that car, McLaren F1 GTR, was won Le Mans. Tell us about that.
Well, I was a much younger boy then. I was 21 years old refueling that car back in 1995. And obviously it's a huge event, a huge result, and very much a catalyst for what happened for this business from then on. It's really given us so many opportunities that we've taken advantage of over the last 30 years.
And what sort of thing have you guys been doing since then?
Well, always still motorsport-based company, particularly historic motorsport, but also road conversions, a lot of track variants like P1 GTR, Senna GTR, some Paganis as well. We're just about to start Bugatti Bolide. So yeah, a lot of interesting projects.
Always pretty sexy cars, I would say.
Yeah, they are. We're super blessed. We've got great customers, great cars. So yes, fantastic.
And now you've got a new one to add to the collection with your actual name on the front. Tell us about this absolutely gorgeous machine.
Well, 9559 is, reason for the name is the year that we won Le Mans, and our car number was 59, so it kind of made sense to do that. We're doing 59 examples of it, and it's a non-hybrid. It's quite a pared-back car, but it is a genuine road car. This isn't designed for track use. There's plenty of alternatives out there for that. It's got luggage space, it's got large fuel tank capacity. It's a comfortable, usable, reasonably low maintenance car.
And crucially, that central driving position.
I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, I'm blessed that I've driven a lot of F1s and the other 3-seater variants out there too. It is a very special driving feeling, and that's what we really wanted, to put all the focus on the driver and that central driving position.
Well, it's a gorgeous looking car. Can you tell us a little bit about the engine and the power underneath?
So it runs a V8 twin-turbo engine. It runs a semi-automatic gearbox as well. The design is done by Paul Howes, who did the P1 previously. He also did the P1 Spider for us that we launched at Festival of Speed a few years ago. It's got about 850 horsepower. It weighs 1,250 kilos. It is light. It's got a full carbon body. And the lightest materials we can use. So even though it looks quite clean, it's a lot of motorsport technology underneath it, lightweight radiators and a lot of lightweight materials.
Is it too late to put my name on the list?
You'll have to be very quick. I mean, it's Friday, so I hope by Sunday that it's too late.
Well, thanks for letting us on this gorgeous stand. You've got one of the best seats in the house, by the way.
Yeah, His Grace has been very generous to us in giving us this spot because it's fantastic.
And congratulations on this fantastic car. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So we are looking forward to seeing Formula One cars heading up the hill in just a short space of time. Let's have a quick look at the schedule. Batch 4, the F1 75 celebration for teams and champions. The supercar run comes after that. So whether you're an F1 fan or fan of all the very latest cars, it's coming up right away. Then we've got more F1 75 celebration with the prologues, the pioneers, the innovators and the underdogs. Central feature moment for Gordon Murray coming up after that. The Batch 5 at 12:30. The red arrows will be on display at 1 o'clock. Batch 4 for F1 Teams and Champions once again at 1:25 p.m. and then the gas show at 1:30. The foggy moment, another celebration at 1:55 p.m. Supercar run coming up after that, and then time practice is going to be one to watch out for those who are keen on the shootout. That'll be at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then we go down the order to the final Batch 1 and Batch 2 demo at 5:35 p.m. So many different aspects to the Festival of Speed, and one of those is the gas arena. And Jared had a check on that.
From sunrise to sunset, there's horsepower on the track, but there's manpower. We're talking about pedal power here at GAS. What is GAS? Well, it's Goodwood Action Sports. If you're not a fan of these guys, a lot of these drivers actually grew up BMXing. Then you develop into karting, then you go into cars. But there's such a respect of what BMXers, also mountain bike riders, the bikes, the progression of not only the cars, but you got carbon fiber on these bikes. But then at the end of the day, you just want to see them go high, right? They're risking it for the biscuit. They got helmets. A lot of them don't have pads on. So you got to give respect where respect is due. So come on over here from sunrise to sunset. Check out the map. Download the app. Take a look at it. Goodwood Action Sports, where you see BMX, mountain bikes here on this manicured, curated track. Look at this. I mean, it looks as pure as it absolutely can be. You can see the whole track out here. Come check it out. Goodwood Action Sports here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
So here we are getting ready to watch a pretty amazing display of Formula One cars about to head up the hill. My name is Ben Edwards. Alongside me, Alice Powell, and former Grand Prix racer, Grand Prix winner, and commentator on all sorts of motor racing, but particularly Formula One for many years, is John Watson. And John, this is going to be a real pleasure to see this mixture of machinery that had success in Formula One over the years.
Ben, it's going to be a visual, a real feast, but it's going to be an audible feast as well, because many of these cars are going to be the naturally aspirated V8s, V10s, V12s even, and just looking at the McLaren there, and that particular guise, I mean, it's just a stellar looking car. The complexity of the aerodynamics, the appendages all around the car, a lot of that has now changed due to regulation, but I mean, what an amazing piece of conceptual automotive design. And I mean, just wait until this car roars up the hill here at Goodwood. It will be absolutely magnificent.
Alice, it's lovely to know that Karun Chandhok is going to be driving that. I mean, he's such a star of Goodwood. He raced Formula One himself, but now he's one of the most great experts on Formula One itself, and he's going to be taking that car up first, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I hope they've got a microphone attached to inside his helmet, because I can imagine he's going to be coming out with all sorts of great comments, and what a treat for Karun as well. He's driven some fantastic cars. No doubt that this McLaren from 2006 will be up there. Although it wasn't a Grand Prix winner, it still had success, was a regular podium finisher, as he gives us a little wave to the camera.
Yeah, that's the trademark of Karun, is waves all the time as he drives up the hill, just to acknowledge all the support he has from the fan that might be here supporting Karun.
And behind him, it's lovely to see the Stewart family getting involved in going out in Jackie Stewart cars, and the two sons, Paul Stewart and Mark Stewart, they're both going out. So there's Mark. It's lovely to see that the Jackie Stewart sons, John, are both having a bit of a play with this, aren't they?
Well, of course, Paul raced. He raced up to Formula 3000 level. Mark never raced. I mean, he's driven these family cars on many occasions. He's made his life, basically, in making videos and motorsport documentaries about his family and other great names. But these are part of the Stewart family collection, and lovely to see both cars here. This is the slightly earlier iteration. So Mark, the slightly taller of the two Stewart brothers, sitting more prone in the car than Dad would have done in the day. Paul slightly shorter and therefore can get himself more buried in the cockpit.
Absolutely. And they are just beginning to head off. Karun Chandhok is heading off, Alice, and we get a chance to see this rather gorgeous machine heading up the hill, and the sound of it as well is such an important part.
Oh yeah, the 2.4-litre V8 screaming. And you can tell from that era as well, this type of McLaren, because of those almost horns either side of Karun's head. They're not his horns, they are part of the car. But of course, bleeding up now to Malcolm Corner, and we'll just take a listen in. And I'm sure, no doubt, for the fans out there, he'll floor it all the way up the hill up past the Flint wall. Listen to that.
It is a great sound. This was a car driven in period by Kimi Raikkonen. Juan Pablo Montoya was teammate. They had 9 podiums achieved by both drivers, but they didn't get any wins that 2006 year. That title was won by Fernando Alonso. Now then, Tyrrell time with Sir Jackie Stewart, as he is now. The Tyrrell complex was so brilliant, wasn't it, John, to be able to build these cars and give Jackie that opportunity to take 3 titles with Tyrrell.
Well, the whole concept in Ken Tyrrell, better known as Chopper Tyrrell, but they had a very small workshop down in Surrey, and they built basically from 1968 when they got the Matra, the first of the Matra cars with engine cars, then 1969 the full-on Works Championship winning car. That led then to Derek Gardner designing and building these cars for Ken Tyrrell. Following that intermediate year, 1970, when the Tyrrell team ran 2 March Formula 1 cars, customer cars they went and bought from Max Mosley and Robin Herd. But this is really what I think Tyrrell is synonymous with. The 2 championship winning years, 1971 and 1973, for Jackie Stewart, then Sir Jackie Stewart in latter days. Paul, this is Mark, Paul, one of the 2 Stewart brothers driving. So they come up to the conclusion of their runs.
Yeah, this is Mark in the second one. This is the 006, the 1973 version. That was the final year of Jackie Stewart taking his 3rd driver's title. It was the sad year when Francois Sever, his teammate, who was a real talent, was killed towards the end of the season. Oh, and talking of sadness, there's a Ronnie Peterson, Lotus there as well, who he was one of my heroes watching Formula 1 at the time. But the Lotus 78, Alice, that was an extremely successful time because Mario Andretti was able to take a title.
Yeah, it certainly was. And of course, Lotus brought the ground effects into Formula 1, 3-litre V8 there, and then from one iconic Lotus over to another.
Yeah, and another champion, Emerson Fittipaldi, who is taking it up the hill. So we're just riding on board at the moment. And this is one of the early machines, of course, the Lotus 72E. And this was from the 1974 period. And they used this machine quite a lot. They had a bit of time to try and make it all work. It wasn't their most successful, well, it was their successful time. It certainly was very successful for Emerson Fittipaldi.
Well, this car was originally designed in 1970, and they had about 4 or 5 iterations of it. I actually drove one of these cars, German Grand Prix 1975, so the car raced in 1970 all the way through effectively a 6-year career in Formula 1. You don't see that happening these days, largely because of regulation changes, but because that's how Formula 1 was. Every year, a little change here, a little change there, and keep the car and the team running down the road.
Absolutely. So, in fact, the Lotus 72 did, in its early times, take titles with both Jochen Rindt and Emerson. So, here we are, looking further down the order now as well. The earlier version. This is a BRM, the P578. And, of course, BRM was a very important British manufacturer of Formula 1, and it was into the 1960s, and that was the time that mattered to you, John, where finally they started to have some major success.
Yes, I mean, they won a Grand Prix in 1959, the first Grand Prix BRM won at Zandvoort, driven by Joachim Bonnier, the Swedish driver. But then once we got into the rear engine, that was a different era. But look at this, magnificent, the W196, the fantastic silver arrows from Mercedes-Benz. This car raced initially in 1954. There was a different version of it. There it is. That's the 300 SLR directly behind it. But these W196s, very sophisticated inboard front drum brakes, a straight 8 Mercedes-Benz engine, 2.5 litres. In the sports car, it was 3 litres. So the same engine, just slightly larger capacity in the 300 SLR running behind.
It is fascinating to see these machines, isn't it? And these the Streamliner version, that second one. It worked initially, took an initial win, but in fact it didn't really work out in the end.
But John, that's the 300 SLR, that's the millimeter winning car.
Yes,
the aerodynamic, the full sort of enclosed version of the W196, the car we're looking at now, again raced in 1954, its first race, I think might have been at Reims 54, where I think it won. They came to Silverstone for the British Grand Prix, but the full-width body was a disadvantage. The drivers couldn't quite place the car, and many of them were hitting the marker cones, or actually the tin the drums that were placed around Silverstone. Raced at Monza again, the full width body where the car won on. That was a joint row sort of race track plus the bank circuit. But thereafter they just raced what I would call the full single-seater body.
Absolutely. So some of this early equipment is so lovely to see, the early days of Formula One, and so just checking out another one of the early front-engine machines that were such a part in the 1930s and 40s, and then going into Formula One in the 1950s. And this, the Maserati 250F, was such a crucial machine. That's Marino Franchitti driving.
I think that might be Nick Mason's car as well. But this car, again driven by Fangio, if you want one single iconic photograph of racing Formula One in the 1950s, it's Juan Manuel Fangio in a car just like the one Marino Franchitti's in right now, coming down through the swoops and the curves of the Rouen, the French Grand Prix circuit, on an oversteer power slide. Fangio, it just sums up Formula One in the 50s for me, and the 250F was one of the most user-friendly Formula One cars of that era.
And then suddenly we jump back up once again to some of the more modern machinery as well. So Ferraris, of course, so much success. This is the F2002, built in 2002, and this one was raced at that time, of course, by Michael Schumacher for one of his titles, wasn't it, Alice? So,
It was. And John, you asked me which car, when we were sat down yesterday waiting to come on, would you take home? And it would be this one, because this was when I was growing up, watching Michael Schumacher, wanting to get into motorsport, and how dominant he was in that famous 2002 car. So that's the car, John.
I understand. I mean, a fantastic car it is too. But looking, another fantastic Grand Prix car, the Lotus 18. This may well be the Rob Walker entry that Stirling Moss raced to victory in Monaco in 1961, then went on to win the German Grand Prix in mixed weather conditions. Very underpowered compared to the factory Ferraris at that time, the Tipo 156 with the V6 engine of 2 different degrees, but this car in the hands of Stirling Moss was absolutely supreme.
Absolutely, and so important for Lotus. But Lotus, of course, developed gradually over the years, and it got lower. It was before aero started to become a part of it, and that was such an important aspect of it as well. But we're looking actually here at one of the Brabhams, I think, aren't we?
This is the Repco Brabham.
Yeah,
this is the
BT20.
1966 car. The engine is a V8 engine, and it was basically originally based on, I think, on an Oldsmobile American engine, but Repco Engineering in Australia produced this engine. They produced other versions in 1967, but this one is the 66 version.
The Ferrari 156 Sharknose is the next one heading up the hill, and this was again from that early 1960s period, and it was another championship winner early on in the whole series. Lovely to see the Sharknose out there. I'm not sure that many actually continue to exist, but 1961, the Sharknose won 5 of the Grand Prix, and Phil Hill, the American, he became the first American champion, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I think this is a continuation. And in fact, I think in the old days, Ferrari used to chop up the race cars once they had sort of their life was up. So that's a continuation.
So out now, we've got the Williams FW07, and this was from 1979. Alan Jones was one of the key drivers then, of course, and Alan Jones did go on to take the title the following year, but it was a time that Williams were doing so well.
Ben, when this car tested at Silverstone for the first time, Kenneth Etchison behind the wheel. Kenneth was a great race driver from Northern Ireland, and in both Formula 1, Formula 2 and in sports cars. This car, when it tested for the first time, the lap time around Silverstone, I think the quickest lap was about a 1 minute 16 point whatever. Alan Jones lapped in about a 1 minute 12. It blew everybody's mind. It just redefined what ground effect engineering could do. It eclipsed anything Colin Chapman and Lotus had done, and it was just a sensational car through the 79, 1980 and 81 seasons.
Now, the McLaren M19, this was another car from your early period in Formula One. This was in the early 1970s as well. The likes of Denny Hulme, Jackie Oliver, part of that in the early stages. Hulme and Redman as well. And in 1973, the M19C was looking in pretty successful form. It must have been a car you knew a lot about at the time.
I mean, I think I competed in one race, and it was probably Judy Scheckter, who was coming through the the ranks of being a young charger into Formula One. The M23 was introduced actually in 1973, so that car was a sort of the overlap between the end of 72 and the beginning of 73.
We've got a star driver out there now as well, Felipe Massa in the Ferrari 2008, and a man who came so close to winning the title himself, where that battle came down to Lewis Hamilton in the final race in Brazil, and for a moment they thought they'd done it.
Oh, and that's so, I remember sitting on my sofa as a kid watching that and thinking, Massa's done it, and obviously all that celebrations in the Ferrari garage, and of course that famous moment with Block slowing down, Hamilton getting past. A crazy and fantastic race, and from one Ferrari to slightly newer Ferrari that's lining up on the grid there.
Yeah, this is the 2019 SF90. Marc Genet is driving this, who is he's a fantastic driver. He's done a lot of testing, a lot of demonstration, but of course raced himself. This was a period when Sebastian Vettel and Charles Leclerc were together, because it was the first year that Leclerc had gone to Ferrari. It was a season dominated by Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes, but Leclerc actually took the first win for the SF90 at the Belgian Grand Prix, round 13, and then had back-to-back because he had a win at Monza at the Ferrari home event. That always means a huge amount to Ferrari, doesn't it, getting a win at Monza?
Oh, it does. The celebrations, the Tifosi. If you've ever been to Monza on a Formula One weekend, then treat yourself, go. The atmosphere is absolutely incredible, and especially when a Ferrari is racing at the front. And great to see that we've had one slightly older one to a slightly newer one. Marc Genet takes it over the line.
Absolutely, lovely to see, and Marc Genet always doing a great demonstration display job and working with Ferrari for many, many years. I think we've seen JJ Leto just heading up the hill, but in one of the Le Mans cars, just to add to the mix. There we are. So JJ Leto, who was in Formula One at one time, but he then did win Le Mans with McLaren in that 2005 season. So it's lovely to see him going up the hill there. Another McLaren, this is the MP42B, and Rob Garofal is driving this, and yet this was yet another vital period, wasn't it?
Yes, this is the period when McLaren commissioned Porsche to design, build, develop a V6 twin-turbo, very sophisticated electronics, very sophisticated turbos. This is the car that gave Niki Lauda his final World Championship in 1984. Then Alain Prost won his first World Championship in 1985. And again, McLaren actually evolved their chassis maybe a little bit more than other manufacturers. But by the time they got to 1985, this was just about all round the best package. It wasn't the most powerful, it wasn't always the quickest, but generally it was the most efficient.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was Prost who won the championship in that 1985 season. So now we've got one of the earlier McLarens.
Piers Thin behind the wheel, and he is in charge of the McLaren Heritage Collection, and he jumped into this car yesterday, did a run up the hill, and he's doing it once again here this afternoon.
Yeah.
Or not quite, it is just nearly. No, we're 40 minutes away from this afternoon.
Well, it's working well, and great to see this 1974 machine. And here we are looking at some of the early ones. And Emanuele Pirro is driving this. And of course, Emanuele Pirro is somebody we've seen so often here at Goodwood. He's been a key part of both Festival of Speed and the other races on the Goodwood circuit. He's in the Ligier Cosworth JS11. And Ligier were the French team, of course, that went for so much competition in Formula One. At times it looked like they would become real title challengers.
Well, at the beginning of the 1979 season, this was the dominant car, and it was only when Williams brought in the 007 that then the challenge to Ligier took place. But this car was just a step ahead of anybody else in that early phase of 1979, designed by Gerard Ducarouge, who'd been at Matra and other teams. It was a really, really very special car. A lot of engineers in the pit lane when they saw just how quick this car is in Argentina, in Brazil, in the opening European rounds, all over it like a rash to try and understand. But they were looking at the surfaces where they had to look. It was actually underneath the car, not the top surfaces.
Absolutely, but as you say, Jacques Lafitte had such a brilliant start to the year. Now you're watching Thierry Boutsen out in the Williams Honda FW11. So this is lovely to see Thierry Boutsen back out in a Williams, because that was part of his career. And here we are, seeing how he is enjoying the feel of it again after many, many years of being in it, no doubt. But to drive the FW11, the 1986 machine, and a battle that Nigel Mansell made the most of trying to win the title himself in.
Well, Thierry won, I think, 2 Grand Prix for Williams, but they were in the later, the 3.5 litre V12, or V10, I beg your pardon, Renault engine cars. This is the 1.5 litre V6 turbocharged Honda motor, something that Thierry didn't race, but he's getting a feel and an experience of it coming up the hill, and it'll be quite a different feel, because when the turbos kick in and the power kicks in, depending on the amount of boost that he's running, and I imagine the boost is probably quite turned on, nevertheless there's a real kick in the back.
It was a famous blowout of a tyre for Nigel Mansell in the last race of the year in Australia that saw him lose that chance to take the title then, and Alain Prost did take the title. But Alice, we did then see Nigel Mansell take a title later on with Williams, of course.
We certainly did. I'm just trying to see if that might be Leah Block behind the wheel. I think it is. Obviously, she's racing in F1 Academy this year alongside with Williams, in fact. And of course, daughter of the late Ken Block. And I know how hugely excited she was, John, to drive this car.
I suspect this is the first opportunity, other than maybe a quick test. This is an actively suspended Formula One car. Williams introduced this late 1991, then developed it. Nigel, part of why Nigel was able to win the championship was because the suspension, the active ride in this car made the aerodynamics so much more efficient. And of course, it continued forward into 1993 when Alain Prost joined Williams for that single year when he won his 4th World Championship.
Absolutely crucial machine, the FW14B. And yeah, it was 9 wins that year. Riccardo Patrese was also going well. Now we have the Ferrari F399.
Of course, this was a famous car back from 1999, and I was actually at that race at Silverstone where Michael Schumacher broke his legs during this season. That put a heavy burden on the team, because then Eddie Irvine, of course, had to almost take the lead driver role, didn't he, Ben?
Absolutely, yes. Eddie Irvine did go for it, but it didn't quite work out for him in that season, and it was Mika Hakkinen who ended up taking the title. Now we've got a modern Formula One driver, Gabriele Bortoleto. So if you're watching Formula One, you're a Formula One fan, give him a cheer. Gabriele Bortoleto, and he's in a Sauber, which is from a few years ago. It's not a current Sauber. This is the Sauber C32, but it's lovely to see a modern driver having a bit of a play with a car that was from some years ago. And I know he enjoyed driving it yesterday, John, when we heard from him.
Yeah, but he certainly doesn't seem to be sparing it as he comes up past Goodwood House. And of course, I mean, it's a car he's just literally jumped into here this weekend. Quite different to the current Formula One car he's racing. And Gabriele Bortoleto, a young driver, a rookie in Formula One this year, who I think has done an outstanding job in a car that isn't the most competitive car in the entire 20-car field. But a lot of teams are keeping an eye on the progress. There's certain overtones I've noticed in him with another young Brazilian driver who came on the scene in the late 70s, a guy called Nelson Piquet. I think there's a lot of overtones between Gabriele Bortoleto and Nelson Piquet. Maybe only on the track. I'm not talking about what happened off the track.
No, but he's doing a great job, is Bortoleto. And it's in the team's 2024 livery. And actually, the C32 was fairly quick. Certainly in the hands of, finally, podium finisher, Nico Hülkenberg. It did finish 4th at that year's Korean Grand Prix back in 2013. But a slightly faster challenger, more competitive challenger, I have to say, is Mercedes. And I believe, look at the helmet, I reckon that might be Frederic Vesti that's behind the wheel of that.
Okay, well spotted. If it is Frederic Vesti, that's good to know. This is the 2022 Mercedes. Of course, it wasn't a year that was entirely their best year in the end, with the change to regulations where Mercedes had dominated for so long, but it's still wonderful to see one of them heading up the hill here.
Yes, this car, and certainly the earlier in a version of it, you can see the side pods. That was a very, very different direction of travel, a very sort of innovative design in terms of getting under the aerodynamics working under the car. Regrettably, it didn't work as maybe conceptually they thought it would do, and sort of the seasons 22, 23 were tough seasons. Of course, George Russell did have his maiden win in Brazil in 2023.
Now, Alice, we've got Paul Aron going out. Now, he did a run in free practice 1 at the Silverstone Grand Prix last week, didn't he? And now he's having a chance to have a play in an Alpine. But funnily enough, he was actually in the Sauber, wasn't he, when he went out in that FP1?
He was. He's sort of been lent out, let's say, to Sauber, of course. In Formula One, each team has to field at least 2 rookie drivers. So he was passed over to Sauber. I thought he did a very good job. We had Kushmini in the car yesterday. It's Paul Aron's turn today. And this is the car from 2023. So one of the newer Formula One cars we're going to have going up the hill this weekend. Did have highlights from that year. It was a podium finish for Esteban Ocon in Monaco and Gasly at Zandvoort. But DC is back out in a Red Bull once again, John.
Can't get the man out of a race car. Can't now get him out of a commentary booth. Irrepressible David Coulthard works probably harder than anybody I've met in motorsport in terms of just doing. But here he is, those famous David Coulthard donuts. He perfected the skill of doing it. And there he goes, makes his way up now past the house. And he's not going for a time, he's going, make it a show. And that's what David Coulthard's about to do. Once again, a second set of donuts just at number 6. They're crossing at number 6, almost directly in front of where our commentary positions are.
He is certainly a perfectionist, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, it's lovely to see. And he's in the 2012 machine that was, of course, another title winner for Red Bull. It was actually a pretty dominant season that year for Sebastian Vettel. It was a period when Sebastian Vettel was taking his 4 titles in a row.
And of course, think back to that period when Vettel was getting those 4 titles. That was a Renault-powered, a V8 Renault-powered naturally aspirated engine. And we kind of forget just how much Renault have put into Formula One over many years, decades. And the period when Vettel had those championships was powered by a V8 Renault engine. And very, very clever parts of that engine. So clever that they had the throttle shut down. But anyway, I couldn't explain it, it's too complex. Renault engineers did some brilliant moves.
Oh, that was, of course, a brilliant time for Red Bull. You wonder, are they going to be in quite the same position right now? But that's all a big question for us. But for David, who was very much a part of Red Bull from the beginning, he got involved with the team from the beginning, and with Christian Horner, he was part of actually Adrian Newey coming into the team as well. So David's history with that Red Bull racing team, very, very strong.
Indeed. I mean, David is still part of the Red Bull family in terms of doing promotions. I mean, Red Bull are so active in global promotions. I mean, you look at Instagram, David's here, he's there, he's everywhere.
Yeah, well, I do hope everyone's enjoying seeing this parade of Formula One cars. Of course, we're going to see more of these later, but there are plenty more other machines to enjoy. Alice, it's been, I have to say, it's very enjoyable going through some of the history of Formula One with these amazing machines and some incredible drivers to see.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, Ben, and it's also nice to see the range. We've obviously had, say, it wasn't an old McLaren going up the hill there, but then to a real early days Mercedes, 2 of them being taken up the hill. So the wide variety we can see of cars going up from pre-war all the way up to pretty much modern day.
Yeah, no, it's massive. And John, it's great having you talking us through it when you raced in these periods in the 1970s and 1980s, and then we've worked together as commentators. You've talked about Formula One for so many years. It's still very important to you.
Well, Ben, I'm old enough to have been around when all the cars we've watched have been racing either one way or another.
Indeed. Well, it's been fantastic and really enjoyable, and some lovely shots as well of seeing these Formula One cars sometimes being driven hard. Felipe Massa here as part of this as well.
You can't even tell that's with it at Goodwood. That shot there, that nice tight shot, almost takes throwbacks to that fantastic season. But a nice variety, and I think every single car that goes up this hill, everyone out there might not have a memory with every single one of them, but certainly one car will stand out where someone will go, I remember when that car won this race, or I remember being somewhere when I was watching that car on the TV. But a great way to end with DC doing the donuts, and we're going to go up to Ed, who I believe is going to be chatting to some of the drivers up there.
Emerson, we're celebrating 75 years of the World Championship this year, and we are just surrounded by history, aren't we?
No, it's fantastic. You know, next to me, stealing was Mercedes, I mean, what a history in Goodwood. Only Goodwood can have all these events with so many Formula One cars. I'm very honored and thanks God to be here enjoying this beautiful weekend.
And just tell us about this car, because there's nothing else like it, is there? It's extraordinary. Apparently when you take your foot off the brake, it just wants to go.
This car was typical Colin Chapman genius. He anticipated to make a first-time turbine engine car, a jet turbine. He ran very successful in Indianapolis. Then he modified 1971 for Formula One. I raced once the Italian Grand Prix as a test, looking for 1972, but then FIA banned the car. But it's a fantastic car because a lot of acceleration when the power comes in, and when you brake, you have to stop the engine and the car because the turbine keeps running. And we made very special brake pads, extremely big brake pads, big disc, and Colin Chapman was a genius.
Big brakes and no fear as a driver. Emerson, thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.
Felipe, fantastic to see you here. You're back in your 2008 car. You just told me you haven't been in this since. It must bring back so many great memories.
It's just an amazing feeling, you know, to drive the 2008 car after a long time. It was just amazing to be part of the Ferrari team for so long, and this was definitely my best year. Car that we managed to win 5 times, you know. It was the last construction championship for Ferrari. Also mine, I would say. But anyway, it's just an amazing moment, you know, to be here in Goodwood, to see all of these amazing people, and it's a great feeling, you know, to drive again this time after a long time.
When you get back in a car like this, does it feel like home?
Well, I feel like home. Definitely, I know the position is a little bit different, you know, you get a little bit heavier. Not so much, actually. It was not so bad, you know, when I sit, I don't know if the seat will be right, you know, for me, but it was okay. And it's just an incredible feeling, but I think great experience, you know, to believe and to put that and to drive this car again.
Felipe, enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much.
We will. Thank you.
Karun, just come up the hill in the 2006 McLaren. There must be only a few years of Formula One left that you haven't driven.
Well, there's 75 years of F1 that we're celebrating this year. That's my 34th F1 car, so I've got a few to go still. But, you know, once again, an enormous privilege. Thank you to everyone, Garage 59, for letting me have a go. You know, this is the first year of the V8 era of cars. But I don't know about you, Ed, but I think this is the right size for a Formula One car. The ones today are too big. This to me, feels like the right size and proportions of a Formula One car.
It does. It looks light. It looks nimble. I mean, obviously, a very narrow hill climb in Sussex is not a place to kind of find out what it's like. But I mean, with all your experience, I guess you get an idea.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I've driven cars from a similar era. You know, I was a test driver at Red Bull in 2007, so a similar sort of time. And, you know, these cars, they sound amazing. Hopefully the fans got to enjoy it. We didn't have traction control or anything, so you could hear it in all of its glory. And they're just brilliant to drive. The Mercedes engine, of course, at that time was the gold standard. You know, this is the engine that the following year Lewis and Fernando were fighting for the championship. In fact, this car is the one where Lewis did a lot of his testing in the, you know, to build up, to get that seat in 07. They went to send him out in this to see if he was good enough for Formula One, and now we all know the story.
Yeah, he turned out to be okay. Karun, you're a very lucky man. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You got a B on your microphone.
Leave it in peace, the poor thing.
Is set for a huge celebration at the 2025 Festival of Speed, and someone that knows him well and has worked alongside of him, one of our commentary team, James Hayden. James, I know you've been keen to get out the commentary box and see this incredible fleet of World Superbikes in the flesh for yourself. They look incredible, don't they?
Yeah, they're amazing. I mean, you look down here, we've just got every sort of year coming right through the Fogarty year. So the start of the 916, you know, a groundbreaking, iconic motorcycle that went through to the 996, then the 998, then we got the 1098s, the 1198s, even some Ducati MotoGP bikes. But it's just this wonderful selection, especially, you know, as it's all about Carl Fogarty and what he did. You know, we've got his 94 winning World Championship winning bike, his 98 World Championship winning bike, his 99. No, I haven't got the 95, that's the only one missing, but we've got everything else, and what a selection it is.
It is, and for people to get this close to them as well is something special at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, and like obviously Carl, you know, we've not sort of seen Carl out and about on a bike for a while, so for him to be, you know, reunited, as you say, and there's nothing like that V-twin sound of a Ducati, and that just he's got that iconic different sound, and it's lovely to see, and also they're gorgeous.
Yeah, and we've been touching on that phrase at the Festival of Speed, the summer of 1995, and I think we need to touch on why that year was so significant for Fogarty. I mean, the word dominance is probably the only word to describe it, but what happened that year that made it for him?
I mean, listen, he won 13 of, like, I think 22 races, so he clearly won the championship by 120 points. So, you know, he had like rounds to spare. And it wasn't just that, there was, you know, he's packing out Brands Hatch, packing out Donington. You know, there were like mega crowds. You had the music scene going on, and, you know, Aces Blur. It was like a real sort of vibey time. And, you know, and he was the man. He was walking the walk and talking the talk and actually doing it. And to also have like a, you know, an Englishman who's who's also doing it on track, and he was so good, so dominant. And I remember being in those races at Brands. It was just the most incredible atmosphere. As everyone was, it was like Foggy Mania, and he deserved it.
And I guess that's why the word Foggy Mania was born, because of that dominance, because of the crowds he drew. It created a sensation as such.
Yeah, no, it did. And also, people will remember with Carl, obviously, he's remembered for his 4 World Superbike Championships quite rightly, because he was incredible. But, he was such a versatile all-round racer as well. He won the 88, 89, 90 Formula One World Championships before they came Superbike. He also won the Le Mans, Bol d'Or, became a World Endurance Champion. He also won 3 TTs, Northwest 200s, Macau GP. He would have finished on the podium in 500s, but his bike would not run out of fuel. So, you just don't even see a racer like that anymore, who's able to swap from short circuit racing to road racing to endurance racing. And his motorcycling was unbelievable, and that's why he's being celebrated here, and that's why we got such a selection, and that's why everyone remembers that real sort of halcyon days of the Foggy Mania in the 90s.
Yeah, a man that applied himself to so many disciplines, and I'm sure we're going to see some of that essence again of Foggy Mania on the balcony at Goodwood House later today. We really look forward to that, so we'll see you there later on today.
The summer of 1995, a huge year for British motorsport, and there is Foggy running up the hill, 4-time World Superbike champion. Really, Ben Edwards, a pride of British motorcycle racing in the 90s.
Absolutely right. He was born in Blackburn in Lancashire, and in fact he's just celebrated his 60th birthday, born in 1965, so lots of celebrating to go on, but the history of what he was able to achieve with those championship titles, and so dominant with Ducati, and it's so lovely to see him riding it up the hill once again. We'll be seeing more of this later, of course, and we will be celebrating on the balcony and actually talking to him about his career and how it all went. But he has been one of the great stars of British motorbike riders, and it is so enjoyable that here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed we are going to be able to celebrate Carl Fogarty's career.
Certainly is. 59 of his race wins atop Ducati machinery, carrying him to world titles. So a celebration of Foggy and all things two-wheel. That's coming on the balcony moment in a couple of hours at the house, so make sure you have a look at that. Right now, though, we are moving on up the hill from 2 to 4 as we get a look at some of, well, the latest supercars on offer. James Batchelor now joins me in the commentary box. My name's Harry Benjamin, and a change up here in the box as we get ready for some of the most brilliant, bold, and also reflections of the past designs, all represented in this supercar class.
Absolutely, Harry. I mean, we're looking at the Alpine Glow High 6. It's not a brand of cereal, I do have to say, but it is their new hydrogen combustion car. But we've got an entire fleet of different technologies here. Hydrogen, we've got petrol, and of course we've got electric.
Yeah, certainly this, the next step in Alpine's journey, and indeed for hydrogen-powered high performance, this a concept car. And from the back, looking mean, looking racy, with a 3.5-litre V6 internal combustion engine designed specifically for hydrogen, producing 740 horsepower. It's got 3 700-bar hydrogen tanks, and really is showcasing how Alpine are trying to spearhead and be front runners when it comes to hydrogen-powered cars and what the future shows. Oh, that's a bit of a tight squeeze, isn't it, for the Ferraris trying to get by the Huayra R Evo. Again, another exciting car that we're going to see run up the hill.
No, absolutely. We've got quite a few Paganis here, actually. This is the Huayra R Evo Roadster. Track only, of course. Long tail design. Look how long that car is. Huge amount of aero on it. Sensational thing.
Yeah, with that active aero, the splitters, the stabilizing fin that you can see there, and the rear wing, really making it proper racing machinery. Just look at the attention to detail. This is essentially made to the standards of an LMP2 prototype racing car that is built to that level of performance. Race grade suspension, brakes and tyres, all attached to that.
Yeah, and now we move on to the 911 GT3 Touring. So this is essentially a GT3 without the Hawaiian shirt, really. It's wingless. It's got a more refined look, but straight behind it, we've got a GT3 RS, which is the ultimate incarnation of a 911, essentially.
Yeah, well, with the touring package, you very much take that about town, and we've got Mark Webber in the car as well, of course. Success in sports cars with Porsche following a storied Formula One career. Window up, Mark Webber. But you can see the difference. The one in front, the touring package, that with the Manthey kit on board as well. Very much made for the track to go racing in, and behind another collection of Porsches. We just saw the 911 GT3. This one that we're looking at the moment is a Pagani. This is the Utopia Roadster, 6-litre twin-turbo V12. And again, looking inside, the dials, the knobs, it's a supercar. It's modern day, but it's got that analog feel to it as well.
Yeah, and this is essentially what Pagani's all been about for the last 20-odd years. This is the Utopia. It succeeds the Hawara, arrived in 2022, and at the heart of it, it's got a wonderful 6-litre twin-turbo V12, Mercedes-derived 864 horsepower. It only weighs 1,280 kilograms. It comes with the very small price tag of around £2.4 million.
Oh, that will, well, I'll have a root around in my pockets and see what spare change I've got, but certainly another exciting development from Pagani there with that open top roadster, and you can see the crowds of people trying to get to their positions to get a look at some of these cars. If you get a chance to head down to the supercar paddock today, it is well worth a visit. It'll be busy though, as a heads up. It's probably one of the most popular places to go, but how often can you get this close and personal to some of the fastest, the best, the most expensive cars in the world? And like this, the Ferrari, this is the Daytona SP3, I believe, the final mid-engine, naturally aspirated V12 Icona from Maranello.
It's actually the first Ferrari to be officially called a Daytona. Some of the crowds and listeners will know that the 365 GTB4 was unofficially called Daytona. It wore that nickname, but it never was officially called that. But this Daytona SP3 is wonderful car, that is. But we've got so many Ferraris here and so many Porsches, a real selection of the best machinery currently on sale.
A lot of dynamic debuts as well for the likes of the F80, which will be really exciting to see head up the hill. How often do Ferrari bring something like that to town? But the heat certainly out in force once again today, so do make sure if you are here at Goodwood that you're able to find a bit of shade, stay hydrated, make sure you top up the sun cream. We can see some being applied there. Very wise. Keep that factor 50 plus, please. And we'll get some of that in the commentary box as well. But what I'm interested in, James, and maybe you're better positioned to know this, is we've got such a variety of supercars that are about to head up the hill, all different. What defines a supercar? What makes a car super?
Well, that's a term which has been sort of argued over for years, but essentially...
And when does it become hyper?
Well, well, as you know, a supercar, I mean, really the first supercar people sort of believed to be the Lamborghini Miura of the late 1960s, but ever since then, that term has been stretched and argued. Essentially a car that has huge amounts of power, exotic, and I think the crucial ingredient, Harry, is something that the likes of you and I and everybody else can't afford.
The price tag as well. It's got to be up there to make it worth the supercar status, but we will be running a whole heap of cars up the hill shortly. We'll also be taking a moment for Aston Martin as well, who have brought some really exciting cars. We'll see the likes of the Valkyrie and the Valhalla making its dynamic debut. We've seen this over the last couple of years on the hill, the McLaren Solus GT, their hypercar, and well, really exciting. Now this is proper F1 design. Mika Hakkinen has had a say in how this gets designed. Very much an F1 design steering wheel. It's pretty much an F1 car that is running up the hill.
It is, and I never tire of seeing this car, especially hearing this thing, because it's got a 5.2-litre V10 engine, 829 brake horsepower. It revs beyond 10,000 RPM. Not only has it got a lot of Formula 1 technology, but it is essentially the road-going, if you can call that, the road-going version of the Gran Turismo concept car. That's something we've really had to come to terms with these days. Cars have been created in a virtual world for games and digital, and then they're created in the real world.
Yeah, and a good look at the, looks like a digital mirror as well that it's got in there, to rear view mirror to see out the back of that papaya orange rear wing for the McLaren, and then stalking its prey is the Ferrari in beautiful yellow, the 296 GTS, a hybrid mid-mounted 3-litre twin-turbo V6 in beautiful yellow, perfect for the sunshine today.
Absolutely, and that V6 motor is paired with an electric motor, 819 brake horsepower. And this is the thing, Harry, look, you know, a lot of cars here have got petrol engines, they've got hybrid power as well, and some insane power these days.
Well, we are up and away then for this supercar hill climb, and making its way, threading the needle that is the Goodwood hill climb, is that McLaren Solus GT. Began life as just a digital design before becoming a limited production track-only car. 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 with a carbon fibre monocoque, ground effect aerodynamics as well, that central driving position making you feel like you are a Formula One driver. And as that chases its way up the hill, following is that beautiful yellow Ferrari 296 GTS with that electric motor combined with the V6, giving it 830 horsepower. This has some welly in it.
Yeah, and roof up as well, so I think Cameron Davis is really going for it today. But a beautiful looking car, a metal folding hardtop roof. It's only around 70 kilograms heavier than the GTB Coupe. But personally, I think I'd have to go for the convertible. You've got the coupe looks when the rain comes down, but you can drop the top on a day like this.
You can feel the speed as it makes its way, certainly pushing is Cameron Davies in that car as it sets sail. Now, we spoke about this briefly, this very exciting from Ferrari making its global dynamic debut, the Ferrari F80. I mean, James, just sum up how much of a moment this is for Ferrari.
It is a huge moment because it's called the F80, so it celebrates their 80th anniversary, and this car has got a lot of weight on its shoulders. Of course, there's been the LaFerrari, the F50 and the F40 before it, so it joins that pantheon of greats. But we cut straight to Ferrari's leading GT car at the moment. Yeah,
that was the 12 Cylindri, I think.
Yes.
We saw just making its way. We've got the Roma Spider out there as well, but the 12 Cylindri, another one of Ferrari's celebration, 70 years of Ferrari launch in North America. But the Ferrari Roma Spider as well is what we're seeing on the screens currently, the new open top version of the popular Roma GT 3.9 litre twin turbo V8, and then just like that we're back on the 12 Cylindri. I mean, that slightly longer body on the front end, this stands out from every angle.
It does, and the front end styling has really taken on cues of that 365 GTB 4 Daytona that I was talking about earlier on. But yes, of course, we've anglicised the name, haven't we? 12 Cylindri. Yes. If we were Italian, I think we'd be calling it 12 Cilindri. I have practiced that, and apologies if I've mispronounced it.
Well, we'll go down to Ferrari afterwards and make sure we get the proper pronunciation of it. But we are really getting a lovely celebration of Ferrari. This, the Daytona SP3.
Sensational looking car, this. Again, it's another Ferrari that looks backwards in terms of design. There are a few design cues from the legendary P4 Le Mans racer of the late 1960s, particularly around the haunches and the back with the sort of the vents. Again, another car with a colossal power output, 829 horsepower. You can see it's also got a Targa top. Yeah, a wonderful Ferrari, that.
Certainly is, and this, though, just highlighting the diversity on offer from Ferrari's output. This is the Ferrari FXXK. So this is the truck-only hybrid hypercar from Ferrari's XX program, which is a very sought-after program for customers only with F1-derived tech. You hear anyone get into their XX program, and it is immense power underneath you.
It is, and but we cut to a car that's, well, absolutely brand new, the Alpine Glow. Now, this is a fascinating car, this, because it's got a 3.5-litre V6 engine. But it's powered by hydrogen, 740 horsepower. It's already been really tried at Le Mans recently. It did 190 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Strait. So hydrogen combustion engine, one new technology we're seeing this weekend at the Goodwood Festival Speed.
Certainly is. We saw this waiting in the wings. The Pagani Huayra R Evo Roadster makes its way up the hill, unveiled digitally in 2024, but not shown publicly, making its global dynamic debut right here at the Festival of Speed. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, that V12 Pagani Mercedes-derived engine absolutely howling as it goes past the splint wall, almost colliding with it, actually. But you'll see the elongated bodywork with Coda Lunga. There we are, it's my Italian being put to good use again.
You're putting me to shame with the Italian, I must say.
But a wonderful looking thing and across the finish line, sounding superb.
Oh, God, that is perfect, isn't it? Long tail body, active aero splitters, the stabilising fin on the rear ring, proper race grade machinery that built to LMP2 standard prototype racing. Now we've got Mark Webber heading up the hill, multiple winner in Formula One for the Red Bull Racing Formula One team, and a Porsche ambassador now, having enjoyed such success with them in sports car racing in the 24-hour Le Mans, here driving the 911 GT3 RS with that Manthey kit on it.
It is, and Manthey, of course, the legendary Porsche racing team. They're now officially partnered with Porsche. Porsche took a stake in the firm quite a few years ago, but they develop a range of performance parts for the Porsche 911 GT3, and Mark Webber showing it off to good use there.
The Pagani Utopia Roadster is making its way up the hill at the moment. Again, another striking design from Pagani here.
Another V12 as well. It uses Pagani's 6-litre twin-turbo V12, 864 horsepower. It's got a carbon titanium monocoque with carbon fibre body panels, and all of that equates to a weight of 1,280 kilograms, which is amazing, really, because that V12 is one heavy engine.
And with a big chunk of change for the starting price as well, around £2.4 million on that front. Right, I believe at the start line now is the Koenigsegg Saders Spear, which is about to be launched from the line. Listen to the engine rev.
Wonderful. And Koenigsegg, I mean, they've really developed their product line over the last 20 years. I mean, a couple of years ago they celebrated 20 years. But this one is bedecked, bewildered, any other B words? I don't know, actually, but...
Beautiful. It certainly is. Koenigsegg, of course, who have been around a long time. We paid homage to them back in 2022 when the brand celebrated its 20th anniversary of production and producing some of the most advanced supercar technology, and amongst their range of cars too, paying homage to past inspirations as well. The Koenigsegg being followed by the Praga Bohema with Ben Collins at the wheel of it.
Yes, so a bit of an amalgamation here. It's a Czech firm, but with a tweaked Japanese engine, tweaked by UK companies. So, of course, that's the Nissan GTR R35 engine, 3.8-litre twin-turbo V6, tweaked by Litchfield. That's 700 brake horsepower tuned. I mean, you can see this car's focused on lightweight, and it looks wonderful.
Yeah, certainly is inspired by the Praga R1 race car. More Porsche action, this time in the form of the 911 Carrera Coupe, reimagined by Singer. It's actually following just the 911 that's just ahead of it. So two different designs, but again, Singer celebrating 10 years coming to the Festival of Speed. Very much an automotive powerhouse that is making sure that as we go into a future development, we are not forgetting the foundations of supercar history.
Yeah, but very much a Goodwood institution now is Singer. But we cut straight to the new Bentley Continental GT. Interesting car this, of course, brand new car. the GT Speed, so it's dispensed with that fabulous 6-litre W12 engine, but now it's got a 4-litre twin-turbo V8, and it is the first Bentley since the 1950s actually to have 2 headlamps at the front, not 4. That's a geeky fact for you there.
And that's why you're here with me, James Batchelor. This, the 4th generation Continental GT Speed, becomes the most powerful road-going Bentley ever created. Outstanding performance brought by that all-new ultra-performance hybrid powertrain, delivers 1,000 Newton meters of torque from that 4-litre V8, working in tandem with the electric motors as well, being followed by we've got the Bentley Batur convertible out there on track too.
Yeah, so this is a slightly older car from the Bentley range of cars here this weekend. So it uses that 6-litre W12 engine, 650 horsepower. Very unique, only 16 cars ever made, each one absolutely unique to each owner. And it's the most powerful iteration of the W12 engine, actually.
Yeah, it's got that air bridge behind the seats as well, tapered cowls at the rear, back to the Barchetta sports car of old that Bentley is paying homage to, and following it up is the Baccarat 2-seater, marking the return. What's a bespoke coach building for Bentley Mulliner as well, this?
Yes, so this, along with the Batur that we've just seen, really does show off Bentley Mulliner's coach building division and what they can do for customers.
The Maserati GT2 Stradale now making its way up the hill for you with the road legal version of the GT2, taking the Trident back to the track in closed wheel championships in GT2 European racing. Maserati still proving they've got supercar power nailed down.
Yeah, and we've cut to another new Maserati. It is, of course, the Grand Cabrio. 3-litre V6, 490 horsepower. But you can also get this car as an electric version with 3 electric motors with, get this, 760 brake horsepower. But here we've got petrol power, and just like the Grand Cabrio before, it's such an elegant way to go up the hill. I mean, you could even have 4 people in that going up the hill, couldn't we? But we've only just got 2.
No, I think, well, we can make the case. We could go in the back, I think.
I think you're too tall, actually.
I'll drive then. I'll drive. But this really does sort of typify high-performance sports car with that comfort and that suitability for long-range driving as well. So Maserati there, catering for both. Koenigsegg back out there. It's the CC 850. And, well, you look at this car, and you wouldn't quite know what era it was from just from looking at it, and that is because it's a modern tribute to a legend, really, unveiled back in 2022, celebrating Koenigsegg's 20th anniversary. This paying homage to their very first production car, the CC8S.
It really is a testament to the original design of the CC8S, that car from 2002. I can remember it as if it was yesterday, actually, but the design still holds up very well. A 5-litre V8. And if you run it on a certain kind of fuel, over 1,100 brake horsepower.
Oh, if you're at the start line, you would have just got a face full of smoke from the Lotus Evija. This a groundbreaking all-electric British hypercar with 4 electric motors on board, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 3 seconds. Blink, and you really will miss this one.
It really is, and up until recently, it was the most powerful production car in existence. If you are really interested, you can get 250 miles on a charge from it, but I don't think we're really that interested in it, are we? Just look at how fantastic it is. Now, this car first broke cover in 2019, but due to various things like COVID and what have you, it's been delayed. But now we've got it in its full glory. And look at that paint changing, the colour-changing paint, sensational.
Yeah, that is incredible. Now the Lamborghini Revuelto has set off from the start line and is making its way up the hill now. So make sure you take a glance of this in that beautiful blue.
Yeah, very important car this for Lamborghini. It's their first plug-in hybrid with a V12. So £450,000. All build slots are taken for the next year, so sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But it is the Aventador replacement, 6.5-litre V12 with 3 electric motors, 1,000 brake horsepower here. I mean, we're in the days now of 1,000 brake horsepower is just...
It's just the norm. Yeah, it really is. 13 drive modes available in that as well, including a fully electric version as well. Now, this is a big statement from Lamborghini. The Temerario.
Yeah, so this is the Huracan replacement, which the Huracan was a hugely popular model, hugely successful for the Italian firm. This is their second hybrid. We've just seen the first one, but this is the first one with that's been mated to a V8 engine. So 3 motors, V8, plug-in hybrid. Again, huge power figure, 907 brake horsepower.
Yeah, making its global dynamic debut at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Right, Ford with the Mustang GTD, recognisable, street-legal, track-dominating, super Mustang, and everything about this is super.
It really is, and it's being driven by Dirk Müller, who knows a thing or two about this car because he recently set the Nürburgring lap time sub 7 seconds in this. It's a 5.2-litre supercharged V8, 800 brake horsepower, and all of that aero, as you can tell, has been inspired by the GT3 racing car.
Sub 7 seconds around the Nürburgring, that really is
7 minutes. I did the almost yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you copied me.
7 minutes.
Brilliant, though, from Mustang and Ford with that 5.2-litre Predator V8 engine in it. Now this, the McLaren GTS, in what we are really typifying as the Papaya McLaren, celebrating, of course, the brand here, their 2024 Formula One Constructors Championship, and looking set to do the double this year. This is probably the most accessible mid-engine 2-seater for McLaren guys.
Yes, originally launched the GT a few years ago. It's the more relaxed, less extreme version in the McLaren lineup. That S now gives extra power, but it's still a hugely comfortable and a bit of extra practicality as well.
Yeah, we've got the 750S Coupe driven by Bruno Senna. Now this is the car that is absolutely celebrating 2024 Formula One McLaren Constructors Championship. Bruno Senna, of course, in the wheel, the nephew of the late great Ayrton Senna. Bruno not quite enjoying the same success, but really did show huge amounts of talent in the limited time he got in a race car building up towards Formula One. But this 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 engine with that large active rear wing.
He's not hanging around, is he? But in this special paint job, it is a special edition to commemorate McLaren winning the Constructors' Championship last year.
If you think I'm fast, wait until you see my nephew Bruno. That is what Ayrton Senna had to say, and Bruno absolutely wringing the neck of that McLaren 750S Coupe. Setting off from the start line now, another McLaren that we've got out there. This, the 600 LT Spider.
Yeah, built between 2018 and 2021. It's part of the long-tail series of cars, hence the LT in its name. Extended aero, 3.8-litre V8, 592 brake horsepower. You may be able to see when he's changing down gears a shot of flame from the top of the car. That's where the exhausts are, and that's all been designed to reduce weight and, of course, to make it look rather cool as well.
You could hear it as well, popping and banging. Oh, a little bit of slip before it was about to head towards the flint wall, controlled nicely, celebrating 10 years of the LT, our McLaren. Right, Rimac, the Nevera R, screeches its way from the start-finish line.
Fresh from setting a new record. It was only confirmed yesterday, so you are seeing a very of-the-moment hypercar here. And that record was 0 to 249 miles per hour and back to 0 again in 25.79 seconds, which is extraordinary. Now, that's 2 seconds quicker than Koenigsegg managed last year, so there's a real battle here between Koenigsegg and Rimac at the moment. 4 electric motors, 2,017 horsepower, so it's just pipped the Lotus Evija, which we saw going up the hill slightly earlier on.
The Lamborghini Sesto Elemento is what we are looking at now. 2 variants of this available, as as we see the 5.2-litre V10 engine powering that Lamborghini, making its way. It's proper stealthy design, this.
You wouldn't think that car is over 10 years old, would
Wow,
you? It
yeah.
still looks absolutely incredible.
Now, something a little new that we have coming your way. This is Zenvo. It's called the Aurora Tour, which is making its global dynamic debut, still in that camouflage livery as well. They don't want us to know a little too much. But in this car, expecting production for it to start properly in 2026, we've got a V12 quad turbo engine, hand built in Denmark, carbon monocoque, 1,850 horsepower. I don't think we're quite seeing all of it at the moment. Revs to about 9,800 RPM, but this, another brand that is coming on to the supercar scene.
It really is, and not only has it got a 6.6-litre quad turbo V12, but it's also, just for good measure, got 3 electric motors as well. 2 on the front axle, making it 4-wheel drive, and another in the gearbox. So 0 to 60, 2.2 seconds, 279 miles per hour.
Just 50 units of that are going to be made. Right, big celebration of Gordon Murray, the legendary designer here at Goodwood, and we have a selection of his cars heading up the hill at the moment. Steve Hayes at the wheel of the T33 AP4 from Gordon Murray Automotive.
Yeah, the T50 has just howled past us here at the commentary box, but it's being chased pretty rapidly by the T33. So this is the slightly cheaper, dare I say, but smaller entry-level, dare I say, version of the Gordon Murray Automotive cars. But it's still, even though it is the smaller one, it's still got a 3.9-litre V12, naturally aspirated, and 615 brake horsepower, 6-speed manual gearbox. If we cut to that, to the ultimate expression of the T50, the T50S here as the Niki Lauda edition. Ultimately, this is an expression of what Gordon Murray can do when they're not restricted by road car legislation. So this is the wick really turned up.
Of course, Gordon Murray became well known for the Brabham Formula 1 fan car and powering that ground effect era, using that to power some of his Gordon Murray Automotive cars up the hill. Now, this from Ferrari, the 499P Modificata. Now, this representing their hypercar, the 499P, since entering or returning to the sports car fray. Each of the 3 cars that Ferrari have entered, 2 with the main manufacturer and 1 with AF Corsa, have all won the 24-hour Le Mans over the last 3 years. What an exceptional machine Ferrari have created here.
Yeah, so I think if you buy one of these, and none of us are going to be able to, but if you do buy one, you've got a car with a proper racing pedigree. Like you say, 3 times Le Mans winner, and it's got that V6 hybrid powertrain.
And as the hypercar makes its way up the hill, we get ready to see another Pagani. This, the Huayra R 6-litre naturally aspirated V12 engine, powering the sleek, stealthy design. Although maybe not quite so stealthy with the GoPro camera attached on the top and the side, but still, they want to get the good content.
Elegant touch there. Amazing to believe this car is 2011, 2012. It still looks absolutely sensational, doesn't it? Like you say, naturally aspirated V12, track only, surprise, surprise, 9,000 RPM, and I think we may be able to hear that as it dashes its way up to the flint wall. It only weighs 1,050 kilograms, does this car. 30 cars were made, and I think they had a starting price around 2.6 million euros, and that was before tax.
The carbon colour of that as well, making its way up the hill. The successor really to the Pagani Zonda R. Now, big celebration today across the weekend for Aston Martin and some of their dynamic debuts. Right now, we're getting a look at the Aston Martin Vanquish Volant, which is about to be set up the hill, the fastest, most powerful open-top production Aston Martin to date.
Yeah, so Aston Martin is celebrating the 60th anniversary of their Volante models, which are the convertibles. Volante, again, Italian, Harry? Flying, it means flying, and it all dates back to 1965 with the short chassis Volante, yeah, what a sensational car. V12 5.2 litre twin turbo, just 824 horsepower and 3.3 seconds to 60, which is a lot, which is very quick for a big V12 front-engined convertible, that's for sure.
And if you're travelling at 31 miles per hour, you can open the roof at 14 seconds, give or take. The true test.
You've been reading the press pack, fantastic.
I do my research. I do my research. It continues with the celebrations. The Aston Martin DB12 Volant making its way up the hill as well. This with a 4-litre twin-turbo engine, rear-wheel drive, 0 to 62 in about 3.6 seconds, improving the ride position. Our Aston Martin there with that stunning performance being delivered. Now this is, I think, what a lot of people are wanting to see head up the hill, the Aston Martin Valhalla.
Yes, so we're in a bit of a treat here. This is the UK dynamic debut of this car, and this is Aston Martin really exploiting, really sort of exploiting its muscles at the moment. They're developing their range. This is mid-engined, 4-litre V8 with 3 electric motors, 800, over 1,000 brake horsepower, and it's followed by 2 very special Aston Martins as well. We've got the Valkyrie, and following that, of course, we've got the Valkyrie Hypercar, which made such headlines at this year's Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, being run by the harder racing team in the World Endurance Championship. Aston Martin making their return in the Hypercar Championship and really joining the golden age of sports car racing that we're seeing. So many brands, and in between nestled is that Valkyrie. Of course, Adrian Newey designing that and actually celebrating it last year as well. Very much a man who goes above and beyond when it comes to engineering and the creation and the moving possible forward in this intelligent design that is as close as possible really to an F1 car on the road as they make their way line astern past the flint wall, and Aston Martin really making a statement here.
Yeah, and we're entering a bit of a new era here for Aston Martin. Mid-engine cars, but still heavily focused on V12 power because they know what their customers want, and that is V12s. And I think Aston Martin, like a lot of rival manufacturers, Ferrari and Lamborghini, they will carry on making that V12 for as long as they can.
The Aston Martin Valhalla, the Valkyrie and the Hypercar making their way past the finish line, celebrating all things Aston Martin, the UK debut of the Aston Martin Valhalla. David Green got the chance to drive that earlier, said it was super focused, sharp, and of course their first mid-engine proper supercar.
What a lucky chap indeed, that's for sure.
Well, that was one of the first supercar runs of the day. If you missed any of it, don't worry, plenty more to come. And what a treat it was to see such a wide, diverse range of supercars making their way up the hill with the McLaren Solus GT kicking things off.
Yeah, we had a real array of different power. We had V6 hybrids, we've had naturally aspirated V10s, V12s as well, and we've even had a hydrogen combustion engine car with the Alpine Glow.
No hydrogen in this though, the Ferrari F80 and the 12-cylinder being unveiled here at Goodwood, and beautiful sleek designs from Ferrari. A big weekend for them coming to the Goodwood Festival of Speed to showcase all things Ferrari and what they've got to show at Maranello and beyond. Pagani here to Praga showing what they've got, and a couple of Porsche kits to enjoy.
Yeah, and even Mark Webber made an appearance. How nice of him. But a number of anniversaries. We've had 60th anniversary of Aston Martin Volante, 80th anniversary of Ferrari, 70 years of Alpine. There's a lot of birthday celebrations here this weekend.
More distinctive design from Bentley, pushing forward into the future, seeing so many more supercars, track only and those for comfort on the road, and paying homage to those of the past that have laid the foundations for supercars today and beyond. Lamborghini on show with the Revuelto, and Bugatti as well, paying homage to their past as they move into a new future. McLaren being celebrated, Aston Martin too with the Valhalla and the Valkyrie, not forgetting another hypercar, the Ferrari 499P. modificata looking ominous out there on the hill climb. That's the supercar run, and up at the top of the hill is Mark Webber speaking with Ed.
Mark, great to see you again. GT3 RS, you got a Manti kit on this.
Yes.
I was speaking to one of your colleagues. It sounds like a bit of a weapon.
She's got plenty of downforce, mate. She's pretty close to a race car, but can take it on the street. So, yeah, no, as usual, Porsche do a great job with the envelope of operation of a car that's extremely high performance, nestled with... I mean, you could do your groceries in this if you wanted to, mate, but it might turn a few heads. But, yeah, the transfer of technology never dies at Porsche. It's always a beautiful thing.
You've just been telling me about your last few weeks. You seem to be busier now than you were back sort of 2009.
Yeah, trying to slow down, mate, but not very successfully. Yeah, pretty busy with Porsche, which is always a beautiful burden to have. It's a great brand, and I like doing such events like this. Obviously, Goodwood just never, ever gets old. You know, it's the best event in the world for this type of automotive celebration. Motorbikes here as well. I saw Carl Fogarty's Ducatis, so I was very jealous of that. I might go and have a look at those as we nearly get run over here. So yeah, he's not happy. Yeah, I think that I go to every F1 race now, obviously with Oscar Piastri, so that's going well and something I'm really enjoying. So yeah, busy enough, mate. So the brands that I work with, it's not work. It's just a beautiful thing.
I mean, it must be great to see how Oscar's performing this year. He is so cool, isn't he?
Yeah, look, I think it's also credit to the team. You know, they're providing a phenomenal racing car. Oscar is, a lot of guys wouldn't be able to make the most of that opportunity. Clearly, he's got immense talent. He's very cool and driving brilliantly, you know, leading the World Championship. The last two races haven't quite gone his way. It could have been a couple of wins there, but ultimately, you know, he's still in great shape. He's driving extremely well. Team are doing a great job, and yeah, long may it continue.
Well, look, have a good weekend. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bruno, I see you at Goodwood lots, which is fantastic, and it's sometimes one of your uncle's Formula One cars, sometimes it's the latest McLaren. This one's a little bit special, isn't it?
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's been a long time coming for McLaren to win a Constructors' Championship, and we won it last year. So obviously this is a celebration livery to last year's championship winning MCL 38 F1 car. So it's nice that we can celebrate the win and also give the passengers a nice ride. I think my passenger had a good time. He's still wandering around now looking at other cool cars, but always special to be here.
And look, are you in this all weekend, or are you trying other cars as well?
So I'm driving this as a road car the whole weekend, and I'm driving Emerson's F1 car from 76 tomorrow and Sunday, so I'm looking forward to that.
Fantastic. Have you driven that car before?
First time, and up the hill is always a good test for you.
I mean, it's quite difficult for you at the members' meeting, because you go out in these cars and sometimes you've never driven them, but here I guess it's even more difficult.
I mean, this year it's sunny, it's warm, you have grip, it's all easy. It's last year when you have wind or rain or cold weather, that's when it's really challenging for us. But you know, it's a new car for me. You have to respect, especially the older cars. You have to give them plenty of respect, and I think I'm going to treat that one with lots of respect, and I'm going to enjoy the ride up the hill.
Bruno, thank you.
Thank you.
A new perspective on high-performance EVs. Every move calculated. Every moment controlled. This is performance redefined. Ioniq 6N. Driving still matters.
I'm joined by two-times Dakar Rally champion and Red Bull athlete Sam Sunderland, who has revealed his latest sporting mission to become the fastest person to circumnavigate the globe on a motorcycle. Now, Sam, you're no stranger to adventure, but this is a big one. So what more can you tell us about the challenge?
Yeah, thank you very much. Happy to be here at Goodwood, and it's always a special event when the sun's shining. And yeah, this latest challenge is a big one. It's around the world, hopefully less than 19 days. I mean, the guys that have got the current record set really set the bar pretty high. It stood for 20 years, so going to do my best to try and beat that.
Great. I mean, so 19 days. So if my maths is correct, then you're covering around 1,000 miles a day to achieve that. And that must be challenging mentally and physically. Of course, the Dakar would have given you some experience in that, but how do you prepare for such a feat?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, as you say, it's 1,050 miles a day on average I need to do to beat the record. And it's not easy. We've done a few simulations now, and certainly later on in the day you start getting pretty tired. And I mean, as far as training-wise, like, I don't think riding the bike I'm going to become like a better rider, so to speak, because like we used to obviously do that a lot during the Dakar, work on technique, setting up the bike. But yeah, I'm here on the Triumph Tiger 1200. It's a suitable bit of kit for the challenge, and it's mostly just going to have to be like get on with it. You know, I can't like not go to sleep or sort of deprive myself of sleep in preparation. I just need to you know, keep my spirits up however I can with podcasts and things, and just keep ticking off the miles.
Yeah, you need to feel just as good as the machine underneath you. So tell us a bit more about the machine of choice, because you'll be going across all sorts of terrain, different roads. How do you choose what kind of bike is good for the job?
So yeah, super happy to partner up with Triumph for this challenge, and obviously the 1200 engine is a big capacity engine, which ideally shouldn't be as, you know, hard work for that, for, you know, the miles we need to do every day. So reliability's there. I've got the panniers on there for my sandwiches. Maybe a tent or so, because it's quite hard to plan for hotels and things on the way, because we're not exactly sure how many miles we'll get done that day. So have a tent on standby. And this top box is going to be for some media stuff, so we'll try and do some filming with GoPros while we're on the challenge. But yeah, basically it's a standard bike. I got Michelin tyres, Akrapovic exhaust, and yeah, it's actually a little bit of luxury. It's got heated grips, heated seat, cruise control, so I just have to sit there and steer it, basically.
A few nice things to make it a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
It sounds incredible, Sam, but what's the message behind it all? I mean, hopefully you will come away with a world record, but it's really inspiring what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, exactly, to try and inspire people, hopefully. For me, you know, during my career, I've had the chance to visit such cool places, but often like race orientated, and you're like so focused on the race, the strategy, you kind of like fly in, do the race, fly out. And I'm hoping on this experience, like, I'm going to be spending enough time in the saddle to sort of take it all in a bit. And I don't think there's possibility to ride around the world without having, you know, some stories come up at the borders or with the locals or whatever it is. So yeah, you know, create some stories and hopefully inspire a few people along the way.
Well, we will watch this space. When can we see you take off?
So going to be leaving from Greenwich Mean Time, sometime in mid-September, and we'll be on the road for around a month, because every time you arrive to a border where the bike needs to be shipped, the clock stops. So riding days, less than 19, but we'll be gone for a month.
Well, we'll look out for your journey and keep posted on it. We wish you all the best. Good luck for it, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking to us.
Pleasure. Thanks for that.
In 75 years, just 34 drivers have claimed the crown. Each one a champion. Each one shaped by their era. Because as the sport has evolved from scrappy and dangerous to global and elite, so have the people who conquered it. What it takes to become a Formula One world champion has changed with every generation. In the 1950s, they were sturdy men in linen helmets and polo shirts who raced on instinct and braved brutal cars for modest reward. The sport was raw, the drivers were too. By the 60s and 70s, the circus got bigger, and so did the spotlight. Drivers were younger, sharper, more glamorous. The sport was still dangerous, but now it was dazzling too. Sponsorships arrived, and so did the cameras. F1 was finding its place on the world stage, and its champions were becoming stars. With TV came fame, and rivalries went global. Champions weren't just racers, they were headlines, superstars, icons. By the 2000s, talent alone was no longer enough. You need to be a leader, an athlete, the center of a factory-built machine. The drivers and the sport were entering a new age of precision. Now the demands are total, the scrutiny constant. Champions must master every detail, every environment, every pressure. They're no longer just racers. They're role models, business empires, sporting royalty. 34 champions, each different, but all with one thing in common. In their time, they were the best in the world.
And celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Championship and the drivers and so many of the cars is such fun, and that's what we're looking forward to. Looking at some of the originals, the pioneers, the innovators, the underdogs of Formula One. I'm Ben Edwards. Harry Benjamin is alongside me, current commentator, of course, on Formula One in the current world. And John Watson is with us as well, who competed, raced, won in Formula One, and with a great history of watching some of these earlier machines that we will be seeing out there in a moment, John, because you grew up seeing some lovely machines, but we've got a slightly more recent machine heading up the hill, first of all. One of the Racing Bull machines, I think, is what we're seeing first. Yeah, maybe they're doing something. Maybe they're heading down, actually. I think they're heading down.
Yeah, I think they're clearing the supercars from the hill before we get to run up the hill with the Formula One cars going up, some of which will go up in anger, others maybe go up slightly more cautiously. But it's all about the noise, the spectacle, the colour, just the excitement. And thinking back as being a child and, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, going to races in Northern Ireland, particularly to the Dundrod racetrack, where in the Ulster Trophy we had single-seater racing, in the RAC Tourist Trophy we had endurance racing. And just as a child, seeing A, the drivers, and seeing B, the cars, and maybe it's a sad reflection on me, but everything in the 75 years I've been around for.
It's amazing, because it's a time when seeing Formula One on TV, as we can so easily now, was not something that was quite so easy to watch Formula One all the time. There were some events that would come up, but obviously you built a real interest in it early in life.
Yes, I mean, as a child, my father raced in Ireland, north and south. Was engrossed in it with magazines. We had the occasional race, might be on television. Sometimes we would have maybe gone to a cinema and seen the highlights of a maybe Monaco Grand Prix or even the British Grand Prix. But I was embedded in motorsport and followed all the drivers and the brands that were my heroes, and my driving hero, I think, and most drivers of my generation would say one name, one driver. That's Juan Manuel Fangio.
Well, there are so many famous names in the world of motorsport, and McRae is one of those, not from Formula One, but from rallying. Grace is currently with Holly McRae.
If in doubt, go flat out. The famous words spoken by the legend Colin McRae. And at the 2025 Festival of Speed, we're celebrating his life and career, and are fortunate enough to be joined by many of his close friends and family, including his daughter Holly, who joins me now. It's lovely to meet you, Holly. And I've heard we've got many McRae here this weekend. Who from the family are joining you?
Yeah, this is actually the first time that the entire McRae family has been here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. For me, it's only my second year being here. I was here in 2023. But we've got my gran and grandpa, we've got my uncle and cousins all the way from Australia. Obviously, my mum is here as well, my Uncle Stuart. The whole gang's here. It's a real party.
Oh, yeah, it sounds it. And what a special celebration. So, in particular, we're looking back at 1995 when it's the 30th anniversary of the World Rally Championship title that he took that year. And it's such a special moment to be here at the Festival of Speed and with his Subaru Impreza that we're cheeky enough to sit on the bonnet of. But that's a really special thing to be here at the festival.
Yeah, it's a pretty iconic car. I was saying as I took a seat, I don't know if I've ever actually sat down on this car before. You don't want to damage it. But yeah, it's great to be here, to have this car here. It's one that is still owned by the family, so it does spend a lot of time cooped up in a garage in Lanark. So it's nice to be able to bring it out, to share it with people, to have them be able to see it up close and personal, because it's such an iconic car. And I think you can just see the amount of people that are gathered around us now as we're speaking, how much it means to people and how much it sort of identifies what motorsport is in Scotland and the UK.
Yeah, and you know more than anyone, Holly, what an inspirational man he was, and what this car just being here at the festival is doing. It's inspiring more people to take an eye to rally.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about. It's inspiring people that maybe have wanted to get into the sport for a while and don't quite know how to, the younger generation. I'm going to head up to the rally stage this afternoon and spend some time up there and seeing people get into a rally car that have never really experienced it before. It's just such a cool atmosphere, and you never know, maybe someone that's up in the rally stage right now could drive a championship winning car in the future.
Yes, certainly. There's plenty of cars to see at the rally stage, but a few of these special cars will be going up the hill. Will we get a chance to see you go up the hill maybe this weekend?
I hope so. I certainly hope so. Not driving, that's not quite my bag, but I would definitely take a passenger run if it's going. I think Bat is going up the hill twice each day, so I'm sure there's space for me to squeeze in.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see plenty of those special rally cars take part in the Colin McRae class that is new for 2025, where hopefully we'll see Holly as a passenger there. But make sure you look out for that.
And there we are, just looking down over parts of this Goodwood Festival of Speed. There's so much to enjoy, to absorb, and to take in across all of the areas that we've got. And the Forest Rally stage, of course, is an important part of that as well, where they are doing their shootout throughout the course of the weekend to see who's quickest over the rally stage. And that is all fun. We've got the off-road arena as well, and there's so much to enjoy here. So we've got a lot of things to go and check out, to basically look at here. And sometimes it takes a while to realize just how much there is. There's this wonderful history of Formula One cars, but also sports cars, some top drivers you might be able to keep an eye on when they've got their crash helmets on. It's not always easy to see them, but this Festival of Speed opportunity is a chance you sometimes see them walking through the paddock so much more relaxed here than when they're competing, and that is something that, of course, they're here for fun. Seeing someone like Johnny Herbert heading up the hill in the Formula E car, other great stars from 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or maybe 3 wheels. We've got the sidecars here as well, and it really does give everybody something to absorb. I do notice, Harry, that a lot of people are taking plenty of pictures.
They certainly are. I mean, how often as well, we talk about the Formula One celebrations. There are so few fans that actually get to go to a Grand Prix and experience racing. So to get this up close and personal really is something exceptional. The access that Goodwood gives you is like nothing else.
You're absolutely right, yes. And certainly we will be looking forward to some of this action taking place. We are going to soon be celebrating Gordon Murray, and that is what you're looking at, this special sculpture here that has been created for this event. 2 of the Gordon Murray designed cars, the Brabham BT52 Formula One cars, the lower machine, and then the Brabham BT52, and then above that is the Gordon Murray T50, which of course is a modern supercar, and that is part of congratulating, celebrating everything that he has achieved in life, and we will be celebrating that on the balcony fairly soon now. So John, you know, you've worked with Gordon Murray over the years. The way that he has done so many different cars, the engineering side of things that he has done, it's been remarkable.
Well, I think I met Gordon for the first time when he was in Brabham down in Weybridge. When Bernie Eccleston bought the company in, I think, the end of 71, 72, he more or less handed the keys of the design office over to Gordon. And the first car Gordon produced for the Brabham team was the Brabham BT42. And all the way through, it was just knowing Gordon, driving for the team formally in 1977-78, but being under contract to Bernie a little bit earlier, and then watching the progress that Brabham made. And then, of course, Brabham ceased racing in late 80s, early 90s, but Gordon had moved on to McLaren. And then you've got the iconic McLaren MP44, the car that won 15 of the 16 Grand Prix in that season, 1988, and then moving further ahead with the introduction of the McLaren F1, to many people's mind the most iconic road car ever produced, and certainly stratospheric market prices if they ever come on the market. And now Gordon's own business, GMA, with the T50, which is an evolution, if you like, in some respects, of the F1. There is the F1. This car would have been raced in period in 95, 96, and various incarnations of the car. Some of that's the sort of more or less the first early phase of the development. Then there was a long tail version. Again, central seat, you see the driver sitting as you would in a single seater, and passenger seats on either side. But this is not to drive with a passenger on board. This was a pure competition car.
Yes, absolutely, because it was built, as you say, with a single driver seat with two passenger seats on either side. But Brabham Formula One cars, of course, were also a huge part of his success, as you said, from the early 1970s. And as the cars developed, and there's Mark Sura, that's lovely to see.
Well, Mark actually was a part of the Formula One Brabham team in part of 1985, and I remember the race at, I think it was the European Grand Prix at Brands Hatton 85. Mark was racing in that car. Had a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. It was a bit of a light switch throttle. It was either full power or no power, but the team managed to tame it, both make the chassis and the aerodynamics work, and at the same time BMW had the benefit of a lot of electronics, and particularly engine control and the way of turbo management. I mean, the most powerful Formula One engine I'm ever aware of, over 1,500 horsepower. In fact, the dynamometer at BMW's works done in Munich only went up to 1,200, and it tagged out at 1,200. The thing was still pulling like a train, and they never knew what the ultimate horsepower from that engine was.
And there you are, looking at his first design, which is sort of kind of what we're celebrating from the late 60s. This was like a Lotus 7, created by Gordon initially for him to go racing at the Ford Crossflow engine. He built it in his bedroom, apparently, in South Africa. Because he grew up in South Africa, with Scottish parents, and initially he was an engine designer. But creating this car was apparently one of his first entry into actually creating a whole car.
Well, if you look at the car, there are overtones of maybe of the Lotus 7, and the philosophy that Gordon had is light is good. So he didn't think about over-engineering a car. He built the car down to the lowest possible weight. With the materials that he had, certainly he wouldn't have had the kind of sophisticated materials that we see today within Formula One. But that was just typical of Gordon, and as he moved through Formula One, the more iconic designs with the BT42, then all the way through the range of Brabham Formula One cars. Very lateral thinking in terms of conceptual designs. None more or none less, one might say, than in 1978 when ground effects came into Formula One with the Lotus 78, but primarily the 79. Gordon worked out with an Alfa Romeo flat 12 engine, you ain't going to get any downforce under the car. So he came up with a concept which was first pioneered in America by Jim Hall at Chaparral. You attach a fan to the back of the car, but it had to be driven by the gearbox. It couldn't be an auxiliary engine, as was the case with the Chaparral. And that car raced in Sweden, one race only. It caused mayhem amongst all the team owners, team principals. They talk about spitting the dummy. The dummy went so far it was out of sight. But Bernie said, listen guys, let me race the car. I've got it here for this weekend, and I promise you I will never race it in this configuration again. And Bernie was as good as his word, and the car never raced again in the fan car configuration.
No, I remember that. That was quite something. There is Gordon, who we are celebrating, and for that amazing career that you've been talking about there, John, and we'll see quite a few of those vehicles heading up the hill, hopefully towards the balcony. I think they're all going to just collect up there so that we can then celebrate 60 years since he started his design work. And yeah, we're hearing them revving up and getting all ready to go. Hopefully we'll see them setting off in just a moment. This, as I mentioned, the initial machine that started him off, and for so many people, of course, it was the Lotus 7, similar, became the Caterham later on in life, and for so many people that has become a very important part of whether it's going out on the road or out on a racetrack. But for him to then develop, particularly into the aerodynamics of Formula One so effectively, that was incredible. And then creating a car, a supercar, road car, that then went on to win Le Mans was incredible as well. So let's just see them as they're beginning to head up the hill. We've got the Brabham Cosworth BT44 behind, although actually behind that I think we're going to see another of the IGM, the T4 F750, that's heading out as well. And are we going to see them do the whole run up the hill here? And no, they are coming up to the to the balcony area. That's what I thought. They're going to be coming into the balcony to collect all these cars together to celebrate him.
Yes, I mean, this is one of the cars Gordon was involved in, but he's actually got an amazing collection of lightweight cars of all descriptions.
Absolutely. So a few more heading out. Let's take a little bit more into the history of Gordon Murray. So we've been enjoying some wonderful images of Gordon Murray, and John, it was lovely to see you in some of those pictures.
Yes, a couple of photographs, but just looking at Gordon walking across the lawn, a glass of red wine in his hand. Now, Gordon is an aficionado, in particular of Bordeaux, and one of his favourites, I do know, is a 1961 Chateau Palmer. Very rare, extremely expensive, but Gordon actually helped introduce me to the joys and pleasures of wine from the Bordeaux region of France.
How wonderful. That's a lovely story. And there he is, just catching up with people who've been driving these cars up. Actually, David Brabham's driven one of them up a bit further down the order, I think. Danny Sullivan in the background, we can see he took the Duckham's Le Mans Ford up. We saw Danny Sullivan out earlier on, of course. So it's nice to see him back out again. And here we are. It's celebration time for Gordon Murray. 60 years of revolutionary design. Let's just absorb and enjoy this moment and take up some of the images of Gordon there, taking this moment to celebrate. Well, some amazing colours up there, of course, wonderful images, and what a way to celebrate Gordon Murray. This is part of Goodwood Festival of Speed. They do such a lovely job with all of this.
I mean, it is a unique event, and to honour Gordon after the length of time he spent in this industry, both as a manufacturer with the McLaren F1 and now his GMA T50, but also coming in 1972 to design the first of his iconic range of Brabham Formula One cars. it is long overdue and a wonderful achievement for Goodwood to have this celebration here in front of, well, look at, you can see the thousands and thousands of people watching both the fireworks and the display of Gordon Murray-inspired cars.
Lovely to see, really good. In his late 70s now, but still busy working with this Gordon Murray automotive manufacturer, creating these remarkable modern supercars. I remember when he first created the light car. I mean, that wasn't his first road car really, but the light car, which we've seen one of those out there, very different, a little sort of single-seater but road car. Well, it wasn't quite single-seater, it was actually two-seater, but one behind the other. But so many different vehicles he has produced over this long period.
I mean, he's got an incredibly imaginative mind, and I mean, everything was done from a very logical perspective, but his logic was not necessarily the logic of the norm within Formula One. There is David Brabham and Gordon Murray in conversation, standing beside a BT44, that may be a 44B, with the martini colours on the side. Bernie Eccleston wasn't a master fan of sponsorship. He didn't, if sponsors always felt would ask for too many things, too many tickets, whatever, but eventually Bernie had to bow to sponsorship, and Martini Rossi became the first major sponsor, title sponsor, that Brabham and of course Gordon Murray, as the designer of the car, were able to share.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to see the conversation between him and David Brabham, as some of the machines are still heading up the hill here. So this is fun to see a bit of a mixture of machinery, that all part and parcel of the joy of seeing the history of Formula One over the course of this weekend. And Jamie Constable taking another of the Shadow Cosworth powered machines up the hill.
Yes, this is the Villager clean car, probably from around about 75, 76. And I think Clay Regazzoni may have been a driver in period in this car. So we see, giving it a bit of welly as he goes past the house and makes his way up to one of the more demanding corners on the hill. Easy to get into the corner a little bit too quick. You need to think about lifting off, just gradually losing the speed, then turn in and pick up the throttle again. Everybody running here on wet weather tyres also, Ben. It's interesting that that's been the decision, because it's more practical. You don't have to waste time trying to get a slick tyre up to temperature.
Absolutely. So we're into the sort of late 1970s aspect of Formula One, where ground effect was a little part of it, but it hasn't quite got down to the full ground effect that then, of course, Lotus developed a little bit later.
Well, Lotus were the sort of innovators of ground effects. First of all, with the Lotus 77, which is rather more rudimentary. Then the 78 took it a further step, but there was a Lotus 79 that really sealed the ground effect deal. And thereafter, it just exploded and ballooned. And there's no, even to this day, ground effects and aerodynamics dominate Formula One cars.
Now, this is the Maserati 8CTF, so this one, of course, very, very important part of the early stages, though. You're looking at something that was starting out as some of the vehicles that would go on to develop race cars for those 1950s, when the whole Formula One World Championship began post-war in 1950.
Yes, I mean, these cars, I mean, you look at, first of all, the driver, he's sitting on top of the prop shaft, the transmission is directly behind him, and I mean, a massive straight 8 aspirated engine directly ahead of you. The heat that would come through the cockpit with one of these cars was just amazing, and the fact that it would cause a lot of driver fatigue. But just amazingly made, beautifully executed Grand Prix car from the Maserati brothers, who made some of the most beautiful race cars of all time.
They certainly have, no doubt about it. And here's one of the Tyrrells, of course. This is the first of the Tyrrells. It's Adam Tyrrell who is driving this up the hill this time. And we are celebrating Jackie Stewart. So a history of the Tyrrell also, of course, wonderful. And for Sir Jackie Stewart to take those 3 titles was fantastic.
Incredible. I mean, what we are celebrating 75 years, and just looking at the change of design as well. This, the prototype Tyrrell chassis built for Jackie Stewart, because he wanted to be mega successful. He wanted that Ford V8, but the existing supplier, Matra, would only build the chassis for their V12 engines. So recruitment they did, and really a tale of a brilliant, plucky underdog as well, which we're seeing celebrated throughout the course of this weekend.
Yeah, and just seeing the Tyrrell family getting so involved in this as well. Adam Tyrrell in the car at the moment. So it's all part and parcel of the enjoyment of this, and hopefully we will be seeing a bit of Jackie Stewart over the course of the weekend, when we will be celebrating some of the Formula One champions this weekend. People like Alain Prost, Jackie, Emerson Fittipaldi, and others as well. So heading up the hill now, I think this is the Maserati that's about to come up the hill, the 250F. And again, this was an absolutely crucial machine in the 1950s, John. I know it's something that really mattered to you.
Yes, I mean, this is maybe the slightly earlier incarnation, maybe around about 1954, 55, and they're just beautiful, beautiful. Again, engineering on a Maserati, I thought, was always outstanding. And I think of Fangio racing these cars, particularly in 1957, but all the way through 54, 55, 56, that straight six twin-cam Maserati engine. And the car was such a relatively easy car to drive, because just the overall, the balance, the mechanical balance of the car enabled many drivers, privateers included, to run one of these cars, compete in Formula One and Grand Prix racing in the 50s. And it was a car that sort of worked with you rather than against you.
I noticed that hearing from drivers from the past, it was really well loved for well-balanced handling, apparently. It was something that they really enjoyed driving.
Well, I mean, John was talking about Fangio. I mean, it was instant success. Very first 1954 Grand Prix in Argentina for Fangio. Instant success. And again, seeing more of it. I think this is the Bugatti Type 59 that is just set off from the start line. Again, looking back at sort of that pre-official Formula One World Championship era.
Yeah, I mean, just you can see just putting the power down and the back end wanting to step out. So rather skinny tyres. These are the tyres of that era, and running on a sort of a modern day incarnation again of those tyres. But Bugatti made excellent race cars, beautifully again engineered, an Italian engineer but who took up French nationality, and I mean treasured by their owners. Many of them are still more or less in the original state that they would have been when they came off the racetrack, either the 30s or the 40s and maybe into the 50s.
So now this is the Maserati 26M, and you're watching Julian Majoub, who's a great star at Goodwood. Look at the way that he always really attacks anything he's on.
Julian only knows one way to drive, and that's flat out. And he illustrates it here, coming through the two curves, coming onto the main straight in front of the house, lights up the outside tyre on the Maserati. I mean, he has got great skills driving historic cars. To watch, wait for the smoke to come off. We didn't quite catch it there. But he is an absolute 100% racer in this category, and racing throughout in Great Britain or going overseas. And I mean, watch again, can't quite see, with a lot of right foot. Remember, these cars are also most like this one.
Oh,
you see it?
There it is.
This is a center throttle car.
Wow.
Most race cars in the 30s and into the 40s had the throttle pedal in the middle and the brake on the right.
Well, absolutely fantastic to see. And yeah, just heading out now, we've got the Benetton B191
making its way up the hill again. I mean, I feel honoured to be sat next to John Watson looking at these cars. I mean, John, you've seen almost all these eras of car go across right up to the modern day. I mean, how do you reflect on how far Formula One has come? It's actually the Arrows, isn't it?
It's the Tyrrell.
Oh, it's the Tyrrell, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Just it's the Tyrrell 018. It's the 311, the Tyrrell 018. So one of the later Tyrrells in the system, of course, for Tyrrell. But yeah, a big part of it all. So yeah, carry it on.
How do you reflect on seeing the evolution of all these designs and where you sit with Formula One now?
Well, you got all the way through the 50s, fundamentally with front-engine Formula One cars. Commendatore Ferrari said, no, our Formula One car is about the motor, the motori. My engine is the most dominant factor in a Formula One car. And all these garagistas from England, they know nothing about Formula One. Well, how right was he in period?
So we're having a look at the Ferguson Climax, the T99, the four-wheel drive machine heading up the hill now. And that was, of course, a very rare machine. Sterling Moss taking a victory in the UK with it, but not in a World Championship event. But that was another key one. Now, right now, it is time to enjoy the Red Arrows.
The 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrow! Good afternoon, sirs, moms, ladies and gentlemen. 5th Goodwood Festival of Speed. I am Red 10, the team supervisor, standing on the top of Goodwood House, introducing the 2025 Red Hours, arriving with our famous red, white and blue. Red 1 brings the team around to the right, and you see 6 and 7 collapse, followed by Reds 8 and 9, as we form our world famous Diamond 9 from the right. Leading the team in our famous Diamond 9 is squad leader John Bond, known as Bondy. Bondy is in his 2nd year as a team leader. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flag instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, once again performing over the great skies of Goodwood. You'll now see Reds 8 and 9 move themselves left and right to form one of the widest shapes that we fly. Coming in from the trees over the left-hand side of Goodwood House, once again, it's the 2025 Red Arrows in Swan. On the right-hand side of that centre stem is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his 1st year on the team. He was a former Typhoon pilot with 3 Squadron, where he served on operations over Iraq and Syria, as well as being an instructor on 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. You'll now see Reds 8 and 9 slipping beside Reds 2 and 3. To form one of the shapes of one of the most iconic aircraft in aviation history. The smoke comes on from the left in Concorde. Okay, I got it. Yeah, see. On the left-hand side of that centre stem is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca is in his 1st year on the team. He flew the AV-8B, which is a Harrier variant with the United States Marine Corps while on exchange. And he also then came back to the UK and flew our new 5th generation fighter, the F-35B, with 617 Squadron, the Dam Busters at RAF Marham in Norfolk. Reds 2 and 3 now move up alongside Red 1, with the rear team formating the Delta shape. 2025 is the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon team. In from the right, this is Typhoon. There are 11 pilots on the Red Arrows, and of course Reds 1 through 9 performing for you today. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. And of course we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, Officer Commanding RAF Red 11, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former aggressor pilot with the 100 Squadron, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. The Royal Air Force is famous for its operations in space, but of course we have a unique capability now in space and cyber. As the team come in from the left and bend around to our right in Apollo. look at the formation on the right-hand side is Red 4, squadron leader Chris McCann. Chris is in his second year on the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training as a student, made straight into an instructor on the Tucano, before then completing his own training and joining the Tornado GR4, where he served in operations over Afghanistan, where he received an Air Force Cross for those service on operations over Afghanistan. Red 6 and 7 now split at the rear of the formation. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the colourful Big Vixen.
Got it.
In that particular manoeuvre, the aircraft fly with their air brakes out. There's a small door at the base of the aeroplane towards the rear. This has twofold effects. The first one is the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and it makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. In addition to that, it makes the air outside the back of the airframe a lot more disturbed, and therefore it makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller. And certain manoeuvres in the show will use this technique to enhance those manoeuvres throughout the show. You now see Red 6 and 7 move in behind Red 1. Reds 8 and 9 go in trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre, the Red Arrows fly. In from your right. Get your cameras ready. It's tornado time!
Got it. And
8 and 9 roll goes. Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the team down the line. And you can see our famous red, white and blue smoke. That smoke is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And John Witt's training the smoke plan is carefully constructed by Red 1 and Red 6 to ensure that we have the right colour smoke at the right time in the display and we simply don't run out. You now see Reds 8 and 9 join the rest of the formation. And once they come back to the centre of the display, this will be your last opportunity to get the picture of our world famous Diamond 9 before we go into the second half of the display. Once we go into the second half, it's the more high, dramatic, fast-paced, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping part of the display. But once again, from the left, in our world famous Diamond 9, it's the Red Arrows. As we start the second half display, we start it once again in the same way we did it in 2024. This is the 5-4 split. In the second half, we break down to two distinct sections. Off to the left, Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. Off to the right, 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows. He made the team from a 7 to a 9 ship, and he also formed our world famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right, for the colourful 5-4 cross. Keep your eye on Enid to the right-hand side. Red 5 joins just behind Red 1 and Red 4 sits on trail for the rest of the formation. Number 4, roll goes. Number 4 rolls around the smoke of Enid in the twister. And sat behind red 1 in the stem is red 5, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty is in his second year on the team, originally from Zimbabwe. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former Typhoon instructor with 29 Squadron, and he was also on 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Look directly to your front. You can see the smoke trails now coming on of Hannah. Reds 8 and 9, red and blue around red 6 and 7 for the Hannah break.
Split.
Red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by red 6, the synchro leader, squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third year and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he would teach weapon tactics and technical information to the entire Typhoon force. Each pair of aircraft will now dive down to only 300 feet above Goodwood. They are at a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour in the Hannah Pass. Reds 8 and 9 now move to our rear. We've got red 6 off to the right, red 7 off to the left. Climbing up to 2.5 to 3,000 feet as they go inverted on the way down to complete the manoeuvre called Boomerang. Coming in from the left is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday, red 7. Second year on the team, former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. Each aircraft crossing in the middle, only 30 metres wingtip to wingtip, that's only 100 feet as they now pull up to 6G, turning away from each other. As they complete the manoeuvre called Cyclone. Off to the right-hand side, you've got reds 1 through 5 running back in. The smoke is on, they infirm the inverted V. Coming in from the left-hand side, we're looking for red 9. Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his third year on the team, former Tornado GR4 pilot, coming in over 500 miles per hour to perform the Goose. Ollie is also a former Hawk qualified flying instructor, and he'd like to give a big shout out to his brother who's here today. Ollie says hello to his brother, Jonathan. Look to the front and you're looking for the synchro pair, red 6 and red 7 in tango on red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. The white smoke comes on to form the world famous synchro heart. Coming in from the top right hand side is red 8 as he spears the heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. He is in his third and final year on the team and a very experienced aviator, former Harrier pilot, former Typhoon pilot and former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. Synchro pair now get themselves back towards the display line. Once again at that 300 feet above the airfield, that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, followed by a cross, followed by a second barrel roll in a manoeuvre called the double rolls. As the synchro pair lead to our rear from the left-hand side, you've got Enid, Reds 1 through 5, joined by Reds 8 and 9. 8 and 9 roll goers, 8 and 9 roll around the smoke of Enid in the twister. All the pilots on the Red Arrows must have at least 1,000 to 1,500 fast jet hours, be assessed as above average in the air, and have one operational tour under their belt before they can join the Red Arrows. They go through a rigorous selection process where we take the best 3 of up to 40 applicants to join the team for the following year. Red 7 from the left, Red 6 from the right. Once again, that close speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft pulling a barrel roll, turning hard towards the display line. Each aircraft passing only 30 meters, 100 feet. They switch their colors from white to red and blue, now pulling 6G. That's almost 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand here at Goodwood. Once again, looking to miss each other at the rear by only 30 meters, changing the red to blue, the blue to red, continuing that 6G turn in maneuver called the Circus. As the synchro pair leaves to our rear, coming in from the front right 45, Enid starts to pull up with the white smoke in trail. The red, the white and the blue come on as Red 1 performs a barrel roll in the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in the Serpent. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. 120 of them are the engineers, the logisticians, the administrators, the public relations. They are known as the Blues, due to the colour of their blue flying coverall. And there are a number of Blues here today at our public relations tent near the heliport. So please take a little walk down there, say hello, find out about their roles within the wider Royal Air Force and of course their roles on the Red Arrows. Reds 2 and 3 now move up alongside Red 1. They're looking 90 degrees to their left and right, looking along the display line, pulling up to 3G in the Tango. From the left, Red 6 and 9. From the right, Red 7 and 8. In the first of our new manoeuvres for 2025, this is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 working extremely hard, inverted for up to 30 seconds. All the blood rushing to their head. Conversely, they roll the correct way up, turning that negative G to positive G. All the blood now rushing from the head, all directly into their feet, working hard against that G-pants to ensure that they remain conscious. As Hannah, that's Red 6, 7, 8, 9, disappear to our front. From the left-hand side, once again, you've got Reds 1 through 5. 8 and 9, roll goes Reds 2 and 3, roll to the outside of the rest of the formation. Clear go as Reds 3 and 4 roll to the outside of the formation in the rollbacks. As Enid leaves to our right-hand side, you're looking directly to your front, looking in the distance. You're looking for the nose lights twinkling of red 6, 8 and 9. The white smoke comes on, 8 and 9 roll goes. The red and the blue from 8 and 9 roll around the smoke in red 6. Hannah made up of red 6, 7, 8 and 9. But a small surprise in the new mover for 2025, hiding in the smoke of red 6, is red 7 in the Tempest. Once again, red 6 and 8 to our left, red 7 and 9 to our right. Red 6 and 7 will pull up once again to approximately 1,000 feet. They'll dive back down towards the airfield. They'll be about 300 feet and their closing speed of over 900 miles per hour for their final manoeuvre of the show. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll followed by inverted flight in a manoeuvre we simply like to call the crossbow. As the synchro pair now leave to our rear, we're looking directly to the front. You're looking for the nose lights and the smoke of Enid plus 8 and 9. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobacter team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Bournemouth Airport where we're operating from this weekend. As I said, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to perform for you today at Goodwood. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course, we're on Facebook and Instagram. All the pilots have their own Instagram accounts. Find me, RAF Red 10, and you'll fail to find all the rest of the pilots. Hashtag Red Arrows, your pictures and videos. We'll pick them up and share them across social media. I'll send copy to I said this is my final year in the team. It's been an honour and a pleasure to serve in the Red Arrows and the Royal Air Force. It's been great to be here at Goodwood. Our next performance here on Goodwood is at Sunday. If I don't see you for the rest of the season, I want to thank you for your support across my 4 years in the Red Arrows. Please have a great day. Lots of water, lots of sunscreen. Please have a safe journey. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, boy then man, I've been watching the Red Arrows. They still never fail to impress. An astonishing show and brilliant work from the TV crews there to pick them out as they literally were going below tree height at various points on this fabulous hill climb. The cars coming back down. And let's take a look at the highlights of the previous batch of cars. It was the Gordon Murray Automotive Tribute, 60 years of creative genius from the great man. From the little IGMs he built back in South Africa to the glorious, glorious Brabham Formula One cars, the BT44, brought out in front of the house where the Jerry Judah sculptor sits pretty above the Le Mans car, the light rocket that Light Car Company Rocket built in the mid-1990s, the fireworks, and then in this celebration of 75 years of the Formula One World Championship, we had the great and the good, the predecessors from the Hesketh we saw lead the start line to the Julian Majoub in his glorious, glorious Maserati, and it just looks right. Adam Tyrrell in the Tyrrell 001. And in 1977, Wolf went racing and won their initial Grand Prix, Jody Scheckter in Argentina. Great to see the cars without livery, and then with livery, of course, sponsorship became more and more prevalent. Bugattis, artistry, and these cars, the Type 35s and the gang, they won around 1,000 races. But you went through the ages, through the favourites, through the Benettons. David Coulthard out in a Red Bull, the four-wheel drive Ferguson, and then we went to the Skies. All eyes on the Skies, stayed there for 20 minutes with the mighty, glorious Red Arrows, and a lot of people putting a lot of fantastic video into their phones. So we continue moving through the festival day. This is day 2 of 4, so much fun still to come. I'm gathered in the commentary box with two Jameses. James Hayden will talk about motorbikes, and the batch, James Batchelor, who'll be talking about the cars when they come up in the first glance batch. But we'll bid farewell to the Red Arrows. They're flying back to their base this weekend at Bournemouth Airport. We'll have them back on the Sunday, but we're about to take a look at the history of the great man. And earlier on, David Green caught up with the great man himself, David, with Gordon Murray.
Gordon, well, this is quite the moment, isn't it?
Oh, wow, yeah. I mean, 60 years of car design is one thing, but celebrating it here at Goodwood is very, very special.
And to have them all pull up in front of the house, in front of this wonderful sculpture. I heard you had a little hand in this.
Yeah, I started off with some sketches and things, and we worked together with Charles and the sculptor. And yeah, I mean, it's been a real journey, you know, and so far it's been fantastic.
And what's it like just to see all of the cars displayed at one time?
I mean, it's honestly a little bit nostalgic, because I've never seen so much spread of my car history in one place before. You know, starting in '65 with the T1 and having some very special drivers drive them as well. It's just, yeah, pure nostalgia for me.
And of course, we talked about it earlier, the serendipity of it being the 75th anniversary of F1 and having all the wonderful drivers and cars here. It's a great occasion this weekend.
Yeah, it is. And also, coincidentally, it's also 30 years since we won Le Mans. And of course, to have that car here, you know, live running up the hill is very, very special.
And the latest work of art, the T150 there on the sculpture, fantastic.
Yeah, well, brings us right up to date, doesn't it?
And I heard it's pretty good to drive.
It's okay.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Yo, every day the city offers up a million
Welcome back to one of the stars of the show, Carl Fogarty. We've got a moment coming up with him on the balcony. The great celebration of an illustrious career, 4 world titles, and he was the man that put Ducati on the map. This is him early this morning in the glorious summer sunshine, going from sunshine into shade, and that Ducati 916, he absolutely made it fly. The laser focus of those pale blue eyes, and they'll be smiling out from the balcony. Do make sure you get down there to celebrate the career of Britain's greatest modern motorbike racer, Carl Fogarty.
We're being brought up around bikes. I think whatever you get brought up around as a kid, chances are you're going to want to do that as a hobby or a profession, as it turned out for me. So, yeah, all I ever knew I wanted to do was race bikes from a very early age. Yeah. I was pretty focused and motivated and sort of confident that I would win the TT. It took me 3 or 4 years to learn it, which it does kind of most people, really. It's a lot of laps around there to truly get sort of dialed into to know how fast you can go in a lot of the sections. But yeah, it was a special feeling winning my first TT. Yeah, it was good. But my career path took me to Superbike, and I just ended up buying my own bike from the money I'd made, I guess, with Honda in the sort of early 90s, 91, 1990, and spent it on buying a Ducati, which you could buy. Ducati came as a race bike. At the second round at Donington Park, which is a real rider's circuit, I won against all the odds, against all the factory teams. I think I'm probably the last person ever to win as a privateer a world championship race. And that really kind of propelled me in front of the factories and the teams and stuff for Superbike in 93, and I signed my first contract then in 93 with the factory Ducati team, and I guess the rest is history, as they say, really. It was a bit of a battle all year, that year, 94, which ultimately led it down to the last race of the year, the other side of the world in Australia, when I was just a few points in the lead, and I knew what I had to do, and it was just a flood of tears and emotion. The relief of finally winning that first world title when I'd come close in 93 and should have won it in 93, but to finally do it in 94, the last race of the year, the other side of the world, all the TV and stuff, and even Barry Sheen was there kind of trying to interview me, and I was pushing him out of the way trying to get to my wife and just embrace her and stuff. It was, yeah, really emotional, a lot of relief for finally winning that world championship. The first one was special. Yeah. Barry Sheen had said to me, he said, now you've won, there's only one way to go now, that's to be beaten. I went, I don't like the sound of that, I'm not going to be beaten. And yeah, so in 95, it was the second year of the new bike, really, the 916, and it was just a dream to ride the bike, it really was. And I just felt more at ease, more happier, more consistent. I don't know, it just seemed an easier year to retain the title than it did to win it. I'd won it with 2 rounds to go, I think. It was a dream season. Superbikes became so big then, it really did. It just overnight, we went to Brands Hatch in 95, and 60,000 people turned up. And it was just, wow. I just remember opening the curtain of the motorhome at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and the grandstand was full. I was like, whoa. And it was a red hot day. I'd never won a race of any kind at Brands Hatch, club level or anything. And yeah, I always say it was the most perfect day's racing I've ever had. I could just do anything in them races, and I won both races quite comfortably, and in front of like 60,000 people who'd never. The crowds had come back to racing since the days of Barry Sheen in the late 70s. With been no crowds throughout the 80s at all had come to watch racing, and yeah, it was a great time. Cool Britannia and all that kind of stuff. It was it was good. It was all happening in the UK, really. Yeah, it felt good to be British.
Alice, I was in the ballroom paddock earlier with Harry, and we were looking at all these amazing selection of F1 cars. But I have to say, it's much better to see them going up the hill, isn't it?
Of course it is. We've got, for example, the 1961 Ferrari Sharknose. During that year, it won 6 out of the 8 races. Fast forward, Paul Aron's going up in his 2023 Alpine. So we've gone from nearly the very start to modern day.
Yeah, and that's, of course, in the Teams and Champions batch that's going up the hill. And it's not just those old historic cars, is it? We've seen brand new F1 cars.
We are, and we've got brand new drivers. Gabriel Bortoletto, young ones, much younger than us, yes. He's racing up in the 2013 Sauber. And then Felipe Massa, slightly older drivers than those on the current grid. He's out in his 2008 Ferrari. Remember that fantastic year between him and Lewis Hamilton? He thought he'd won it. Ended up he didn't.
Yeah, I know, it's sort of sliding doors moment for Massa, wasn't it, that time? And the sound of those cars at that era, though, I love those cars.
Oh, they're absolutely incredible. You're going to get a whole host of different sounds go up the hill. And I have to say, my favourite car of Formula One of all time is going up, and that's the Ferrari F2002. That was the Michael Schumacher. He's the one that got me into Formula One, got me into loving Ferrari, loving that sound. And of course, that car will be going up the hill. And Schumacher had so many great memories in that car, particularly that year. And I think that car actually won every single race apart from Monaco. So we've got some great history going up the hill.
And talking to the fans around us here, you know, a lot of them haven't been to an F1 race. So to hear a car, you know, these are big fans of F1. All sorts of noises going on here today. They're big fans of F1, but they've never heard them in anger, and to see them going up the hill and maybe doing a donut in front of the house, it's pretty special.
Well, we've got DC. He's going up the hill in the 2012 Red Bull. He loves the donut, or two. We're probably going to see him at least do 2 or 3 going up the hill.
I think DC could join the drift batch.
I think he could. He's a master. He actually teaches some of the Red Bull junior drivers when they do their own demonstrations how to do donuts. He is the master.
That's pretty cool. If you can say you can do that, I can show you how to drift an F1 car.
Yeah.
Well,
you saying you can show me? Or DC?
I definitely can't, and I shouldn't be left anywhere near one. So I'm just going to sit back and watch the batch. Thanks, Haz.
Thank you very much, Dean, David and Alice down in front of the house. On-track action, on-hill action from the drift cars et al. We have been treated to a fabulous Friday so far. Brilliant weather. Look at that super slow-mo of the Toyota Stout. The course car's pretty spectacular as well, and lots of Porsches on the hill. The Paganis too. We've had the supercars, and they have come with some extraordinary production figures. But you are rewarded if you walk around the grounds. So much to see. In fact, you can't do it all in one day, even with the ultimate planning. But it is a car lovers festival in so many ways. We've got the history and we've got the modern as well. Places to eat and drink and move around. Certainly pace your day here. It's a long time outside in hot weather, but we're not complaining. We'll keep the rain away. And the background is that stunning Jerry Judah sculpture. The Ford Supervans have entertained us enormously, but the whole point of the Festival of Speed is variety and things you've never seen before. Now, this is us getting ready for the first glance, and it's 4 wheels and 2, and it is what it says on the tin, things you won't have seen before. So much to learn. We enjoy the history, we enjoy everything, but we shuffle the pack, and it is going to be full of entertainment. Again, I'm Bruce Jones alongside James Batchelor and James Hayden. James will talk about 2 wheels, James will talk about 4, and I'll try and join in the middle.
Yeah, so what we got here, we got some stuff that we've never seen before. This is the BMW Concept RR. So it's kind of it's a real statement of their technology and design. You can see it's sort of wrapped in carbon fibre, really aerodynamic trim and winglets. It's got about 230 brake horsepower, and from that 999cc double overhead cam 16-valve engine. It's a World Superbike engine, incredibly lightweight. It's got a full carbon swinging arm, forged aluminium wheels, bottom actually yokes on it, Olin suspension, full World Superbike slicks as well. And it's been written up by Marcus Flash, the CEO of BMW Motorrad as well, which is pretty cool.
I love it when you get someone who's normally pushing a pen or pressing a mouse on or a computer. There, how analog am I? But for them to get out and really appreciate. Of course, they're not going flat out. That could lead to disaster. But it's great when the people who are probably brains behind the project get a chance to have their day in the sun.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and he's not hanging about either. So it's really nice to see, and it's just a lovely, lovely bike. That it's just the concept, obviously, at the moment, but great to see. Now we're moving across to the Royal Enfield, and this is the Samurai, built by the renowned builder Aikawa-san of Shore Shot Customs out in Japan, and he's actually come over to ride it as well, which is pretty spectacular.
But just explain the concept behind this. I think Royal Enfield, I think bikes built in India through till the late 80s, based in the 50s. But what is this concept?
It's fantastic. What they've done is they've given 4 custom makers around the world basically the 650 shotgun platform, and they've all created their own design, their own flavour, and they're completely different. This is, as you can see, a very skeletal, kind of minimalist dragster stroke. It's kind of a mix, really. It's a wonderful thing when you look at it. The engineering on it is incredible. It's got this inboard disc, this fully machined billet swinging arm, an all handmade chassis. It's got this big bore kit on it, making it an 865cc. And then we kind of move along. This one's called the sawn-off shotgun. And this is built by Don Cronin and Mick O'Shea from Medeza Cycles out in Ireland, and it's got a very different sort of feel. Again, they call this a sports chopper, sort of blending aggression with artistry.
But isn't it great as a designer, you could throw off the sort of yokes of convention and come up with something which is unique but so personal?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what they all are. I mean, this is, like I say, it's the same platform basically, but they've made it look so different. This is brutal, kind of mean. It's got that kind of super cool double shotgun exhaust coming out the back, all handcrafted, bodywork, upside down forks, and it just looks so different, compared to some of the other bikes, all based off the same platform.
It's wonderful, rich diversity, and Batch, we're moving into an age of coach-built cars again. It's swung back to the 50s and 60s. It just provides just the scope for so much artistry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, particularly with electric cars, the platforms are pretty. They're pretty similar, but the manufacturers can really design unique bodies for their cars now. So we're entering a new age, I think.
I think it's great. It's going backwards to come forwards, but this looks. We talked yesterday, James Hayden, about we thought this was something from a sci-fi movie. This is sort of filmed in the 80s, imagining the 21st century.
Yeah, or even something, it's like you say, it could be completely retro from the 20s. It's a wonderful. Again, this is another Royal Enfield on the same platform, but with a completely different style. This is by Dirk Oehleking from Kingston Customs in Germany, and it's nearly 4 meters long. That's 2mm wide aluminium bodywork, all carefully shaped out, all handcrafted. And in the back there's a hatch with a bottle of gin, bottle of tonic, ice, a comb, a mirror, and a shaker and some cutlery for the gentleman.
Well, I hope it was insulated, because certainly yesterday it wouldn't have remained as ice. It would have been water. It was a very hot day. Today, a few degrees cooler, but fabulous weather for people to enjoy. And this just makes me smile, whether standing still or here on the move up the hill climb course. Not its natural environment, but hey, look how much pleasure it's bringing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a unique thing, isn't it? And that's what it's all about. But look at that, the 037, wonderful.
Yeah, now we're moving to 4 wheels, and the Lancia 037 rally car, a huge favourite. But Chimera have been latching on to these great designs and bringing them up to the modern age, Batch.
Chimera is just one of those brands which we've seen so many of in recent years. We're taking these iconic cars and reimagining them for the 2020s. And look at that, headlamps ablaze. It really has got the Group B kind of look.
It does, and I defy any car to be put in that sort of the Martini livery and not look that little bit faster. We had Gordon Murray, of course, earlier. He's no stranger to that livery too, but with those multicoloured stripes from down from the Italian drink that just became absolutely global. Any time, any place and where, it still stands true. But then, talk about moving from one thing to another. Suddenly we're in the world of off-road vehicles. This is Goodwood. Everything's different.
Yeah, we've got this Ford pickup, sort of a Dakar-style car. And really, as we've come to expect from these types of cars, the front may look like a road car, but the rest of it is absolutely bespoke and unique to that car.
And I think the thing that really strikes is when you look at these off-road vehicles is how intelligent is that suspension. It's absolutely amazing. Bentley, a rich history, 100 years of competition. The Bentayga Speed, well, the clue's in the name at the end. The third word there, speed, Batch. Tell us all about it.
It really is. Now, this is the latest version, 2025. The old 6-litre W12 engine has been ripped out and it's been replaced with this new 4-litre twin-turbo V8. You're looking at 641 brake horsepower here, and this huge car can hurtle to 60 miles an hour in 3.4 seconds and, get this, 193 miles an hour top speed. Wow.
Get away. But it sounds absolutely brilliant. Those figures just do not calculate, but having seen how nimble it has been with all that power going around the first 3 or 4 corners, and here, the trickiest part of the hill climb, knitting its way around the flint wall, this is super dynamic. I think it should be called the Bentley Bentayga Speed.
Well, that's all thanks to the tech. This has got 48-volt active roll bars that keep the body in check despite its, let's face it, pretty colossal size and weight.
That will definitely be one of those rides you sit alongside and go, I cannot believe I'm witnessing this from the passenger seat. Right, BMW, they're always actively looking for more performance. What have we got here?
This is the new M2 CS, so it's a 3-litre straight-six engine, twin-turbo, 530 horsepower. Now, that's 82 horsepower up on the previous M2 CS, and that allows this pretty small 2-door coupe to hurtle to 60 miles an hour in 3.8 seconds. And BMW really throwing the kitchen sink at this car. It comes with the M driver's pack as standard, so it's got a top speed of 188 miles an hour. Wow.
To me, I do love a V8 engine, but BMW and straight six, that is clear lineage, and it does make the most magnificent sound. I will put a double tick, and Chris Fry doing a fantastic job getting this super nimble CS up the course. Just got to go through the final sweep, into the darkness, into the gloom, past the finish line, but that is a dynamic car.
It really is, and like you say, straight sixes and BMWs go hand in hand, don't they?
Yep, show me an initial M6 and I would tick that box, yes please, yes please. Now, of course, Hyundai are doing just extraordinary things. Sorry, this is the Xpeng, my fault, in the shade there coming out. This is the P7, no it's not, it's the P7 Plus.
P7 Plus, now this is an AI-defined vehicle, that's what Xpeng are calling it. Answers on a postcard on what that might mean, but of course, we do know what that means, which is highly technical, huge amount of systems here to make the car as safety conscious as possible, helping the driver drive the car in a lot easier fashion. But it is a huge car, this 5 meters long, stunning design, and a very distinctive light signature as it comes into the shade there.
But the thing that really strikes me is not just new models, it's how rapidly they're coming through. It seems not even a year goes by and these manufacturers fairly new to us in the UK and around the world are just really producing. They see one model shape, they go for that, they go for another, but certainly the P7 Plus large, the G6 different model, but you know, again, so much performance from these cars, and we really do, as a motoring journalist, Batch, have to look, listen and learn and constantly have your antennae tuned, don't you?
Really do. I've never known a period in the automotive history where things have changed quite so quickly. But look at this. Daniel Rowbottom, of course, as we know, BTCC driver, really hanging the tail out in this MG EX4 concept. And we first saw this car a couple of years ago in his MG sort of take on that classic Metro 6R4, and it's properly B-winged, isn't it? And the passenger there is smiling away. Why wouldn't you when you've got Daniel at the wheel there? But it is hurtling its way up to the flip wall, looking spectacular.
Yeah, the 6R4 rather stubbier, but huge performance in those Group B rally days. But the EX4 concept certainly very interesting. And Daniel Rowbottom will be going, well, this is a bit different from going around Snetterton, Silverstone, Brands Hatch. But again, he's keeping it between those straw bales, almost completed the course. But MG definitely adding more performance to their range.
Absolutely, and this is really sort of MG we've seen over the past couple of years have been flexing their muscles in terms of performance. This has got 429 brake horsepower, twin electric motors, I should say. But contrast that to this, which is the Land Rover Defender Trophy Edition. No prizes on guessing what kind of rally series this car sort of remembers, but then contrast that to this Range Rover Sport SV Black. It really does show you the breadth in the Land Rover range at the moment, sheer premium performance.
But the thing that always strikes me is what work's been done to suspension to make such a large, tall, powerful vehicle handle as well as this bit. 6D dynamic suspension, that's what it says on the packet, but controlling all that pitch that otherwise would certainly be upsetting the olive in your glass, wouldn't it?
Well, this 6D suspension is quite something, actually. It uses hydraulics to interlink every single corner of the car to better control things like pitch and dive and roll, and that's why it's making light work of the hill run today.
It really is truly extraordinary. A course that twists and turns, and yet it's staying almost completely level. That is an extraordinary feat. And so for the sport, well, that says it on the tin, but SV Black means it's a little bit more special as well, doesn't it?
It is. It's a product of Jaguar Land Rover's SV Special Vehicles division. And, I mean, it packs some pretty potent power, 4.4-litre twin-turbo mild hybrid V8. And contrast that to a pure electric car, the Mini Aceman John Cooper Works. Now this is the development of the John Cooper Works range, really. This is the Aceman. It sits above the normal Cooper hatchback. It's a sort of a five-door sort of mini SUV. And yeah, 220 odd horsepower, similar kind of range as well, and quite a striking looking thing, don't you think, Bruce?
Well, it is, and it sort of fits into almost a class of its own. It sits between one category of car and another, but the point is those dynamic figures, and clearly it looks very, very handy up the hill. Aceman, that's quite a high aiming name, but John Cooper Works, well, that's what you need to know, isn't it?
It is, and John Cooper Works is a brand which we're all very familiar with, and yeah, opening it up to a new range of motoring enthusiasts as well.
Well, you think back to Mini, you think back to the Mini Cooper in the 1960s. It was the must-have car. It was before hot hatches, and it just took it to another level. Mentioned Hyundai, they've got their N performance range, and it just seems every year to be becoming more and more extraordinary. And the performance of some of these cars is just outstanding. You look at the performance figures and go, is that real? Well, I can tell you it is, and it'll be even better next year.
And Hyundai are really developing their N range of cars, and you can see all of that over this weekend, from rally cars to this, which is the brand new 6N Performance. Now you'll be able to buy this in showrooms pretty soon, and it is an incredible machine. It's very highly based on the Ioniq 5N, but it's got a lot of updated systems, including the NE shift. So it's got a sort of fake gearbox, so you fake gear shifts despite it being an electric car. It's got a drift optimizer, so you can get the tail out on your local Sainsbury's roundabout. Drive responsibly, of course.
Other supermarkets are available.
Other supermarkets are available. But apart from that, it's got 60mm wider track, bulging arches, and this particular car wears N performance range of parts, which you can select at the dealership if you wish.
It's quite old school in that aspect. It's rather nice. I like the fact you could augment your car with performance elements. Almost goes back to the 60s and 70s. James, the other James, is nodding there because we're like a slightly faster looking car.
I think we just saw a flash of the Ford Puma Gen E, actually, and
sometimes you hear them, sometimes you see them. This is the Ioniq 6N. Again, aimed at it's a high-performance version, four-seater, aimed at the electric market, the EV market. But I really love the brand that Hyundai are doing with their pale blue. I don't know if there's an official colour name. I'm sure there is as a Pantone. But, you know, they've established it, and I like it when, you know, the manufacturer's got a competition arm, if you will, yes, competition division.
It's linking its rally cars to road cars, which we absolutely love. But here we've got the Ford Puma Gen E. Now this is the fourth pure electric car in Ford's range. It's the entry-level car, and contrast that to this new Chery Tiggo 8. Now Chery, the brand, it's an enormous Chinese powerhouse. We've already seen two of their brands in the UK, Omoda and Jayco, but now Chery is joining the party as well.
But what I've heard about this is literally three blinks of an eye ago, they didn't exist as an automotive manufacturer selling to the UK. They come from an engineering background, but they're just growing like Topsy.
And this is the thing we've got to get used to in the UK. We've been sort of running along with around 45 brands for the past few years. Next year we're going to be going up to around 65, and that is primarily because these new Chinese brands are arriving here in great floods, and they are making the traditional heritage car manufacturers slightly worried because they bring a lot to the table.
Yeah, well, a car we can easily get our head around is the Toyota GR Yaris. It's been super dynamic ever since introduction, and anyone who drives one just says they are so much fun. You sort of look back and almost think of the quick hot hatches at the end of the 80s, early 90s, but then you look at the performance of this and it's on another level.
Yeah, and the great thing about the GR Yaris is that it was a car that was created to allow Toyota to adhere to the latest regulations around rallying. This is a homologation special, so a 3-cylinder engine, trick four-wheel drive system, and a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, fun can be in short supply. Now, Mercedes pitching in the CLA. Great to see something new from them. And this seems just super, super sleek, remarkably quiet. And in fact, I tell you what, on the open road, that looks like that'd be a lovely drive.
Yeah, and it's pretty impressive as well. It comes in hybrid and electric power, but this car's already broken a record. It's the longest distance travelled in an EV in 24 hours, 2,110 miles. Talking about record breakers, we've got another one here, the Xiaomi Ultra, which has recently caused a lot of upset at the Nürburgring because it has broken lap time and caused a lot of brands in Germany to raise their eyebrows. But quite absolutely flying up the hill. I think this may even be a timed run, if I'm not mistaken. But even if it isn't, it is not hanging around.
Yeah, and it's worth explaining for people who don't know, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, 25 kilometres long Grand Prix circuit built in the 1920s, is the place all the top manufacturers go, and they flex their muscles, hoping no one's watching, but maybe actually quite keen if they've set a fast time if they were. But anybody who lays down a fast time, the other manufacturers go, right, we've clocked that now. Look, listen and learn. Porsche Cayenne, of course, Porsche, when the initial Cayenne was launched really quite a long time ago now, people went, no, that's not what Porsche builds. Oh my golly, did the sales absolutely rocket and put the company on a very firm footing. And again, nothing stands still. Even though it's in camouflage, we can see a very much modernised version of the Cayenne. I'm sure that's going to sell in handfuls.
And isn't it great that brands like Porsche use the Goodwood Festival Speed to bring their prototypes? None of us have seen this car in the flesh yet, and yet all of us are getting our first glimpse at it.
I mean, that's the thing, you almost start to take it for granted. It is a phenomenal thing. This is the global centre of cars being launched. First glance says what it says on the tin. Yesterday we had the global launch of the Ferrari F80. That is something that will stand the test of time. I remember the ripples of the first one, the F40, and it was just seen as taking supercars onto another level. So we are fortunate indeed.
Talking about those new Chinese brands, we've got Denza here, which is the more premium arm of BYD. Now, a lot of listeners will be aware of BYD. They came to the UK a couple of years ago, but now there's the more premium brand Denza, and this is one of 3 cars they're showing here at the Goodwood Festival Speed. This B5, it's got more than a passing resemblance to a certain British brand, that's for sure, but contrast that to another car they're showing, the Z9 GT, which EV and plug-in hybrid, and yeah, looks a bit of a sort of a sport turismo shooting brake style car.
Yes, it's very nearly a shooting brake, isn't it? The lines of the side go back and back and back, but they don't on this particular Honda we're looking at now, because that is short, stubby and purposeful. But again, we can see it even if it's in camouflage.
Yes, and this camo is not hiding a huge amount really, because we've got a fantastic look at this new Super EV. Effectively, it's a direct successor to the Honda E, which really sort of turned up on the scene about 5 years ago with bags full of charm. But this car, 4 doors, and yeah, sort of the kind of Japanese K-car kind of feel to it.
Yes, if you've never been to Japan, lots of boxy little cars that you could park in the space of half a car parking space, and they just become cults in so many ways. It's a wonderful thing. I wish we had more of them in Europe. Right, Lotus, a brand that, of course, you associate with lightweight, brilliant handling, but the Emira I think this is going to stand out as one of their great cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and Lotus are really developing this range of cars. First to arrive with a 3.5 litre V6, now you can get it with 2 litre power. The engine's derived from a Mercedes AMG 4-cylinder turbocharged petrol engine, and particularly in this green, and that's the thing with Lotus, they run a very vast customization program, and you can order exactly what you want.
Very keen to see the driver on board, Stefano D'Aste. He's been racing Lotuses from his team based in Italy for a very long time with a real bunch. You don't only have British Lotus fans, and I quite like that continuity, and people who've latched onto a brand they probably watched racing when they were nippers. but they get to have a go. Bentley flying spur speed. We've seen the speed model earlier, the spur speed. This is something.
It really is. I mean, this is the fastest and most powerful production Bentley currently on sale. Now, the old W12, that fabulous 6-litre W12 engine's been ripped out, and in its place is a new V8 plug-in hybrid. Bentley are calling this hybrid system the Ultra Performance Hybrid. Of course, typical Bentley, I suppose, but 771 brake horsepower, 3.5 seconds, and new 25.9 kilowatt-hour battery allows 47 miles of silent running.
But I like an engine note. That's just me. Now, talking of engine notes, listen to this. Old school looks, very much old school's charm of the sound there. V12, but supercharged. Why not? This is the Supercat from TWR, of course. They ran the Jaguars, the European Touring Car Championship, the XJSs in the mid-1980s. For a lot of people, that will get them to sit up and pay attention. That is a beast.
Yeah, if you're going to get anybody to modify a Jag, why not TWR? And this brand is sort of coming back from the ashes, really. And with cars like this, I think a lot of people are going to be racing to buy one.
Certainly see the attraction, and Lamborghini Diablos as well. This is a Resto Mod 1991 Diablo, but reimagined, and all the sleeker, all the more prominent, all the more powerful. Twitchy into Malcolm, but he gathers it. That was well done. We don't want any delays, but point up the hill, Squirt. Don't worry, there's only a flint wall coming just up ahead of you.
It is a reminder that the Diablo was a sheer brute of a car, and just because you've Resto modded it, you haven't tamed the beast, that's for sure.
Still got those massive rear haunches, super powerful. You know, it's just a sort of car that was of its age, but reimagined now for 3 decades later. It still makes a statement.
It still looks good as well, doesn't it? It shows up quite a lot of newer machinery. That shows you the genius of the original design.
Job safely done, but certainly the eccentric gave us a little bit of concern at Moulcombe, but hey, it was beautifully sorted. So that gets to the top of the hill, and we're going to look down the hill and see what's coming up next.
This car is going to make history!
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
"70 years of Alpine, what a celebration." If this was a handful of years ago, it wouldn't have led to a great deal, but now they're back in Formula One, they're in the World Endurance Championship, and with the reenactment in many versions, the A110 is back, but more. We have 2 models right in the middle's batch that aren't the A110. These are rather bigger, rather more unusual cars. What are they?
Yeah, so following the A110, we've got the new A290 here in rally spec, was only unveiled last week, and following that is the A390 SUV. These are the cars that are really going to show Alpine, really develop as a brand. Renault Group want to push Alpine as a proper premium performance brand, and they feel like with cars like this A390 SUV, they can be a proper Porsche rival.
Well, they've certainly got more cards in the splay of their hand as they sit in the casino, but in the background you've got the Alpenglow. That is something, again, it looks like one of these cars designed for a computer game, but it's been produced, it's super aerodynamic, and that's going to have a lot of tricks under the hood.
It has, and what's interesting about this car, it's got a 3.5-litre V6 engine, but it's powered by hydrogen, so it's a hydrogen combustion engine car. Alpine are developing 2 routes to market. They're looking at hydrogen fuel cells like a lot of car manufacturers are, but they're also developing hydrogen combustion engines. And let's face it, who knows what the future holds? I personally don't think it is a pure electric future. Alpine don't think so either. And this Alpine Glow is a seriously interesting car, and it previews a new Halo model. Alpine will be arriving next year.
Well, exciting times for the mark from Dieppe. 70 years, they started small, but I too am a massive fan of hydrogen cell cars, and I really do believe, certainly for the Le Mans 24 Hours, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest has been for quite some while, been pushing very, very hard, and all of the hydrogen prototypes they produce exceed the previous one. They're going in the right direction. Yeah. So you've got to try these things, but I think on its own, doesn't matter what's under the hood, that's a great looking car.
It is, and that Alpine Glow has really got some miles under its belt. It was shown at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. I think it topped 190 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. So it's not just a show car, it really is a running test bed, and that's what we like to see.
And, you know, all 3 of us here just simply love the fact that competition can lead to the greatest road cars and bikes. Let's take a look at the highlights of the batch. This is first glance. Cars and bikes you would not have seen before. And Goodwood, the Festival of Speed, is the launch pad, it's the stage. James, fantastic bikes.
Yeah, we had a lovely selection of Royal Enfields, all these special customs. This is the Kingsman, big 4 metre long, and then some beautiful Group B Rally replicas.
Yeah, certainly exciting people of all ages. And then vehicles you wouldn't see on the open road, more likely to find them on the Paris-Dakar. Loads of performance, enormous ground clearance, and probably about the most intelligent suspension you can find in the world. And then moving through the manufacturers who are trying to just make ever better cars with all sorts of performance packages. And again, once you get a chance to ride low on a camera on the side of a car up the hill climb course, it's very, very dynamic. The MG certainly looking backwards to go forwards, and some of the Range Rovers up the hill, very, very impressive. Their suspension behaviour is just quite extraordinary. Big, heavy vehicles that handle like sports cars. Hyundai pushing like mad, pushing the parameters, pushing the edge of the envelope, pushing all the way to the top of the hill. And a car, more smiles per mile. It's the Toyota Yaris, and just great to see that continues to be super, super dynamic. And every year the bar is raised in terms of performance, in terms of technology, but also a lot of the time we look slightly backwards too to the great marques. Bentley, they stay rock solid. If you want to travel at enormous speed and great comfort, nothing would beat some of their offerings. But right at the end, if you wanted your ears cleaned out, you wanted a raw, you wanted V12 supercharged, you wanted the TWR Supercat. That's the first glance batch coming to an end. It's been fun.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
So we are looking forward to more to celebrate, and the next step is to celebrate the history of the bike rider Carl Fogarty.
We're being brought up around bikes. I think whatever you get brought up around as a kid, chances are you're going to want to do that as a hobby or a profession, as it turned out for me. So, yeah, all I ever knew I wanted to do was race bikes from a very early age. Yeah. I was pretty focused and motivated and sort of confident that I would win the TT. It took me 3 or 4 years to learn it, which it does kind of most people, really. It's a lot of laps around there to truly get sort of dialed into to know how fast you can go in a lot of the sections. But yeah, it was a special feeling winning my first TT. Yeah, it was good. But my career path took me to Superbike, and I just ended up buying my own bike from the money I'd made, I guess, with Honda in the sort of early 90s, 91, 1990, and spent it on buying a Ducati, which you could buy. Ducati came as a race bike. At the second round at Donington Park, which is a real rider's circuit, I won against all the odds, against all the factory teams. I think I'm probably the last person ever to win as a privateer a world championship race. And that really kind of propelled me in front of the factories and the teams and stuff for Superbike in 93, and I signed my first contract then in 93 with the factory Ducati team, and I guess the rest is history, as they say, really. It was a bit of a battle all year, that year, 94, which ultimately led it down to the last race of the year, with the other side of the world in Australia, when I was just a few points in the lead, and I knew what I had to do. And it was just a flood of tears and emotion. The relief of finally winning that first world title when I'd come close in 93 and should have won it in 93, but to finally do it in 94, the last race of the year, the other side of the world, all the TV and stuff, and even Barry Sheen was there kind of trying to interview me, and I was pushing him out of the way, trying to get to my wife and just embrace her and stuff. It was, yeah, really emotional, a lot of relief for finally winning that world championship. The first one was special. Yeah. Barry Sheen had said to me, he said, now you've won, there's only one way to go now, that's to be beaten. I went, I don't like the sound of that, I'm not going to be beaten. And yeah, so in 95, it was the second year of the new bike, really, the 916, and it was just a dream to ride the bike, it really was. And I just felt more at ease, more happier, more consistent. I don't know, it just seemed an easier year to retain the title than it did to win it. I'd won it with 2 rounds to go, I think. It was a dream season. Superbikes became so big then, it really did. It just overnight, we went to Brands Hatch in 95, and 60,000 people turned up. And it was just, wow. I just remember opening the curtain of the motorhome at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and the grandstand was full. I was like, whoa. And it was a red hot day. I'd never won a race of any kind at Brands Hatch, club level or anything. And yeah, I always say it was the most perfect day's racing I've ever had. I could just do anything in them races, and I won both races quite comfortably, and in front of like 60,000 people who'd never. The crowds had come back to racing since the days of Barry Sheen in the late 70s, with no crowds throughout the 80s at all, had come to watch racing. And yeah, it was a great time. Cool Britannia and all that kind of stuff. It was it was good. It was all happening in the UK, really. Yeah, it felt good to be British.
Well, great story there from Carl. We're going to get ready for his arrival here in front of the house, and we've already got a really good crowd, and I believe some people, having spoke to them earlier on, have travelled from far and wide to see Carl. Sir, I believe you've travelled quite a long way to get here.
Yeah, I've come from Alberta, Canada.
That's a little bit far.
I'm a big fan.
It doesn't sound like you're Canadian.
No, well, I am, but I'm originally a Brit, obviously. I used to watch Foggy back in the day, so yeah, couldn't miss this.
And what's made you come over for this?
This, Foggy. Yeah.
Foggy's like more than a good racer, isn't he? He's obviously very fast, but what was his appeal for you in particular?
Because number one. It was only about being number one. I don't think he was good for the country, you know.
He certainly put motorbike racing back on the map, I feel, in those mid-90s.
Absolutely. And Ducati, put them on the map. Yeah. He's an icon.
Hence the T-shirt, eh?
Yeah, this is original, back from the day.
And you're here for him as well?
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we heard that he was going to be here, it was got to be here. I mean, we come to the Festival of Speed most years, weren't going to come this year, but Foggy's here, so got to come, yeah.
Well, very impressive, very impressive. I love the commitment, I love the travel. Yeah. We'll send it back up to the comms.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, great to see the build-up to what will be a fantastic celebration, and the fact that Carl Fogarty will be heading up the hill so that everybody can get a chance to give him a cheer before he gets in front of the balcony, and then we'll see him actually take his helmet off and have a chat with him in a short space of time. James Hayden is with me, one of the great bike riders himself, but a man who you really enjoyed seeing Carl do all that stuff that he did in the 1990s, in particular his association with Ducati, so brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we were speaking about it earlier. It's not just his 4 World Championships that he won with Ducati in World Superbike. Right now there, you look at the bike he's on, that's his 1990 Ducati. And what a season he had that year. He took 11 victories, finished 125 points clear of the man in second, which is why he said, I've got to ride one of my bikes with the number 1 on it.
That was what was called F1 Championship for bikes, wasn't it then?
It's before, so he won the 88, 89 and 1990 championship with that. But yes, he did, and he very, very good around. I'm just saying, this bike here, one of his favourites, which he just dominated on, the 996 there.
Right, oh, it's lovely to see. And he's the son of a former bike racer himself, wasn't he, George?
Yes, he was indeed. So it was in the blood. You heard him speaking about it. He grew up around racing. His dad was a TT racer and British Championship racer. I think he might have even done some Grand Prix as well. So it was in his blood. There's those famous eyes, the foggy eyes. So, they certainly were piercing, intense eyes. And he's very, very well known for that. He always has his little logo. If you look at the top of his thing, foggy in his little eyes there on the top of his leathers there. So looking nervous. I mean, what a special day for him, though.
It is.
What an incredible honour. Wonderful of the Duke to appreciate and to bring him on. We've seen some great motorcycle races over the year, and it's lovely to see Carl celebrated in this way, and just listening to David speak there with the fans, people coming from all over the world to come and see him. And there really was such a mania is maybe too strong, but there was such a sort of devout and fanatical following of Foggy through that period whilst he was winning all that races. And his statistics talk for himself. 59 World Superbike wins, 109 podiums, 21 poles, 48 fastest laps, and the big one, the 4 World Championships.
Fantastic.
And he wasn't just
I love that on the crash helmet as well, 4-time WSB champion. As you said it, that was lovely.
Yeah, and but he wasn't just he wasn't just good in the short circuit. He won 3 TTs, he won Northwest 200s, the Macau GP. He also won Le Mans and Bol d'Or and became World Endurance Champion one year as well with his teammates. So he was a real all-rounder, and I think that was quite incredible. There's not many racers that could do that now or again.
Actually, we saw him go up the hill a little bit earlier on when he did the full run up the hill, and we've got some images of that. He's still waiting for his moment to come up to the balcony for the celebration right now, but this was him riding up the hill, and of course plenty of people getting the opportunity to see a view from many years ago, but lovely to see it.
Yeah, he's on the 1994 916. He won the World Championship that year on that bike. Obviously he was running up the year before, which is why he was on the number 2, but won it on that 94. And it's just that it was the first year of the iconic Ducati 916, the most exquisite of motorcycles. And as you say, it started it all off, started the legend, started that very, very long relationship with Ducati. and great to see sort of Carl back on and some of these bikes that he hasn't been on for 30 years.
Yeah, and as you pointed out when that little video we saw earlier that you've done, that the collection of bikes here that they've got is absolutely fantastic. So good to see so many of the bikes, the Ducatis, that he was successful on. One of the things about him is that he was always rather famous for his speed in fast corners, wasn't he? That was something that really suited him.
Yeah, I mean, he was just utterly committed, devastating. He just wanted to win. He always had that out-and-out desire and aggression and hunger. And he was very good. He didn't make a lot of mistakes, so he was someone you could almost kind of reliably support on, because he generally came through, which was wonderful. And it wasn't always the case with British sportsmen, then or at any time. And it was great to see someone who kind of was dominant and believed in himself and just wore his heart on his sleeve. He would just gave it everything, and that true grit spirit, that kind of British bulldog fight, was something that everyone greatly appreciates.
Yeah, fantastically done. It was brilliantly done by him in his era. And as you were saying earlier, he could run on any kind of surface, any kind of track layout. I mean, sometimes the sort of, as you say, the Isle of Man TT suited him just as well as some of the sort of full World Superbike circuits that nowadays are used. He would be quick on just about everything, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and he was quick on just about everything. I was sort of saying earlier on, he would have got third in a 500 Grand Prix back in the day as well. Unfortunately, the bike ran out of fuel on the last lap, and that denied him that. So that was how versatile he was. He could put his hand to anything. He does a lot of off-roading. He just did a little bit of everything. That was kind of how he was grown up, and he kind of veered away from the roads obviously as his career took off, and he was able to kind of go World Superbikes and World Championship and go on to these amazing feats. I bet he's getting hot sat there in his leathers though.
Yeah. How inspiring to you when you started motorbike racing yourself? Was he somebody that was a bit of an inspiration in the background?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you could not be sort of growing up racing in the 90s without him sort of being so. So he was an idol. I remember winning the 250 race at the World Superbikes, where he was winning the World Superbikes the first time I met him, and he was someone that you definitely sort of you judge yourself with, and you aim for, because he achieved so much.
Oh, that's lovely. And there are so many fans here who are looking forward to the celebration on the balcony of Carl Fogarty. And let's go back to David, because I think, David, you're finding a few of those fans.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really hotting up down here. The crowd building in anticipation of Carl making his entrance. And I got one fan here. You got a good spot at the front?
Yes, we've got here nice and early just to make sure we see him.
How important was it for you to come along to see this?
I've watched Carl Fogarty all my life since I was 18, 19, 20. And I was 20 years old back in '95. To see him win the World Championship was amazing.
Did you go to any of the races?
I've been to a few, like more in the UK, but not abroad.
And you made it here right at the front. Yeah. Are you hoping for an autograph?
Try, yeah, right on the shirt there.
Got the shirt ready. Well, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
You got the prime spot here in front of the house. I think it's quite impressive. Yeah. Just looking over here, I think. Thanks very much for that. I hope you get your autograph. I've got somebody else here who's sacrificing this. What is it? Your 30th birthday. Well done.
Times two.
What's your name?
Ginny.
Ginny, you're looking very well dressed for today. I'm enjoying this outfit. And you've got prime spot here, right in front of the rope.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, he's brilliant. He's an icon.
Have you been to one of these balcony moments before?
No, this is the first for me.
And why Carl?
Brilliant rider in his time. Love watching him. Love Ducatis. What more can you say? He's a legend.
What more can you say? And what better way to spend the birthday?
Exactly.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ginny. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Back up to you, James Webber.
Thank you, David. That's lovely to hear from some of the fans who are gathering around that area. And as soon as he comes up the hill, of course, he'll be coming in this way to celebrate. And I'm sure there'll be a big round of applause for Carl as he heads into that little area there. What a superb star he has been. He started with Ducati from 1993. Before that, he'd actually made his debut with Tuxworth Honda. And that 1993 season, he was a bit unlucky, actually, because I gather he won 11 races that year. But he did miss out on the 93 title to Scott Russell that 93 year. It got better the year after, though.
Yeah, it did indeed. Yeah, it was a very, very close run thing, and they became real arch rivals and kind of arch enemies. They kind of love to hate each other. Carl would be his typical self. He got a pet pig, and he'd name it after his rivals, and he would just it was all part of the head games as well. And also it seemed to be in some ways kind of almost in a less sort of PR type way. They were kind of, some of those arch rivalries seem to blossom a little bit more than they kind of do now, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do understand that. It was a period when everybody was really putting it down, and nowadays perhaps in the world of social media it's a little harder to be quite as hefty as that. You get more criticism sometimes, don't you? But it was a great period, and Carl Fogarty so dominant in that period with Ducati and taking those 4 titles. Brilliant stuff by him, and we shall see him heading up the hill in just a moment. There's obviously a little bit of a delay because they want to get him up there to do the celebration, and we will be hearing from him as well. Grace will be having a chat with him once he gets to the top, so hopefully he's just being informed now for the reasons for the delay, but hopefully.
Yeah, and also the other awards he's got, Carl, MBE, which is a wonderful sort of award. He ran the reality TV show, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Yeah, that was it. That was good to do that, wasn't it? To win that in 2014, yeah.
Yeah, which was quite amazing. To be honest, it's not my sort of thing, so I hadn't kind of watched it, but amazing thing again that, he just sort of ticks off these little things. Obviously, he went on to run his, the Petronas team that I rode for a couple of years, when he first sort of came out, so he ran that, and so it was, he's had his, he's done a lot of things over the year, Carl, and as you can see from the crowd that are starting to gather for him, people coming from all over the world, he still means a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the bike like to ride? I mean, have you ridden one of these?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually rode that the 996. That's the 99. I raced the 2000 version of that motorcycle, and it was wonderful.
Okay.
It was just.
What's so good about it?
Favourite bikes. At the time, they were thousands. You were racing 750, so they had that little bit of torque, that little bit of punch. The way the V-twin fired, it seemed to kind of let the tyre snuggle into the tarmac a bit, so it was a bit. We had a little bit more sort of mechanical grip. It wouldn't slide quite as easy. It just was a very easy. I got on the day I got on the first test. I came in. I went, "You cheated!" I was like, "I can't believe I've been racing against one of these for 3 or 4 years." But they weren't, of course. That was the rules. But it was just. I was just compared to the GSXR 750 I've been riding. It was a step on. It was.
That's fascinating.
Was such a lovely thing to ride, and in one way I never wanted to get off it. It was kind of. It was a great thing, and we listened to it far up. They're getting close now. As we say, this is his 99 World Championship winning bike. Took 11 victories on this very, very bike here, and he wanted to ride into the house on one of his bikes with a #1. And here he comes, the great man himself, Carl Fogarty.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and getting him back on the bike and ready to head up the hill. Here we are. We've got the onboard camera as well, so please thoroughly enjoy seeing the superstar as he is ready to head back up the hill, but not the full way up the hill, just halfway up the hill this time for the celebration time where his fans are waiting and they're looking forward to him bursting into their scene in just a few moments' time. He's waiting for the marshals to tell him that it is clear to go, and then the Ducati will launch him once again, which he did so many times, to take those titles.
Yeah, off he goes. Maybe a little wheelie. Yeah, here he comes. And then you got that little right-hander, so he's going to be a bit careful. He's got some, what are they? It looks like they're just sort of lightly cut road tyres. But lovely to hear the 996, the V-twin as he comes round, and then he comes in onto the gravel.
Yeah, and past the fans. So this is where they're all gathering. And look, he's going to do a little bit of a fun display here. Absolutely. For everybody, and I'm sure everybody's just absorbing this, taking it to the most. Lots of applause all around. How long will those tyres last?
Just long enough.
Yeah, gets him in. And there we are, getting a big round of applause as he comes in.
Yeah, so they're lovely to see him coming in there, and the fans getting a lovely reception.
Yeah, really good. Celebrated his 60th birthday just earlier this month. and now he is being celebrated here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. Making his way into the balcony. It's great when you're on a bike, you can just go straight in. Yeah. Normally, if you're driving a car, you have to park outside.
And I'm sure no matter how decent a rider you are, there's probably always a little bit of nerves just getting up and in and everything going to plan and what have you. But he's done it beautifully, as you'd expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in a few moments' time, we will see him step up onto the balcony, come back out and be able to wave to the fans down here. But it is lovely to be able to celebrate a British motorbike rider who has had such success in the world of superbikes, working with Ducati for so many years. He was with that type of bike for many years. It developed, of course, over the years. But to take the titles in the oh, look at this, that's lovely. That's how to celebrate, and he's getting the fans to enjoy it as well. Yay. It's like winning all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, Oasis in the background as well. The man for Blackburn. He's sprayed a bit of champagne this time, that's for sure.
He did actually leave Ducati. He went back to Tuxworth with Honda in 1996, but he returned to Ducati in 97, and he was second in the title. And then, after having taken 2 titles, then he won his next 2 titles with Ducati again. So his relationship with Ducati was always the one that worked. It never quite worked with the others.
No, it was special. He was kind of unlucky that year, actually, that 97 year. You know, he moved. John Kaczynski took his ride at Honda. He took John Kaczynski's ride at Ducati, and then Kaczynski won the championship on the Honda, and then he won it the year later on the Ducati. But as you say, just seemed to have a kind of him and the Ducati. They worked together.
Yeah.
They were just synonymous with each other. Whatever it was.
It's funny how you find that in all forms of motorsport, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4 wheels. You sometimes find drivers or riders with particular companies that it just really gels and works incredibly well. When they move to another team, it doesn't always come together in the same way.
Yeah. And I think some of that could be personnel, some of that could be there's his wife and Michaela there, and his daughters as well, and some of his grandkids. So yeah, lovely to see family Fogarty up there.
That is lovely to see, you're right. It's great to see the family support. What a special moment this is for them, isn't it? You know, at such an event, this Goodwood Festival of Speed, where we celebrate so many top people. Derek Bell was up there yesterday. But the fact that Carl Fogarty is being able to enjoy this with his family, with his supporters, with the fans who absolutely adored, as we've heard, watching him competing so competitively, so effectively in the 1990s. For some people, it would have been how they became passionate about motorbike racing.
Well, a lot of people, he bought in being that great success, doing what he's done, and he was someone to look at, someone to live up to, and he encouraged a great number of people to really love motorcycles.
Yeah, wonderful to see. And in a few moments' time, we will be seeing him up there on the balcony with his family, and we will be celebrating that in just a moment. And in fact, we're going to hear from him now. Let's go over to Grace.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in the continued celebrations here at Goodwood House, as we now look to a man who put Britain firmly at the forefront of superbike racing during the 90s, when he took his 4 World Superbike titles, but ultimately captured the hearts of sport bike lovers across the globe and continues to do so. He is a legend in the 2-wheeled world. Please welcome to the balcony, Carl Fogarty!
Thank you. Oh, I'm getting all emotional.
Oh, Carl. Now, that is one way to make an entrance. It is our pleasure to see you here at the Festival of Speed. Now, I've firstly got to ask you, what does it feel like to be acquainted with that beautiful Ducati 916, 30 years after taking that special 2nd World Superbike title? How does this feel?
It felt like it as well, 30 years when I rode the bike. I wasn't too sure it was going to go, but yeah, we got it off the line, and I was just thinking, try and do a burnout, but try not to mess it up, and it kind of went a bit sideways at one point, and I kept it going, and thankfully we're still here in one piece, so yeah, it feels great. It feels like Brands Hatch all those years ago. All these thousands of fans coming out, and it's great to see you all. Thank you.
Well, you did a very fine job of it, and the champagne topped it off there. But your racing career, much of the success has been on board a Ducati. So what is it about the Italian brand that you gel with so much?
It just suits my style as a rider. The bike, the whole package, the company, it's like a family kind of environment, and yeah, it just the two go together, Foggy and Ducati and Foggy, and yeah, I couldn't have wished for a better manufacturer to have success on the bike. Did what I wanted it to. It enabled me to ride a bike how I wanted to ride a bike, carry a lot of corner speed, and to win 4 World Superbike titles. It should have been 6, but 4's all right.
Definitely. Well, just take us back to that 1995 season, which was an exemplary display of dominance in World Championship sport. What were some of the factors that you would credit as your success at that time?
I think it was the second year of the bike, the 916. It came out in '94, and we had kind of a few teething little problems with it. And in '95, it was the most perfect bike I've ever rode. It was just a pleasure to ride. I've always said to this day, it's the best bike I've ever ridden in '95. And yeah, going back to the summer of '95, the weather seemed like it is today. It was red hot, and I remember opening the curtains at Brands Hatch at about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. The grandstand was full, and it was the first time we'd seen crowds back at the British sort of races since the days of Barry Sheen in the late '70s. And it was the most perfect day for me. I won both races, a new lap record, and pretty much clinched my second World Championship. It was, hard to believe, it was 30 years ago.
It's just incredible, Carl. And I think many people knew you were destined for glory after that, because you've shown dedication in many disciplines, whether it be motocross, road racing at the Isle of Man, short circuit, endurance racing. What is it about the two-wheeled sport that you love so much and keeps your passion alive for it?
Just winning. That's it. Just I was born on the 1st of July, so I was born on the 1st, and just wanted to win. I was kind of brought up with a TT with my dad racing, and kind of was a family holiday as a kid, and so I spent every year going to the Isle of Man TT, getting 2 weeks off school, which is great because I hated school. Yeah, I wanted to win the TT, won that, I held the lap record for 7 years, and then wanted to be world champion. And I just had that motivation, that drive, that determinedness, and you know, that little bit of luck along the way, and we achieved it.
Yeah, and your devotion to the sport, though, created a sensation, Foggy Mania, that drew those thousands of crowds to watch the racing. Do you have certain memories or milestones that you replay from that euphoric time?
It was just a great time. It was like the golden era of Superbike, as they say, and there was a lot of big characters around, big personalities, big teams, the massive crowds, and I just got the memories from Assen, where 60,000 Brits came over, Donington, 70,000, and at Brands Hatch, 120,000 there. So it's, I mean, they were the real special times. It was probably not the same now. The crowds don't seem to come to the World Superbike anymore. It's not like it was back in my day. But that's obviously because I'm not racing anymore. But you know,
of course,
can't have everything.
But I guess that dominance means it could be argued that that was the pinnacle of your career. Do you see it as that, or when would be the pinnacle for you?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah. At the end of 1999, I won for the 4th time, and obviously my career was cut short in 2000. But yeah, I think by the end of 99, I was, I guess, you know, like a household name, and my dominance was sort of seen by sort of millions around the world. And yeah, it was happy days. It's a long distance memory for me now, those days, but I miss them. It's on days like this when you get to see all the fans again, it makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, and we're not seeing you leave the sport anytime soon, because you've announced earlier this year that you're going to be a team principal of a new British Superbike team in 2026. You must be excited to get stuck into that.
Yeah, looking forward to it, being back on the grid again, first time in sort of 20 years. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do in the background, sort of sorting the bikes out with Ducati, staff, workshops, and do a bit of testing. And yeah, there's a lot of work to do, but I'm really looking forward to being back on the grid again, and hopefully winning some more races. The team sort of well, team principles, you say. I had to Google the word principle, see what it meant.
It sounds good.
It said
Go
most important person of a group or at work. I thought, that's all right. That sounds like me.
Yeah, take that then.
I'll take that.
Well, I'm sure Carl will watch this space and keep posted on that, and I'm sure you're keen to get back on that Ducati. But before we let you go, just a word on what this moment and celebration at the prestigious Festival of Speed means to you personally, with your family here, and to be representing the two-wheeled community.
Yeah, it means a lot. I get a bit emotional again. Yeah, it's...
Give him a cheer, everyone. This is what it means to this man. It's just incredible, Carl. Take it in. What does it mean to you personally, if you can use some words?
Great. I just want to thank His Grace, Lord March, and all the staff who've organised this event for us. Couldn't have done it without him, obviously, and for him to put this moment on for me, I really thank him from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot to me, and see all you fans out here, it means a lot, and to my family here as well, it means everything. And yeah, I'm gonna have a few tears now. Cheers, thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Well, it certainly is a remarkable way to remember a remarkable career. For one last time, please give it up for the dominant force that is Carl Fogarty.
Yes, guys, thank you. Thank you.
So absolutely wonderful to hear from Carl Fogarty, James, wasn't it? And the emotion that we saw there was wonderful too.
Yeah, you didn't often see a lot of emotion out of Carl, apart from that hunger to win. So lovely how much that touched him, and how much it meant to him. You know, sort of coming back, and almost sometimes with that length of time, there's the water that's got under the bridge, you almost enjoy it and appreciate it more. So really great to see.
Yeah, no, I think that was superb, a wonderful celebration. Lovely to hear from him, and it's obviously a very, very special day. And it's so lovely here at Goodwood, at the Festival of Speed, that these sort of events take place and can celebrate somebody's tremendous success. Might have been a while ago, 30 years ago, since he won that 1995 title, but you can just see how much he's enjoying it, how much he's loving it, and how the family are thoroughly enjoying being involved. Wonderful to see.
Yeah, very much. And as you say, that everyone can come up and join him. His wife Michaela there, holding one of the grandkids. He has two daughters. Yeah, lovely.
Well, thank you, James. Lovely to have you alongside to talk about his brilliant talent. We are now focusing on some of the Formula One cars of the history of the sport, and we're looking at one of the Brabhams right now. This is the Brabham BT52 from 1983, and the 1983 season, of course, was another opportunity to take a title. Nelson Piquet taking his second World Championship with Brabham, and of course we are celebrating Brabham in many ways this weekend, because Gordon Murray, now Gordon Murray Automotive, and we had the celebration earlier on, he was the man who created this BT52 Brabham. So such design skills and such an amazing looking Formula One car as well, brilliantly driven by Nelson Piquet in its day, and that 1983 season was just the opportunity to take the title and take full command. So that was the last ever title for Brabham, of course, because after that the team kind of gradually started to drift away, because Bernie Eccleston was moving into other plans of actually running the whole of Formula One. But this was a very significant Brabham, the BT52, and it's lovely to see it heading up the hill there, being driven by James Wood, I believe, on this occasion. So just heading over the line now. But we've got plenty more other wonderful machines, and here another very fantastic one to see, and it is Mario Andretti in the Lotus Cosworth 79, the car with which he took the title. And this, of course, was a very, very important time.
Yeah, it certainly was, Ben. I think Zach Brown actually owns this car now, building on the tech wizardry of the Lotus 78. And it's actually Mario Andretti in the car as well, making his way up the hill in that Lotus Cosworth 79, improved on its predecessor, pioneering ground effect aero, introduced parts sort of part way through the 1978 season, immediately
becoming the car to beat.
Absolutely, it was superb. It was Mark Stewart. I thought it was when we just saw it in the Lotus, actually, in the Brabham rather, in the Brabham BT52. I thought it was Mark Stewart's helmet. We had seen a different driver name, but it was Mark Stewart who went up in the Brabham. Now, Gabriele Bortoleto, the man you talk about a lot this year, Harry, in current Formula One. This is in an older Sauber, but in the modern look of a Sauber. They've done the same livery, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, how amazing to have modern current Formula One drivers here. 8 out of the 10 Formula One teams. Talking about the Sauber team, of course, there's Gabriele Bortoleto in his rookie season, the reigning Formula 2 champion from Brazil. Got his first points a couple of weeks ago in Austria. But of course, a lot of talk around this team at the moment. This car from 2013, Nico Hülkenberg and Esteban Gutierrez were the driver pairing. Nico Hülkenberg piloted that to a 4th place finish at the Korean Grand Prix, which was one of their best results up until last week, where Hülkenberg finally got his first ever Formula One podium after 239 starts. So a great underdog story there too.
Absolutely. So next time we're looking at one of the Ferraris coming up the hill, and this is the F399. Joe Macari is currently driving this one, and of course the Ferrari history always so important. We've also got we've got Felipe Massa about to come up the hill as well. So we are seeing some of the wonderful machinery from Ferrari in that period.
Yeah, certainly are. This one from the 1999 season. And then we go to that Felipe Massa car, 2008, which saw him briefly as world champion. One of the closest seasons in history, fighting McLaren's Lewis Hamilton to secure that title by a single point. In the end, it did go down to that last race in Brazil. Those iconic commentary words, is that Timo Glock? Ferrari may have been the more successful team, but Lewis Hamilton pipped him to the punch. I mean, every Ferrari that goes by, we just got the F2002 heading out there now.
2002, so this was the one that went on to the title with Michael Schumacher winning 10 races that year. It really was quite a dominant force. Rory Byrne with others such as James Allison, Aldo Costa, they were involved in that machine, the 2002, and the actual Ferrari, this version, won 15 of the 19 races in 2002 with its V10, 3-litre V10 engine. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Oh, it sounds so good. It's a far cry from what we have at the moment, of course, introducing those hybrid cars. Marc Genet piloting something more modern from Ferrari, the SF90, which is making its way up the hill now. A more modern-day version of the Ferrari cars that are out there. And this just, again, highlighting how far Formula One has come in a short space of time, but also when you look back across those 50 years that we're celebrating.
Absolutely.
Today.
Yeah, Charles Leclerc had some success with this. Funnily enough, Sebastian Vettel, his teammate, he made it a Ferrari 1-2 at Singapore at that event. But Charles Leclerc ended up 4th in the title battle, ahead of Vettel, who was 5th that year in 2019. Ferrari was 2nd in the constructors. But of course, one of the other great names of Formula One history is Mercedes, and we're looking at the W13E here. Harry Barton is driving it.
Yeah, Fred Vesti, I believe. Oh, no, Harry Barton, sorry, Fred Vesti is also driving this as well. Their reserve driver across the weekend. Changes to F1's technical regulations in 2022 allowed a return to limited ground effect aero, but also introduced drivers to a lot of bouncing, and the word porpoising suddenly became quite a regular feature. Mercedes suffering as well, particularly badly. Of course, if you remember at the beginning of this ground effect era, they went for those really narrow side pods, the zero side pod design. Ultimately, it didn't quite work out for them, and they still actually are struggling in the current era of what we're ground effect era regulation. Looking forward very much to the reset next year that will have very much on the engine side, but certainly George Russell taking the team's only win in that car in Brazil of that year.
Absolutely, and we've got the Williams heading up the hill now. It looks like the FW14 that, of course, was so crucial in the 1990s. Another Adrian Newey designed machine. Adrian Newey having switched from team to team to team over the years, and the Williams heading up the hill. Lovely to see. We've got this wonderful mixture of machinery, and the different rules at different times gives you a Formula One car quite different size and shape, of course. The latest ones are the biggest, but this FW14B was so successful with Nigel Mansell helping him take that title at last after fighting for it for several times, but he absolutely dominated that season.
Yeah, Patrick Head, Adrian Newey at the helm and designing that, significant due to its advanced tech, had active suspension, traction control, semi-automatic transmission ahead of its time at the time. Now we go to the all pink and blue Alpine. This is the A523 from 2023, driven by current Alpine F1 reserve driver, the Estonian Paul Aron. Again, a subtle evolution from the 2022 car, very much in this modern day ground effect era of Formula One, with a slightly flatter front wing, had improved cooling, and he managed to get some podiums for Esteban Ocon in Monaco, the French driver, when he was a part of that team, and Pierre Gasly managing a crazy, hectic, rain-affected Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort, and managed to get himself up onto the podium. It wasn't an outright front runner, but at this stage Alpine was showing flashes of promise, but I've just been plagued by inconsistency, and Paul Aron in the car very much hoping that he'll get his Formula One chance sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, so we will have to see how that all goes in the future, but Paul is definitely, potentially yet another of those rookies, as you say, that are going to make themselves into a big star. So another of the Ferraris, another of the Williams heading out onto the circuit as well, and the Williams' success in that 1990s period was, of course, very, very important. And in fact, we are going to be celebrating over the course of this weekend Jacques Villeneuve's title, because he won it in 1997, but we are also celebrating Nigel Mansell this weekend, along with some of the other F1 drivers to have taken their titles. McLaren heading out, that's the M23, and this was, again, another absolutely crucial McLaren in the early 1970s. So we've gone back a little bit there to the M23. First world titles in 1974 with 4 wins, with Emerson Fittipaldi doing a fabulous job. And then there's a slightly earlier version of McLaren. This is the M19. This was first came about, the M19, in 1971. The likes of Denny Horn, Peter Kessler, Jackie Oliver were racing it originally. But yes, this was a time when the McLaren team was just getting itself back up to pace once again.
Yeah, and wide cockpit for the McLaren M19, result of having 2 fuel tanks flanking the driver, so gave it quite, as you can see, a distinctive look, really highlights and emphasises the airbox right on top of the driver, and again, just where the driver is sitting as well. The evolution of Formula One over the last 50 years, with the driver seemingly getting lower and lower, now transformed to something a little bit more modern. Red Bull with a huge contingent of cars here. You really must check it out if you are in the F1 paddock. But Patrick Friesacker at the helm of this Red Bull RB8, with that #1 on the front, guiding Sebastian Vettel to one of his many championships.
Absolutely, this was a crucial machine. This was the 2012 winner for Sebastian Vettel, so that was his 3rd title. An amazing battle in Brazil, the final round with Fernando Alonso.
That was one of the epic
It was an incredible event.
If you remember, in that race in Brazil in 2012, Sebastian Vettel found himself spun around by Bruno Senna in the Williams. Sergio Perez then in a Sauber found himself embroiled in that, and he worked his way, did Sebastian Vettel, in this car, which was slightly damaged. It had a bit of side pod damage. Adrian Newey was leaning over the pit wall to try and take a photo of it to see how much damage there was, and he managed to go from right at the back in a slightly rain-affected Sao Paulo, helped slightly as well by Michael Schumacher, his friend and hero, who didn't make it too difficult for Vettel to get by him in the Mercedes in what was Michael Schumacher's final race, and Sebastian Vettel then finishing in the top 7, I think it was, which was enough to secure the championship and take it away from Fernando Alonso's Ferrari.
Absolutely, no, it was wonderful to see what Sebastian Vettel achieved that year, and it was one of the greatest battles, as you say, with Alonso at the end of the season. Lovely to see Patrick Friesacker, who's been a part of that team for many years, doing a lot of the demonstration work as well. So some fabulous Formula One cars. I do hope for so many of you, you've It just remembered some history. It's remembered moments of seeing some incredible things, supporting particular drivers, perhaps from particular cars. That's all part and parcel of what we're doing here at Goodwood this weekend, is celebrating those 75 years of the Formula One World Championship from 1950, and such a crossover of machinery from the front-engine single-seaters from 1950 going through to the mid-engined machines in the late 1950s, early 1960s, and then going into the use of aerodynamics and then into ground effects. So many changes of the machinery, but lovely to see.
It really is, and you know, I think there's some sort of stat where if you're a Formula One fan, there is, you know, 1% of fans get to go to a Grand Prix and actually see Formula One racing. To get up close and personal here at Goodwood with Formula One cars from across the last 50 years is something special.
So let's just take a look at some of the highlights, and of course a lot of it at the beginning of that part was the celebration of Carl Fogarty, the brilliant four-time World Superbikes champion. He came up on the Ducati to celebrate, and his family were up on the balcony as well. But then we got into some of the fun and games of seeing these Formula One cars from, as I say, the period through from the 1950s. We didn't see so many of the early cars. We will see some more of those later, but we've seen some of the more recent machinery and some top drivers as well.
Yeah, just saw the Sauber from 2013, driven by current driver Gabriele Bortoleto. Felipe Massa powering his 2008 Ferrari, which made him champion for just a few moments.
And then some of the Nigel Mansell history with Williams, which was so incredible. Taking his title, of course, a dominant force. The Alpine from a couple of years ago as well, with a youngster who is hoping to build his own career, Paul Aron, and some of the older machinery. And then, of course, Patrick Friesacher always doing a great job of demonstrating with the Red Bull Racing Renault RB8. So much to enjoy from all this Formula One action. And we will be seeing more of them, of course, as we go over the course of the weekend. Plenty more. We have probably what is the biggest collection of Formula One cars that we have seen here almost anywhere, not just at Goodwood. Let's go back up to the top of the hill and join Ed Foster.
Nigel, we're celebrating the history of Formula One this weekend. I mean, you played such a big role in it, but it must be very special seeing all of these cars and also all the drivers kind of back in one place.
I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? And I mean, I have to say, because I've been coming here for a long time, to see it after a couple of years, the development is just amazing. But I have to say, Graham's car is beautiful, but I wish there was a seat in it.
I know what you drivers are like. It's all about saving weight, but I guess that must have been rather an uncomfortable run.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again. But didn't we have a fantastic British Grand Prix? It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you've got so much history there. You know what? I mean, what's it like as a Brit winning your home race?
It's everything, isn't it? It's if there's one race a year, I mean, when your home Grand Prix, it's just magnificent. It springboards you on to bigger and greater things, and obviously the McLaren team have done a superlative job this year. I mean, Lando, 2 wins on the trot now. Oscar, unfortunately, had a little bit of a hiccup with the pace car, which I have to say Max did a very good job highlighting. But all good for Lando, I guess. So, yeah, it was brilliant.
Now, look, we've also got a British world champion going to Ferrari. What's it like going to the prancing horse? I mean, you famously got on so well with all of them, but it's not an easy task, is it?
It's by far from an easy task. It's very romantic. I mean, the atmosphere at Ferrari and the Italian fans are second to none. For me, it was a very exciting time. It's had a good start. Winning your first race for a new team is always good. So going out and winning in Rio the first time was great. I don't think I finished another race for 7 races then. So it's a good job I got 1 in the bag. But Lewis, I still think he's doing a fabulous job, and you know, he's 7 times world champion, and they give him the car, he'll deliver. I mean, he won that 1 race, which people forget. It's a sprint race. I know it wasn't a full race, but you know, fabulous drive. Ferrari, for whatever reason, I mean, they were quick last year, and I thought they've got to be a championship contender this year, but they've lost something in the winter. I don't think they know what they've lost as well, but something's gone, and I hope they get it back.
Well, look, Nigel, it's a pleasure as always. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and maybe find a seat.
And compliments to all the fans here. They're awesome at Goodwood, and you know, my goodness me, Charles March, you know, his Lord March has just done a superbly top here, just fantastic. And he's fixed the weather this week, hasn't he? But it's too hot.
Nigel, thank you.
Thank you.
Mario, some things just look right. I mean, there's countless cars you'd look good in, but the JPS Lotus is surely one of your favourites.
Oh, absolutely, no question. I mean, this car just created a revolution, I think, in aerodynamics. Of course, you know, the previous year, but this was something that really paved the way to ground effects, and to be part of it, I mean, it was quite a privilege, as you can imagine, and to be able to bring home a championship, it was that icing on the cake, as they say.
And how is your weekend going? Because, I mean, even just with Formula One, there's something for everyone here, isn't there?
Yeah, yes, of course. This is amazing. This event always, I mean, it's I've been here several times, and it's always seems better, bigger, and yes, the Duke is quite the host, and yeah, we appreciate what he does for all of us.
Now, I've got to ask, I was chatting to Danny Sullivan last night, and he said that Mario didn't talk to me for 2 years after that 85 win. Is that true?
No.
Or was he winding me up?
I think he was winding you up. Yeah, I mean, I just wish that he would have had a nick on the wall, on the wing, but he got away with it. And he's lucky that didn't hit him, tell him. So he owes me a favor.
Well, maybe you could call it in this weekend. Mario, thank you so much.
Okay, cheers.
Adrian, this is, for all of us, a wonderful array of Formula One cars. But I guess as a designer, it's even better, because you just get to see all of the sort of design genius throughout the years.
Yeah, I mean, I've always admired the history of Formula One, and I guess particularly given my age, from kind of the mid-60s onwards, as I was growing up as a child. So to see all these cars, that some of which I've built model kits of and so forth when I was 10 or 12 or whatever, here and have the privilege of driving them is fabulous.
And am I right in thinking that you helped put the Innovator class together?
Yes, I did. So it was, Charles's team kindly contacted me and said would I kind of consider the list. So on the kind of, I'll be honest, my knowledge of pre-mid-60s is a bit rusty, so they needed to help me on that one. But from there on, then it was great to chat through and to make the selection.
And Adrian, you're driving your own car this weekend. Do you get out in this much?
No, this one I don't. This is owned by a customer of Mario Link, and he kindly asked me to drive Nicky's 74 Ferrari last year here, which is tremendous. Then the 69 Spaghetti car, which is this one. Then Jean Alesi had driven this and found us a bit wayward, so I went down to Furano last September and did some setup work with them, which was really fun actually, to drive around Furano in a 69 Formula One Ferrari. It was pretty special. And so on the basis of that, he invited me back to drive it here again.
Well, fantastic. Look, have a good rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
The 75-year anniversary of Formula One. Here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, we've got over 100 Formula One cars taking to the hill. And here to talk us through that batch a bit more is one of our commentary team, Alice Powell. Alice, there's so many cars to look out for, but just explain to us what we can expect to see in this batch.
I mean, it's for a Formula One fan, for a motorsport fan, it's absolute heaven. Like you said, over 100 Formula One cars will be going up the hill over the course of today, over the weekend. And I think this particular batch, we've obviously seen our champions, our teams. We've got the prologues, we've got the innovators, we've got the pioneers, we've got the underdogs. We've got a whole host of different types of cars from pre-war to almost nearly modern day.
There's literally something for everyone in this batch, isn't there? But I wanted to touch on the underdog class in particular, because these are cars that were fighting against the factory teams but still left their mark on Formula One.
Oh, 100%. These are the teams that just didn't quite have the budget of the much bigger teams. And of course, a couple stand out in particular for me. Obviously, they're all absolutely incredible, but in particular, the 1961 Stirling Moss Lotus Climax. He took that famous pole position, that famous victory. I think really Stirling's talent massively showed out and outweighed the car there. And of course, going back to my teenage years, they were a while ago now, the 2009 season with that Brawn Mercedes. I mean, they rocked up, everyone thought, what are this lot doing? And then they blew everybody else out of the water, and obviously Jenson Button got his Formula One World Championship finally.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to see that variety of cars spanning over decades of Formula One. We are in for a treat with this batch, so make sure you don't miss it.
The sun is still shining over the Goodwood grounds, and we have many things to celebrate, but also sometimes you have to mark the passing of the greats. And alas, early this year we lost a great man and a massive friend of Goodwood, Jochen Mass.
Jochen Mass wasn't just a racer. He was a storyteller at 200 miles per hour. He carved out a legacy defined by passion as much as podiums. He had real grit, but there was grace too. He was a gentleman racer in an era of gladiators. Mass made his mark in the European Touring Car Championship before transitioning to prototypes and single-seaters. Throughout his career, his adaptability shone through. From the thundering roar of Formula One in the 70s to his unforgettable triumph at Le Mans in '89, and later a dizzying variety of historic cars, he tamed everything with quiet confidence. As his own frontline career drew to a close, he turned his attention to nurturing a new generation of talent in the so-called Mercedes Junior team. Long after the checkered flag faded, Jochen never left the track behind. At Goodwood, he became a fixture, not just for his driving, but for the way he kept the spirit of racing alive. Always smiling, always storytelling, Jochen Mass was more than a name in the record books. He was a thread in the rich fabric of motorsport history, respected, remembered, and forever fast.
Well, a round of applause. We will miss Jochen enormously. Derek Bell down there, Jack Hicks, all the greats who raced with him, and the tributes ring out loud around the ground here. Jochen Mass, what a man, what a hero.
Became such a presence as well at Goodwood and historic racing later on in life. A giant of endurance racing, of course, from F1 to Le Mans. A constant presence at the sharp end, and the turnout here with some incredible names just showing what what an impact he had on and off the track.
Yeah, he was a man who could leave the devil in the cockpit the second the helmet was off, the balaclava was off, the overalls were tied around his waist. He was back in the paddock being charming Jochen. But what a brilliant mentor he was for the young drivers. Carl Wendling will be here this weekend, who he raced with at the close of the 90s when that Mercedes junior team was just doing great jobs. Michael Schumacher part of that programme as well. Heinz Harald Frentzen too. But a man who was generous enough with his time and his knowledge and his passion to pass it on to the others too. It was the mark of the man, and don't forget he was a Grand Prix winner too. Just the once, it could have been twice. It didn't quite happen in the 1976 German Grand Prix for obvious reasons after Niki Lauda's accident there, but he was a driver right at the top class, and his record stepping up very quickly to race those Ford Capris, a works driver in the blink of an eye, from literally starting racing to being a works driver in the fearsome races around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In many ways, that's one of the reasons I will remember him.
Yeah, he wasn't always a headline grabber, but smooth and consistent as well, with that one F1 win at the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix. But of course, he did become a sports car legend running that Sauber Mercedes entry.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a car, I mean, it just sounds absolutely sensational. That raced at fantastic tracks in period, but it was the ethos, it was the German team, the Silver Arrows reincarnated, of course. We'd last seen those silver colours, the German national racing colours. Well, they adopted them effectively. White is the national German colour in the 1950s until the Le Mans disaster in 1955. But to have them back, it was something very special. And to have them winning at the Saar, to win the Le Mans 24 Hours again, was something super, super special. It was sort of meant to be. It was the completing of the turning of a wheel.
It certainly was, paying tribute to Jochen Mass here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, a legend of Formula One and sports car racing, a key factory driver for the likes of Porsche and Mercedes in this Group C golden era. And just the sleek designs, this really does epitomise the sort of glory days that we look back on sports car racing, and such a hugely identifiable car. This, the Sauber Mercedes C11 that is taking off at the moment, followed by the Porsche in the background.
Just remember, Le Mans was a very different place. The World Endurance Championship is a rich, rich vein of form at the moment. All the manufacturers clamouring to get on board, but Mercedes and Porsche long been the backbone. And don't forget, in the early days when they raced there, there were no chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. It was from Tête Rouge all the way down to Mulsanne corner, absolutely flat out with that famous right-hand kink 2/3 of the way down. These drivers, you mentioned in the little commentary there, a gladiator. They had to be gladiators. The days have changed, the cars have become safer, but in those days, there wasn't a lot of bodywork around them. They were beautiful looking cars, but they also not had to be just fast drivers. They had to know how to nurse a car. These cars were not as robust as the ones we have today. So if you got multiple wins, that just mentioned the fact you had not just pace, you had knowledge, you had the ability to temper the performance and to nurse through problems and save them for the pit stop, imbue that information to your crews. But only the cream rose to the top, and Jochen very much was in that rank.
Yeah. And hugely emotional scenes in front of the Goodwood house as we remember the life and celebrate the life of Jochen Mass, the 1989 Le Mans winner, with the Mercedes-Benz power underneath him. Following here, we've got the Porsche taking him to podium positions. I believe John Watson's actually at the wheel of that, driving it up the hill for us. A sad passing of Jochen Mass, who died earlier this year at the age of 78.
Yes, and of course in those days the drivers tended to travel together more, mix more, and so they made some really, really strong friendships, and great to have Watty on board that Porsche 962C coming up. But also for years I used to be up in the top paddock at the top of the hill climb course, and Jochen would come up. He was entrusted with almost all of the Mercedes heritage collection, and he'd be popping and banging as much as the cars when he got to the top. Having driven a W196 Formula One car or something, he knew the history, he knew how to drive them, and he was just such a fantastic ambassador. There's Watty on board.
A beautiful scene for Watty to pay tribute as well. But of course, you know, Jochen Mass having to race in that era of Formula One as well, and having to deal with so much, of course, completely blameless, but a part of that tragic incident that killed Gilles Villeneuve back in Zolder in 1982, but having to deal with that and race week in, week out amidst all of the tragedy that goes on in that era of Formula One, to have that right mentality and to make such an impact long into the modern day, up to this year, it goes above and beyond and highlights just how impressive the man was.
Well, it does. It's to be able to stay contemporary in your thinking as much as anything once your racing career has come to a conclusion. But for everybody here that's come to the Goodwood events, the Festival of Speed, the members meeting and the revival across the last few decades, Jochen has been like the backbone of the event, not just here, not just present, not just performing in cars, but understanding the essence of the sport that we celebrate in so many ways. So he was very, very special to Goodwood.
He certainly was, making it to the top of the hill in these Sauber Mercedes and the Porsche 962C. Carl Verdinger at the wheel of the Sauber Mercedes C11, John Watson at the wheel of the Porsche 962C, paying tributes to Jochen Mass, and there the likes of Emanuele Pirro, Derek Bell, all at the Goodwood house paying tribute along with Jochen Mass's family.
Yes, and Jackie Hicks down there, Danny Sullivan as well, all these people who raced together with and against Jochen over the years. But the special ones get the greatest celebration, and Jochen Mass was someone very, very special. He transcended the sport. He was someone who's really, he made you feel you were his friend. He was that sort of special person.
And not everyone can do that. A man who raced in Formula One with the likes of Surtees, McLaren, Arrows, March, heavy hitters, legendary names that continue into this sport and a part of that legendary history, and carved out so much of a legendary status here at Goodwood. Always an active member at the members meeting. We'd see him here at the Festival of Speed, the revival too. He would very much want to live and breathe all the Goodwood events.
Well, he did, and as one of the 4 house captains, he was just as interested in making sure people sporting his house colours would be performing well in the axe throwing and the duck chasing down at the event. But it's really, for the man we celebrate, the racing career was fabulous too, but he left a big, big mark on the sport. And for John Watson, driving to the top of the hill, a chance to celebrate the career of a mentor, a friend, a pal, Jochen Mass. We will miss him enormously, so we're delighted to be able to celebrate here at Goodwood. So waiting for the next batch of cars to come up. The cars and bikes are coming up thick and fast over the course of 4 days here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. The Goodwood House grounds look astonishing this morning, and into the afternoon we go. More amazing machine coming up shortly.
Moment there for our great friend Jochen. I've met a lot of racing drivers and I've never ever met one that had a bad word to say about him.
Well, I met Jochen, I think, 1971 when he was doing Formula 3 over in the UK. And over the years between then and sadly up until May this year, we had a friendship, both competitors but friends. And I can think back to many occasions, particularly when we were in Brazil and we had some mutual friends on a lovely house on the lake at Interlagos, going out sailing in a catamaran. Jochen on 2 occasions turning the catamaran upside down, mast down. We're in the middle of this lake swimming for our lives, but he managed to get it pulled back up again. And anyway, they're just lovely moments and lovely memories of a really nice man, very fierce competitor, a great race driver, but a human being and something maybe a bit more special than your average, you might say, Grand Prix driver. Very good man.
And he had a wicked sense of...
And unfortunately, when you said that, the car behind me just started up. Now, Jochen was a very lovely man at every level. I mean, for example, going from Argentina to Brazil, I think in 1974, instead of flying up as we all did, because he'd been in the Merchant Navy in Germany, he decided to take a tramp steamer up from Buenos Aires up to Santos on the Brazilian, and that was Jochen. He wasn't your normal out of the sort of the box racing driver. He was independent, free thinking. He loved the Baltic schooner he had, and that was maybe his love for a long time. And I mean, just different to your average, let's say boring Formula One driver today.
John, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Long before today's World Championship, before Formula One even had a name, Grand Prix racing was the pinnacle of motorsport. In 1925, the first world champion was crowned. But it was Alfa Romeo's name on the trophy, because back then, it was the manufacturers who raced for glory, not the drivers. By the 1930s, it was the drivers who became heroes. The European Championship turned names like Caracciola, Nuvolari, Rosemeyer and Lang into legends. Fearless, flamboyant and fast.
Some of the world's finest racing drivers are here, flirting with death at every corner.
Then came war. Silence. A sport on pause. But in 1946, Grand Prix racing roared back to life. Battered, improvised, running on machines and men shaken from wartime silence, yet more alive than ever. A year later, in 1947, new technical rules gave it a shape and a name, Formula One. It wasn't yet a championship, but it was already a spectacle. This is where it began, not in 1950, but long before. Not just with trophies, but with courage and creation. This was the dawn of Formula One.
Power of dreams, how we move you.
It's what sets you apart in the moment of truth.
unstoppable force that carries you forward. It's the sharp focus that turns doubt into action. It's the inner voice, reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
The soul of BMW. Where will you find it?
Yes.
One 100% driving pleasure, 100% electric.
So much to see and do here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Not only what's going up the hill climb, of course, celebrating 75 years of Formula One. Do check out the Formula One ballroom paddock if you hadn't had a chance to get up close and personal. The supercar paddock as well. A must, and I think in this heat, a must is a 99 ice cream. And there are many vans able to cater for you if you're here. And having a gander around the beautiful Goodwood Estates, the ultimate summer's day right now. Make sure you're getting up close and personal. There's so much to do here. There's simulator drives, there's a climbing wall as well, along with the beautiful array of cars, the versatility up and down the hill. Celebrations galore as well, with the Gordon Murray tribute in the middle of the Goodwood house. And there is still a lot more to come throughout the day here at Goodwood. And this is how the rest of the day looks roughly. We are awaiting the supercar run, which will be the next batch up the hill. We'll then bring you some more Formula One action, looking at the cars from the pre-war all the way to the modern day. We'll have some BMX action as well over at the Gas Arena if you want to go and check that out. That is incredible, along with some more Batch 1 and Batch 2 demos throughout the rest of the day as we try and get through everything on offer here on the Friday. And if you're walking around the Goodwood house right now enjoying the spectacle that is the Gordon Murray tribute, celebrating 60 years of Gordon Murray automotive design. If you're able to have a nice drink, find yourself in the sunshine, do make sure though that you've got plenty of sun cream and you're staying hydrated. Very important to do that. As well, I shouldn't really be plugging the non-commentary feed, but I'm going to do it anyway, because if you want to feel as close as possible to the non-stop action here at the 2025 Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, you can become a GRRC member today and gain access to our exclusive no-commentary live stream, where you can enjoy the pure, unadulterated sound of motorsport at its finest. You'll also receive other unrivaled benefits, such as on-event exclusives, discounts, tickets, priority for our other events, and much, much more. And there is still so much more to check out here today at Goodwood.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You're late.
Yeah, apex seal popped out the side of my engine. But we made it. We're here.
Grab cards. Engine capacity, 23,000. Seem pretty happy about that. So I dropped the keys. Well, boys, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Have a good evening.
Now that is a game of top trumps I would very much like to play, but James Batchelor, who joins me in the commentary box, pretty difficult to play top trumps around here because there is so much on offer, particularly in the supercar batch that we're expecting up next.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the type of game I really wouldn't want to play, particularly in a suit. In Ken Tyrrell's shed, that's for sure. But there we are.
Certainly the likes of Scott Speed there as well in action, but we can see the supercars lined up and ready to go. Ferrari with a big offering, and this perhaps one of the most exciting launches here this weekend. And just at the press of a button, look at that, the digital dash lights up on the Ferrari F80, celebrating 80 years of Ferrari. This is a big deal, isn't it, James?
It really is, and it's just one of many anniversaries we're celebrating here at this weekend Goodwood Festival Speed. Not only are we seeing the F80, the Ferrari's 80th birthday present to itself, but we're also seeing the likes of Alpine celebrating 70 years, Aston Martin celebrating 60 years of drop-top Volante models. We've got such a selection to show you, and it's all coming up very shortly.
It certainly is. You can just see the range of Ferraris there. Here we have lurking behind this, well, there's two yellows. You can see the first of which is the Ferrari 296 GTS, and then behind it we have this magnificent beauty, this celebrating 70 years of Ferrari in North America, the Ferrari Cylindri, and then squeezed in behind and trying to make its way into the parking spot that is getting ready to go out on the Goodwood hill climb, the Ferrari SF90 XX Spider, that open-top supercar evolution of the SF90 platform. Hybrid system with mid-mounted 4-litre twin turbo, 3 electric motors on that as well, 2 at the front, 1 at the rear, delivering over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, and it's wearing the livery of the car behind it, actually. Okay, this is the Modificata, the 499, but it is more of the track slash road going slash track day special of Ferrari's dominant Le Mans race over the last 3 years.
Yeah, whilst Ferrari's Formula One forays aren't quite delivering wins and championships yet, certainly their return to sports car racing in the highest category in the hypercar class has been delivering with this machine, the 499P, this the Modificata, as you were saying, James, since it entered or returned to Le Mans 3 years ago. It runs 2 entries in the full works Ferrari team, and then it has a customer team as well, run by AF Corsa with a sort of almost inverse old school yellow Ferrari colours. All 3 cars have taken the win at Le Mans in the last 3 years. What a statement from the Scuderia.
Yeah, and we cut from sort of the modern day racing car technology to the SP3 Daytona, which you saw a shot of there, which very much looks back to Ferrari's illustrious racing heritage. And this really has to be the world's most expensive traffic jam. doesn't it, Harry? I mean, it's extraordinary, the amount of $1 million we've got down there.
I'll tell you what, the camera operator was doing a great job squeezing through the gaps there. It takes a brave person to do that for these exceptional cars, all, of course, some with gull wings. Looking at one, I think this is the Huayra. Oh, this is the Pagani. Yeah, the Pagani, one of the Pagani's on offer here.
Huayra R,
Goodwood, yes. It's not the R Evo, is it? So it's just the Huayra R. You can see that labelled on the door there. Just nestled in is the Ferrari, and then get out the way, come on, let us squeeze through. We want to see what's coming next, don't we? I mean, look, I wouldn't call that much boot capacity.
Not really, no. I think it's all fans, really, because the amount of technology on board these cars, it requires a lot of cooling. These cars are also suffering with the heat. It's not just the general public.
That's one of the. This is one of the Koenigsegg's. I think this is the Koenigsegg Jesko that has got beautiful engine all on display there. Track-focused car, 5-litre twin turbo, and just see from all of these cars as well the influence of almost Formula One and prototype race car aerodynamics and the electronics that are all going into these new supercars of the future, mixing, you know, traditional internal combustion engines with that hybrid power and electrification to really deliver intense performance.
Yeah, and we're catching a glimpse there. I mean, this is another Pagani. It's their latest, the Utopia Roadster. But I mean, this is sheer supercar, hypercar extravagance. What with the beautiful leather and the milled aluminium and the fantastic attention to detail. And this just represents the sheer variety of cars that we've got here in this supercar run. We've just come from the Ferrari 499 SP Modificata to this, which is just look at the sheer craftsmanship of that gear lever.
It's beautiful. Even just looking at the door mirror a few moments ago with the carbon fibre and how it curves. There we go.
Wow.
Nice look at that.
You don't want to knock that off, do you?
Every single detail. No, we did have some. I think it was a GI Yaris yesterday knocked off their door mirror. I think this one might be a tad more expensive, but this is just pure Pagani, isn't it? Because you've got this modern touch, but with the analog setting as well of the interior, really gives you that old school but with a modern vibe. And that's something that actually we see typified in the car behind this from Chimera, the Evo, paying homage to the Lancia rally cars and really bringing old school pioneering design and giving it a future life.
Yeah, and this is just one of quite a few kind of resto mods, I suppose you can call them, but these modern day cars which have been sort of, well, these classic cars that have been reimagined for the 2020s. And talking about kind of resto mods, although that's slightly offensive calling this Koenigsegg a resto mod, but it is a beautiful celebration of Koenigsegg's original car from 2002.
It is, but we are underway then with the supercar runs up the hill, and kicking things off is this, the McLaren Solus GT, beginning life as a Gran Turismo digital design, now on the road, a limited production, track-only car, 5.2-litre, naturally aspirated V10.
And what a way to start this supercar run. It is absolutely howling its way up to the Flint wall. That 5.2-litre V10 screaming. Now, this car's got it's raced beyond 10,000 RPM, and we can certainly hear that.
Certainly is. Squealing from the star line now is the Ferrari Roma Spider, a new open-top version of the popular Roma GT. This with a 3.9-litre twin-turbo V8 engine. Elegant design, but bringing that real-world usability together with the performance aspect.
Yeah, it's the first front-engined convertible since the 1969 365 GTS4. And what a return to form for Ferrari. Not only is it beautifully elegant and very quick, as we can see. We're talking about quick cars. This is the F80, Ferrari's 80th birthday present to itself. And what a present.
Yeah, I'd like that for when I'm 80, if not a little bit sooner, please. This is positioned as the successor, really, to the LaFerrari 3-litre twin-turbo V6, 900 horsepower, with a hybrid system as well, with 3 electric motors, 2 on the front axle and 1 MG UK at the rear, giving it combined 1,200 horsepower.
Yeah, then let's crank things down a little bit. Not that this car is no slouch whatsoever, but it is the 296 GTS. So it's the convertible version of the 296 GTB with a fold-out metal section of the roof. It's closed at the moment. That black section opens up to reveal a beautiful interior, and it is about 70 kilograms heavier than the GTB Coupe, only 70 kilograms. 3-litre twin-turbo V6 coupled with an electric motor gives a total of 819 brake horsepower, and I don't know what it is, I just love a yellow Ferrari.
Yeah, it's something old school, isn't it, from Ferrari, and if you love a yellow Ferrari, then you're probably going to love this one as well. Rocketing its way up the hill, unveiled back in May to mark 70 years of Ferrari in North America. This, the 12-cylinder front-engine 6.5-litre naturally aspirated V12. This is probably Ferrari's most powerful non-hybrid V12 ever.
It is, and Ferrari do V12s very well, and this is the perfect representation of it. And talking about perfect representations, you need to look no further than this Daytona SP3. Interestingly, this is the first Ferrari to be officially called a Daytona. You may remember that classic 365 GTB4 of the 1970s. Did have the nickname Daytona, but this is officially called it. And it has wonderful retro design cues back to the P4, Ferrari's endurance race of the late 1960s. And it's got a 6.5-litre V12 naturally aspirated engine, Targa top. It's got the lot.
Yeah, it certainly has. Proper homage to 1960s sports prototypes. We have also the Ferrari FXXK out on the hill climb, making its way up the hill. This is a track-only hybrid supercar from Ferrari's prestigious XX program. 6.3-litre naturally aspirated V12 with F1 derived tech. You ask anybody if they have driven an XX car as part of that program, and of course a Clienti program that Ferrari offer, and they almost struggle to describe how immense the experience is.
And what a howl from the start line there. That's the Pagani Huayra R Evo Roadster. And the source of that noise is a Mercedes-derived V12 engine. Now, this is a long-tailed version of the Huayra R, and you can see that to the walls, the rear end of it. And what a noise as it negotiates its way up Moulcombe towards the Flint wall.
That screams past our commentary box. This Huayra R Evo Roadster, unveiled digitally back in 2024, but wasn't shown publicly, making its global dynamic debut here at the Festival of Speed. Now, this, if you're wondering what it is a Koenigsegg Sadez Spear out on track at the moment. Koenigsegg a couple of years ago celebrating over 20 years in the game and continuing to deliver pure supercar performance.
Yeah, and the name is derived from Christian von Koenigsegg's father's horse. What a horse's name. I think that's quite extraordinary, that really, but...
That'll do.
That'll do, won't it? Yes.
Certainly will. Right, so what have we got here? We're going back to Alpine, and this, the Alpenglow, the next step in hydrogen-powered high performance. Now, this is a concept car from Alpine. It's got a 3.5-litre V6 internal combustion engine that's designed specifically for hydrogen.
It is, and this is the interesting technology that Alpine is developing at the moment. It's developing hydrogen combustion engines, but also looking at hydrogen fuel cells as well. This Alpenglow is a concept car for now, but it does preview a Halo model coming from the French firm next year. This is no just concept car, it's a properly developed and track-honed car. It was at the Le Mans 24 Hours a few weeks ago. It reached 190 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. So it is no kind of shrinking violet, that's for sure.
It's going to be really interesting watching the development of that, particularly with the sports car and Le Mans category. We know they are trying to get a hydrogen-only powered class. So let's see. Alpine wants to be the front of centre of that. Now, we talk so much about current supercars looking to the future, and so many as well being inspired by the past. No such, well, such is the case here with the Koenigsegg CC850.
Yeah, it's a reimagining of the CC8S from 2002, the car that really put Koenigsegg in the spotlight. And I'm sure all of us remember this car debuting on Top Gear all those years ago. So not only does it reimagine that car, but it's also built to celebrate Christian von Koenigsegg's 50th birthday. Again, what a birthday present to yourself. A 5-litre V8, 1,300 brake horsepower, 1,300 brake horsepower. Now we move on to the Porsche 911 GT3 Touring. Now this is essentially a GT3 but without the Hawaiian shirt on. It has got no rear wing, it's got a more refined, elegant look to it, if a 911 GT3 can be refined and elegant, that is. A luxurious interior but still a potent powertrain in the back.
Yeah, it's got that subtle automated pop-up spoiler, which is a world away from, well, the body of the same car. However, with the Manthey kit on it. This is the Porsche 911 GT3 RS with that Manthey kit on board, delivering over 1,000 kilograms of downforce, enhanced brake components, perfect for cooling, improving the airflow and the stability. This is a racer.
Yeah, and if you get anybody to modify and improve a Porsche product, you get Manthey to do it. It is a legendary Porsche racing team. They're now partnered with Porsche. Porsche took a stake in the business a few years ago, and they've become experts in creating all these fantastic performance parts. Just look at the size of that rear wing and those discs on the rear wheels as well. Earlier on, it was piloted by Mark Webber, and then we cut to another reimagining, a Singer.
Yeah, well, we're celebrating 10 years of Singer at the Festival of Speed. This, the 911 Carrera Coupe, reimagined by Singer, all in beautiful yellow, actually running 2 cars on the hill climb, one turbocharged, one naturally aspirated. This is the naturally aspirated one, and certainly making its dynamic debut of the car here. Wide body 911 Carrera of the 1980s, that's what it's been inspired by, with a 4-litre naturally aspirated flat 6 engine restored by Singer with help from the engineering firm, with engineering from Cosworth. 4 valves per cylinder on this, looking beautiful, sounding beautiful.
Yeah, and it's also got a raft of safety kit as well, ABS, traction control, ESC, 4-way adjustable dampers as well. But I just love the way it looks. It's got a real Miami vibe to it.
It really has, and well, you can keep the Miami vibe going with the roof down as well on the Bentley that is making its way. This is the Batur convertible that is making its way up the hill at the moment. This again from the 3rd coach-built Bentley of the modern era, crafted by Mulliner, 2-door, 2-seat configuration, and really retains the most powerful version of Bentley's iconic W12.
Yeah, that 6-litre W12 engine, 750 horsepower, and this waiting on the starting line is another example of Bentley Mulliner's craftsmanship and just what they can do really when customers ask them to create the impossible. Really, this dates from 2020. Uses that 6-litre W12 engine here with only 650 horsepower. Goodness me, still good enough for 200 miles an hour though. Huge craftsmanship, rare materials used inside. Even the wood accents date from 5,000 years ago.
Wow.
I know.
Now that is attention to detail, isn't it? I mean, no wonder when only 12 distinctive cars designed, engineered and handcrafted to individual customer tastes as well, being delivered, beautifully sculpted, award-winning craftsmanship from Bentley.
So, yeah, this is the Maserati MC Extrema. Now, this is the most powerful Maserati ever. MC20 derived, and it's the spiritual successor to the MC12. You may remember that was Maserati's version of, well, not Maserati's version, but what Maserati could do with the Ferrari of the time. 62 cars, all of them are sold. And now we're cutting straight to a Maserati which you can go and buy yourself.
Yeah, the Gran Cabrio, combining that, well, the typical high performance that you want from a sports car. However, it's got the comforts suitable for long distances. You can fit 4 people in that car, 2 empty seats. No one wanted to opt to go behind the driver. I can understand why you want to be in the driving seat for this one.
Yeah, 3-litre V6, 490 horsepower. But you can also get it as an EV, actually, with 3 electric motors, 760 brake horsepower. But here we've got the petrol. You can't beat a V6, can you? And as elegant transport goes, you can't beat a Mazda.
No, you certainly cannot. And, well, this from Lotus making its way up the hill at the moment, the Avaya, which I think we saw fleetingly. There it is. It looks orange when the sun shines on it, but it's also purple as it comes past our commentary box. It really is an illusion. What is not an illusion is just how fast this car is.
It is sensationally fast. Over 2,000 horsepower this car has got. 4 electric motors. And now we cut to...
This is the Corvette. This is the E-Ray that is making its way up the hill, and long-term Corvette driver Oliver Gavin at the wheel. 6.2-litre V8, naturally aspirated, and an electric motor as well. This gives it a combined 643 horsepower. It is the quickest UK production Corvette ever.
Yes, and this is this car's UK debut, and the exciting news is that you can now buy a Corvette in right-hand drive in the UK, and what an expression this car is.
I love the colour on this one as well, and it looks quite stealthy because it's also got a stealth mode with all electric silent driving up to 45 miles per hour.
Yes. Now we cut to the new Lamborghini Revuelto.
Yeah, the Aventador replacement, really, from 2023. Lamborghini's first HPEV, really. New V12 engine, updating, and 3 electric motors. So she's got 13 drive modes on this, more than one for every day of the week. It's even got a fully electric all-wheel drive mode as well, from the touch of a button.
I love the way Lamborghini do hybrids. They say, hey, we've got to do a hybrid. What we're going to do, we're going to put a V12 under the bonnet.
And that screaming up the hill is the Rolls-Royce Black Badge Spectre, a car very much that you want to be driven in, but this one, well, I don't think I'd mind driving that either. A most powerful Rolls-Royce ever. It's got an infinity mode, which gives you access to 485 kilowatts of power.
Yeah, so in Old English, that's 650 brake horsepower. That's when you select infinity mode. Normally, you've only got 577. What a shame. But about 3.5 seconds to 60, that's quick for a Rolls-Royce.
It certainly is. Now Ford and the legendary Mustang with the GTD out there at the moment, all in beautiful carbon black. Street legal this, track dominating Super Mustang. Limited production though, 5.2-litre Predator V8 engine. And well, it's fairly quick around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a Grand Prix track built in the early 1920s, which a lot of brands use as their testing ground. This one doing a sub-7-minute time.
Not 7 seconds, as I said.
Not quite the 7 seconds. That would be unworldly. Beyond this world. Right, I think we've got an Aston Martin lined up right now.
We do.
This looks like the Vantage S.
The Vantage S. This is brand new. Only revealed this week, actually. And a great bit, well, we can't see it. That's quite, there it is, bursting out through the smoke. 4-litre twin-turbo V8, just like the previous Vantage, but there's a power hike from 656 brake horsepower to 671. 800 Newton meters, which is good for a 0 to 62 dash in 3.2 seconds. So what is an S, I hear you ask? Well, not only does it get a power increase, it gets a new spoiler, new lip spoiler at the front, new rear spoiler, new 21-inch Y-spoke wheels, and fancy bonnet blades.
That'll do. Rear-wheel drive layout, 50-50 weight distribution as well, making for pinpoint accuracy as it gets so close to the flint wall, almost jinxing the Aston Martin Advantage S as it makes its way to the top of the hill climb. Now setting off another Aston Martin. Big celebration of Aston Martin actually this weekend. We've got the DB12 Volante now.
Yes, so Aston Martin is celebrating 60 years of their Volante models. Volante is Italian for flying, and it all dates back to the 1965 short chassis Volante, and this is the latest incarnation of the Volante models. The DB12 is a relatively new model in the Aston Martin lineup, a heavily updated version of the DB11, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, 671 horsepower, and 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds.
Now, waiting at the start line is the Rimac Nevera R in that stupendous green and black livery, as it almost silently sets off from the start line with just a squeal from its tyres.
It is fresh from a new record, this car. Now, this car now holds the fastest time for reaching 0 to 249 miles an hour and back to 0 again in 25.79 seconds. That's 2 seconds quicker than Koenigsegg managed a couple of years ago with their Jesko Absolute. So there's a real battle between Koenigsegg and Rimac at the moment. And what a thing this is.
No excuse to be late then.
Absolutely not, especially when you've got 4 electric motors under your right foot.
Now, what is this? It's the McLaren 600 LT, which is making its way up the hill at the moment with Benjamin Goethe at the wheel of it, hounding that McLaren, celebrating 10 years of the LT. This with a 3.8-litre twin-turbo V8, lightweight, folding hardtop as well. Rare gem that delivers track precision performance and good integrity as well. And the McLaren GTS out there too.
Yeah, so this is the other extreme compared to the 600 LT there. This is the more refined, easy-going McLaren, but still, it packs a huge 612 brake horsepower. Why do I say easy-going? Well, it's got a more luxurious interior, softer ride, a bit more practicality, so you can take a few bags with you if you really want to. But it's no S-Class, Mercedes S-Class inside, but it's luxurious for a McLaren.
It certainly is. The McLaren GTS makes its way underneath the trees. Now, on the start line, we've got the McLaren Artura Coupe setting off. Now, this is another one of the McLaren celebrating the 2024 Constructors' Championship win for the Formula One team, with the glints of papaya on the front and the rear end smothered in it. Very much a staple colour now of McLaren.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Artura, it's on. What makes it different from the previous McLarens up the hill is that this is a plug-in hybrid. Of course, McLaren no stranger to plug-in hybrids. They've had the P1 and the Speedtail, and of course the new W1, which you can see here at Goodwood this weekend. But here, it is it uses a 3-litre V6 plus an E-motor, 690 brake horsepower. They do a Spider version if you want to feel the wind in your hair as well.
That's the sound if you're down at the start line of the Pagani Huayra R. And we've seen the Huayra R Evo as well out there, the Roadster. This, wow, screaming at the top of its lungs. Incredible performance from the Huayra R. 6-litre naturally aspirated V12 engine power. Just over 1,000 kilograms it weighs. 30 track-only models. And really, the first road conversion of it coming. This running in the carbon black. The Huayra R is, though, a track-only hypercar.
Yeah, it's the final version of the Huayra, and what a way to end its days, really. Only 1,050 kilograms this car weighs due to that carbon fibre construction. But, yeah, that V12 naturally aspirated engine sounding absolutely glorious.
Successor to the Pagani Zonda R, designed for maximum performance on the track in collaboration with Lanzanti as well. Now, we often get to spy some brand new manufacturers, some brand new cars out there, and this, one of them setting off from the start line now from Zenvo. This is the Aurora Tour, making its global dynamic debut with a prototype model, production starting or expected to start in 2026. This hand-built in Denmark with a V12 quad-turbo engine.
Yeah, well, not only has it got a 6.6 litre quad-turbo V12, it's also got 3 electric motors for good measure as well. So we've got 2 on the front axle to make this car 4-wheel drive, and we've got another in the gearbox. All of that equates to 1,850 brake horsepower. 0 to 60, well, do you want to have a guess, Harry?
In the blink of an eye?
2.2 seconds.
That'll do.
Yeah, it's quick enough, isn't it?
And continuing along into the weekend are celebrations too of Gordon Murray, the legendary designer. We're looking at the T50 PS4 version at the moment. This a development prototype of the T50 with what really has become synonymous for Gordon Murray with a fan on the rear, providing so much downforce and clearance, literally sucking out the air from underneath the car and sticking it to the ground. Much like his Brabham Formula One car, which in one race that was allowed. They won the race and then decided, no, we'll take the fan off the rear end of the Formula One car. We'll keep it all nice and fair and even.
And it's also quite a practical car, actually. 3-seater this, so you can take a couple of friends along with you as well, if you should you wish.
Driver position in the centre of that one. We've also got out there the T33 AP4 and the T50 XP2, both Gordon Murray automotive cars. Dario Fanchitti actually driving one of them, the T50S XP2 out there and crossing the line.
Yeah, the T33, I suppose you could call it the entry level into Gordon Murray Automotive's product line, but it's all relative, isn't it?
It certainly is, as we pay tribute to 60 years of Gordon Murray and his legendary designs. You can see there from his Brabham Formula One cars all the way through to the current road cars. And supercars were the order of the day up the hill. McLaren Solus GT, hypercar, supercar kicking things off, and Ferrari, James, with big celebrations. The F80, almost a headline act.
Yeah, 80th birthday celebrations, a sheer wonderful lineup of Ferraris we've had today and indeed all over the weekend. Ferrari not just the only car manufacturer celebrating and putting on a big party here in the supercar run. We've got the likes of Pagani celebrating various anniversaries as well. That long-tail version of the Huara R absolutely howling its way up the hill. Koenigsegg are here in full force as well, and a little look back to the days of the Lancia 037 as well. Porsche have been here in force with various versions of the 911 GT3 RS and the Touring as well, and Bentley really showing off their craftsmanship with the Batur and the Bacalar.
Yeah, lovely displays from Bentley out and up the hill, just highlighting the diverse range of cars on offer. The Trident returning to the hill as well in the form of the Maserati. Praga out in force, showing their Bohema, the Czech-made hypercar designed and built by the historic brand. And not forgetting pure class, pure elegance from Rolls-Royce, powering its way up the hill, the most powerful Rolls-Royce ever made. And, well, if you are blinking, or even if you've got your eyes open, you might miss the Aston Martin screaming away from the start-finish line as the Lanzanti-operated machinery of the Pagani Huayra R continues to turn heads here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it wouldn't be a celebration of Gordon Murray without showcasing what he's working on in his automotive division.
show off.
Damon?
Martin?
What are you doing here? Hello, Leah. Right, you two, get off my track.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start. It's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
The Goodwood Festival of Speed continuing to be the place where car launches are made. Lamborghini launching the brand new Temerario, a first for Lamborghini in their history to be equipped with a V8 twin-turbo engine. David Green is down there with more.
I have to say, this is
Mr. Wickerman, congratulations on a successful launch.
Thank you. It's an important launch for us because now after launching the Temerario last year, now already to have the Temerario GT3 is quite something. It's important because we want to have this car following the entire life cycle of the Temerario. So we will start to race with this one from the beginning of next year. Let's cross fingers. Now,
so quite soon?
Yeah, we still have something to do, but we're getting there.
And of course, we saw the dynamic debut of this car here in the UK at Goodwood Festival of Speed. It was a great treat for the fans here. And now to see the GT3 car unveiling, it's quite something.
Yes, because this car already is a class on its own. No? It has a V8 biturbo, which revs up to 10,000 RPM, which is something which is really unique also in the super sports car business we are in. And we are very proud to have this car.
Tell me, why did you choose to unveil this car at the Goodwood Festival of Speed?
Because in Europe, for us, Goodwood is the most important event. I should not say so because we always have to deal with the costs and the prices. But it's really the most important event, and also due to the crowd we have here, which are not only buyers of those cars, but enthusiasts and a lot of fans, and especially in the UK. So we think it's the right moment, also in terms of weather and in terms of location.
And I saw you showing His Grace around the car. He seemed quite excited about it. What is his thought?
but he's a car lover, and he's a Lamborghini lover. So I know him since decades already, and we always have a good time because we are enjoying the same things.
How important is it to have a motorsport variant of these road cars to help the overall picture?
But for sure, it's about awareness and also image. And our type of cars, they are like made for the race. So if you look at the street legal car, it's very much looking alike. So other manufacturers, they have to change much more to get the cars on the racetrack. And this is what makes a huge difference. And our brand is about performance, design and performance. And this GT car is not only very beautiful, but also very fast.
Well, it's fantastic livery. I obviously like the nods to the Italian flag. Everybody's enjoyed it here. I think it's going to be one of the most photographed cars at the Festival of Speed. And thank you for showing it here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Long before today's World Championship, before Formula One even had a name, Grand Prix racing was the pinnacle of motorsport. In 1925, the first world champion was crowned. But it was Alfa Romeo's name on the trophy, because back then, it was the manufacturers who raced for glory, not the drivers. By the 1930s, it was the drivers who became heroes. The European Championship turned names like Caracciola, Nuvolari, Rosemeyer and Lang into legends. Fearless, flamboyant and fast.
Some of the world's finest racing drivers are here, flirting with death at every corner.
Then came war. Silence. A sport on pause. But in 1946, Grand Prix racing roared back to life. Battered, improvised, running on machines and men shaken from wartime silence, yet more alive than ever. A year later, in 1947, new technical rules gave it a shape and a name: Formula One. It wasn't yet a championship, but it was already a spectacle. This is where it began. Not in 1950, but long before. Not just with trophies, but with courage and creation. This was the dawn of Formula One.
What a day so far here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Another hot day as well. Make sure you're finding a bit of shade, you're finding plenty of water as well, and make sure you're experiencing all that Goodwood has to offer today, from not only the cars running up and down the hill, but also make sure you head over to the various static displays, the paddocks. We've got the supercar paddock, we've got the F1 ballroom paddock, paddock 8 of the current 10 Formula One teams, all with displays. The Cartier lawn as well, always an absolute diamond to check that out. Harry Benjamin with you alongside Alice Powell and Bruce Jones in the commentary box, celebrating, of course, 75 years of Formula One, the big celebration this year. And Bruce, well, it's certainly, we're not lacking in Formula One machinery here.
No, we're not. More than 100. I'll just say that all again, more than 100. But they're coming up thick and fast. It's a moving history lesson. And it is just such a history lesson. And we're heading fairly shortly after this next batch straight into the first timed runs, which will build up towards the shootout on Sunday afternoon. So people putting their sighter climbs in and working their way forward. But before then, a history lesson will be on the move.
Yes, and for those looking at the various schedules, well, we are a little bit behind due to some various stoppages earlier on in the day. So we are expecting the Formula One cars to head their way up the hill shortly, and then we will build up very quickly to the first timed shootout of the day as we really get into the thick of all things Goodwood Festival of Speed across the next couple of days here, of course, until the close Sunday, where we will get a possible new winner, a possible new record setter. But as you all, if you're here or watching around the world, enjoy a nice glass of something, this is how the shootout works.
The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16 mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark Flint Wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event, as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Häkkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurtry-Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. All timed competitors will run at the end of their respective batches each morning, and will also run in dedicated time sessions on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon. This year, the shootout has been split into 8 classes of vehicles: pre-war, F1 pioneers, GT racers, sports racers, modified specials, touring cars, rally cars and production road cars. Saturday afternoon's timed shootout will see each individual class winners crowned, while Sunday's shootout final will determine the biggest prize of all, the overall fastest time of the weekend. It's all to play for at this year's Festival of Speed.
That's all still to come. The shootout, the first time shootout happening shortly up on the hill. So make sure if you're here, you get your position, you get ready and primed. We'll be enjoying before that some of the Formula One cars from pre-war to when the 1950 official World Championship began, all the way to today's cutting-edge machine, seeing those that innovated, who pushed boundaries, the plucky underdogs from that Alfa Romeo 158 in 1950 with Giuseppe Farina taking the win, that car with the 1-2-3 at Silverstone, to today's, the likes of the Alpine Formula One car, the Ferraris, all out there, the Saubers too, showcasing what and how far Formula One has come. There were 6 categories of car to come your way, expecting over 100 Formula One cars telling their individual and incredible stories. F1, so much more than just about speed. It's all about the courage, the ingenuity, the relentless drive to pursue the best. While we await for that to happen, we can head over to Ed Foster, who's speaking to Andy Wallace.
Andy, there's the Goodwood Hill is quite a sort of panic-inducing place to come up in a very, very powerful car. But I guess it's even worse if it's a customer's car. What is it behind you?
You're right. It's a Bugatti Bolide, 1,600 horsepower, 4-wheel drive, super, super fast. It's a customer's car who's entrusted me with the car, so no pressure. But obviously, on this piece of road, which is very narrow and straw bales everywhere, it's not in its ideal place, but it's still amazing fun.
And just talk us, I mean, 1,600 horsepower, is that really usable as an everyday bloke? I mean, can I get in this and drive it?
Good question, and yes, so I was part of the development program with this car, and one of the things we were looking at was usability. So if you do something really crazy, it should save you, and pretty much does in every situation. So it sounds like a lot, it is a lot, and it half rips your face off when you accelerate, but it's fantastic, really amazing, on track.
And it's got an enormous amount of aero as well.
Yeah, at its top speed, which is limited electronically to 236 miles an hour, it's got just about 3,000 kilos of downforce, which is a lot.
I've got to ask, what would this do if it wasn't limited?
Well, the issue is, of course, we're putting so much load in the tyres that that's why we limited it, and then therefore we can use shorter gears. We tested on a lot of F1 tracks in Spain and Italy, and our VMAX at the end of the straight is between 5 and 7 or 8 kilometres an hour quicker than an F1 car at the end of the straight, and it weighs twice as much. Obviously, over a lap, we're nowhere near, but the fact that you can actually get down the straight that quickly is very impressive.
Amazing. And enjoy it. Keep it on the black stuff.
Thank you.
Immense power going up and down the hill at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. But it's not just 4 wheels, we've got 2 wheels on offer as well, even 3 wheels too, with some of the sidecar action. And what we always love to see at Goodwood is old classics and breathing new life into them as well. So do check out some of the many static displays that are here. It's just so nice to have a little wander around. You've got to get down to the start line at some point as well. No Goodwood Festival of Speed is complete without seeing these cars take off up the hill. We had the red arrows fly over earlier. We'll have them every day for a wonderful 20-minute display. The supercar paddock. There's also the rally stage as well, with a nice coach that takes you all the way up the hill to enjoy some of the awesome rally cars on display, with some of the top current rally drivers on display here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speeds.
Sweet success, bitter failure. We've tasted it all. Honda will keep pushing limits to the extreme. This dream, now ours, will endure forever.
The power of dreams, how we move you.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Ollie, we've chatted a bit over the last few months, and the overriding impression I get is you're genuinely really excited about this.
Yeah, the Corvette E-Ray is fantastic, brilliant to be able to launch it here. Yesterday we did that. Fantastic to be able to have the right-hand drive E-Ray here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. 644 horsepower here. That's the 642 horsepower from the normally aspirated internal combustion engine V8, which is 6.2 litre. It's fantastic to still have that in the back there, mid-engine Corvette. But now the hybrid system that they have here with this E-Ray, all-wheel drive, 162 horsepower in that front axle. So it's great to be able to sort of experience that launch off the line, 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds, and every passenger that we've had in the car has been sort of thrust into the back of the seat and launched up the hill here. And it's great to be able to sort of show that off and demonstrate that. Fantastic to be here in this beautiful sunshine.
And how much work have you done on this, Percy? Have you had quite a lot of say in the handling and how it feels?
I had some work to do with this. I tested the car at the Nürburgring, and it was sort of like the final pieces of development with some of the systems and some of the ride and sort of handling systems and some of the TC stuff that we're doing. And also I had a little bit of a hand in how the hybrid system works in this performance sort of environment like we're in today. But it was something that was great to be able to experience, and the engineering group were extremely kind to sort of have me along and sort of receive my sort of input, and they did a brilliant job. And there's so much now that the Corvette engineering group have done, you know, from the Stingray, the E-Ray, the Z06 that's also here in the UK, all right-hand drive, and brilliant to be able to sort of showcase them in such a great place like here, like Goodwood at the Festival of Speed.
Ollie, thank you so much.
Thank you, great to be here.
One of the many underdogs on show here as Goodwood celebrates 75 years of Formula One. Jenson Button's Brawn GP car that powered him to the 2009 Formula One World Championship on display and heading up the hill as well, as we are about to enjoy a celebration more of Formula One. One of Jochen Mass's cars there will be heading you through the prologue, celebrating pre-Formula One World Championship era with a stunning lineup of early Grand Prix and Voiturette racing machines, through to the pioneers as well, those stunning front-engined machines that starred during the early years of the Formula One World Championship. The innovators too, celebrating ingenious engineering and pioneering technology all the way to the current day, and the champions as well. A selection like this one here, the Red Bull Driver and Constructors Championship winning machines. And we've even got a selection from current Formula One teams, including some of the very latest cars. As we get ready for that, up in the commentary box is Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Alice Powell and Bruce Jones. And Bruce, well, it really is a historic year for Formula One, and great for Goodwood to be celebrating it en masse.
Well, it is. It is an absolute cornucopia. Every vintage is covered in this, but I love the fact the underdogs are part of the pack as well. It's all too easy only to celebrate the cars that picked off the titles, but you need to have the full story. We've certainly got that here. But as we look down at the Lotus 25, that redefined Formula One at the start of the 1960s. The car tucked in behind is the first of the Tyrrells. Of course, they went on to take the titles with Jackie Stewart in 1971 and 1973. The Cooper, the little Lotus 18 tucked in behind that. You know, tiny cars. As you go from front to back, the cars get smaller and smaller, but the Lotus 18, obviously another famous win, courtesy of Stirling Moss when he took on Ferrari and beat them at Monaco.
Yeah, the Lotus 18, I think it's got to be one of my favourites in this, purely for that. An underdog. No one thought, of course, with Stirling Moss behind the wheel, we should have never really been in doubt. Well, to say I wasn't born then, but it was just fantastic. And you touched on, Harry, the Brawn, which is hopefully in that lineup somewhere is a car, again, that I just think is absolutely outstanding in terms of, again, no one expected it. The little Braun Mercedes rocked up to the first round. Everyone was thinking, wow, gosh, they nearly ran out of money. They're lucky to be here. And, yeah, well, the rest is history.
I mean, that is just something that not many championships can do, is when those underdogs triumph here. One of the Team Lotus cars as well, and certainly Colin Chapman at the helm had a few stories to tell over the years.
Well, he certainly did. This one we're looking at was one that tried to buck the system, like many things that Colin introduced. This was the twin chassis car, one sitting on top of another, and the idea was the upper one would be compressed to get the ground effects, which they were trying to eliminate, and they then adjudged it to be a movable aerodynamic part, so it turned up once, wasn't allowed to race, and was taken away. But you had to be light on your feet, and just having seen the little Lotus 18 in front, I just want to point out it wasn't only works teams that won things back there. That was a privateer team. Rod Walker Racing bought a Lotus and took it to victory that time in Monaco. His cars would win again later in the 60s, but it's just such an array of cars, and the magnificent Mercedes of the 1930s. People be clamouring to get on board these, because these were unbelievably powerful cars racing on some fairly rudimentary circuits, and just look at the length of that bonnet there.
Yeah, the Mercedes W125, total domination pre-war in 1937, and it did go on to be a Grand Prix racing car that raced up until that time. It was considered the most powerful race car ever built for about 3 decades, until the large capacity US built V8 engines and the Can-Am sports cars came along in the mid-1960s.
Yeah, 640 brake horsepower, Bruce.
I know, but I was about to say some of the circuits they competed on. The Brno circuit in the Czechoslovakia, I mean, you were passing through villages there. It went on and on through the woods. So the thought of the tyres that tried to keep them on the track then, but amazing days. We've celebrated just a short while ago the life of Jochen Mass, friend of Formula One, friend very much of Goodwood, and the M23 McLaren that he did such great things in. There it goes, off the start line down towards the first corner. Everyone has their favourite era of Formula One. Mine is the 90s, 60s and 70s in particular, and McLaren, very much a team that I used to follow when I was a lad, and the M23, just a car that went on for season after season being successful from 73 onwards.
It just sort of highlights the story that teams can go on, those certainly long-serving teams like McLaren, from the ultimate highs to the ultimate lows, and then becoming resurgent as well. Almost everybody can be an underdog at one stage.
Well, they can. You know, famously a handful of years ago when Fernando Alonso was racing for McLaren, you got all the memes of him sitting on deck chairs by the side of the circuit when his car had failed again. But don't forget too that Bruce McLaren perished in 1970, and yet his colleagues took the team by the scruff of the necks and guided it to that World Championship in 74 with Emerson Fittipaldi, 76 with James Hunt.
And they've had 198 wins. That's just incredible. He said the colleagues took it over, and well, haven't they done a fantastic job?
Yeah, and then of course Ron Dennis took it by the scruff of the neck, projected it into the modern age as well. But defining excellence, of course, he famously said, second place, first of the losers. To an extent, that's how you drive the company on.
And that is Formula One in a nutshell. Certainly not a loser was the man who piloted this car, Red Bull RB7. Patrick Friesacker in it at the moment, doing the donuts outside the house, but piloting 2011, piloting Sebastian Vettel to a 2011 World Championship in what was actually quite a dominating year for Red Bull, and Sebastian Vettel managing to get the jump and really led him to get those back-to-back titles for the German driver, leaving his mark, leaving a legacy with Red Bull.
I mean, that was the thing, to land your first world title and then go and jolly well do it the next 3 years as well. That's putting a lot of big full stops on the sentence. Right, Tyrrell built its own cars, ran Jackie Stewart very successfully in Matra cars, took the title in 69. In 1970 they kicked off with a march, but very quickly they built their own car, the 001, designed by Derek Gardner. And it's great to have Adam, son of Ken Tyrrell, the man who ran the team from the woodshed that is now down at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, reconstructed. Fabulous to have those together.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Lotus Climax setting off. This is the Lotus Climax 18 setting off from the start line now as it makes its way around the first corner. Again, another dramatic display in design and how it has varied over the years.
Well, one of the things you may notice, there are no side panels. The bottom half of the rondelle on the side ain't there because they took it off because the heat in Monaco that year was very intense, a bit like we had here at Goodwood yesterday. So the way to get cooling into the driver was to take the side panels off.
I thought you were going to say the heat from Goodwood. They've had to remove it.
Well, maybe. Anyhow, great to see Tevi and Salisbury driving up there in the Ron Walker Racing colours that scored great successes here at the motor circuit as well. Most notably, was a fabulous array of sports cars in the early 60s. Those were in the days, of course, where the drivers would race a saloon car race, a GT race, a sports car race, as well as the Formula One. Prize money, start money was what they were going for.
Yeah, everybody in Formula One always on the brink of collapse, it seems, almost having to find more and more budget, drivers having to bring that budget, so much of it. The pinnacle of sport on an absolute knife edge. It certainly was back then.
Yeah, in the very essence, of course, we've just lost Eddie Jordan. He was a man who, when he got his team into Formula One, he was fighting the financial war year in, year out, and with that amazing Irish charm, but that keen intellect, he kept the team on the go. But again, great to look up and down the order. And these Mercedes, just beautiful, beautiful, mighty cars. Artwork on the move.
Yeah, it certainly is. This, the W125 from Mercedes-Benz, really highlighting what a Grand Prix car was in its day. The successor to the W25 Total Domination back in 1937 was a Grand Prix car that raced up until that point and was considered, as we were discussing, one of the most powerful race cars ever built for a few decades, and with the long tail at the front, the driver's legs as well, really trying to fit down there, but not all the waist. Even the driving position has changed so much for a Formula One driver.
Oh, absolutely, and those battles, those pre-war battles with Auto Union and Mercedes, both the Silver Arrows, the German government very happy to have them having global supremacy, but you just wonder where these cars, how these cars would have developed if the war hadn't interceded. But phenomenal machinery.
Now that is the familiar trident of a Maserati, which I believe is the 8CTF, which has just set off from the start line. Now this car has a straight 8 engine with twin camshafts prepared by the Maserati factory for Grand Prix racing in the Maserati colours. And there's a little bit of some sort of rubbish that has come across the track, so hopefully we can get that cleared out of the way as the Maserati continues to make its way up the hill.
Yeah, this is an earlier one. This is a TCF, and from Lucasuni to the bright blue car, and this was one that raced stateside as well. Lucy O'Reilly's Shell, son Harry Shell, alas, perished in a Formula One car, but a French-American family based in Paris, but so cosmopolitan. This car got taken over to compete in the Indy 500, and it just goes to show that in those early years in the 1930s, just looking for places to go racing, and there weren't that many racing circuits, so the Indianapolis 500 on the Motor Speedway was a place to go. Andy Willis driving that great a prom, but in period, it was Achille Varzi at the wheel.
It certainly was, making its way past the Flint Wall with those era-defining tyres as well. Now we're getting a look at the other Maserati, and I think it comes out of, yes, it does. It comes out of the bottom of the car there. I don't know what is that. I don't know what that is.
Well, it looks like a series of little bags, little plastic bags. Maybe someone's got a dog, and they blew out the back of the car.
They absolutely are, aren't they?
No, absolutely spot on. But again, I quite looking at a slow motion of the 250F Maserati. Still one of the most beautiful cars. But of course, they raced in all colours. You had the dark reds, Italian racing red, Maserati style, and then it went into all sorts of people around them in different liveries. And I really like it with a car as beautiful as that to see all sorts of hues on board. And they raced for many years. And I do remember years ago, from a magazine article from Autosport, we put David Coulthard in one, and the thing his father Duncan said beforehand, just to put him off, he said, by the way, you do know the pedals aren't the normal arrangement, they're the different way around. And for a young driver to think about the value of the car, not to make a fool of themselves, but being David, he didn't.
Well, we're about to be transformed into the modern day. That Maserati that went through and leaving that trail of bags, instant success achievement. Fangio won the very first 1954 Grand Prix in Argentina on that one. Fast forward, well, a couple of decades or so, and we have this from the Haas Formula One team, their 2023 entry, the first American Formula One team, and I believe team principal of Haas, Ai Komatsu, is at the wheel as well, getting his first opportunity of driving a Formula One. Long-term engineer, race engineer is Ai Komatsu, been around Formula One a long time, previously engineered the likes of, worked with the Lotus Formula One team, which was Renault, the team Enstone, we should say, with Kimi Raikkonen and Romain Grosjean, really been working in Formula One, making his way up through the ranks for a long time and took over from team principal Günther Steiner a couple of years ago, and has actually been leading the Haas Formula One team into more positive traits, because this car, while fast in qualifying trim, wasn't always the best racer, Alice.
He's certainly worked his way up. I remember him at the Lotus Days down at the Entstone factory, like you said, working with Romain Grosjean, and worked extremely hard, very humble, down to earth, and also straight to the point. You know, when you've done something wrong, or whether you need a bit of guiding from him, but he's patiently waiting. Like you said, what an experience. At least he gets a little bit of a taste of what his drivers feel like being enclosed in that cockpit, of course, with the halo and the modern day cars. But I just find it fascinating. We've seen that Maserati. And then
how did we get from that to this?
Exactly. How did we get from that to this? And the sheer size of it as well.
But that's all just like walking around the paddock here. You jump from one team to another, one era to another, one form of technology to another, and it's all just mixed together. It's the most fantastic melting pot. But right now, for Ayu Komatsu, he's just going out on a private test run in the car. No one will notice. It's absolutely fine. So the last thing he wanted was to have a little pause before he got going. He probably did that visualization of the hill, and just need to start it again. I thought I heard the engine just go and out, but again, add to the pressure.
That's another thing to bear in mind with these modern day Formula One cars. They are not as simple. There is a huge amount of electrical components to make sure you go through all the various systems and processes. This has been up the hill already this morning as well. I believe Gene Haas, the actual owner of Haas, has been up the hill in it, his first time in his own Formula One car. And Ayu Komatsu then doing the start-up on the F1 steering wheel, and away he goes. The Haas, powered by a Ferrari engine, 1.6 litre V6 turbocharged, and of course hybrid in Formula One, making its way up the hill with the team principal Ayu Komatsu. This car taking the likes of Nico Hulkenberg and Kevin Magnussen to point-scoring positions. I believe Nico Hulkenberg had several standout qualifyings in this car. Second place qualifying on the front row back in Canada, but had a 5-place grid penalty, so was dropped down. But the problem with this car was it would eat up its tyres. It would overheat the tyres, and that was something Haas really focused on up till now, and we see that proving beneficial for their current drivers Esteban Ocon and Oliver Behrman, the young British rookie driver, both of whom will be here driving up the hill in the Haas cars over the course of the next 2 days.
Don't forget, just as Haas get on top of the car, we've got a whole new set of rules for 2026, so you start all over again. Now, Cooper, British manufacturer, British constructor, who decided engines should go to the back, and how the Formula One teams laugh. No, the engine has to go to the front, you could have heard Enzo Ferrari saying. But famously, Argentinian Grand Prix 1958, searing temperature. And the key was, the problem was for this car, it didn't have a central nut on the wheels, so they were going to have to change the tyres after mid-distance, but it was going to take too long. So Sterling just hung on there, and he completed the race with canvas showing all around. And that was the first victory for an engine behind the driver in the World Championship history, and the rest of the day is history.
Well, apparently, when this car would win, the Ferrari team manager couldn't believe it. He was so absolutely incomprehensible about how something like this could beat his masterpieces of a Ferrari. Incredible.
You can imagine voices may have been raised just a little bit when Enzo found out about that, but from that, Cooper sold so many cars to privateers, little smaller ones in the junior categories, but this was how the teams made their money to press on and chase Grand Prix glory.
That they certainly did. This the Cooper Climax T43 from 1957. Ayu Komatsu has made it up to the top of the hill and joining one of the most expensive car parks you'll see, with the Red Bull there, the Lotus as well. We've got the Williams and the Haas parking up, and they're just seeing an incredible physical evolution of how far Formula One has come in 75 years, but beyond that as well, because we've been looking at pre-war cars from the late 1920s too. Grand Prix racing was around before 1950, but that is the year it became the official Formula One World Championship.
Well, the Bugatti Type 35C was a phenomenal car, but it evolved from the 20s into the 30s to the fairly similar looking Type 59, and again, it wasn't just Grand Prix, it was the non-championship races, and the likes of Rennie Dreyfus just put up great results. But these were small, these are nimble, and the Bugatti family deeply embedded with artistry. And when you look at every single detail of their cars, they were designed for beauty as much for speed. But I mean, they scored win after win after win.
Yeah, this debuted at the 1934 Monaco Grand Prix. Unfortunately, an accident in practice prevented it to take the start, but it was continued to race, managed to get fourth place at Spa, being the car's one of the car's best results, and then ahead of the 1935 season it was sold to Brian Lewis, who raced the car extensively on both sides of the Atlantic. And we go to something rather familiar here with, I believe, actually Harrison Newey at the wheel, Adrian Newey's son, a Ferrari, the 639, making its way up the hill as part of our F1 Innovators section.
Absolutely beautiful car. It just looks so simplistic, almost no side straights, anything, simply wing at the front, wing at the rear, clear side pods the whole way down. I love the cars of this vintage, and for Harrison Newey getting to drive more and more cars is all part of the education.
I think I have actually sat in this car.
It looks perfectly okay.
I think a couple of years ago, I think it was a static display car, and I managed to sit in. And for those that might not know, I am 6'5", and these Formula One cars, even by modern day standards, aren't quite built for tall people like you and I, Bruce. But I did manage to squeeze in, although my knees were quite high up. I don't think it was the optimal racing driver's position.
Well, actually, back in that particular period, a lot of drivers had to mandate for larger cockpits, because the likes of Adrian Newey designed them as small as possible so you could get the most aerodynamic car. But lastly, you wanted with taller drivers like Gerhard Berger at the end of a Grand Prix having cramp in their legs would be a little bit difficult. So that was a definite step forward. Now we're back to the Haas again. This one from 2023.
Yeah, Gene Haas, I think, is at the wheel of this, so he's back out there in the Haas. And again, this is just that same period where Haas were struggling for overall performance. But you have to say, Alice, but for Gene Haas, a plucky, independently funded team, they now have got big tie-ups. They came into Formula One, of course, with a partnership with Ferrari. They've still got that partnership. It's a Ferrari engine that powers their Haas cars still. They've also agreed a technical partnership with Toyota Gazoo Racing in the last couple of years, and for a small plucky independent team to come into Formula One in this modern day and to last and to score points, it's incredible what Gene Haas has been able to deliver.
Oh, it certainly is. You can see he was enjoying every moment going up that hill, and then we're skipping quite quickly over to Marina's behind the wheel of her Benetton Ford, the B192, the 3.5 litre V8. She was out at Silverstone last weekend doing a demo in the historics there, and that helped one guy, what's his name, Michael Schumacher. That really launched his career.
Certainly did, taking that debut, well, not debut, when his first win came in the Belgian Grand Prix, and the weather changed, he read the runes he spotted. Unfortunately, his own teammate's tyre demise. That's Martin Brundle in front. But let's go back to cars that are loud and proud. And the Alfa Romeo 158 Alfetta, these absolutely dominated the first 2 years of the World Championship. 1950, where they cleaned up. 1951, they decided to withdraw at the end of the season, and that really opened the door for Ferrari. But these are the cars that were built pre-war, stored during all the violence, and brought back out. And of course, there'll be no time to develop cars, but the noise they make, it stands the test of time.
Farina, Fangio, Fagioli, 1, 2, 3 at the first official Formula One World Championship race held in Silverstone. They're marked as the European Grand Prix, those Alfa Romeos in the signature Rosso Corsa reds. And, well, something very different, bit of drift action going on as well. There really is something for everybody here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, down at the Gas Arena as well, with the drift and stunt action. Now, Bruce, I'm pretty sure I've seen you do something pretty similar to that.
That was trying to get out the car park yesterday.
You weren't supposed to see that. If I did that, I'd be straight in the hedge. So Terry Grant over the years is just the most exquisite performer. We've seen him go out the hill climb here on 2 wheels in a variety of machinery, but it's his pinpoint accuracy. But again, it's all part of the show, ladies and gentlemen, but it's mucking around big time, but he's not mucking around. This takes endless hours of practice, and before any of his runs, you'll often see Terry Grant sitting in a quiet, darkened place, doing the visualization thing that you see certain drivers doing, particularly at circuits like Monaco, where they have to just imagine the course. It's going to come at them thick and fast.
Oh, you do. You have to be pinpoint accurate. There's plenty of crowd up there to cheer them, even if that, well, wasn't a mistake at the end there. Like Bruce said, it's all part of the show, and wherever you go, there's action to see around here, cars to see, people to see, bikes. You name it, we've got it here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
I just come up with an idea. I think a very good centrepiece to the skidding device could be your size 15 shoes, Harry. I think we'll get you down there tomorrow, and you can be the lamppost in the middle.
I was just about to say, let's stick Harry in the middle. That's a great idea.
Size 16.
16. Okay.
If we're going to be
16 for
honest
comfort.
here. Thank you. Give me a couple other inches of just spare space. I'm up for it. Let's make a feature out of it. Goodwood know where to find me. But yeah, Terry Grant there, he doesn't make mistakes. He just improves the show, and that is certainly something to witness across the weekend here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Make sure you've got plenty of snacks, plenty of drinks, and shade as well. So important. A very, very hot couple of days anticipated here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. That looks like a rather delightful lunchbox, I must say. What are we having here? A couple of sweets in there. That looks quite nice. Be nice to get a little lunchbox up here.
Oh, I would. I think that lunchbox would suit you.
Well, it's afternoon tea time, isn't it? Well, we're sort of past that. Approaching 5 o'clock now, isn't it? So tea and scones?
Oh, yeah, jam first or jam first or cream first?
It really doesn't matter. Clotted cream, jam, together, in it goes.
I know some
very
people
diplomatic,
like Harry
Bruce.
are picky.
No, I'm not. A scone with raisins in it, and you've lost me. That's not acceptable. And if there are any vendors here, I will be speaking to you personally about that after I'm off air. But certainly there is a lot to check out here while we have a little brief interlude. I think we're just waiting for a few more Formula One cars to make their way up the hill, and we are rapidly approaching the first time shootout.
Yeah, well, really looking forward to that. But what is so amazing at the Festival of Speed, if you step away from the side of the hill climb course for a park, there are quiet areas, the places you can sit in the shade, you can go to the Future Lab. It is several days of entertainment, and the people lucky enough to come in and have a wonderful day of catering, just standing with a glass of something cool in your hand, looking out over the course. It is super, super special. We get ultra close to it, but being confined to the commentary box, not a bad place to be, but we don't see the whole show. Right, we've been talking Formula One, let's talk Tyrrell, because of course for many years they were the flag bearers, if you will, for the DFV, the Cosworth that started with its first victory in 1967 and went through into the early 80s. And it was Michele Alboreto who took the final win in 1983, but it was the standard bearer, and a lot of the top teams would not be anywhere today if it hadn't been for the Cosworth DFV. It was cost effective, it was brilliant. You could mount the suspension on the engine. It revolutionised Formula One. Formula One has had a load of steps in its history. It's not been linear, but the Cosworth DFV, absolutely mighty. And right through the 70s, it was the backbone.
Yeah, this making its way up the hill, the Tyrrell Cosworth 011, an ex-Michele Alboreto car. That's being followed by a Benetton, the B191.
This is the Eurobrun with
on the line.
Stefano Modena. I mean, look how plain and simple it is. And Stefano Modena, coulda, shoulda. He scored a podium for Brabham at Monaco. He was a driver of exquisite talent, but as you all know, over the years, if you don't end up with one of the top teams, your chances of taking victory are all the smaller.
Well, this is a bold but flawed privateer, isn't it? Technically underwhelming, this car, but it's so visually striking, as you were saying, Bruce. It delivered very much on presence and passion, but fell a little short under the resource and technical pressures at the time. 1988, this car from that period.
Yeah, it was the brainchild of Walter Brunn, had really successful cars in sports cars. Events like them all, always one of the top guns. But we're celebrating an awful lot of Adrian Newey designed cars here because they have been the gold standard. This Leighton House March was the one that really made people sit up and pay attention. First half of the season, it was going nowhere fast. It was going fast, but it was braking the whole time. Suddenly went to the smooth Paul Ricard circuit, and it came good, and Ivan Capelli led an awful lot of the race and eventually came home in second place. And that was the moment when, oh, we've heard of Newey. He's good, isn't he? Yeah. That was just the beginning.
Yeah, this the first car under the Leighton House name following the acquisition of March. And Adrian Newey's first high-profile F1 design, the A-Spec car, as we said, plagued by unreliable pace and overly reactive handling as well. They brought in a B-Spec update, brought in at the French Grand Prix, and that instantly transformed it into a podium finisher. Out there at the moment as well, we've got the Wayne Taylor Wolf WR4
sneaking its way up the hill.
Yeah, Walter Wolf was an individual who was involved with Williams. They didn't get on as a partnership, but by the start of the next season, he had Harvey Postlethwaite of Hesketh Formula One fame designing his car, and went from the car we're looking at now. This was the Hesketh 1974-75. James Hunt took that famous victory ahead of Niki Lauda for the British team, the flamboyant British team at Zandvoort in 1975. But 2 years later, we had the blue and gold Wolf, and Jody Scheckter went to the opening round, and he only went and beat everyone in Buenos Aires. So that was a real sit up and pay attention moment. But Walter Wolf, a self-made man, made an awful lot of money out of the oil business, and he wanted to spend it and spend it well.
Yeah, that was the car that took James Hunt to his first F1 pole position and race win. Hesketh Cosworth 308 making its way up the hill, followed by the likes of the Ferrari D50A and the Ferrari following it. So into Scuderia land.
Now, one of the things I absolutely... Oh, by the flip wall, it's making better noise. The D50 Ferrari, Lancia decided to pull out and sold it for it. That, to me, makes the best noise of the entire weekend. According to your age, your proclivities, you might have others, but that is a raughty V8 sound.
Yeah, Lancia withdrew mid-1955. Ferrari acquired all 6 D50s, the assets, the engineers and the spare parts, saving the programme. They then revamped the car for 1956 onwards. The Ferguson Climax P99 out on the circuit now.
Looks very different, and the main difference this car had, it was the one that introduced four-wheel drive to Formula One. This is 1960-61, and Sterling Moss won the Alton Park Gold Cup, a non-championship race, but for Harry Ferguson, his main business was tractors, thus his knowledge of four-wheel drive, and he thought it might help sell other elements as well. It didn't. Formula One tried four-wheel drive again about 1970. Derek Bell, in fact, drove the McLaren four-wheel drive Formula One car. It did not work. Of course, we move on, and with all the gadgetry we have, you look at the supercars now, so many of them will be four-wheel drive. But for Harry Ferguson, it was a bold gamble. It didn't work for him in terms of Formula One. Well, it did work. They won a non-championship Formula One race, but he went back to being the Ferguson part of Massey Ferguson.
Certainly did. To the line for the Climax P99, which won the British Hill Climb Championship back in 1964 as well. Took part in the Tasman Series, driven by Graham Hill and Innes Island back in 1963. And now the familiar, unmistakable Ferrari 312B3. Danny Sullivan at the wheel, takes off from the start line.
Lovely attention to detail, the fact that his helmet livery he's had for so many years. He used to run in blue and white. Since he's been red and white, rather suits the Ferrari, doesn't it? So Sullivan pressing on. He's here, of course, so we can celebrate his famous win in the Indianapolis 500 in 1985. So going back just over a decade, he would have been looking at these Ferrari Formula One cars and lusting after them. Now his opportunity to try, which is really a lot of what the Festival of Speed is about.
It certainly is, and again, a huge nod to the design eras of the time. That tall airbox, the driver seated quite high when you compare it to the modern day, the scoop almost that is the front wing of these Formula One cars, this Ferrari 312B3, with Danny Sullivan making its way past the Flint wall.
And of course, Niki Lauda, much missed, taking a championship title, the first of 2 that he scored with Ferrari. It was the last few year and a half or so of those high airbox cars, which I still just love, and the sponsors would have loved them as well. Prime advertising area up high, but middle of 1976, Spanish Grand Prix, they've been chopped right down. Right, back to Tyrrell again.
Certainly is back to Tyrrell. This, the 008, making its way out onto the truck, and it's Ben Mitchell at the wheel. This won the 1978 Monaco Grand Prix with Patrick Depailler driving. Depellier's first Formula One win and Tyrrell's last Monaco win.
Yeah, Patrick had been the bridesmaid, so many second places, and no one has been found after a race puffing away on a Gauloise or whatever, just being upset that he hadn't won. He finally nailed it, and it was a bit like Nico Hulkenberg's third place last weekend at Silverstone. Everyone was delighted, and for Tyrrell, just another win chalked up there.
It certainly was. Now this really is an innovator, a pioneer. The Renault RS10 recorded the first Formula One race victory for a turbocharged car, and Renault first as well. Fittingly, the achievement came at the 1979 French Grand Prix at the Dijon circuit with Jean-Pierre Jabouille. It's Victor Jabouille in the car at the moment, his son at the wheel of that car, and Jean-Pierre, who had been with Renault since it entered Formula One 2 years earlier. So a really historic moment, although it was slightly overshadowed, I think, by the battle for second and third behind.
The battle of the ages between his teammate René Arnoux and the Ferrari of Gilles Villeneuve. I will pass you, you will pass me. The last 3 laps are just extraordinary. Right, Arrows, good to see them here this weekend. The name written very large for those of us with failing eyesight. Boots on the side, the Christian Dana helmet on board. First ever Formula 3000 champion, raced in Formula 1, never got the car he deserved, but great to see Arrows. This was a team that split off from Shadow, became Arrows in the blink of an eye in the late 1970s, and again they produced some great cars. Never really got the top result they were looking for, but there were moments, there were flashes of speed to be seen.
Yeah, driven by Thierry Boutsen. 40 years it is after he ran out of fuel and pushed the car over the finish line to second place at the San Marino Grand Prix in Imola, which up until this year we are still racing on. Of course, slightly redesigned Imola circuit too, but Christian Dana piloting that Arrows up the hill. Now, Ligier, I believe, Jacques Laffitte's Ligier Cosworth JS11.
Well, not just any Ligier, because this is the one we became accustomed. Lotus absolutely nailed the 1978 World Championship. They mastered ground effect. They had a little try with it in 1977. When we went into the following season, into 79, we thought they'd do it again, but not just at the first round, but the second round, the 2 races in South America. Jacques Lafitte and the gang from Ligier just ran away with it on all season. Didier Pironi in the other car, super competitive. And the team that started just in 1976 was suddenly right in with the big guns.
Yeah, past the flip wall in that car, the 1979 Argentine and Brazil Grand Prix wins to its name. Revving away on the start line. This looks like Kenny Atchison in the Williams FW07.
Well, great to see Kenny back in the cockpit. He did make it to Formula 1. He was a British Formula 3 champion. Just one of those drivers who never got the breaks he deserved. He raced phenomenally well for the Sauber Mercedes team, and has had a very successful business life since then, but a racer through and through. And this was a car, the Williams FW07, that put Williams properly on the map. And for Frank Williams, later Sir Frank Williams, he had spent years trying in Formula, it just wouldn't work. And then British Grand Prix 1979, it wasn't Alan Jones who offered the team, but his teammate Clay Regazzoni, and thereafter Jones dominated the rest of the year and took the 1980 world title. Right time, right place, Patrick Head, the man on the design pen.
Well, let's rewind slightly to 1976, and this really is one of a kind, the Tyrrell P34, the only 6-wheeled Formula 1 car to see race success. Those small 10-inch front wheels lowering the drag, improving that mechanical grip. This really was an innovation.
Yeah, they had to put little windows at the front lower edges of the cockpit later after introduction, because the drivers liked to see their front wheels and they couldn't from their low position. But the best thing of all must have been the faces on the journalists when the cloth was lifted from the car at its launch. And one person who shall remain nameless actually went down to their workshop and failed to notice it as he walked through. Imagine that.
Imagine that car, though, debuting at the 1976 Spanish Grand Prix, scoring its one and only Formula 1 victory at the 1976 Swedish Grand Prix, with Jody Scheckter leading Patrick Depailler to second before the FIA stepped in because it was too good.
Sitting up high and proud, the Alfa Romeo P3, the Tipo B, just the most fantastic car. I beg your pardon, it's very good, but it's an 8CF. Sorry, I didn't look quite accurate at it. James Wood at the wheel. And again, these were the cars from the 1930s, and they raced everywhere. Great big racing scenes down in South America, but all around Europe, and circuits that were only temporary circuits, where a lot of their venues to go racing. They needed to be able to cope with the bumps, the oil that was dropped on the circuit. But just imagine, the pace of road cars was almost pedestrian then, but their racing cars were very powerful, very quick, and the drivers unbelievably brave. They didn't know they were being brave because it's the standard of the day, and that's what always happened.
Well, it's all they knew, derived from that lightweight 4CM, but by 1934, 1935, outpaced by the emerging Alfa Romeo, Mercedes, Auto Union, competing strongly against the Maserati 8CM there. We talked about underdogs earlier on. Jenson Button's 2009 championship-winning Brawn GP car, resurrected from Honda, who couldn't survive in this sport, bought famously for £1 by Ross Brawn, and well, it's a huge success this car had. Its one and only year in Formula One, taking a world championship, and then really formed into the Mercedes Works Formula One team. But Alice, I mean, 2009, what a year that was. Jenson Button and Rubens Barrichello at the wheel.
Oh, it was just sensational, wasn't it? And Jenson Button won 6 of the first 7 races. Who would have thought that when they rocked up to the first race? It was, and of course, he went on to claim his first championship, his Drivers' Championship, and of course they secured the Constructors' title as well. It was him and Barrichello, some great battles that they both had against each other throughout the year, and always be a car that when you see it in those iconic colours as well, you go, I remember that. That was one of the true underdogs.
There's some great stories. Jenson Button nailed on for that seat that year, but the second seat was up for grabs. Who would bring budget? They did a big test. They did a shootout. They had the likes of Rubens Barrichello going up against the young hotshot Brazilian of Bruno Senna. They had the likes of Guido van der Garde, all vying for a seat. Those who were running in Formula 2 at the time in GP2, so close to what would have been one of the most prized seats in the house. And then managed to as Rubens Barrichello managed to pit them all. Ross Brawn wanting for that experience in the car alongside Jenson Button. Right, we are about to head now from Formula One to our first timed shootout of the day.
Yeah, we certainly are, Harry, and we've seen the explainer earlier on, and we're going to have a variety of pre-war front-engined open-wheel cars, GT racers, like we've got one on the start line there, sports cars, modified specials, Tourings, rally and production road cars. So we'll have different categories that will be out in this shootout, just to probably give the pre-wars and some of the others a little bit more of a chance. And Ben Edwards has now joined me in the commentary box.
Yeah, great to be with you, Alice, as we look forward to seeing some real sprints up the hill. And this is, of course, building up for the shootout coming up at the end of the weekend on Sunday, when the final times will deliver and will show us exactly who is going to be top spot in terms of this event. But we've had such great history over the years with this Festival of Speed, and last year the win was taken by Romain Dumas with the Ford Supervan 4.2 at a time of 43.98 seconds. So that's sort of what we're looking at, although it's not the all-time record. That was set by Max Chilton in 2022 with that amazing Mercury Spearling. He did a 39.08. But Romain Dumas has topped the times here several times in his career. When he was competing with the VW as well, the IDR, he won it twice in 2018 and 2019. And had a record himself of 39.9. Now it's James Wallace who's going to set the way off here. And James, with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, is every opportunity of doing a really decent job here, no doubt about it. James is the 19-year-old from Cheltenham who competes in the British Porsche Carrera Cup Championship. He's had a win in the series this year. He's in second place overall, and he's going well at this stage, Alice.
Yeah, he's a huge talent, is James, and you can see he kicks up the dust on the entrance to Malcolm Corner there. This is one of the favourites across the weekend, and certainly is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. They've had plenty of races since 2003. There have been more than 400 Porsche Carrera Cup races in the UK alone, and it's of course great to see Porsche junior driver James Wallace charging up the hill, who's going to set our very first time of the day with a good effort of 47.64.
Yeah, that is a good start, as you say. Some of these machines will not be as quick. Now, just to bear in mind that we have several different categories: pre-war, GT racers, sports cars, modified specials, touring, rally, and production road cars. Now you're looking at the Nissan here, the HR31 GTS R Skyline, with Stephen Richards driving it, son of Jim Richards, who won in Australia touring cars in 1990 in this particular device. It's a lovely machine, the Nissan, and we'll keep an eye on the times, of course, to see how it goes. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick as the Porsche, but it's in a different category, of course. This is in the touring class category, whereas the Porsche in the GT category.
Exactly that, which we have had a shadow go up as well previous to this, which did a 53.79. We'll just wait for the Nissan to cross the line, and then we've got a Holden. Greg Murphy's behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. So this Holden is going to be a very rapid machine, the Monaro 427C, and this one, of course, could see Greg Murphy deliver. He's had a lot of success over the years. He's a four-time Bathurst 1000 winner, all with Holden. So he has tremendous career with these machines, and they are powerful too, with the Chevy V8 7-litre in there.
And used to race this car as well back in the day in 2003. So experience there. We've got, what's that just setting off? That looks like that could be Duncan Pittaway in the Fiat. So one of our much older cars, which would obviously be in the pre-war. And if you've been to festival, if you've been, to the members meeting, if you've been to Revival, you've seen plenty of cars, you've seen Duncan get behind plenty of cars, but this is obviously the very famous Beast of Turin that's charging up the hill now. One that could have a good spot really for topping the pre-war cars. A huge engine in that 28.4 litre 4-cylinder engine, and yeah, that's going to make a lovely sound. It charges up past the Flint wall then.
Yeah, it's good. I'm not sure it's going to be quite as quick as Julian Majoub when we see him out. We've got another one of those pre-war machines just heading out now. William Metcalf heading out, and in fact, we can see this Bentley just heading out Benalto Hassan Special. This is another one to keep an eye on. So the times that we are just seeing coming through, it's still James Wallace with that 47.64, which is the fastest time so far. Some of these older machines, of course, won't be going quite so quick, but they are all looking to be the best of the pre-war machines. And there is quite a difference, as I say, in the pace, but it's lovely to see this comparison.
It's exactly that, Ben. And we saw Duncan's car there, the Fiat. That's from 1911. These are just incredible machines that are still being chased up the hill and going around the famous Goodwood circuit as well. And actually, I'm just seeing flashing up on the timing screen, you mentioned that Duncan will have certainly a run for his money, and Julian Majoub is down at the start line, has just actually set off in his Maserati.
Yeah, and I would think he will probably set for the pre-war category a pretty quick one. Let's just see. You see, that's 80.57 to do that with this pre-war machine. But there we are. We're getting a chance now to see Julian Majoub go for it, and we saw him slipping and sliding around beautifully earlier on. His car control with this Maserati is absolutely superb. So let's keep an eye on this, because he did win the class last year. What do you reckon?
He's getting out of shape on the exit there, but just looking at the sector times, pretty decent. He's certainly quicker than our leader of at least the pre-war cars at the moment, Duncan Pittaway. He's going to charge up to the line. You can just see how he really leans in and almost leading, using his body as well to try and get that Maserati hooked up.
So coming up across the line, and this is going to be a good one for Julian Majoub. So he's in the 65.64 seconds. Last year he won the pre-war with a Bugatti, 1927 Bugatti. So there is our current leader, James Wallace, who set that initial pace with the Porsche. No huge surprise, but obviously enjoying keeping an eye out. Now Sarah Bovey's going to be one to watch here, Alice, because she's very rapid as well.
She certainly is. You can see she's in the Iron Dames car there, which successful, hugely successful, the all-female racing team, which was founded back in 2018 by Deborah Mayer. They compete in the likes of the FIA World Endurance Championship, IMSA, European and Asian Le Mans Series, and of course made history back in 2023 when Michelle Gatting, Sarah Bovey, who's at the wheel now, Rahel Frey made history as the first all-female crew to win an FIA World Endurance race. She's going to go across the line shortly, Ben.
Yeah, let's have a look at the line. A little bit difficult to get the vision right just up there. It almost looks as though she had to back off a little bit. I don't know. But it's just across the line, a little bit slower. So she does it in, let's have a look at the clock hasn't quite stopped yet. Quite right there. I'm sure it was, it says a 53.8. It looked quicker to me than that, but never mind. The first part of the section was actually pretty rapid, but not quite as quick as James Wallace just yet. But we will keep an eye on Sarah Bovey. She took a win in LMGT3 earlier this year at Catalonia with Porsche. With Michelle Gatting as well, and so we'll see how she gets on. Now Laurent Hergen is next up, and we've got the Alpine, and Laurent has competed with the Alpine quite a few times. This is another potentially rapid machine, of course.
It is, and these are just limited to 110 examples, and it's got a lightweight carbon body, 1.8 litre turbo engine with 345 brake horsepower. And Laurent, he's worked for Alpine with Renault for a huge long time, actually since 2004, and he plays such a vital role in chassis and performance calibration for both Alpine and Renault, and goes across the line at 53.83.
Yeah, that's a good time. It's almost exactly the same as Sarah Boney, actually. They're separated by 6 thousandths of a second, I think. So 6 hundredths of a second, I should say. We don't quite go into the thousands, so 6 hundredths of a second. Now, Benoit Tremouillet, another very rapid driver, great experienced winner of Le Mans. Let's see, that's a 56.45. So into those low 50s is great, but the fact that James Wallace has done that 47.64, still the fastest time outright at this stage. But don't forget the different categories. That's GT category, and that is the same category as James. They're both in the GT racer category. Now this could potentially be even faster.
And I wouldn't be surprised. Scott Speed behind the wheel, the Subaru Project Midnight really going to put through his paces there. It's modified World Rally Cross, built specifically, and they say, for smashing records. Whether they're going to smash the record over this weekend up the hill, of course, set by Max Chilton, but they're going to give it a good go. And looking at the moment, he's already up.
Yeah, we can see from the colours on the screen that he's fastest in the sectors so far. You're riding on board with Scott Speed, a man who raced in Formula One and then switched to going into rallycross and becoming a rallycross champion. He was second at the Festival of Speed Shootout last year. Is he going to be able to come across the line with the fastest time so far today? It's going to be close, across the line, and it looks as though 47.65, really? That's 100th of a second slower, isn't it?
It is, it is. It's so close. And just behind, another super fast is Romain Dumas, who's going to come steaming up behind in the Ford Super Truck. There we go. Last year's winner of going up the hill here. So this is going to be another contender when we come to Sunday for the fastest car up the hill. Across the line, Ben.
Oh, and he's done a 44. It says 44.09. That is rapid, and that is very much the fastest of the day so far. It's not quite as fast as the pace he set in the final yet last year, but I have to say, on the Saturday, for example, he wasn't going quite so quick. He was in the 45s then, so that's amazing. Another one to keep an eye on here, Jake Hill with the Holden Commodore.
A BTCC champion in 2024. We're riding on board with him as well. Quick, slick gear changes. No major corrections for him behind the wheel. He had 8 wins in touring cars on his way to the championship, and another solid performance by Jake.
That's brilliant, actually, and in the touring car category, that is the fastest we've seen so far. So very impressive from Jake Hill, 49.99 seconds. As you say, the British touring car champion, man who's had 8 wins, and Brands Hatch earlier this year had a victory that went well. He recently been racing a Ferrari, funnily enough, so he's mixing up his career, driving all sorts of things, but lovely to see. But well, some amazing times being set, and we are enjoying seeing the speed that Scott Speed did as well. Of course, he was did that 47.39, but that fastest time of Romain Dumas so far, 44.09.
Remember, this is just practice. This isn't the final shootout.
No.
But it all plays a part. They don't get to go up in these machines very often. Some of them, of course, would have been out throughout the day, today and yesterday. But we will have the timed shootout tomorrow. That is tomorrow at 5 to 4 in the afternoon, and then finally we'll have the shootout final on Sunday, which will take place at 3:05.
Yeah, and as you say, tomorrow's run, it will actually decide the class wins, because they will work that out from how they do the times tomorrow. So those different classes will be won in different ways. And so just to remind you, it's the pre-war class, which is very much for front-engined open-wheel machines. We've got the class for the GT racers, the class for sports cars, another for modified specials, as they're called, for the touring cars, for rally cars, and for production road cars as well. So we will be looking to see who wins in each category.
Just spotted TSL. The timing system has been handed over to have a check out to see whereabouts the Subaru has placed. A little bit of time to find for you, and the time is to find with Romain Dumas, who's at the top of the hill with Ed.
Romain, this morning I think there was bottoming him out. You've obviously sorted that, because 44.09 is very fast.
Well, it was a good run, I have to say. I had a lot of fun. We are much better than this morning. First of all, we will not do any delay for someone tonight, so that's good. And no, the car was better. I think we still have some room for tomorrow of improvement. Not much. We already done the same lap time now than last year, so already not bad. Let's see tomorrow what we'll bring, or more on Sunday.
Where do you think, is there a 43, a 42 in there?
I think a low 43. And we try to do a low 43, we'll see.
And how much does the tracks kind of change from batch to batch?
For sure, it's more grip now. You can feel it straight at the start. You know, the rubber is getting on, it's warm. So yeah, we have a lot less wheel spin than last year at the start, clearly. The track is just better, you know, and I guess with the next 2 days with a sunny England, we'll be even faster.
I can't wait.
Thank you.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes when we get into further steps of the shootout over the course of this weekend. Lots to look forward to. And we saw some very, very close battles. So, this is the Ferrari Roma, isn't it? Yes, and this is part of it as well. Edward Norfolk, the Duke of Norfolk, who lives nearby, a regular competitor, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing next up the hill. This is a 2023 version of the Ferrari Roma Coupe.
It certainly is, Ben. You can see all poised on the start line, of course. Won't be going out there, really. I would expect to beat the Ford Super Truck. That is a hugely impressive time by Romain Dumas, who seemed very calm, very chilled at the top of the hill with Ed. We'll certainly want to get more speed out, but this Ferrari Roma, the 3.9-litre V8 turbocharged, producing well over 600 brake horsepower from that V8 engine. And like you said, Ben, the Duke of Norfolk is a local to Goodwood, nearby in Arundel Castle, and a regular competitor at Festival Speed here in the shootout in particular over the years. So he's going to be giving it the beans, I would expect, going up the hill.
Yep, we'll hopefully see him on his way in a moment or two. There will be some other vehicles. I'm not sure they're all going to run in this session this afternoon. Of course, some of them will have done a few runs anyway, because they're on display as well. Here we go then. So the Ferrari Roma Coupe sets off pretty rapidly off the line, as you said, over 600 horsepower, so should be able to pick up a good amount of speed. This is in the production road car group, so of course it's not going to be as rapid as some of the hugely modified machines, but it is another class that will be up to try and win when we get into it all on tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, so it's going to be up against the Alpine that we've already seen up there. You can see the ABS really kicking in, going into Moulcombe Corner, and leaving enough space on the right-hand side on the exit there. So up against the Alpine, a 53.83 from the Alpine. So we'll see what the Ferrari can do as it crosses the line.
Yeah, that'll be a good comparison, won't it, to see how it all works for them. Up the hill it comes, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see what sort of time that it manages to achieve. As we say, it's not going to be quite as quick as the 44.09 that Romain Dumas has set in that remarkable Ford Super Truck, and obviously feeling very confident with it. But it is fun to see all these different types of machinery, and of course some of those pre-war machinery very different as well, but they slip and slide around a bit more, particularly when Julien Majoub was showing us what he could do with that Maserati Tipo. So kicking up a bit of dust across the line, and just waiting for a time to come up. Actually, I haven't seen it come up just yet, but hopefully that will come up in a moment. There's a slight problem apparently on the timings, so we aren't actually getting it. Now, Koenigsegg are getting fully involved in all of this. This is the Sades Spear, as it's called apparently, designed for ultimate track performance, this Koenigsegg, and this one is being driven by Xavier Castan at this point, and it's actually been named after the father Jesko, who it was a horse he raced apparently, the Sades Spear. So it's got more power, less weight, and across the line. And yeah, that looked pretty good. Again, unfortunately, we're not getting the timings coming through, so I can't tell you exactly how quick that was, but the Koenigsegg is obviously going to be a rapid machine, and it's something we will be keeping an eye on, and particularly in the production road car class, they could well be some of the fastest of the road cars. We shall find out more tomorrow, of course, when we get all of them battling away in the afternoon for the class victories, and then on Sunday for the all-out shootout. But you have to say, Alice, that the Ford Super Truck did look very impressive.
Yeah, we expected that, didn't we, coming into this weekend, into the runs across here with the shootout, and as well with the Subaru Project Midnight with Scott Speed behind the wheel. But plenty of others to keep an eye on for as well, with James Wallace in the Porsche 911.
So let's have a look at the times, as you can say. See, Romain Dumas at the Ford Super Truck, he was fastest, 44.09. Scott Speed with the Subaru Project Midnight, 47.39. It was very close. James Wallace, not far behind Jake Hill. Greg Murphy with the Holden Monaro. Alex Summers did a good job with the Shadow Chevrolet, and it'll be fun to see how that goes. Laurent Hergon. Sarah Bovey with her Porsche. She was 8th ahead of Benoit Trelouillet and Stephen Richards. 10th with the Nissan HR31 GTSR Skyline. Further down the order, Harry Barton. Of course, Julien Majoub did a quick time for the pre-wars with that Maserati Tipo 26M at 65.64, and then heading down the list. 17 cars. We are expecting nearer 30, though, to be battling when we get into the full class battle tomorrow afternoon, and indeed then on the final on Sunday. So we will see more cars from those different classes coming through. Alice, let's take a little look back at some of the highlights of that.
Plenty of highlights, and of course we had in the previous batch, they won't be doing this tomorrow in the shootout, I promise, not intentionally.
Formula
anyway.
One's not allowed in the shootout anymore. It used to be when it first began here at Festival of Speed that they would allow the Formula One cars, but it's not allowed anymore.
Certainly not, but we had the likes of Jean Haas behind the wheel, Lorena in her Benetton going up there too. So a lovely display of pioneers, the innovators, prologues, all going up the hill, which ends up really shaping Formula One today.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see some of these early machines, and the noise as well, the sound of some of these engines. That four-wheel front end on the Tyrrell, one of 6-wheel. It was the only ever 6-wheel Formula One car that actually ever raced. There were a few others designed, but with 4 wheels at the back rather than at the front, funnily enough. And then, of course, we got into the battle to try and put in some quick times.
We certainly did, and we will continue to see these quick times, Ben, all over the weekend, including through the Ford Super Truck and as well through the Subaru. And I believe that Ed is with Jean Haas.
Jean, you came into Formula One celebrating the 10th anniversary this year. It must be quite nice to actually get a drive of one of the cars.
Well, it's not what you expect. I mean, these cars really aren't designed to go 40 miles an hour, so I'm actually riding the brakes all the time, just trying to slow it down. If I take my foot off the brake, it just zooms out, so it's a challenge.
Did you have a chance to have a little run in one of these before coming here?
No, this is the first time I've ever been one, and I had to learn all the little nuances, like the clutch is over here, but if you turn the steering wheel around 180, it's on the other side. and you don't really use the clutch anything other than just getting the car going. But here, because the track's so tight, it'll push the car into what they call anti-stall. And so once it goes in anti-stall, then you got to find out where the clutch is, and it's kind of a challenge. I think if you had a lot more, experience, like I'm sure tomorrow, the regular drivers will be able to just get it to go. But it's a real challenge to try to keep the car going slow enough to make it work.
Now, we're celebrating Formula One's 75th anniversary of the World Championship this year. It must be great to kind of see old friends, new friends, and all the cars that are on the hill.
Well, we're the new guys on the block, so I'm really impressed with when you look here, the legacy of all the old cars, and you see the names, and the people are not even here anymore. So that's very impressive, and hopefully our name will start to go into history too.
Well, here's hoping. Gene, thank you.
Thank you.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
More to come your way before we close out the day. And of course, a poignant moment in the year to remember and pay tribute to those we have lost, one of which was an absolute underdog, pioneer and legend, all rolled into one, Eddie Jordan. Eddie Jordan never followed the rules. He rewrote them in bright colours and bold ideas. From the pit lane to the paddock, he brought a rock and roll spirit to the sport. A racer at heart, a deal maker by instinct, and a showman through and through. He gave young talent a shot, often before the world knew their names. But Eddie believed in instinct, in guts, and in going all in. That belief helped shape some of Formula One's biggest stars,
and gave fans a team to cheer for with heart. Even off the track, Eddie never faded. With his wild shirts, sharp wit, and unfiltered charm, Eddie became a voice of the sport. Unpredictable, but always unforgettable. Eddie Jordan didn't just build a team. He built a legacy of personality, passion, and pure, unfiltered love for racing.
Even when you say his name, it brings a smile to people's face. But we're looking back at him and remembering well all the joy he brought to us.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie was a one-off. I mean, there was, we were teammates in F3 in '79, so we've known each other all throughout the whole history of his and my career, really. And Eddie was helpful for me. I mean, he did some pretty good deals for me over the years in F1 as well, and. But I mean, there will never be another one like Eddie, the way he just loved making deals, and I remember actually sort of at the end of my Formula One career, he asked me to drive for him in F3 in Macau in this 1988. So he said, come to my home, we stay in my house for a couple of days, we just hang out, and so 2 days, we went back and forth, and it was more just a game because it was peanuts we were talking about, in terms of driver's salary. But it was one of those, you had to win the battle, right? So this went on and on and on. And in the end, I thought I did quite well. I sort of put my foot, no, I'm not going to go unless you get this, So, right, all right. And he was all like grumpy, And then so we shook hands. And then he goes, right, there's 20% from me for management fee. So, okay, you win.
It's 20% for his own negotiation.
Exactly, but
that sounds about like an Eddie story.
I mean, he just, you couldn't but love him,
I think people forget he was a driver as well. What was he like to be a teammate? I can't even imagine.
It was slightly chaotic at times, but I mean, he wasn't a slouch, but it was a bit sort of, bit on the limit at times. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Well, lovely to see you as always, Stefan. It sounds like you've got a smile on your face, the sun is shining. No better place to be in the world than here right now.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree.
Good to see you.
All right, bud.
On the way for you, some of the very first glances at new machinery from brands across the globe making their way up the hill shortly. But there's also full throttle action up on the rally stage. We can join them now for the shootout.
Aoife Raftery, and she's also been rallying, as you've said, Bex, in the United States of America.
She has. She's had a really good season, a lot of seat time, which is really important. She's a driver who's still very young in her career. She only got underway, 4 or 5 years ago, really. And she was planning on being a footballer, a switch to rallying. That's the family trade, really. And she's just excelled behind the wheel. She's getting the seat time in the European Championship and rallying in the ARA as well in America. And I think a bright future ahead. David Wright, though, what are we seeing time-wise from him? Well, it is a 2:34.6 for the Friday shootout. Yesterday it was a 2:39, so again, Zav, quite a bit quicker today from David Wright.
Yeah. So we're going to have a sweepstake on if Tom Williams beats the 2:30.7?
I reckon he will. I'm going to go for a big fat yes.
Well, looking good at the moment. That one big sweep through 2 bends there, nicely judged and coming up just right. A nice line, if you can call it a racing line, through there in those smooth sections. This is another section where a lot of the competitors have been going into the bank, just nudging the bank, or with a left rear wheel or right rear wheel, which is knocking them out of kilter. So far, so good.
That's Aoife over the flying fin jump. First time this weekend we're seeing her compete in the shootout in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3.
She's looking good, actually. Great style.
Yeah, it's a good commitment, isn't it, from Raftery? Let's see what the time is going to be on the board. It is second fastest through to David Wright's time, so it's a 2:42.9.
Okay, excellent.
Sam Mason now in the stage as we await Tom Williams to come through and see what his time is.
You can see David Wright's fastest time on the board. That is the one to be beaten right now on what is the second shootout so far here at Goodwood this weekend. 2:34.6.
There we go. There's Tom. We'll know very shortly.
But that was nice flight, actually. Not too high, great trajectory, and through that final sector, you know, you've got to scrub that speed off when you get to the end of that straight, over the jump, along that straight, into the Coopers and up to Stratos, and past the finish line. Let's see what he's done.
Well, it is the fastest time on the board today so far, but it's not as quick as yesterday. 2:32.9 is the time I have for Tom Williams, so I was wrong. I'll put my hand up, I'll admit it, he hasn't gone faster than yesterday.
No, but he's still the quickest so far. So it's a couple of seconds in it, and I think that demonstrates the difference between the stage yesterday and the stage today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is evolving, it is changing, and that's the beauty of rallying, isn't it? As we talked about the adaptability, it does change from day to day, and it's...
That's why I was saying at the very start, I'd just be interested to compare times to yesterday. So yeah, that was an interesting outcome. And thankfully, Tony's curse of the commentator hasn't repeated itself, which is good for all of us.
Oh yeah. Well, I was talking about Richard Hogg's reliability of the Rover, and then suddenly it stopped. Sorry about that.
But I was going to say at the time, it always reminds me of, and funnily enough, Steve Ryder mentioned it with Grandstand and World of Sport, but Grandstand with the Rallycross. And I remember Murray Walker saying, and you can see why Piet Van Dam can see where he's going, because he has holes drilled in his Perspex window in the Rallycross at Lytton Hill, and with that, the DAF hits the bank, onto its side, onto its roof, upside down, and Murray Walker going, oh no, what have I said?
Plenty of moments like that over the years. Sam Mason has come through with the 5th fastest time on the board, a 2:50.7 for Sam.
50.7.
A little bit of drama then.
A bit slower than yesterday, sorry.
A little bit of drama then in our shootout today. But we have seen some good times on the board. And again, good commitment from the drivers. Another 2 days to go of the shootout here at the Goodwood Forest Rally stage.
Now it looks as though John Armstrong is back out in the ex-Colin McRae car, along with Charlie Gallagher in the passenger seat. And we will have Travis Pastrana coming out with Brett Evans, and Chris Dakin will be taking Lucy Owen McCadsey out. So
let's take a look then, shall we, at the standings after the second day of shootout competition. Tom Williams with a 2:32.9, the fastest through. David Wright with a 2:34.6, second fastest. Then Aoife Raftery in the Ford Fiesta Rally 3 car, 2:42.9. Gary Lecadeau was 4th fastest. Then Sam Mason was 5th with a 2:50.7. Then it was Ben Smith, Marcel Ludwig, Piet Caden, then Steve Ward and Peter van der Putten 10th fastest. Let's take a look at page 2 with Warren Philliskirk with a 2:57.7. Phil Squires 3 minutes 2 seconds. Then Kim Mather was 13th fastest through. Martin Overington and Richard Hogg, obviously with well, both Martin Overington and Richard Hogg with issues in that stage. A little bit of drama delivered from our shootout.
Some awesome action going on throughout the weekend up at the rally stage. Do check it out if you're here for the remainder of the weekend as well. Lots of things to get up to. There's a nice shuttle bus service up there. A few moments ago, while we await for the first glance cars, we had our first timed shootout of the day, and it was the Ford Super Truck, which was lighting up the hill climb, shaking up the automotive world in this completely all-electric, the hill climb beast, the F-150 Lightning Super Truck with a tri-motor electric vehicle system delivering up to 1,600 horsepower, engineered specifically for hill climbing, and really will be a fierce competitor when it comes to the final of the shootouts next the end of this weekend, tackling this prestigious Goodwood hill climb, absolutely pushing to the limits with that huge rear wing on the back, and absolutely engineered, purpose-built aerodynamics, aggressive bodywork, and straight away to the line for the Ford Super Truck. Looking quick out the blocks, and will be a major, major contender for the hill climb battle this weekend. And look at the size of the rear wing on the Ford Super Truck, pushing electric horsepower to its absolute limit. Stands out as a pioneering, really, electric vehicle racer, jaw-dropping from every angle, and certainly delivering when it comes to pure speed and pace. How will it stand up, though? It's got some strong competitors throughout the rest of the weekend, but laying down the marker in these early stages, and will only get quicker over the course of the next couple of days as our drivers feel more and more confident with their machinery up this hill, tackling Molecombe Corner, getting up close and personal to the Flint Wall, up and over the crest at the finish line. The Ford Super Truck showing that they mean business when it comes to the hill climb. On the way shortly, before we round off Friday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, we are going to get another glimpse at some of the newest machinery on offer from brands and manufacturers around the world, both 4 wheels and 2 wheels. That's coming your way in just a few moments' time. Well, we are getting straight underway then with a mixture of 2 and 4 wheels, getting a first glance at some of the latest machinery on offer. We are kicking off with the 2-wheeled variety. James Hayden.
Yeah, we are indeed. This is the BMW Concept RR. Absolutely wonderful sports bike. It's a concept, it's a one-off, dripping in carbon fibre, the best bits that they know how to make, and then some really futuristic ideas as well. It's beautiful. It's got a full carbon swinging arm, cast aluminium wheels, World Superbike slicks. It's got MotoGP monoblock, nickel-plated calipers up front, World Superbike slicks, about 230 brake horsepower, and it's being hustled along very nicely by Marcus Flash, the CEO of BMW Motorrad as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's, well, if you're going to put anybody on it, put the big boss and take it all the way up the hill. I mean, loving that sort of carbon look and the stealthiness of it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And obviously, Top Rack, he won the World Championship in Superbikes on the BMW last year. And this is kind of a little hint of the evolution. When you look at it, it's actually, when you study it, there's a lot more to it. It really is a lovely, lovely thing. And now we've got this really interesting run of Royal Enfield. So basically, they're all built off the 650 shotgun platform, all given to different custom makers around the world. We're looking at the Samurai here, and it's a lovely thing. It's this really unique kind of skeletal minimalist build, handmade frame. We've got this gorgeous billet, solid swinging arm, cast out, this great, really unusual inboard disc, that big dragster rear style. It's also got a big bore kit on it, 865cc, and it's ridden by a Kawasan who built it in Yokohama in Japan. So great to see the actual the man who built it riding it up the hill as well.
Makes such a beautiful noise. It just came past our commentary box a few moments ago with some pops and crackles as well. It really does get the heartbeat racing.
Yeah, so now we're going to the electric side of things. This is the new Livewire S2 Alpinista, and yeah, we've got. So I'm not sure if that's Sean or Aaron riding that one there, but you can see them giving it. And the really exceptional thing about it, it's got about 84 brake horsepower, but because of this electric motor, what it has got is an unbelievable amount of torque. 194 pounds of torque, which for a motorcycle is a lot. 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, does about 100 miles an hour. Got quite a nice, obviously he's hustling it along, you can see him getting down and you can see how rapid it is, but it's got quite a nice sort of more relaxed position, even though it's more aggressive than some of the other bikes they've got in their sort of Series 2 range, like the Delmar Street Tracker and the Mulholland Cruiser, but he's giving it a nice run up there.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit of the two-wheeled experience there to another four-wheeled experience from BMW, the Vision driving experience. James Batchelor up here in the commentary box with me as well, and this is really exciting from BMW they're about to see. This is really a sort of look into what they see as their future.
It really is. This is a concept car. It will not be going into production, but a few of these design cues will be seen on the next BMW 3 Series. So if you like the look of this, you may like the look of the next 3 Series. But more importantly, this is a test bed for future technology. You will not believe the torque figure this car generates, 18,000 Newton meters. Compare that to an M2 CS, which has 650 Newton meters.
It really is pushing the limits, isn't it? Are we going to see some of those 18,000 Newton meters put to the test? It really takes off like a rocket up the hill, this new high-performance testing vehicle showcasing the drivetrain and the driver dynamic management technology that's been developed specifically for the next generation of BMW vehicles.
Yes, and it also showcases BMW's new Heart of Joy.
Super Brain.
The Super Brain, well, yes, it's a control unit, I suppose that's the best way of calling it, which integrates the powertrain and the braking and the stability systems all into one control unit for ease of use.
Speak of
the M2 CS, as I've just said, 650 Newton meters of torque, as I've just said, but 3-litre straight-six twin turbo power, 530 brake horsepower, 82 more horsepower than the previous M2 CS, 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds, and BMW have really thrown the kitchen sink at this car because it gets the M drivers pack as standard, which raises the top speed to 188 miles an hour.
Yeah, that being driven by British sports car driver Charlie Martin, putting it through its paces. The BMW M2 CS. We've also got the M3 CS Touring making its way up there. And then a couple of new cars, new brands as well, showing their stuff. This is XPeng, and we have the P7 Plus making its way up the hill at the moment. Getting a first glance at, once again, this influx of Chinese brands that are taking on the establishment and really advancing electric vehicle technology.
Yeah, they're really shaking things up, these new Chinese brands. So we've just seen the P7 Plus go up the hill, which is the world's first AI-defined vehicle, according to XPeng, and it's followed pretty quickly by the new G6. It's a coupe-style SUV, a bit of a Tesla Model Y rival.
Yeah, that sleek coupe SUV. You can get it in a 66 kilowatt-hour or 87.5 kilowatt-hour battery. Gives you a range of up to 300 miles. MG are back as well with this, the IM5 being driven by, well, touring car racer Dan Rowbottom. A little different to what he's used to.
Yeah, he knows a thing or two, doesn't he? But this IM5 is quite interesting, actually. It's MG's sort of premium division. MG Motor UK were going to launch the IM brand as a standalone brand, but they've decided not to. Of course, the MG brand has such resonance with the British, of course, and they're going to be launching a range of IM branded vehicles, which is this, the IM5, and there's an SUV coming along soon as well. But this is a Tesla Model 3 rival, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, a 5-seater, fully electric saloon, all-wheel drive with one electric motor at the front axle and one at the rear axle, making its way through and taking off. We have something, well, from the front almost, it's got a bit of a BMW resemblance, but it is this from Zagato, a really exciting car.
Well, it's funny you say it's got a bit of a BMW look to it, but that's because Boven Siepen, that's the family behind Alpina, and as I'm sure many will know, Alpina was sold to BMW lock, stock and barrel in 2022, so now the family are developing their own range of cars. This is the first one based on the M4 BMW.
Yeah, Boven Siepen, a new brand then to come to the fore for the mainstream market. Elegant silhouette on this, long engine hood with a functional air outlet as well, vertical orientated front design, shark nose, sculptural air outlets on the side too. Really quite a beautiful looking bit of machine. Land Rover and the Defender have also got some new special editions. We've got the Octa Black out there and the Trophy edition that we're seeing on the screens now.
Yes, this car really is designed to hark back to the Land Rover's expedition days, particularly the Camel Trophy of the 80s and the 90s, hence the colour of this car. But it's got lots of black detailing, black wheels, black bonnet, black interior, and that huge roof rack on it. And yes, Land Rover just showing what the Defender does best, which is going off-road.
Huge presence from the new look Land Rover Defender. You put it side by side with an original, and well, the DNA may be there, but it is meaner, it is bigger, it is present on the road, but very much looks at thriving when off the road as well. Mini are also out there as well. We've got a couple heading up the hill. This is the John Cooper Works Mini. I think this is the Aceman.
Yes, we've got a pair of John Cooper Works Minis heading uphill, both electric. We've got the normal Cooper hatchback, and it's quickly followed by the Aceman. They've got the same platform, the same drivetrain, 255 brake horsepower from their front-mounted electric motor, 0 to 60 for the Aceman in 6.4 seconds. And yeah, 214 miles from a full charge, but that's not really what's important about this car. It's the John Cooper Works styling, the sporty, tuned, stiffened suspension, the big wheels. It really is as sporty as an Aceman can get.
Oh, certainly, screeching its way up the Goodwood hill climb, this Mini's new crossover model, striking that ideal balance between power and thrill and play.
making it rather fun to drive up the hill and maybe about town as well. Now, Alpine are also here. We've got the A390 out on track and the A290 Rally Edition, which has just set off from the start line. And Alpine now really actually beginning to develop their on-the-road offering.
Yeah, Alpine are really here in force this weekend. They're celebrating their 70th birthday. We've got the A290 Rally, which is the Alpine version of the Renault 5, but this is a bit of a sort of a homologation special really for rallying purposes. It takes Alpine back to their rallying origins really, but not only have we got the A290, but we've got the new A390 here as well. But yes, really exploiting the Alpine brand is the Renault Group.
Yeah, this very much based off of that Renault 5, which is also making its way up on the hill as well. But this, the Alpine sportier version and the Rally Edition, harking back to its roots, as you say, front-wheel drive electric vehicle. Got 2 motor options as well. It's got an overboost button, which adds a brief max power of 52 kilowatt battery, getting between 220 to 236 miles out of it. And while Alpine and Renault are continuing to reinvent themselves and keep up with the competition, so too are the South Korean firm Hyundai with the Ioniq 6N Performance and the 6N2 about to head onto the track. This, the first one, the 6N Performance.
What a show Hyundai are putting on at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend. They're really showing off the prestigiousness of their N brand. Of course, it's celebrating 10 years now. This is the latest N product, the Ioniq 6N, which is a very sleek, well, normally a very sleek electric saloon, but here the N engineers have been allowed to really have some fun with it. So it has got, well, underneath it is an Ioniq 5, really, same kind of power train. The NE shift, which is a fake gearbox, and I do trust anybody. Please do try this out. It will convince you that it is a petrol car. But this is the performance model, so it showcases all of the performance tweaks, the big wings, the different coloured wheels, which are available from dealers.
Also, for a little about-town car from Ford, this, the Puma Gen E, of course, bringing the original Ford Fiesta, keeping that as its sort of DNA as it transforms into this new world, and this electric version too.
Yeah, this is it's become Ford's 4th pure electric model sold here in the UK, following the Mustang Mach-E, the Explorer and the Capri, which got its debut here last year here at Goodwood. But this is the new entry-level electric car. Prices start from just under £30,000, 43 kilowatt-hour battery, which gives you a range of about 230 odd miles, and you don't have to have it in yellow, although I think it looks superb in that colour.
Yeah, but it certainly will stand you out on the roads, won't it? Right, we have a new JQ that is making its way out. This, another one of the Chinese brands. Now, we think this could possibly be the JQ 5 out on track, but this is from the overarching group of Chery, who really are coming in force once again as another Chinese manufacturer on the block.
Yeah, so Chery brought along their JQ and Omoda brands to the UK earlier this year, and last year and earlier this year. But now Chery are going to they decided this week actually to also come along as well. So we've got Chery, JQ and Omoda brands to deal with. JQ is the most premium one of the lot, and you may notice a few design cues with a certain British manufacturer, actually.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that is a new compact SUV, bringing a bit of premium flair and electric vehicle technology to the compact class, the Toyota GR Yaris. Now, this is something that will be familiar to a lot of people, and I don't think it was this one that had the incident yesterday with the mirror, the door mirror falling off. But
we had a slight incident yesterday, but that particular car had the Aero pack. This is just the more conventional GR Yaris, but no less potent, a real rally homologation special.
Again, something brand new. That's what we're seeing here on the hill right now. First glances, new classics and bikes, and this from Xiaomi, the SU7, Xiaomi's
first production electric vehicle. This is a single, dual and triple electric motor availability for this car, with the top version getting over 1,100 kilowatt hours. It actually holds the production car electric vehicle Nürburgring record at 7 minutes and 4 seconds and 9/10, let's call it that. So a nice sleek design there.
Well, importantly, it's 2 seconds faster than the Taycan Turbo GT Porsche, which is also here in the UK.
Wow, well, certainly something that is quick too, and becoming a institute on British roads, the Aston Martin DBX. But this is the S, new for 2025, the first and most powerful SUV in the class.
So what makes an S an S, I hear you say? Well, it's got distinctive styling, a big lip across the front and at the back, big spoiler, huge wheels, but importantly, it is 47 kilograms lighter than the standard DBX. You get that from a carbon fibre roof, magnesium wheels. It really is the DBX wick turned up.
Across the line for the Aston Martin DBX S. That's being followed by an Audi e-tron GT Quattro, Porsche Cayenne making its way up the hill as well, along with the Taycan Turbo GT, which is just at the start line now. And this, again, another exciting car from Porsche, with the Taycan Turbo GT dual motor, all-wheel drive, launch control, over 1,000 horsepower as it makes its way up the hill.
Yeah, so until recently this was the Nürburgring EV lap time holder, but no more. But still, it is a very, very quick car, 75 kilograms lighter than the Turbo S, and it does that because it's got no back seats. Various lightweight parts on it as well. This car's also got the Visac pack, hence why it's got a huge rear wing, and you need that when you've got over 1,000 brake horsepower to really push the car down into the tarmac.
There's certainly one to check out on the Porsche stand, which is located just behind the Moulcom grandstands. Certainly loads to see from Porsche there, including this. If you get an up-close and personal look at its static form, do get a good glimpse of the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT making its launch here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Bentley with a big show too, the Bentayga Speed, the Flying Spur Speed, both out on the Goodwood hill climb now, and Bentley continuing to set the benchmark for just pure class and elegance.
Yes, it was getting a little bit sideways, I saw, as it was approaching Goodwood House, but that's because this is the fastest and most powerful production Bentley ever. The 6-litre W12 engine has been replaced with a new V8 plug-in hybrid. In typical Bentley style, it has a bit of a fancy name, which is called Ultra Performance Hybrid. 771 brake horsepower, and yet it's as opulent as a stately home.
Honda Type R out there at the moment, a Honda Civic Type R Ultimate Edition from the Honda Group, really a track-bred legend. It's long been Honda's ultimate performance hatchback, which, well, it's been around since, what, the late 90s and continues to impress.
Yes, first arrived in 1997 as a grey import, but the legacy of this car is sensational. But sadly, from next year, this car is going to be pulled from sale, hence why Honda has created this Ultimate Edition. Why is it being pulled? Well, you can blame increasingly stringent emissions legislation for it.
Well, we can then look to this, the Honda Super EV concept. When we talk about emissions, some of the car brands coming out with some really interesting designs, and this has been developed in response to the growth of this segment, really, where they wanted to see these kind of things, and certainly inspired by the iconic Honda City Turbo 2, a hot hatch model from Japan in the late 80s.
Yes, it's got that boxy look of the City Turbo. But in the UK, should it come, and I'm pretty sure it is going to, according to Honda, if my sources are correct, but it is a direct successor to the Honda E.
Now, we talk a lot about BYD as one of the new Chinese brands on the scene, seeing more and more pop up. And this is one of their brands, the more premium version, Denza. And this is a B5 plug-in hybrid SUV. And Denza, BYD's luxury brand, 1.5-litre turbocharged engine, dual electric motors in there as well. And certainly, again, a marked presence on the road.
Yes, we've only just got used to BYD. They've had made an enormous splash here in the UK over the past year or so, but now they've got their premium division, Denza.
The Lotus Emira Cup has just set sail, powered by an AMG-sourced 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine that delivers 400 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles per hour in 4 seconds. It gets up to 180 miles per hour. But this really typifies, Lotus's signature agility. It's got a lightweight aluminium chassis, sporty suspension, outstanding aero as well, and then something though a little bit bigger from Lamborghini, the Urus SE.
Really quite different. You couldn't have two more diametrically opposed cars, could you? But this is the new Urus, facelifted for 2025. Importantly, this is the plug-in hybrid model, so it's got a 4-litre twin-turbo V8, which itself develops 611 brake horsepower. But just for good measure, Lamborghini have added an electric motor that develops 189 brake horsepower. So, if you add all of that together, you get 789 brake horsepower from a huge SUV such as this.
Stuart Middleton at the wheel, really pushing the Urus SE. 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds makes it the most powerful Urus ever and the fastest production car in the super SUV segment. This from Lamborghini, the Urus SE, across the line. Up the Goodwood hill climb, and well, a rather slower pace, but still packing a punch. We go to Rolls-Royce and the Phantom 5, but this is by Lunaz, making its way up the hill. And, well, certainly large. It can fit 7 people in that one, and it's been brought into the future, that.
It's not your conventional 7-seat SUV, that's for sure.
No, not at all. And then something again that's been, based on an old classic from Lamborghini, this making its way out. It's called the Eccentrica V12, which is a resto mod of a 1991 Lamborghini Diablo, but it is the Eccentrica V12 that is making the noise at the start line, totally re-engineered and updated with the latest technologies. And again, another manufacturer that's fusing heritage and modern tech.
It's still got that classic look though, hasn't it? But if you stare a little bit closer, you notice their headlamps a little bit more. They've been upgraded for modern LEDs. The rear lights are different, and the car has been tweaked, it's been tuned, it's been honed for the modern day driver. And as resto mods go, you can't do better than starting out with a Diablo.
Beautiful, sleek from every angle. A touch on the brakes as he comes over the bumps uphill towards the Flint wall. Screams past it, this, the Eccentrica V12. And I'm going to stop talking for a moment. Let's enjoy this. That for sound. It's the sound of a TWR supercar, a bespoke Super GT resto mod, led by Fergus, son of Tom Walkinshaw, based on the classic Jaguar XJS coupe.
Wow, I thought the windows were going to pop out of the commentary box here as we're heading into Moulton. But if you're going to get anybody to develop and hone the XJS V12, you're going to get TWR, of course, legendary racing team. Found huge success with the XJS in period.
Just 88 of those 5.6-litre supercharged V12 engine delivers 660 horsepower, 730 Newton meters of torque, delivering that analog charisma, mixing it with heritage too. Ultra limited edition. That, what a lovely view of our commentary box that is.
Oh.
As we see some
Wave.
Porsches come by. And the Lotus as well, making its way through. Some brilliant glimpses as to what is on offer and what is coming from brands across the world, and a real statement that they want to do that here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yes, the Goodwood Festival of Speed has long been the gem in the motor industry calendar.
Well, first glance, and bikes on offer too, with new classics there, and it kicked things off with some two wheels.
We did indeed, yeah. This was that BMW Concept RR, lovely to see. And then we saw some of the Royal Enfields. This is the Samurai, built in Japan. Lovely to see that coming up. Yeah, and then we had the Alpinista, the electric motorcycles from America, little spin-off from Harley.
And from BMW, a look into the future, whilst also showing what they've got on offer in the latest segment, and the continued rise of the Chinese manufacturers taking it to the established brands.
But also the heritage brands have been out in force. Land Rover, Hyundai really flexing their muscles with a new Ioniq 6N Performance.
Celebrating 10 years of N Performance division, another Chinese debut, this, the Xiaomi SU7, turning heads. It's their first production electric vehicle. BYD and their luxury division, Denza, are debuting here up on the hill, and Honda as well, showing concepts for what their electric future might be.
Contrasting that with electric future with Lamborghini showcasing their new plug-in hybrid Urus.
And it's 100 years celebrating the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and this reimagined into and brought up to date to the here and now by firm Lunaz, showing that you can still blend class and you can still bring it up to speed. Heritage reborn to this, the Eccentrica V12. And we ended things with the TWR Supercat, which quite literally blew the house down. Let's head up to Ed Foster.
Sean, I'm going to admit up front, I've got a Series 2A, so I'm always going to love these. This is a bit of a special one, though. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is the Defender Octa, so it's the special, it's the best and highest performance Defender we do. 635 horsepower, 750 PS, special suspension system, and this is the Black Edition. It's the curation of the coming together of everything that makes an Octa what it is, and it's a really special vehicle. We've had it running on a quarry recently to show its dynamic rally style performance, and then we're obviously running it high speed up the hill at the moment.
And I can imagine these tyres aren't perfect for going up the hill. Look, wander this way, because you've got another one hiding behind. Tell us a bit more about this, because this is quite a special paint scheme, isn't it?
Yes, this is all about paying homage to the Camel Trophy series, and it's got the special paint job, all the optional extras that really work well with what a Defender's meant to be, and it's just a really cool product to run up the hill. It's not quite as quick as the Octa. It's running a D350 diesel variant, but it's still a really fun car and a really special vehicle we've got out today.
You've got to take one of them home. Which one are you taking?
I'm definitely going to take the Octa. Yes, it's on some special POR tyres, but it's certainly the quicker one home this evening.
Sean, thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
The second day of the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed has certainly delivered. We mentioned this morning that we had drift cars for breakfast, and since then we've had Formula One cars for dessert. But what's been on your main course plate in between? Well, there's certainly been plenty to choose from. David Green, what's been on your menu today?
Well, it's been such a busy day. They've let us sit down at the end of the day. It must have been hard. I think I haven't even checked my step count, but it's been extraordinary today, I have to say. I've had a wonderful day. The weather's been good, or as always, which is great. But, you know, I think I have to say, I've been everywhere today. I saw the unveiling of a brand new Lamborghini GT3 car, which was fantastic. Spoke to lots of drivers. Even saw the original white van on the Cartier lawn. But I think my favourite moment of today was that Gordon Murray moment under that sculpture outside the house today. It was absolutely fantastic. You know, really emotional. Yet another one of those great moments that Goodwood do so well at the Festival of Speed. You see all of his cars, or the most important cars from his lifetime, from the first car he designed to cars like the Rocket, the T50S, the Niki Lauda car driven by Dario Franchitti, and underneath that incredible Speedhead sculpture, we had the fireworks going off, and they were great. They were like daytime fireworks. I was telling people about fireworks. They're like, we won't see them. I mean, you can see them. They were absolutely fantastic off the roof of the Goodwood house, and managed to catch up with Gordon for a quick chat. And, you know, he was emotional. He was nostalgic, and what a way to sort of see your life's work in front of you there like that. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, the colours look amazing going over the Goodwood house, and brilliant to see Gordon Murray himself looking over that. And like you say, you mentioned he was quite emotional bringing all that together.
He really was, and I think it's hard to hide that when you see everybody celebrating your life and work. And I mean, on that, I don't think we have to ask you what your favourite moment was today, do you?
Yeah, well, certainly, as we mentioned, Gordon Murray looking up at the balcony at Goodwood House, but certainly my highlight today was looking over the balcony as people entered and crowds gathered to support that Carl Fogarty moment. I've still got my Union Jack flag here to support in the Foggy Mania vibes, but it was so incredible to see so many Union Jack flags being waved to encompass what he did for British racing. He really put Britain firmly on the map for superbike racing. It was brilliant, and to have his family there on the balcony, it really was emotional for him as well. He was getting quite choked up as he addressed the crowd, and I think that was a bit of a surprise for people to see that from him. He's a man of a lot of personalities and behaviours, but that, I think, was a really special moment.
Yeah, he's sort of known as a steely character, wasn't he? But he was really, emotional up there, and it was great to see his fans. I saw a guy from Alberta, Canada, actually called Guy from Alberta, Canada. He come all the way just for this moment, just to see Foggy on the balcony. I thought that was extraordinary.
Yeah, it was brilliant to see the Two Wheels community being represented by Carl Fogarty there. So a few of the balcony moments that we've spoken about here. Loads of highlights have happened today, but we have got another Super Saturday schedule coming up for tomorrow across the Festival of Speed. So let's take a look at what's starting us off at 8:30 a.m. We've got even more superbikes going up the hill, as well as rally cars and drift cars that are kicking off the day. The first batch goes again for our theme this year, the winning formula, at 10:55 a.m. And as David mentioned, we've got another incredible Gordon Murray Automotive central feature moment where we can see those colourful fireworks take to the sky once again.
Coming into the afternoon, we get off with prologue runners at 1:30, and then the Champions Balcony moment at 2:45. That could be arguably one of the biggest moments of the whole Goodwood Festival of Speed. We got all those F1 champions up on the balcony. It's going to be quite incredible. We got the time shootout, which I'm really, really excited about, at 3:55, before Batch 1 and Batch 2 demo at 4:50. And then rounding out the day, we have a gas competition, and then finishing off with First Glance, new classics, and the road bikes. Going to be a good one.
Yeah, so many incredible things to look forward to tomorrow. all of those things will be happening on the hill, but of course we're going to continue our 75-year anniversary of Formula One tomorrow. So there is a huge balcony moment that is not to be missed. We'll be here bright and early, so I hope you can join us tomorrow. Until then, see you soon.